Ah, how uncomfortable, a young boy remarked as he touched his back. Where am I? I was by the riverbank, surrounded by woods. How did I end up sleeping in the wilderness? I thought I was in my own bed, he expressed, confusion etched across his face. Wait. Suddenly, he felt a chill creeping up from beneath him. Looking down, he realized he was sitting on a stone above the cold river water. What the? He sprang up, the dampness of his trousers sending a shiver through him. Where on earth is this? He scanned his surroundings, searching for clues. Hold on. A thought struck him, prompting him to examine his body and attire closely. What the hell? Why do I have such small arms and legs? And what are these bizarre clothes? He gazed in horror at his transformation, filled with bewilderment and fear. Have I been kidnapped? Or am I caught up in something strange? He pondered nervously. No, I need to figure out what's going on. Cautiously, he approached the riverbank to glimpse his reflection and confirm his appearance. As he neared the water, his eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. Isn't that Sun Wukong? He exclaimed in astonishment. I've crossed over into Dragon Ball, and am the main character? He scrutinized his reflection, realizing he had indeed taken on the form of Sun Wukong. A look of shock and elation spread across his face. Wow, I've actually become Sun Wukong. He cheered, pumping his fists in excitement. While crossing over is quite disconcerting, becoming a character I admire is not so bad after all. All right, from now on, I shall be Sun Wukong. The boy laughed joyfully, seemingly forgetting all his worries. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your successful crossover. The sign-in system is at your service. Oh, system, what can I gain from signing in? Sun Wukong inquired. Ding! The host can acquire battle power and items that will be beneficial to you. Great, can I sign in today? Sun Wukong asked. Yes, host. Then let's sign in, he declared. Very well, host. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 points of battle power. Your current battle power is now 125 points. Since this is the host's first sign-in, a beginner's gift pack is awarded. Would you like to open it? Open it, Sun Wukong replied. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards. 1. Kamehameha Wave 2. Flight Technique 3. Proficient Mastery of Ki Manipulation. 4.10 Longevity Pills, each capable of extending life by 500 years, with a maximum of 1 per person. Well, that's decent. Please grant me the first 3 abilities, Sun Wukong instructed. Understood, host. In an instant, Sun Wukong's mind was filled with knowledge of the Kamehameha Wave, the flight technique, and the usage of Ki. So this is what it feels like to fly? How cool. Sun Wukong reveled, soaring through the sky with the flight technique. In the distance, a flying dinosaur watched in wide-eyed amazement a mere human could fly, appending its understanding of the world. Yet, despite its astonishment, it saw Sun Wukong as its next meal and charged at him with its mouth agape. Oh, a flying dinosaur. Quite large too, perfect timing for a meal. Scion appetites are quite substantial, after all. How bold of it to attack, it has delivered itself right to my doorstep, Sun Wukong said, drooling in anticipation. Sun Wukong flew towards the dinosaur, both intent on consuming the other. However, he clearly held the upper hand. He swiftly ascended above the dinosaur, delivering a powerful punch that sent it crashing to the ground. Instantly rendering it unconscious, he found a rock and fashioned a crude knife, swiftly severing the dinosaur's head. The creature perished without uttering a sound. Afterward, Sun Wukong quickly butchered the dinosaur into portions, igniting a fire to commence his barbecue. The only downside was the lack of spices, but the meat itself was undeniably delicious. Before long, only the dinosaur's skeletal remains lay on the ground. Ah, I've eaten my fill, what utter satisfaction, Sun Wukong sighed, reclining on the grass, his belly swollen like a balloon. Gradually, it began to deflate, thanks to the robust constitution of a scion. There are plenty of beautiful women in Dragon Ball. How wonderful it would be to marry one of them. He mused, gazing up at the sky, for the boy's body housed a soul in its 30s. I wonder when Bulma will arrive here, but I hope she truly is as lovely as I remember. I might as well wait here. I can sense the presence of food around me. When she arrives, perhaps we can have a chance encounter, just like in the anime when she accidentally runs me over, he contemplated thoughtfully. By the way, system, if I consume a longevity pill now and later wish to become an adult through Shenron, will it affect my lifespan? Sun Wukong inquired, holding a longevity pill. It will not. The longevity pill's effects are calculated based on your current time and will not be altered by external forces. That's a relief that he then swallowed the longevity pill, though he felt no immediate effect. Thus, son Wukong remained in the woods for 15 days, during which his battle power rose to 750 points, sufficient to easily overpower old Piccolo. He also acquired the instant transmission skill, though it required him to have previously visited the location. Additionally, he obtained some money and food, but nothing particularly useful beyond that. Chapter 2 Bulma. The dragon radar indicates it is in this vicinity, yet why can I not find it? Bulma pondered as she drove through the mountains. Sensing a faint presence of a human, Goku recalled that he and his grandfather had lived in this secluded area without encountering any humans. This must be Bulma, he thought, filled with a tinge of anticipation. However, he decided it would be prudent to conceal his familiarity with her. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to explain. He mused that their meeting should unfold as it did in the anime, though he wondered if being struck by her car would send him flying like in the show. Considering his current prowess was significantly enhanced, Goku positioned himself along Bulma's path, awaiting her arrival. As Bulma continued her drive, she suddenly spotted a figure ahead but, traveling too swiftly, was unable to halt in time and collided with Goku. To her astonishment, Goku emerged unscathed, while her vehicle was left damaged. What on earth? Have I encountered a monster? She gasped, panic rising within her. No, I can't die yet. Despite her fear, her actions did not falter. She exited the vehicle and brandished a gun, firing at Goku. The sound of bullets echoed as they ricocheted around him, yet Goku, captivated by Bulma's beauty, remained nonchalant. Ah, that hurts. What are you doing? Goku expressed with feigned annoyance, though he was unharmed. Realizing her gun was ineffective, Bulma raised her hands and implored, "Oh, great monster. I am still young. Could you spare me? Monster? Where's there a monster?" Goku inquired, puzzled. Are you not one? Bulma retorted. I am but a human. Living in the mountains with my grandfather, Goku clarified, dispelling her misunderstanding. Thank goodness you're not a monster. You should have explained sooner. You had me worried. Bulma huffed, clutching her chest. You didn't give me a chance to explain. Goku replied, exasperated. How about this? I invite you to my home as an apology for frightening you. By the way, my name is Son Goku. What is yours? He proposed. Intrigued by Goku's ability to withstand the collision and bullets, Bulma surmised he must possess great strength. She thought that having him by her side while searching for the Dragon Balls would be advantageous. Thus she accepted his invitation. Sure, but no funny business, she said, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. My name is Bulma. Thus, Goku led Bulma to the modest dwelling he shared with his grandfather in the mountains. Wow, is that a Dragon Ball? How wonderful! Bulma exclaimed upon entering and spotting the Dragon Ball on the table, leaping with joy. Dragon Ball? Is that just a glass orb? It belonged to my grandfather. Goku replied, confused. Look, this is the 5-star Dragon Ball and this is the 3-star Dragon Ball. These are the orbs that can grant wishes. Just like the ones in your home. Collect all 7 Dragon Balls, and you can summon Shenron to fulfill any wish. Bulma enthusiastically elucidated. What is your wish? Goku asked. My wish is to ask Shenron for a handsome prince on a white horse, Bulma dreamily replied. You need not ask Shenron. The prince is right before you. Goku asserted confidently. You're merely a child, hardly a prince. Why don't you aim for the stars? Bulma scoffed. Let us make a wager. Once we gather the Dragon Balls, you can wish for me to become an adult. If I fail to meet your request, I shall work for you for 10 years without charge. If I succeed, however, you must marry me. What do you think? Goku challenged, feeling defiant against Bulma's dismissal. After some contemplation, Bulma realized she had nothing to lose. If Goku transformed and met her standards, marrying him would not be so bad, so she accepted the wager. As night fell, Bulma decided to stay the night at Goku's home. Later, Goku awoke in need of relief. Although Bulma had yet to mature fully, her natural beauty was striking, accentuated by her dress. Goku chuckled to himself as he thought of her. That night, Bulma slept in the room Goku previously inhabited, while Goku occupied the space once used by his grandfather. After relieving himself, Goku, still half asleep, wandered into the wrong room and lay down beside Bulma. Unbeknownst to him, Bulma stirred in her sleep, and in a moment of confusion, they found themselves entwined. Ah, you scoundrel! Look what you've done. Weren't we supposed to avoid strange occurrences? Did you deliberately enter my room? Bulma shouted in fury upon awakening to the situation. It wasn't like that. This was my room originally. I just followed my instincts and ended up in the wrong place. Goku explained, flustered. What are we to do about this situation? Bulma demanded. I will take responsibility. Here. This is a longevity pill I stumbled upon. Consuming it will extend your life by 500 years, Goku declared earnestly, seeing the sincerity on Goku's face. Bulma believed in the pill's efficacy and accepted it from him. Do not think this means I forgive you. Humph. You must accompany me in the quest for the Dragon Balls and ensure my safety. She insisted, still fuming. Indeed. I assure you I will protect you with all my might, Goku promised, nodding solemnly. Thus, Goku and Bulma prepared themselves and set forth on their journey to seek the Dragon Balls. Chapter 3. Encountering Master Roshi by the way. The system forgot to check in yesterday. Can I make up for it? Sun Wukong inquired. Yes, but the reward will be halved. All right then. Please grant me the sign-in rewards for both today and yesterday. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 300 points of battle power. Due to the makeup content. The makeup reward is halved, resulting in an increase of 225 points of battle power. The host now possesses 975 points of battle power. Well, that's rather mediocre. Sun Wukong remarked. Hey, you lazy Wukong, we're about to depart. Bulma shouted impatiently. Okay, I'm coming. Sun Wukong replied. As Sun Wukong emerged, he noticed Bulma had effortlessly conjured a motorcycle from a capsule and naturally took his seat on the back. Thus, Bulma sped away with Sun Wukong on the road. After a while, Bulma expressed her need for a restroom. I need to relieve myself. Don't peek, she said, preparing to step behind a rock. Bulma, I think it's safer if I stay close to you. There are many dinosaurs around this mountain. Don't worry, I'll turn my back, Sun Wukong explained. Bulma, frightened by the thought of dinosaurs, hesitated but warned, Fine, but if you dare to look, I want to forgive you. While Bulma was occupied, a blue flying dinosaur approached them, startling Bulma to the point of almost losing control. Sun Wukong sensed the danger and, as the dinosaur drew near, he swiftly struck it away with a single punch, sending it flying into oblivion. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief, but when she noticed Sun Wukong inadvertently turning to look, she hastily pulled up her pants and slapped his face, leaving a fresh handprint on his cheek. As time passed, evening soon arrived. Bulma conjured a house from her capsule. Ah, finally some rest, she exclaimed, sinking into the sofa, but her expression darkened upon seeing Sun Wukong's face. Although he had saved her today, the incident of peeking was undeniable. Do you want to take a shower? We've been traveling all day, Bulma asked. Yes, I do. How about we shower together? Sun Wukong jested. Go to hell, she retorted, grabbing an object nearby and throwing it at him. After they finished showering, Sun Wukong wished to sleep inside, but Bulma, feeling uneasy, kicked him out of the room. With no choice, he begrudgingly settled on the rocky ground outside. Really? Is this necessary? Did I do something wrong? Why the excessive precautions? He grumbled, but he knew he had made a mistake, and after peeking at Bulma, their relationship had grown a bit tense. The night passed smoothly. Oh, sleeping on the ground is quite uncomfortable. System, check in, he commanded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 points of battle power and unexpectedly triggered a critical hit, receiving a tenfold reward, totaling 1,000 points of battle power. The host now possesses 1975 points of battle power. Hey system, how can I trigger a critical hit? Sun Wukong asked. A critical hit reward may randomly appear after 9 days of sign-ins. I see. I hope critical hit rewards appear frequently. That would shorten my path to invincibility, Sun Wukong mused, allowing his imagination to run wild. I'll fly for a while to relax my body. He then joyfully soared into the air. An hour later, feeling fatigued, Sun Wukong descended and spotted Bulma feeding a turtle near their capsule house. Isn't that Master Roshi's turtle? I recall it being brought back in the anime. How did it end up here? Could it be that hunger awakened its potential? Sun Wukong pondered. Bulma, is this turtle? He asked. This turtle seems to have lost its way in the forest and hasn't he eaten for a long time, so I decided to feed it, Bulma replied. Turtle, do you have a family? Sun Wukong inquired. Yes, I am Master Roshi's turtle, the turtle responded. Master Roshi? Isn't he my grandmaster? Sun Wukong exclaimed. You know Master Roshi? Both the turtle and Bulma asked in confusion. I don't know him personally, but my grandfather was his disciple. And I have heard tales of him, Sun Wukong explained. Bulma, let us return the turtle to its home, he suggested, placing the turtle on his back. Why do we need to return it? Bulma asked, looking perplexed. My grandfather's legacy is the Dragon Balls. Perhaps Master Roshi has some as well. Sun Wukong shared his speculation. You make a valid point. Let us set off, Bulma concluded after a moment of thought. Bulma rode the motorcycle while Sun Wukong ran alongside, carrying the turtle. On their journey, they encountered an armored, one-eyed bear that blocked their path. Declaring it wanted to eat the turtle, Sun Wukong wasted no time and kicked it away, rendering it unconscious. After a long trek, they finally reached the seaside. "Wait for me. I'll be right back," the turtle said before swimming towards the ocean. Meanwhile, the villainous Pilaf, having learned of a Dragon Ball in Master Roshi's possession, set off with his ninja dog and companion in a plane to seize it, though they clearly went to the wrong location. Sun Wukong and Bulma waited at the shore for half an hour when a bald old man, sporting a turtle shell and riding on a turtle, slowly swam towards them. "There really is a Dragon Ball. This is wonderful, Wukong," Bulma exclaimed, embracing him joyfully before blushing and releasing him. "You are the ones who saved Old Turtle, correct?" Master Roshi inquired. "Yes, we are," Bulma replied, her gaze fixed on the Dragon Ball hanging from Master Roshi's neck. "Then I shall reward you with an immortal bird," he said, preparing to summon it. "Master Roshi, didn't your immortal bird die from food poisoning some time ago?" The turtle interjected, looking bewildered. "Ah, yes. How about the flying Nimbus instead?" Master Roshi then successfully summoned it. This is the flying Nimbus, capable of traversing 108,000 miles in a day. However, only those with a pure heart can ride it. He demonstrated, but fell off immediately. "I'll give it a try," Bulma said, leaping onto it, only to fall off unexpectedly. Then Sun Wukong jumped up, managing to sit on the flying Nimbus. Perhaps the treasure chooses its master. Huh? Is this powerful young man truly pure of heart? Master Roshi pondered. How could this little pervert succeed? Bulma remarked in confusion. Master Roshi, I am the grandson of your disciple Son Gohan. May I request another gift? Sun Wukong asked eagerly. Oh, you are Son Gohan's grandson. What gift do you desire? Master Roshi mused, realizing he had no other items to offer. Master Roshi, I wish for the 2-star Dragon Ball you wear around your neck, Sun Wukong requested. Oh, this? I can give it to you. Master Roshi removed the Dragon Ball from his neck and handed it to Sun Wukong. After exchanging a few more words, Master Roshi returned to his island. Chapter 4. Summoning Shenron Goku, you are forbidden from using the flying Nimbus. You must ride my motorcycle. Don't even think about running off alone, Bulma stated sternly. If not that, can I at least fly? I could carry you with me, Goku suggested. You can fly? Don't be ridiculous, Bulma responded with skepticism. Seeing Bulma's doubt, Goku swiftly swept her into his arms. Before she could react, they were airborne. Ah, it's so high. Let me down, Bulma protested, flailing in Goku's embrace. Goku gently set her back on the ground. Do you believe me now? Indeed, you're no ordinary human. You can actually fly. I'll allow you to carry me, but behave yourself, or I'll take us both down, Bulma declared, her initial fear giving way to a resolute demeanor. All right, I promise, Goku replied earnestly. And so, Goku continued their quest for the Dragon Balls, Bulma in his arms. Their aerial advantage significantly accelerated their search. Stop. Descend. The Dragon Radar indicates it's here, Bulma announced from Goku's arms. Okay. Goku landed in a village, eerily devoid of people outdoors. They entered a house, only to be met by a villager wielding an axe, which shattered upon impact with Goku's head, leaving him unharmed. The villager and others knelt, begging forgiveness from Oolong-sama, having mistaken Goku for him. After Goku explained, they recounted how Oolong, a shapeshifter, had abducted several of the village's daughters and was due to claim another at midnight. Has anyone seen this orb? If you give it to me, my companion here can resolve your problem. He's quite powerful, as the gentleman earlier can attest, Bulma said, patting Goku's shoulder. An elderly woman handed Bulma the 6-star Dragon Ball, sealing the transaction. As midnight approached, Oolong, transformed into a massive, tuxedo-clad man with a rose, arrived. Who are you? I don't collect men. I'm Goku, and I'm here to apprehend you, Goku declared. What can a little brat like you possibly do? Oolong scoffed, before Goku delivered a swift blow to his head, knocking him unconscious and reverting him to a small pig in a green military uniform and cap. The villagers, no longer intimidated by Oolong's true form, splashed him awake with water. He confessed the location of the abducted girls, who were enjoying a life of luxury and had no desire to return home. Oolong, seeking genuine affection but fearing rejection, had resorted to kidnapping. With the Oolong incident resolved, Goku, now carrying Bulma, bypassed Yamcha in the desert, flying directly towards Fire Mountain. As they approached Fire Mountain, the increasing heat prompted them to switch to the motorcycle. The fire is quite intense, Goku remarked as they reached the base of Fire Mountain. Suddenly, an axe hurtled towards them, which Goku effortlessly caught. Who are you? You're quite skilled. exclaimed a bull-headed man with binoculars. I'm Goku, grandson of Gohan, Goku explained. So, you're my senior's grandson, exclaimed the Ox King, embracing Goku. Sir, have you seen this orb? Bulma asked, emboldened by Goku's acquaintance with the Ox King. I have, but it's in a castle engulfed in flames, the Ox King replied. We'll extinguish the fire for you. Will you give us the orb in return? Bulma inquired tentatively. Agreed, but first, you must find my daughter. Here's a picture of Chi-Chi. The Ox King responded magnanimously. I accept, Goku affirmed, summoning the flying Nimbus to search for Chi-Chi. Goku found her near a large rock and informed her that the Ox King had sent him. Goku and Chi-Chi boarded the flying Nimbus. And Goku replicated a scene from the anime, touching Chi-Chi in a sensitive area, hoping she would marry him when she grew up. He delivered the classic line. You're a girl, right? Chi-Chi, flustered, pushed Goku off the Nimbus. As Goku plummeted, he quickly summoned the Nimbus. Chi-Chi, now harboring nascent feelings for Goku, declared, I'll marry you when I grow up. Will you take me? I will, Goku replied without hesitation, sealing their fate. Goku returned Chi-Chi to her father and began extinguishing the fire. He clasped his hands together and unleashed a Kamehameha, a massive energy blast. Unfortunately, like Master Roshi, he overestimated his power, obliterating both the fire and the castle. The Ox King, however, did not blame Goku, as the fire was extinguished. Bulma retrieved the 7-star Dragon Ball from the ruins. With their business concluded, Goku carried Bulma to a location 5 kilometers from Pilaf's castle. Bulma, according to the Dragon Radar. The Dragon Ball should be in that castle. Wait here, I'll retrieve it, Goku instructed. All right, go, Bulma nodded. Goku infiltrated the castle, swiftly incapacitating Pilaf and his henchmen. He located the 1-star Dragon Ball in a green box within the control room and used instant transmission to reappear behind Bulma. Bulma, startled, exclaimed, How did you sneak up on me like that? I just wanted to return quickly, Goku replied with a grin. Goku and Bulma placed the Dragon Balls on the ground, and they began to emit a radiant glow. Arise, Shenron. The sky darkened, and a green dragon emerged from the Dragon Balls, proclaiming, State your wish. Goku, remember our bet. Bulma said with a smile. Shenron, transform me into an adult, Goku requested. An easy task, Shenron replied, with a flash of his eyes. Goku's body transformed into that of a handsome, 20-year-old man, leaving Bulma in awe. Your wish is granted. Farewell, Shenron announced as the Dragon Balls scattered across the sky. Goku seized the opportunity to retrieve his grandfather's memento, the 4-star Dragon Ball. Wow, Goku, you weren't lying. You're incredibly handsome as an adult, Bulma gushed. It's already dark. Are you going home, or would you like to stay here for the night? Goku inquired. Let's stay for the night, Bulma replied. Producing a capsule and creating a house in the forest. Well, since I've agreed to marry you, let's sleep together. Come, join me inside, Bulma said. Leading Goku into her bedroom, her face flushed with excitement. And so, the night promised to be unforgettable, deepening the bond between Goku and Bulma. Chapter 5, Joyful Times in the morning, Sun Wukong awoke to find Bulma peacefully slumbering beside him. He placed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. And though it was uncertain whether she was awake, a radiant smile graced her face. System, I am ready to sign in, Sun Wukong mentally communicated to the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Dragon Fist skill. Not bad, Sun Wukong replied to the system. Shortly thereafter, he roused Bulma from her sleep. And after they shared a meal, he embraced her as they made their way to Bulma's home in West City. Meanwhile, King Pilaf had also awoken, staring at himself and his bound minions. Ah, who has stolen my Dragon Balls? My dream of world domination, he roared, filled with rage as if he could tear the culprit to shreds. Upon their arrival at Bulma's home, Dr. Brief and his wife, upon learning of their daughter's romantic involvement, did not object. In fact, they took a liking to Sun Wukong. Thus, Sun Wukong successfully settled into Bulma's household, leading a carefree life together. A month later, Bulma discovered she was pregnant, already 1 month and 3 days along, having conceived during their first encounter. Wonderful! I'm going to be a mother, Bulma exclaimed, cradling her belly, glowing with maternal radiance. Yes, I'm going to be a father. Sun Wukong joyfully leaped into the air. The Briefs were equally delighted upon hearing of their daughter's pregnancy, ensuring Bulma was provided with all the nourishing foods suited for expectant mothers. Life flowed smoothly, with Sun Wukong dedicating his time to be by Bulma's side, aside from his daily system sign-ins. Before long, 9 months had passed, and the day of Bulma's delivery arrived. During this time, Sun Wukong had attained a remarkable battle power of 108,000 and had acquired the Kaioken technique and the spirit bomb. He felt empowered enough to obliterate a planet. As Bulma entered the delivery room, Sun Wukong anxiously awaited outside, for this was their first child in this lifetime. After some time had elapsed, Bulma successfully gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy who bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong, and a girl with blue hair. Inheriting her mother's beauty. How adorable! This is our child, Sun Wukong exclaimed, holding the twins and looking at Bulma. Of course, with our perfect genes. How could they not be? Bulma said with pride. Ahem, let's not boast too much. What name shall we give the children? Dr. Brief interjected. Well, I think we should name the boy Sun Wufan, in honor of my grandfather, and the girl Sun Wulin. What do you think? Sun Wukong suggested. Wufan and Wulin? Yes, that sounds lovely, Bulma agreed. Then it's settled. Wufan, Wulin, you must grow up swiftly. Sun Wukong teased the two. By the way, Wukong, the World Martial Arts Tournament is next year. Are you going to participate? Bulma inquired. I think I will sit this one out. There will be other opportunities. I want to spend time with you and the children while they are still small. We can discuss it when they are older, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Bulma gazed at him, sensing that there was more to the situation than met the eye, yet she could not pinpoint the issue. Thus began their journey of caring for their infants, and it was not until 6 months later that Bulma realized why she had felt uneasy. Sun Wukong, as promised to care for them, was indeed a good thing, but something felt amiss. Today, Bulma discovered she was pregnant again, exclaiming, "It's your fault. How is it that just months after giving birth, I am pregnant again?" She hurled a pillow at Sun Wukong in frustration. Being pregnant is wonderful. How long along are you? Sun Wukong replied, seemingly unbothered. 2 months. Huh? This is not the time for joking, you rascal. How do you plan to be punished? Bulma shot back, exasperated. Though she adored him for his handsome appearance, she secretly wished to avoid having too many children. Let us not dwell on that, Bulma. The priority is that the children arrive safely. You can punish me however you see fit afterwards, Sun Wukong said, wrapping his arm around Bulma's shoulder. All right. I will temporarily forgive you this time, Bulma replied reluctantly. Over the past 6 months, Sun Wukong had been diligently training. After surpassing a battle power of 10,000, he began to experience critical hits during power acquisitions, and he had requested the system to enable automatic sign-ins. His battle power had soared to 250,000, which was sufficient to easily defeat Vegeta. Though Bulma trusted Sun Wukong, she knew that a man's words could often be the least reliable. Following this pregnancy, Bulma became pregnant twice more, leading to frequent bouts of Sun Wukong returning home with bruises, as Bulma vented her frustrations, yet she remained incredibly nurturing toward their children. In total, Bulma had given birth to 7 children, 2 sets of twins, a boy and a girl each, and then a final birth of 3, 2 boys and a girl. Sun Wukong now had 9 children. The eldest, Wufan, aged 3, the second, Wulin, also 3, the third, Wutian, aged 2, the fourth, Wudong, aged 2, the fifth, Wumin, aged 1, the sixth, Wushuan, aged 1, the seventh, Wuhua, the eighth, Wuyin, and the ninth, Wujia. During this period, Sun Wukong's battle power had escalated to 5 million. Once, he teleported thousands of miles away and, empowered by the 20-fold Kaioken, he unleashed his fury, successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan. His children also exhibited impressive battle powers. Wufan at 1560, Wulin at 1450, Wutian at 1300, Wudong at 1200, Wumin and Wushuan both at 1000, while the 3 youngest had battle powers of Wuhua at 200, Wuyin at 150, and Wujia at 300. Are you sure you will not participate in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament in May? Bulma asked Sun Wukong, who lay beside her. Participating seems rather pointless. Why not let our children compete? Let Wufan take part. What do you think? Sun Wukong proposed. Let him go? He has only 3. Can he manage? Bulma questioned. Her concern evident. Absolutely. Our child is exceptionally strong. You need not worry. I have personally tested him, and I am confident he can easily secure first place. Sun Wukong asserted with confidence. Then let Wufan participate, Bulma replied before drifting off to sleep. The next day, Sun Wukong informed Wufan about the tournament. And Wufan leapt with joy, for he often found himself bored while playing with his siblings and thought participating in the martial arts tournament would be splendid. Chapter 6. The World's Greatest Martial Arts Tournament. Are you ready, Gohan? Bulma called out to her son. Yes, I'm coming, Mom, Gohan replied. As he approached, Bulma adjusted his attire. Mom, can I participate? Goten inquired. Yes, but you'll have to wait until next time, Bulma responded. All right, when the next opportunity arises. I will definitely defeat my brother, Goten declared, clenching his fist, still aggrieved from their previous sparring sessions at home where he always lost. I want to go to the tournament too, Goku said. I want to go as well, Goten added. This time, only Gohan can go, Bulma firmly declined. What? You're being unfair, Mom. The three children protested. No means no. You must stay home and take care of your younger siblings, understand? Bulma said sternly. Okay, we understand, Mom. Don't be angry. We'll listen to you. The children quickly reassured her, sensing her displeasure. Good, I'm glad to hear that, Bulma replied. Goku, let's head out, she said. All right. Bulma, Goku agreed, piloting their aircraft towards the venue of the tournament. Upon landing, they encountered familiar faces, Master Roshi, Oolong, and characters from the anime, including Krillin, Yamcha, Lam-Z, and Tien Shinhan, along with Kaiatsu, as Goku had not ventured out to train or visit Master Roshi recently. Who are you? Bulma, when did you get a boyfriend? Master Roshi asked, astonished. I am Son Goku, Master Roshi, Goku replied. Goku? Weren't you just a child? How did you grow up so quickly? Master Roshi exclaimed, astonished at Goku's transformation. I wished upon the Dragon Balls to become an adult, and I have married Bulma, Goku whispered to Master Roshi. You certainly are quick. Master Roshi chuckled, poking Goku with his cane. Are you here to participate in the tournament? If you are, the others might feel they have no chance. Upon meeting Goku, Master Roshi sensed an aura that was formidable, now seemingly unfathomable. No, this time my son Gohan will be competing, Goku replied, gesturing to Gohan standing behind Bulma. What? You have a son now? Master Roshi exclaimed, examining Gohan closely. He looks just like you, and his energy is not weak either. No wonder he is your son. I'm Krillin. Nice to meet you, Goku. I'm a student of Master Roshi, Krillin introduced himself. Hi, Goku. I'm Yamcha, also a student of Master Roshi, Yamcha added. Hello, Goku. I'm Lam-Z, currently staying at Master Roshi's place, Lam-Z chimed in. Nice to meet you all. I wish you all great success in the tournament. Goku said to Krillin and Yamcha. Yes, we are quite strong now. This year, the championship is ours, Yamcha declared confidently. Talking big, are we? Hope you don't bite off more than you can chew, a bald, three-eyed man interjected, accompanied by a smaller individual. They were Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu. Who are you to interrupt our conversation? You'll find out during the competition. Just hope you don't get eliminated before facing me, Yamcha retorted, clearly irritated by the interruption. I'm Tien Shinhan, and this is Kaiatsu. You better hope you don't cross paths with us. Otherwise, your training might come to an end, Tien warned before departing with Kaiatsu. Humph, arrogant fellow. We'll see about that, Yamcha said, calming down with Krillin making a face at the retreating figures. Let's go register. Master Roshi urged everyone to fill out their entry forms. After completing the registrations, Master Roshi treated everyone to a meal, which drained his finances due to Goku and Gohan's hearty appetites, leaving him with no choice but to pay. The lottery draw proceeded similarly to the anime, but this time Gohan took Goku's place. As Yamcha and Krillin advanced, they expressed concern for Gohan's upcoming match against King Chappa. Goku, is Gohan going to be alright? He's only 3 years old, and his opponent is quite strong, Krillin voiced his apprehension. Don't worry, Gohan is incredibly strong. Just watch, Goku reassured them confidently. From a distance, Tien scoffed, how strong can a 3-year-old be? As the matches commenced, King Chappa launched rapid attacks at Gohan, who effortlessly blocked them with a single finger while yawning. Uncle, you're too weak. Goodbye. With that, Gohan leapt and bounced off King Chappa's head, sending him flying off the stage. The audience was left in shock. Goku, what kind of monster is your child? He is incredibly strong, Yamcha exclaimed, realizing he might not stand a chance against Gohan. Told you not to worry, Goku said, patting Yamcha on the shoulder. Is this child really only 3? He seemed to be playing around, Tien thought grimly. After several rounds of preliminaries, Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Tien all reached the quarterfinals. The draw was reminiscent of the anime, with Yamcha facing Tien. Ultimately, Tien proved to be the stronger fighter, injuring Yamcha's leg. The second match featured a humorous bout between Master Roshi and Tien, where Master Roshi triumphed effortlessly. The third match pitted Kaiatsu against Krillin. Despite Kaiatsu's telekinesis and Dodon Ray causing Krillin trouble, he ultimately outsmarted Kaiatsu. In the fourth match, Gohan faced off against the martial arts star, Pafu. Unlike the scene in the anime where Goku was deceived, Pafu showcased his strength at the start, yet Gohan found him lacking. With a mere finger poke to Pafu's abdomen, he sent him flying off the stage. The semifinals began with Master Roshi against Tien. Despite Tien having injured Yamcha, Master Roshi chose not to press the matter and conceded victory to Tien, sparking an internal shift within Tien. In the second semifinal, Gohan squared off against Krillin. Uncle Krillin, I will finish this quickly. I'm getting hungry, Gohan stated. I won't let you win easily, Krillin replied as he charged at Gohan. Gohan effortlessly dodged and delivered a light punch to Krillin's midsection, causing him to collapse unconscious. Gohan advanced to the finals. Master Roshi was slightly taken aback by Gohan's ease in defeating Krillin. After a night's rest, the finals commenced. Don't think I'll go easy on you just because you're a child, Tien declared ominously. Please, uncle, no more boasting, Gohan replied. Tien launched a swift attack. But Gohan remained unfazed, blocking effortlessly. A light counter from Gohan nearly incapacitated Tien, prompting Kaiatsu to intervene with telekinesis. Tien attempted to land blows on Gohan. Yet he remained unscathed, leading Tien to feel a sense of despair. Enough playing around. This is boring. Gohan suddenly appeared before Tien and with a swift motion sent him crashing off the stage, declaring Gohan the champion. Yay! Gohan is the champion! Bulma exclaimed joyfully, embracing Goku. Chapter 7. The Demon King Piccolo. Hey, Dad, I left the 4-star ball at the martial arts tournament venue. I'll go fetch it right away. Don't eat my food before I return, Gohan explained to his father as he patted his pockets, realizing the absence of the 4-star ball. Without delay, he turned and dashed back to the tournament grounds. All right, go ahead, Goku said, affectionately ruffling Gohan's hair. Upon reaching the back of the tournament arena, Gohan quickly located the 4-star ball lying on the ground. Just as he was about to leave, a voice called out from behind him, Hey, kid. Hand over that Dragon Ball, and I can ensure your death is painless. Gohan turned to see a creature with green skin standing ominously. Do you wish to kill me? Gohan's eyes glinted coldly as he fixed his gaze on the green-skinned being. It seems you're not willing to cooperate, Damblin said, his voice icy as he suddenly kicked at Gohan. Reacting swiftly, Gohan countered with a punch, sending Damblin flying with immense force. Fury ignited within Damblin. The fact that he had been defeated by a mere child was an unbearable affront. He flapped his wings and lunged at Gohan once more. Kamehameha. Without hesitation, Gohan unleashed this formidable technique, a powerful energy wave shooting forth from his hands, hurtling directly towards Damblin. Taken aback by Gohan's unexpected prowess, Damblin was caught off guard, resulting in half his body being obliterated, leading to his immediate demise. Gohan surveyed the devastated tournament grounds, a flicker of concern rising within him. He understood the extent of the destruction caused by this battle and knew he must vacate the premises swiftly to avoid unnecessary complications. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, he stealthily slipped away. Meanwhile, high in the distant sky, a spaceship was gradually approaching Earth. Within the vessel, King Piccolo sat upon his throne, flanked by a bird-beaked minion, his loyal subordinate. Before him stood 3 figures, King Pilaf, Shu, and Mike, who had once saved King Piccolo's life and were now his collaborators. Suddenly, a shiver ran through Piccolo, an ominous premonition washing over him. With a roar of rage, he bellowed, Ah, my son Damblin, who has dared to take your life? I shall hunt down the murderer and make him pay dearly. Pilaf, do you truly believe the Dragon Balls can grant wishes? If you deceive me, your fate will be dire, Piccolo warned coldly, fixing a steely glare on Pilaf. My lord Piccolo, I assure you, I speak only the truth, Pilaf replied, trembling. I hope that when you seize the world, you will share half with me, Pilaf mused, envisioning a glorious future. It seems I must create another son. With veins bulging, Piccolo began chanting an incantation, his throat expanding into a spherical shape, from which he expelled a colossal egg. The egg gradually cracked open, revealing a dragon-like flying demon. Shambalu, go forth, eliminate all participants of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Collect the Dragon Balls and uncover the identity of my son's killer. I want him torn to shreds, Piccolo commanded as he handed Shambalu the portraits of the contestants, harboring a deep-seated fear of the martial artists wielding the mafuba. Yes, father, Shambalu replied, spreading his wings and departing the spaceship. News of the collapse of the World Martial Arts Tournament spread swiftly. Master Roshi, accompanied by others, arrived at the scene. This is a demon tribe, and they possess formidable strength. While I am not afraid, had Gohan not returned, it would not have been a demon who perished, Master Roshi recalled with trepidation. Gohan, you killed him, did you not? Yes, he was rather weak, Gohan responded nonchalantly. What's the matter, Master Roshi? Krillin, who was supposed to have perished, inquired. The one who fell was a demon. King Piccolo has returned. He was a powerful adversary in my time. Due to his relentless destruction, my master, Mateto, took me and my fellow disciple, Turtle Hermit, to battle him. Only my master, I, and Turtle Hermit survived. My master learned the Mafuba during his travels, which allowed him to seal Piccolo and resolve the crisis. However, he remains unaware of who released the seal, and now he has re-emerged. I dread to think of how many will fall victim to his malevolence, Master Roshi said, his face etched with worry. If he comes, we can simply eliminate him. Gohan said, his tone innocent. If it were that easy, my master would not have sealed him away, Master Roshi replied, exasperated. Especially you, Gohan. You have slain his subordinate. And he is surely seeking you. You must be cautious. Indeed, Gohan. I too worry for you. You should hide with Master Roshi, Bulma advised anxiously, despite Goku's presence. She was unwilling to take risks. All right, Mom, I promise, Gohan said. Though he felt capable of defeating any foe, he wished to alleviate Bulma's concerns. Perhaps this will help me forge a closer bond with Launch, Goku mused to himself. Goku, you should go to Master Roshi's. If Gohan is harmed in any way, you shall not return, Bulma instructed sternly. Rest assured, I will ensure Gohan remains unharmed, Goku promised, thumping his chest. Meanwhile, Shambhala continued to reap the lives of the tournament participants, yet still had not uncovered the identity of Dambelin's killer, nor any news of the Dragon Balls. Goku and Gohan took refuge on Master Roshi's island for a time. Goku frequently lavished attention on Launch, and as time passed, her heart began to soften. A month later, Launch found herself pregnant, though they chose to keep this news secret from everyone. Chapter 8. Piccolo Daima to Alas. The martial artists participating in the Tenkaichi Budokai are being slain by Piccolo Daima's henchmen. I wonder when they will find their way here, came Sennin lamented, his brow furrowed with worry. Allow me to confront Piccolo Daima's underlings and vanquish them, Tenshinhan declared, his fists clenched and eyes gleaming with resolve. Since the Tenkaichi Budokai, Tenshinhan, moved by Kame Sennin's words, had forsaken his wicked ways and joined Kame Sennin's side. Nay, you would be no match for him, Kame Sennin retorted, his tone resolute. How can we know if I am not if I do not try? Tenshinhan countered, unwilling to concede. To try might mean certain death, which is why Master Roshi forbids you from such a reckless endeavor, Kirin interjected, cautioning Tenshinhan against hasty action. Alas, with my power, I am confident in my ability to slay the demon. However, I fear that my departure would leave you vulnerable to Piccolo Daima's assault, Kame Sennin sighed, voicing his deepest apprehension. Must I resort to the Math-BA once more to seal Piccolo Daima? But if I were to use it, I would surely perish. Kame Sennin was deeply conflicted. Goku, however, remained unfazed, happily feeding fruit to Launch. I say, you two are quite comfortable. Bulma is absent, yet you are so relaxed. And Master Roshi is fretting over Piccolo Daima. Is this truly appropriate? Yamcha chided. It matters not. Launch and I are dear friends. I doubt Bulma would mind. As for Piccolo Daima, fret not. Gohan will resolve the matter. Be at ease, Goku reassured with a smile. Gohan is your own son. Piccolo Daima is so powerful. Are you sending him to his doom? Yamcha exclaimed, pointing at Goku. I acknowledge Piccolo's strength, but it is far from surpassing Gohan's, Goku asserted confidently. How can you be certain that Gohan will triumph over Piccolo Daima? What if Gohan suffers a misfortune? Yamcha inquired anxiously. Gohan is my son. I am intimately familiar with his potential. He has mastered the power of Super Saiyan. By unleashing his full might, he can effortlessly defeat Piccolo Daima, Goku replied earnestly. But Yamcha remained apprehensive. Trust me, Gohan will prevail. Our task now is to await his return, Goku said, patting Yamcha's shoulder, his gaze unwavering. Yamcha gazed at Goku. His heart still heavy with worry, yet he nodded in agreement. After all, Goku likely possessed a deeper understanding of Piccolo Daima's power. If he held such firm belief in Gohan's victory, perhaps he, too, should trust Goku's judgment. Goku's confidence stemmed from Gohan's battle power, which soared to 1560. In contrast, Piccolo Daima's battle power peaked at a mere 460. This vast disparity rendered the battle virtually one-sided, a complete obliteration. Were Gohan to truly confront Piccolo Daima, Goku might even need to suppress Gohan's ki to prevent him from accidentally obliterating Piccolo. After all, Piccolo's demise would plunge the subsequent anime plot into disarray. Furthermore, Piccolo Daima and Kami were, in essence, one and the same, with Piccolo Daima being the embodiment of Kami's expelled malice. Should Piccolo Daima perish, Kami would also fade away. an outcome Goku desperately wished to avoid. As everyone was lost in their thoughts, a deafening crash echoed from outside the house. What was that? Everyone rushed out to investigate. Well, I came seeking sustenance, but I find so many participants from the Tenkichi Budkai. It seems I can fulfill my father's mission even faster, Symbol remarked, gazing at the group before him as if they were already deceased. Before Symbol could finish, a naked child kicked him. Gohan was taking a bath and Symbol's landing shook the tub. He was very angry that he had to come out without clothes. You fiend, I'll kill you. Symbol struggled to his feet and charged at Gohan, visibly injured from the kick. Gohan, consumed by rage, aimed each blow at Symbol's vital points, leaving Symbol dazed and disoriented. Gohan then unleashed a Kamehameha, obliterating Symbol completely. The spectators were awestruck by Gohan's immense power. Even Kame Sennin momentarily believed that Gohan could indeed defeat Piccolo Daima. Ah! Who has slain Symbol? Who? From afar, Piccolo Daima sensed Symbol's demise and roared in fury aboard his ship. Piccolo Daima, we have located the Dragon Balls. Pilaf reported to Piccolo Daima, pointing to a sphere above them with a flashing dot, resembling a dragon radar. Excellent. First, we shall gather the Dragon Balls. Once I regain my youth, I shall exact my revenge, Piccolo Daima vowed, clenching his fists. The ship swiftly arrived above Kame House. Reporting, Piccolo Daima. We have arrived. This is Kame House, where Kame Sennin resides, Pilaf announced. I am aware. This time, I shall personally intervene. Piccolo Daima rose from his seat and exited the ship. Witnessing Piccolo Daima's personal deployment, Pilaf believed victory was assured, bringing him one step closer to world domination. A smile crept across his face. The group at Kame House also spotted the ship and Piccolo Daima in the sky. Facing the impending crisis, they prepared for a desperate battle. A battle power of only 300? How underwhelming, Goku mused, observing Piccolo Daima. Gohan alone is sufficient. Worry not, everyone, Goku reassured. Placing his hand on Gohan's shoulder and suppressing his battle power to 500. Gohan glanced at Goku, noticing the suppression of his power, but remained unconcerned. Even with his power restrained, he was confident in his ability to defeat Piccolo Daima. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I might spare your lives. Refuse. And I shall slaughter you all and retrieve them myself, Piccolo Daima declared. Are you the leader of those two demons from before? I can slay them. And I can slay you as well, Gohan retorted. So, it was you. Then I shall show no mercy to any of you, Piccolo Daima glared menacingly. Nor shall I show mercy to you, green-skinned demon, Gohan responded, soaring toward Piccolo Daima. The two clashed in midair, trading blows with furious intensity. Gohan landed an uppercut that sent Piccolo Daima reeling. Impressive strength. No wonder you were able to kill Tambourine and Symbol. But your end has come. Explosive wave. Piccolo Daima unleashed a wave of energy from his arm, but Gohan swatted it away effortlessly. He then lunged forward and struck Piccolo Daima in the stomach, causing him to cough up blood. Formidable, Piccolo Daima now regarded Gohan with newfound respect. Seeing Gohan charge again, he quickly fired energy blasts from his mouth to hinder Gohan's advance, then gathered energy throughout his body, preparing his ultimate attack, the Bakuret Samaha. Piccolo Daima unleashed a massive energy wave, capable of sinking the entire Kame Island if it landed. Gohan countered with a Kamehameha. But the two energy beams collided and dissipated quickly. Exhausted from the attack, Piccolo Daima gasped for air. If he were younger, it would be different. But age had taken its toll. Gohan was enraged, as Piccolo Daima's attack had been intended to kill everyone. In a spectacular display of martial prowess, Gohan unleashed a technique he had learned from Goku, charging directly at the exhausted Demon King Piccolo, unable to evade the onslaught due to his depleted strength. Piccolo was struck in the abdomen by Gohan's formidable punch, creating a gaping wound. My son, you must avenge me, Piccolo implored in his final moments, channeling his remaining energy into a devastating blast aimed at the egg, which subsequently resulted in a catastrophic explosion. Alas, the demise of the Demon King Piccolo sent shockwaves through the ranks of the bird-like demons aboard the spacecraft. They were left dumbfounded by the fall of such a formidable foe. Meanwhile, Pilaf and his companions were engulfed in despair, as their dreams of world domination crumbled before them, compounded by the grim reality of being ejected from the ship. In the aftermath, Krillin apprehended the trio and handed them over to the authorities, recognizing their pivotal role in the chaos. However, Goku stealthily rescued Mai. Subsequently, the group utilized the Dragon Ball radar to locate and gather the Dragon Balls, successfully reviving the fallen participants of the martial arts tournament who had been slain by the Demon Clan. As the 4-star ball began to disperse, Goku seized it just in time. Chapter 9. After the big incident, your name is Xiaowu, isn't it? Goku inquired. Yes, I am called Xiaowu. Thank you for saving me. But could you also rescue King Pilaf and Ashu? They are my companions. Xiaowu looked at Goku with hopeful eyes. No. Do you wish to continue down a path of wickedness? Staying with them will only lead you further astray. Their imprisonment is a means of atonement, Goku admonished. But Xiaowu hesitated. There are no buts. From now on, you shall accompany me. I will ensure you have a better life, Goku assured her with an earnest gaze. Then why are you so kind to me? Xiaowu asked. Because I fell for you the moment I first laid eyes upon you, Goku replied, his gaze unwavering. Really? You like me? Xiaowu was taken aback, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Indeed. Will you be my wife? Goku asked sincerely. I will. Xiaowu's voice dwindled to a whisper. Upon hearing her consent, Goku lifted Xiaowu into his arms and kissed her. That night at the inn was another sleepless one. Goku had already informed Bulma and Launch that he would return in about a month. A month passed, and Xiaowu was successfully pregnant. Xiaowu, let us return home, Goku said. Will Bulma accept me? Xiaowu asked, concern etched on her face. She will. Besides, I will be there too, Goku promised. Reassured by Goku's words, Xiaowu followed him to their home in West City. Upon seeing Goku arrive with a girl, Bulma's temper flared, and she yanked Goku's ear, pulling him toward the room. Is this what you meant by being away for a month? Bulma demanded. Xiaowu is an orphan who has been with Pilaf. My intention is to help her redeem herself. Goku stated with righteous fervor. Redeeming herself by becoming your wife? Surely there are other ways? Bulma glared at him. Well, I may have grown fond of her, Goku admitted. Feeling guilty. Huh, so that's the reason. Is she the only one? Bulma suspected Goku's infidelity. There are two more, Goku mumbled, looking down. Who are they? Do I know them? Bulma pressed, her anger palpable. One is Launch, whom you met at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Before Goku could finish, Bulma struck him with a stick. And how long have you been together? Continue, Bulma commanded, tapping the stick on the ground. Then, there is Chi-Chi, the little girl from Fire Mountain. She wants to marry me when she grows up, Goku stuttered. Oh, is that so? Bulma was akin to a volcano ready to erupt, swinging the stick at Goku, who ended up bruised and battered. After an hour of her ire, Bulma finally calmed down, exhausted from her outburst. Bring them all here. I live separately from my parents, and there is enough space. After all, I am your wife. I must accept all of you, Bulma conceded. Thank you so much, Bulma, Goku exclaimed, kissing her cheek. As they exited the house, they saw Xiaowu playing with the children, who welcomed her without hesitation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Seeing Goku's injuries, Xiaowu feared she would be cast away and lowered her head in despair. Xiaowu, Bulma has agreed. You can stay here from now on, Goku quickly reassured her. Yes, Xiaowu. We shall be good friends from now on, Bulma said, taking Xiaowu's hand and engaging her in conversation. Satisfied that matters were settled, Goku decided to fetch Launch. Upon arriving at Kame House, Master Roshi scorned Goku for his behavior, criticizing him harshly and vowing to reprimand him if Launch were to suffer in any way. Goku nodded in agreement. Initially, Launch was reluctant to leave, but after much persuasion from Goku, she finally consented. Once in West City, the atmosphere was pleasant, despite occasional awkwardness due to Launch's sudden shifts in personality. After spending a month with the three of them, Goku prepared to visit Fire Mountain to bring Chi-Chi back as well. Upon Goku's arrival, Ox King personally welcomed him and prepared a lavish feast. However, things did not go smoothly with Chi-Chi at first, as she was upset that Goku had promised to come for her, but never did, sulking for a week. Ultimately, through Goku's repeated apologies, Chi-Chi forgave him. She listened to Goku explain the situation at home, and though she was not angry, she believed that since she had agreed to marry Goku, she must accept everything about him. Goku couldn't help but admire her understanding nature. By the end of the month, Goku and Chi-Chi held their wedding, inviting only a few close relatives and friends to avoid awkwardness. A month later, Chi-Chi became pregnant, and Goku assured Ox King that he would visit often before taking Chi-Chi back to West City. With Chi-Chi's arrival, they formed a complete mahjong table, playing together during their leisure time, filled with laughter and joy. Time flew, and 3 years passed swiftly, approaching the next World Martial Arts Tournament. During these years, Launch gave birth to 4 sons. The 10th, son Wukong, the 12th, son Wuxiao, the 13th, son Wuhong, and the 16th, son Wuhong. Chi-Chi bore Goku 5 children. The 11th, son Wufan, the 14th, son Wuhua, the 15th, son Wuliang, the 19th, Sun Wuyuan. In the 20th, Sun Wumiao, a girl. Bulma had 2 daughters with Goku, the 16th. Sun Wuxi. In the 18th, Sun Wuqin. In these 3 years, Sun Wukong successfully attained the 2nd transformation of a scion and was on the verge of the 3rd. The children's combat abilities had significantly enhanced. Sun Wufan, now 8, had a power level of 5,600. Sun Wulin, also 8, reached 5,500. Sun Wutin, at 7, exhibited a power of 4,800. Sun Wudong, also 7, had 4,700. Sun Wumin, at 6, registered 4,400. Sun Wuxuan, also 6, achieved 4,500. Sun Wuhai, at 5, displayed 3,500. Sun Wuyan, also 5, had 3,000. Sun Wujia, also 5, reached 4,000. Sun Wuking, at 4, had 2,200. Sun Wufeng, at 3, had 2,100. Sun Wuxiao, at 3, had 1,800. Sun Wuhong, at 3, had 1,700. Sun Wuhua, at 3, had 1,700. Sun Wuyang, at 3, had 1,600. Sun Wuxi, at 3, had 1,500. Sun Wuhong, at 2, had 1,400. Sun Wuqin, at 2, had 1,300. Sun Wuyuan, at 1, had 700. And Sun Wumiao, at 1, had 500. For this World Martial Arts Tournament, it was decided that Wufan and Wulin would compete, a decision made long ago, much to the children's chagrin. Chapter 10, The Martial Arts Tournament and Reunion. Gohan and Goten, it's time to depart. Bulma called out to them. Hurry up. We're almost ready. Gohan and Goten emerged, dressed and carrying their small bags. Honestly, why are you two so slow? Bulma complained. Sorry, Mom, we kept you waiting. Let's go? Gohan and Goten replied, playfully clinging to her arms. All right, let's set off quickly. We shouldn't keep everyone waiting too long. Bulma sighed, shaking her head. Let's head to the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Launch, Chi-Chi, are you 3 coming? Goku inquired. We won't be going. It's not really interesting. The champion will surely be Gohan or Goten. I'll just cheer for them in front of the television. Launch, Chi-Chi. And Bulma all declined. Seeing their reluctance, Goku smiled and nodded. Okay, then you stay home and rest while we await news of our victory. With that, he piloted the aircraft, carrying Bulma, Gohan, and Goten towards the tournament. As the plane gently descended, it stirred up a cloud of dust before finally landing steadily near the tournament grounds. The hatch opened, and Master Roshi was the first to step out. Upon seeing Goku and the others, a smile spread across his face as he hurried to greet them. Where's Launch? Why didn't she come? Master Roshi asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. It had been quite some time since he had seen Launch, and he felt a sense of nostalgia for his former disciple. Oh, she's at home taking care of the kids, Goku replied with a chuckle. What? You have kids now? Goku, you're quite the speedy one. Master Roshi teased, poking Goku with his cane. Haha, well you know. Goku scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. At that moment, Krillin noticed a little girl nearby and curiously asked, who is this little girl? This is Mai and Bulma's daughter, Goten, Goku proudly introduced, his eyes filled with affection. Wow, she's adorable, Krillin exclaimed in admiration. Indeed. She resembles Bulma remarkably, Yamcha agreed. She isn't participating in the tournament, is she? Krillin suddenly pondered, looking at Goku with curiosity. That's right, Gohan and Goten are both competing. Goku confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, glancing at Goten with surprise, silently wondering, is such a small girl really going to compete in such a fierce tournament? Gohan, after 3 years of rigorous training, my strength has improved immensely. I will not lose to you this time, Tien exclaimed confidently, his eyes shining with determination, as if he could already envision himself defeating Gohan. Gohan smirked slightly, a hint of disdain on his face. That may not be the case. My training over the past 3 years has also yielded significant results. I have a feeling, Tien, that you might end up losing quite badly. Fueled by Gohan's provocative words, Tien's anger ignited, his eyes widening as he glared at Gohan, gritting his teeth. How dare you underestimate me, you arrogant little brat. I will show you just how formidable I am. However, Gohan remained unfazed by Tien's furious expression, calmly continuing, moreover, Tien, you better pray you don't encounter my sister before me. Otherwise, you may not even get a chance to face me. After all, her strength is not far behind mine. Tien's expression darkened further, his fist clenched tightly, radiating intense fury. Damn it. Gohan, just wait. This time, I will definitely defeat you, you overconfident brat. Just wait for me on the tournament stage. With that, Tien turned away and departed without looking back. Watching Tien's retreating figure, Gohan's smile gradually faded, replaced by a hint of concern. Yamcha gently patted Gohan's shoulder, offering reassurance. Don't take it personally, Gohan. Tien has been harboring resentment since losing to you at the last tournament. He has trained hard these past 3 years, eager to redeem himself. That's why he's so upset with you. Gohan nodded, smiling at Yamcha. Thank you, Yamcha. Honestly, I'm not too bothered by his attitude. I'm just worried that his mindset might affect the outcome of the competition. Regardless, I will give it my all to win. Yamcha patted Gohan's shoulder encouragingly. Don't worry, Gohan. With your abilities, you will surely triumph over Tien. Even if he has indeed grown stronger, you have the capability to handle it. Believe in yourself. You can do this. Gohan expressed his gratitude with a glance at Yamcha, inhaling deeply, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your support. I will do my best. He then turned his gaze back towards where Tien had departed, silently resolving to showcase his true strength in the upcoming tournament. The group arrived at the drawing station to select their numbers, and after confirming they would not face each other before the top 8, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 11. Entering the top 8. Alas, it has begun to rain. This wretched weather, Bulma lamented. It is already evening. A little rain is inconsequential. Goku embraced Bulma from behind. Yet, does the rain not affect one's mood? Bulma rested against Goku's chest and spoke. Then let us retire early. Tomorrow I shall take you on a tour of the surroundings to truly relax your spirit. After all, we are unable to attend the preliminaries of the World Martial Arts Tournament, but Gohan and Gulin advancing to the top 8 is quite an achievement. Goku reassured Bulma. Indeed. But you must not complain of fatigue tomorrow, understand? Bulma playfully thumped Goku's chest. Absolutely not. Bulma, if you direct me east, I shall not venture west, Goku promised. As Goku turned to lead Bulma to bed, a smile graced his face. Piccolo Jr., much like in the original anime, had saved 2 girls from being crushed by falling debris, demonstrating that he did not inherit his father's malevolence but rather possessed a heart of justice. This revelation brought Goku a sense of comfort. It seemed Piccolo Jr. was gradually transforming his image. Meanwhile, Gohan tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his thoughts consumed by Piccolo. Before his demise, Piccolo had laid an egg with power equivalent to his own. It would soon hatch a demon. Gohan pondered the potential strength of this offspring after 3 years. If it were strong, it would indeed be intriguing. He mused, filled with anticipation. Gulin had long succumbed to slumber, yet a faint smile adorned her face, as if she were caught in a delightful dream. Perhaps she envisioned herself finally triumphing over her brother Gohan, fulfilling a long-held aspiration. After all, every time she challenged Gohan, the outcome was invariably a resounding defeat. This bitterness and sense of frustration fueled her determination to train diligently and surpass her brother. Now, in her dreams, she experienced the elation of victory, leaving her profoundly content. Gohan silently observed his sister, a wave of affection swelling within him. He recognized Gulin's relentless efforts, hoping that one day she would overcome him. Though he never entertained the notion of deliberately losing to her, witnessing her fervent pursuit of her dreams brought a smile to his lips. As time slipped by, Gohan gradually drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he encountered the demon that hatched from Piccolo's egg, engaging in a fierce battle. He discovered that this demon possessed formidable strength, far exceeding his expectations. Yet, instead of retreating, it ignited a more intense fighting spirit within him. In the dream, he faced the demon in a breathtaking confrontation and, through unwavering determination and exceptional skill, ultimately triumphed over his opponent. Upon awakening, he found the sun had risen, rays streaming through the window to caress his face. Rubbing his eyes, he recalled the dream from the previous night, his heart brimming with excitement. He yearned to meet the demon birth from Piccolo's egg to ascertain if it truly possessed the strength he had envisioned. Simultaneously, he anticipated Gulin's continued growth. Upon entering the arena, Gohan spotted a familiar figure, Piccolo Jr., now appearing quite youthful, yet to be honest, his strength fell far short of Gohan's expectations. Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha also noticed Piccolo Jr., their faces etched with shock and fear, beads of sweat trickling down their brows, for they believed Piccolo had perished. Piccolo Jr. glanced over with a smile but said nothing as he turned to leave. Though he harbored a desire to eliminate Gohan, the time was not yet ripe. The preliminaries commenced. With Gohan's match first, King Choppa clearly sought vengeance. His assaults were rapid, yet he failed to land a blow on Gohan. In an instant, Gohan appeared behind King Choppa, delivering a swift chop that rendered him unconscious, thus hastily concluding his quest for revenge. Humph, such a weakling wasted so much time. It seems your strength is lacking. I will surely kill you to avenge my father, but that can wait, Piccolo Jr. thought. Guline's first opponent was a muscular man with a mustache who scoffed at her petite stature. However, with a swift shoulder throw, she effortlessly sent him flying off the stage. Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin also triumphed over their adversaries with ease. Yet, Kaiatsu suffered severe injuries, having encountered Tao Pai Pai, who appeared intent on clearing the field, eliciting a fierce vow of retribution from Tien. Additionally, an elderly man with peculiar tactics emerged, winning victories in bizarre ways, much to the amusement of the spectators. Yet, Gohan sensed a formidable aura from him, even though there was a significant gap in power. The matches continued, with Gohan, Guline, Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin successively overcoming their opponents to advance to the top 8, all achieving victory without fully unleashing their true abilities. Subsequently, Tao Pai Pai, Piccolo Jr., and the possessed old man also progressed through the preliminaries. The list of the top 8 was successfully unveiled, with the draw and matches for tomorrow set to commence. Chapter 12, the quarterfinals, Part 1. The following day, after breakfast, the group convened at the tournament grounds for the drawing of lots. The final pairings were established. In the upper bracket, Tao Bai Bai versus Tien Shinhan, and Gohan versus the Elder Kami. In the lower bracket, Oolong versus Yamcha, and Krillin versus Piccolo Jr. With the brackets finalized, the group proceeded to the main arena, now teeming with fervent spectators. Goku and Bulma secured seats, with Bulma brandishing custom-made cheering sticks for Gohan and Oolong. Goku initially resisted participating in the cheering, but Bulma's persuasive tactics prevailed. Commencing the first match, Tien Shinhan versus Tao Bai Bai, the announcer proclaimed. Tien Shinhan and Tao Bai Bai ascended to the platform. Tao Bai Bai surveyed Tien Shinhan with disdain, remarking, "So, you're Tien Shinhan? You appear rather unimpressive." Tien Shinhan calmly responded, "I intend to demonstrate my capabilities." Upon the match's commencement, Tao Bai Bai launched a relentless offensive, his strikes resembling a tempestuous downpour. However, Tien Shinhan effortlessly evaded each blow, as if Tao Bai Bai's attacks were mere theatrics. With ease, Tien Shinhan seized Tao Bai Bai's wrist, wrenching his arm behind him. As he prepared to propel Tao Bai Bai off the platform, an unforeseen event transpired. A concealed blade emerged from Tao Bai Bai's sleeve, swiftly slashing Tien Shinhan's cheek. Startled, Tien Shinhan relinquished his grip. Tao Bai Bai seized the opportunity to resume his aggressive onslaught. Yet, Tien Shinhan remained undeterred, skillfully evading Tao Bai Bai's fists before retaliating with a forceful jab to Tao Bai Bai's abdomen. Tao Bai Bai doubled over in agony, whereupon Tien Shinhan capitalized with a kick to Tao Bai Bai's chest, sending him hurtling backward. Tao Bai Bai crashed onto the platform, attempting to rise, but ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Tien Shinhan stood on the platform, impassively observing the fallen Tao Bai Bai. A sense of conflict stirred within him, given his shared history with Master Shun and Tao Bai Bai. Despite their discord, Tien Shinhan couldn't entirely dismiss their past camaraderie. Approaching Tao Bai Bai, Tien Shinhan lifted him and approached Master Shun. Gently placing Tao Bai Bai on the ground, he addressed Master Shun. "Here is your brother. I return him to you." Master Shun glared at Tien Shinhan, his gaze laden with resentment. Silently, he cradled Tao Bai Bai and departed. Tien Shinhan watched their retreating figures, inwardly reflecting, "I hope our paths never cross again." Congratulations to Tien Shinhan for securing victory in the first match, the announcer declared. Now, commencing the second match, Son Gohan versus Kami, the announcer proclaimed. Gohan and Kami slowly made their way to the platform. From the sidelines, Bulma and Goku waved their cheering sticks, vociferously supporting Gohan, who blushed with embarrassment, lamenting, "How could I have such parents? Let's establish this beforehand. Refrain from employing the ludicrous antics you displayed during the preliminaries. They will prove futile against me." Gohan crossed his arms, his gaze exuding confidence and disdain as he addressed Kami. "Indeed, your prowess is considerable, but I am not without strength," Kami responded with equal seriousness. Before me? You are truly feeble." Gohan's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he dismissively remarked. Kami's countenance momentarily betrayed a flicker of anger upon hearing this. Before he swiftly advanced toward Gohan, his fist aimed squarely at Gohan's abdomen. The velocity of the strike was such that even Tien Shinhan, observing from the sidelines, widened his eyes in astonishment. However, to Gohan, the punch seemed to unfold in slow motion. Just as the fist was about to make contact, Gohan extended his hand, effortlessly intercepting Kami's punch. In a fluid motion, he swung Kami, sending him tumbling through the air. Kami executed several somersaults before regaining his footing, landing with stability. Kami stood firm, his gaze fixed on Gohan, now imbued with gravity. He recognized that he faced a formidable adversary, one he could no longer underestimate. Thus, he resumed his assault, endeavoring to pose a challenge to Gohan. Yet, Gohan deftly evaded each attack, consistently identifying and exploiting openings in Kami's defenses. During one exchange, Gohan executed a sudden uppercut, landing squarely on Kami's chin. The force of the blow sent Kami reeling backward, collapsing onto the ground, barely able to rise. He struggled to his feet, swaying precariously, his eyes reflecting both defiance and bewilderment. Kami's inner turmoil mirrored a confrontation with a monstrous entity. His true identity as a deity seemed inconsequential in the face of Gohan's power. Ultimately, Kami resolved to concede defeat, acknowledging his inability to prevail. He entrusted Gohan with the task of vanquishing Piccolo. Kami concedes. Let us congratulate son Gohan on his victory, the announcer declared. Yes, our Gohan has won, Bulma exclaimed, embracing Goku in elation. Yes, well done, Goku responded with a hint of awkwardness. Chapter 13. Quarterfinals. The matches in the lower bracket took place in the afternoon, and everyone began to indulge in their lunch. In the restaurant, Gohan, Goku, and Gulin were particularly conspicuous, primarily due to their enormous appetites. Gulin, you have a match this afternoon. Is it truly wise to eat so much? Master Roshi inquired with concern. Unfazed, Gulin responded, I've only eaten to 70% fullness. It won't affect me at all. As her words echoed, the others were left in utter disbelief, tumbling from their seats in shock. 70% fullness? She had consumed enough to feed an adult for an entire month. The group stared at Gulin with expressions of astonishment as they made their way to the spectator area, while Gulin, Yamcha, and Krillin headed towards the contestant zone. Now, we commence the third match, featuring contestant son Gulin against contestant Yamcha, the announcer proclaimed. Go for it, Gulin. You're the best, cheered Goku and Bulma from the stands. Oh, how embarrassing, Dad, Mom, Gulin said, covering her face, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Gulin, you're quite young. How about I let you take the first strike? Yamcha suggested. Just don't regret it, Uncle Yamcha, Gulin replied with a playful smile. I won't regret it. Bring it on, Yamcha said confidently. In an instant, the air around Gulin seemed to shift, and she launched her attack on Yamcha with incredible speed. He barely sensed the movement before doubling over on the ground, clearly injured. What just happened? Why is Yamcha down? Krillin asked, perplexed. I didn't even see Gulin strike. When did she hit him? Is her power truly that formidable? Master Roshi mused. Damn it. This little girl is impressively strong. I didn't even catch her attack. How can she be so fast? The second incarnation of Piccolo remarked darkly. Goku, did you see what happened? When did Gulin strike? Bulma queried. Yes, I saw it clearly. Gulin punched Yamcha right in the stomach after he finished speaking, then returned to her original position, Goku replied. Impressive, Gulin. Keep going. Bulma resumed her support. Yamcha struggled to rise, asserting, Don't think I'll concede so easily. Let us continue battling. I won't hold back this time. With that, Yamcha unleashed the wolf Fang fist, his arm lunging forward like a wolf towards Gulin. Yet, Gulin effortlessly caught both of his hands. Uncle Yamcha, it's time for you to exit the arena. With a swift kick to Yamcha's abdomen, she sent him flying out of the ring. As Yamcha tumbled to the ground, he lost consciousness. Truly astonishing. Yamcha has been defeated by contestant son Gulin in just 2 moves. Let us congratulate Gulin on her victory, the host announced. Son Gulin! Son Gulin! The audience chanted fervently. That was an exhilarating match. The next one will surely not disappoint. Now, we shall begin the 4th match, featuring contestant Krillin against contestant Piccolo 2. The host declared. Krillin immediately assumed a stance, launching 2 energy waves towards Piccolo 2. In response, Piccolo 2 swiftly ascended into the air to evade Krillin's attack. However, he was taken aback when Krillin's energy waves curved and continued toward him. Surprised yet composed, Piccolo 2 shot 2 beams from his eyes, dissipating Krillin's energy waves. He dismissed Krillin's strength, deeming such attacks too feeble. Unbeknownst to him, Krillin had already maneuvered behind him, with his hands clasped. Krillin struck down fiercely on Piccolo 2's head, sending him crashing down. Although caught off guard, Piccolo 2 managed to halt his fall using his flight technique. Both Krillin and Piccolo 2 landed back on the stage, with Krillin launching another attack. Piccolo 2 quickly countered, successfully blocking Krillin's onslaught and retaliating. ascending into the sky. Piccolo 2 attempted to evade Krillin, but Krillin was struck by a powerful punch, nearly sending him off the stage. Fortunately, he regained his balance just in time. Seeing Krillin's predicament, Piccolo 2 couldn't help but mock him, asserting that Krillin's strength was no match for his own. Deciding to get serious, Piccolo 2's eyes flashed red as his muscles tensed, veins bulging. As Krillin charged again, Piccolo 2 effortlessly dodged. Suddenly, Piccolo 2 extended his long arm, grabbing Krillin's ankle and pulling him closer. With his other hand enveloped in energy, he delivered a crushing blow to Krillin, sending him soaring through the air. Krillin struggled to stabilize himself mid-flight while Piccolo 2 relentlessly pursued, delivering a powerful kick that sent Krillin soaring higher. In the air, Krillin adjusted his form, preparing for a counterattack. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated his energy to unleash the Kamehameha. Meanwhile, Piccolo 2 sensed Krillin's intentions and soared upward to thwart his attack. At that moment, Krillin decisively unleashed a powerful Kamehameha wave towards Piccolo 2. Realizing the imminent danger, Piccolo 2 swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping the blast. However, he quickly maneuvered behind Krillin, clasped his hands, and delivered a devastating strike, sending Krillin crashing onto the stage. Overwhelmed by pain, Krillin's vision blurred as he lost consciousness. The announcer began the countdown. 1, 2, 3. Time ticked away, and the audience watched anxiously. When the count reached 9, Krillin finally managed to open his eyes and shakily stand up. Breathing heavily, he fixed his gaze on Piccolo 2 and declared, "I've given it my all. Yet I cannot defeat you. I concede this match." With that, Krillin slowly exited the stage. What an intense match. Words fail to express the excitement, the host remarked. Congratulations to Piccolo 2 on his victory. The semifinals will take place tomorrow. Please look forward to it. Chapter 14. The semifinals in the morning, after breakfast. Everyone gathered at the venue, including Gohan, Gulin, and Tenshinhan, who all arrived at the contestant area. The first match of the semifinals commenced, featuring Gohan competing against Tenshinhan. As before, Goku and Bulma cheered for Gohan, who this time did not shy away. He had grown accustomed to the support. Tenshinhan, this time I will certainly avenge my earlier defeat. I will defeat you, Tenshinhan declared to Gohan. Winning a match is not merely about words, Gohan replied with a smile. We shall see if you can still smile after this, Tenshinhan retorted, immediately assuming a combat stance. With a serious expression, he focused intently on Gohan and suddenly launched a swift attack. Gohan, exhibiting remarkable agility, deftly sidestepped Tenshinhan's strike. In response, he unleashed a powerful punch, landing a heavy blow to Tenshinhan's abdomen. Tenshinhan clutched his stomach, slowly retreating with a pained expression. After a moment, he straightened up, took a deep breath to recover, and raised his left hand, gathering a radiant energy in his palm to launch a light blast at Gohan. Gohan smiled slightly, extending a finger to effortlessly disperse the light blast into countless fragments. The battle between Gohan and Tenshinhan intensified, their speeds reaching an extraordinary peak, rendering their figures nearly invisible on the stage, leaving only the sound of whistling punches in the air. After a fierce exchange, Tenshinhan was covered in wounds, standing exhausted on the platform, while Gohan remained unscathed, seemingly impervious to harm. It was evident that Gohan had achieved a decisive victory. Tenshinhan's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Gohan, silently lamenting, so fast. He realized he could not keep up with Gohan's speed, every attack falling short. Consequently, he resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, the four-way fist. With his hands pressed together, he chanted a spell, instantly splitting into 4 identical figures, each attacking Gohan from different directions. This tactic proved effective as Tenshinhan managed to strike Gohan several times. However, Gohan quickly discerned the flaw in this technique. Each clone possessed only a quarter of the original strength. Seizing the moment, Gohan accelerated, swiftly maneuvering behind one of the clones, delivering a powerful kick that sent it flying off the stage. He proceeded to dismantle the remaining 3 clones in a similar fashion, ultimately kicking them all out of the arena. What a dazzling battle. It was truly exhilarating. The host exclaimed, "Let us congratulate the victor of this match, contestant Gohan." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Meanwhile, in the distance, Piccolo Jr. observed with a grave expression. Pondering, it seems he hasn't even used his full strength. Just how formidable is he? Yet, I will collect a bit of interest from your sister first. Await the day I leave her incapacitated. The second match of the semi-finals began, featuring Gulin against Piccolo Jr. The host announced, "I suggest you surrender, otherwise you might find it difficult to exit the stage in one piece." Ha ha ha. That is the finest joke I have ever heard. Are you sure you possess such capability? Gu Lin scoffed. How dare you look down upon me, you little brat? You will pay dearly for this. Piccolo Jr. glared at Gu Lin, a desire to crush her evident in his gaze. Piccolo Jr. launched a frenzied assault on Gu Lin, exerting all his strength from the outset. Yet she effortlessly dodged and blocked his attacks, maintaining an air of nonchalance, as if toying with him. Each of his strikes fell futile, resembling stones sinking into the ocean. While Gu Lin's counterattacks imposed unprecedented pressure on him. How can this little brat be so strong? Piccolo Jr. lamented inwardly. His fierce assaults appeared utterly impotent against Gu Lin. He continuously fired energy blasts, which fell like rain, but Gu Lin merely waved her fist, scattering them all. Reveal your remaining techniques, or this will become dreadfully dull, Gu Lin taunted. Through clenched teeth, Piccolo Jr. responded, You insufferable little brat, I will certainly kill you. Infuriated, Piccolo Jr. resolved to unleash his most powerful technique, the super-explosive demon wave. Soaring into the air, he chanted an incantation, directing a formidable energy wave toward the arena, a blast powerful enough to threaten global destruction. Gu Lin, witnessing this, felt a surge of excitement. She leapt into the air, channeling her strength into a punch that effortlessly shattered the energy wave. Piccolo Jr. stared in disbelief, unable to fathom how his strongest attack had been so easily neutralized by Gu Lin. A sense of trepidation enveloped Piccolo Jr. as he recognized that this opponent far surpassed his expectations. He launched another attack, this time choosing to enlarge his body in an attempt to overpower Gu Lin with sheer size. However, for Gu Lin, larger targets were merely easier to strike. Unfazed, she dashed forward and unleashed a flurry of blows upon Piccolo Jr.'s massive form. He groaned in pain, gradually reverting to his original size. Magical electric strike. Piccolo Jr. cried, channeling all his power into his twin horns, releasing a powerful surge of electricity. Yet, Gu Lin merely trembled slightly, unharmed. Watch my magical slash. Piccolo Jr. executed another ultimate technique, sending a razor-sharp energy wave toward Gu Lin. Still composed, she blocked the attack effortlessly with a single fist. At this moment, despair engulfed Piccolo Jr. He could not inflict even the slightest damage upon Gu Lin. It appears you have exhausted all your tricks. Now it is my turn, Gu Lin sneered, gathering her energy before unleashing an astonishingly swift punch. Piccolo Jr. had no time to react, receiving a devastating blow. This punch possessed a staggering force of 1,200, far exceeding what Piccolo Jr. could endure. Ultimately, he could no longer withstand the onslaught and fell unconscious. The divine forces did not permit Gu Lin to deliver a fatal blow to Piccolo Jr. As they sensed that both Gohan and Gu Lin could safeguard the world, while Piccolo Jr. posed no significant threat and was not as malevolent as his father. This has been the most spectacular match I have ever witnessed, leaving me craving more. The host declared. Let us congratulate contestant Gu Lin on her victory. The audience erupted into thunderous applause once again. The finals will take place tomorrow. Let us eagerly anticipate the event, the host concluded. After the day's competitions, everyone was elated. Yet two individuals harbored concerns, the main protagonists of tomorrow's match, who found it difficult to sleep that night. Chapter 15, Wu Lin's triumph today marks the culmination of the tournament, featuring the highly anticipated championship showdown. Let us welcome the two contenders, Sun Wufan and Sun Wulin, the announcer proclaimed. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Brother, I am determined to vanquish you today, Wulin declared to Wufan, clenching her fist. Indeed, Wulin, unleash your full potential. Let us engage in a contest that we shall both relish. However, do not presume that the championship will be easily wrested from my grasp, Wufan responded. Both Wufan and Wulin assumed combat stances. Wulin initiated the fray, launching a swift assault upon Wufan, who promptly parried. Undeterred, Wulin persisted in her offensive, leaving Wufan with no recourse but to defend as he was relentlessly pushed back. Wulin's attacks intensified, leaving Wufan unable to evade, forced to endure the brunt of her blows. Realizing the futility of passive defense, Wufan retaliated, attempting to create distance with a kick. However, Wulin effortlessly evaded his strike and continued her onslaught. Wufan resolved to alter his tactics, abandoning defense in favor of an aggressive approach. He unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, but Wulin deftly avoided each attack. The two combatants exchanged blows, neither yielding ground. Their movements accelerated to the point of near imperceptibility. The distance between them diminished, bringing them into close quarters. The crisp sound of their fists and feet colliding echoed through the arena. Wounds appeared on Wufan and Wulin's faces and bodies, with blood seeping out. Yet they pressed on relentlessly. The spectators watched in stunned silence, unable to fathom the prowess of these two children. Even Piccolo Jr. could only discern the sounds of battle, confirming the ongoing clash within the ring. After a time, the two figures reappeared on the stage. Their garments were tattered, and their bodies bore numerous injuries. Wu Fan panted heavily, his body trembling slightly, while Wu Lin stood composed, her gaze fixed resolutely upon Wu Fan. Your progress is remarkable, Wu Lin, though I have yet to exert my full strength, Wu Fan remarked, a hint of ease in his expression. The same applies to me, brother, Wu Lin replied, mirroring his gaze. Then let us resume, Wu Fan proposed. In unison, Wu Fan and Wu Lin adopted the Kamehameha stance, their movements mirroring each other perfectly. Kamehameha, Kamehameha. The twin roars reverberated almost simultaneously, followed by two golden energy waves surging toward each other. The energy waves collided in mid-air, unleashing a potent surge of power. Boom! The entire arena shuddered from the impact. Despite both combatants exerting their utmost effort, neither gained a decisive advantage. Their energy waves remained locked in a stalemate, forming a massive sphere of energy. The energy sphere swelled continuously, threatening to engulf everything in its path. Suddenly, Wu Fan sensed his power waning. His face paled, and beads of perspiration dotted his forehead. Meanwhile, Wu Lin maintained her unwavering gaze, seemingly capable of enduring. Ultimately, Wu Fan recognized the futility of prolonging the stalemate. He resolved to implement a new strategy. Upon observing the instability of Wu Lin's energy wave, he promptly retracted his own and swiftly ascended from the ground. Wu Lin, caught off guard by Wu Fan's maneuver, watched as her energy wave, devoid of a target, hurtled toward the ground. With a deafening roar, the ground erupted, leaving a gaping crater in its wake. As dust billowed into the air, seizing the opportunity, Wu Fan soared into the sky and materialized behind Wu Lin, poised to deliver a decisive blow. Sensing Wu Fan's presence, Wu Lin remained composed. She spun around adroitly, attempting to evade Wu Fan's attack. However, Wu Fan's velocity proved too great, and his fist rained down upon Wu Lin. Despite her valiant defense, she gradually succumbed. Finally, Wu Fan seized Wu Lin's shoulders, and with a mighty heave, slammed her violently into the ground. Wu Lin struggled to rise, her eyes blazing with fury and resentment. She had suffered too many defeats, and she was determined not to succumb this time. At that moment, Wu Lin clenched her fists, her aura intensifying exponentially. Her hair stood on end, her eyes flashed with golden light, and she emanated an aura of immense power. Wu Lin had finally transcended her limits, achieving the form of a Super Saiyan 1. She reveled in the boundless power coursing through her veins, emboldening her with unprecedented confidence. Next, you shall not be afforded any opportunities, brother, Wu Lin declared, her eyes fixed upon Wu Fan. I shall not surrender, Wu Fan retorted. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, Wu Lin's speed and strength experienced a quantum leap, and she immediately launched a ferocious offensive against Wu Fan. Confronted with Wu Lin's relentless barrage, Wu Fan was forced into a desperate retreat. How does it feel? My power is sufficient, is it not? Wu Lin taunted, a triumphant grin spreading across her face. Wu Fan gritted his teeth and retorted, even if you have become a Super Saiyan, I shall not be defeated. With that, Wu Fan's aura surged as he too underwent a transformation into a Super Saiyan. What? You are also capable of becoming a Super Saiyan? Wu Lin exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. At this juncture, the two combatants were once again on equal footing, and they resumed their fierce battle. Huh? Wu Lin roared, unleashing an energy wave toward Wu Fan. Humph. Wu Fan countered, firing his own energy wave. The two energy waves collided in midair, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Throughout the intense battle, Wu Fan maintained a semblance of composure. He recognized that his bond with Wu Lin was one of familial affection, not animosity, and that their contest was merely a friendly competition. Consequently, upon witnessing Wu Lin's unwavering resolve, a sense of compassion welled up within him. Very well. I shall allow her to prevail this once, Wu Fan mused. Thus, in the ensuing exchanges, Wu Fan deliberately exposed vulnerabilities, enabling Wu Lin to strike him. Boom. Wu Lin's energy wave struck Wu Fan, sending him hurtling backward. Wu Fan crashed heavily onto the ground outside the ring, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he smiled. Ha, you have prevailed, Wu Lin. Wu Fan conceded. Wu Lin paused, then reciprocated his smile. Thank you, brother. I have finally triumphed over you, Wu Lin replied. And so, the fraternal contest culminated in Wu Lin's victory. It was truly magnificent. The champion of this year's Grand Martial Arts Tournament has emerged, none other than the illustrious contestant, Sun Wu Lin. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to her. proclaimed the host. A thunderous roar of cheers and applause erupted from the audience as they fervently called out son Wulin's name. With the competition concluded, let us hasten to check on the two children who have sustained their fair share of injuries. Bulma, with a look of deep concern, swiftly accompanied Goku to find Gohan and Wulin. Chapter 16. Enhancement of Strength. Bulma, I have something to attend to. Please keep the children company for their meal. Goku said to Bulma. All right, make it quick, or there won't be any lunch left. Bulma replied. Understood, Goku acknowledged. Arriving at the site of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku observed the deity, who seemed ready to depart from the mortal realm, and hurriedly approached him. God, please wait a moment, he called out. You are Son Goku, aren't you? I can sense a formidable aura emanating from you. Yes, I am Son Goku. I have come to seek your permission to allow my children to train in the Room of Time and Spirit, Goku requested. Oh, the Room of Time and Spirit? Certainly. Given your assistance in preventing Piccolo from further wrongdoing, I grant you this favor. Thank you very much, God, Goku expressed, bowing respectfully. After finalizing the arrangements for the Room of Time and Spirit, Goku hurried back for lunch, concerned that with Goten and Gohan's voracious appetites, there might not be enough food left for him. Bulma, I need to discuss something. I intend to take the children to train with the deity for a few days. Is that all right? Goku proposed. To the deity's place? Goku, you actually know the god. That is impressive. Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You can go, but how long will you be away? Just a maximum of 2 weeks, Goku replied. 2 weeks? I thought it would be longer. No problem, I agree, Bulma said with a smile. Once back home in West City, Goku informed the children about the trip, and they were filled with joy at the prospect of an adventure. Goku then took Goten and Gohan to the deity's palace. Is this really where the deity resides? It doesn't seem like much, Goten remarked, slightly disappointed. Mind your manners. Goten, we are here to seek the deity's assistance in our training, Gohan admonished. Haha, it's all right. Goten is just being candid. The deity's palace is a bit humble, but as a god, he has long since shed material desires, the deity chuckled. I apologize for my earlier remarks, Goten said. Bowing his head in contrition, the deity waved dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. Goku, just these 2 children wish to train, correct? The deity inquired. No. There are 18 more, Goku replied, slightly embarrassed. Eh? Goku, how old are you? How do you have so many children? The deity asked, astonished. Perhaps it's because I am in good health, Goku said, scratching his head awkwardly. You rascal. Nevertheless, since I have agreed to assist you, I will accept however many come, the deity assured. Thank you so much, Goku exclaimed gratefully. Subsequently, Goku utilized instant transmission to bring the other children to the deity's palace. Each pair entered the Room of Time and Spirit, where 2 years of training would pass in just 2 days outside. After all the children had their turn, Goku also spent 2 days in the room. Following their training in the Room of Time, both Goku and the children experienced significant enhancements in their abilities. Goku successfully ascended to Super Saiyan Level 3, drawing closer to Level 4. Gohan and Goten achieved Super Saiyan Level 2, while the others, Goten, Gotenks, Guhong, Guhuan, Guhue, and Gujiao successfully reached Super Saiyan Level 1. Among them, Goten and Guhong were equally matched, followed by Guhuan, while Guhue and Gujiao had comparable strengths. Gujiao's power level rose from 2200 to 18,000. Gujiao's from 2100 to 17500, Guhue's from 1800 to 16,000, and so on, with each child experiencing remarkable increases in their power levels. After this boost in strength, Goku decided to allow the children some rest, wishing to take them to Namek to seek the elders' assistance in further enhancing their potential. He planned to establish good relations with the Namekians first, before departing the deity's palace. Goku inquired about the location of the spaceship he had used to travel to Earth. After some contemplation, the deity successfully recalled its whereabouts. Upon retrieving the spaceship, Goku entrusted it to Bulma for repairs. With her exceptional skills, Bulma had it ready in just over a month. Later, Goku informed Bulma of his intention to leave Earth for a year to train. Although Bulma was initially opposed, she ultimately relented after Goku's persistent persuasion. However, she insisted on accompanying him, to which Goku reluctantly agreed. Little did he know that Xiaowu, Lan Chi, and Chi-Chi also clamored to join. But Goku warned them of the impending dangers, successfully dissuading them. Goku and Bulma navigated through the cosmos for half a year until they finally arrived at Namek. Upon their arrival, the Namekians were rather unwelcoming, prompting Goku to engage in friendly sparring. After incapacitating 20 of them, the Grand Elder called for a halt to the matches. After understanding Goku's purpose, the Grand Elder agreed to his request. However, he foresaw that Namek would soon face calamity, requiring Goku's protection, to which Goku readily consented. Goku remained on Namek for 3 additional months, during which he sought the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wishes. His first wish was for his children and wives to eternally remain under the age of 18. His second wish allowed him to survive in the vacuum of space. His third wish ensured he would not be influenced by malevolent energies. After fulfilling his wishes, Goku utilized instant transmission to return Bulma to Earth, subsequently bringing all the children to Namek. With the Grand Elder's enhancement, the children's potential was significantly increased, enabling all of them to transform into Super Saiyan within 3 years. The World Martial Arts Tournament, held 3 years later, featured Goten and Wukong. Although Goten was favored to win, he became overly confident and was ultimately defeated by Wukong, leaving him quite disgruntled. For years passed swiftly, with Earth remaining tranquil throughout. During this time, Goku successfully ascended to Super Saiyan level 4, yet he struggled to discover the means to reach level 5. Gohan made the most substantial progress, diligently training until he could transform into Super Saiyan level 3. Goten, Wukong, Guhuan, and Gujiao all reached Super Saiyan level 2, while the other children successfully attained Super Saiyan level 1. During these years, Goku refrained from fathering more children, considering the challenges faced by his wives. Now, he awaited the arrival of Raditz and Vegeta. Chapter 17. Raditz in the morning, Goku, atop his Nimbus, brought Goten to Master Roshi's, as he had not seen the old master in quite some time and wished to pay a visit. Moreover, knowing that Raditz would soon arrive, Goku preferred the confrontation to occur at Kame House rather than in West City. "Well, Goku, it's good to see you. Is this young lad perhaps another one of your offspring?" Master Roshi inquired. "Indeed. This is son Goten. He is 5 years of age," Goku introduced. "Greetings, Uncle Krillin." "Grandpa Roshi," Goten chimed in. "Such a well-mannered child," Krillin remarked, patting Goten on the head. The group began to reminisce and catch up. Meanwhile, a spherical object hurtled through the sky, crashing into the earth with a deafening roar and leaving a sizable crater. An inquisitive local, mistaking it for something valuable, hurried over to investigate. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the spacecraft, a man adorned in wooden armor, with long flowing hair, a tail, and a scouter affixed to his face, Raditz. "So, the inhabitants of this planet still persist. That imbecile Kakarot," Raditz muttered. "Combat power of a mere 5? The life forms on this planet are truly feeble." The villager, clearly offended, brandished a firearm and discharged it at Raditz. Raditz, with a mere flick of his wrist, caught the bullet and returned it to its sender, resulting in the villager's demise. There's a potent energy signature in the distance. It must be Kakarot, Raditz deduced, swiftly soaring in that direction. Piccolo, in his relentless pursuit of surpassing Gohan and Goten, was immersed in rigorous training deep within the mountains. Abruptly, he sensed a formidable energy surge approaching. As he turned to identify the source, Raditz materialized behind him. Piccolo, aghast at his failure to detect the presence, broke out in a cold sweat. "Oh, a combat power of 650? Not entirely unimpressive, but still rather weak," Raditz observed. "Weak? Do you have any idea to whom you are speaking?" Piccolo retorted, incensed. "Not in the slightest," Raditz sneered. "Insolent fool. I shall teach you the consequences of underestimating me," Piccolo bellowed, charging a ki blast in his right hand and unleashing it upon Raditz, engulfing him in a cloud of dust. As Piccolo presumed his attack successful, a pristine figure emerged from the dust cloud and scathed. "Is that the extent of your attack? Truly pathetic," Raditz mocked, just as he prepared to retaliate. His scouter emitted an urgent alarm. "There's an even greater power level in the distance. This must be Kakarot." Raditz promptly departed, leaving Piccolo to collapse in the aftermath, having momentarily tasted the chilling specter of death. "Father, I sense someone approaching," Goten announced. "Indeed, I feel it too," Goku confirmed. "Is it an enemy?" Krillin inquired. "Yes," Goku affirmed. "Master Roshi, Krillin, please refrain from engaging. You are no match for him." The fact that Goten detected the energy first underscored his superior strength. Heeding Goten's warning, they reluctantly agreed to stand aside. Raditz descended before Kame House. "Kakarot, I recognized you instantly. You are the spitting image of our father. The scouter indicates a power level of 1100, still far below my own. I have no cause for concern." "Kakarot? My name is Son Goku, not this Kakarot you speak of," Goku corrected. Kakarot, what has become of this planet? Were you not charged with the extermination of the human race? Raditz pressed on, disregarding Goku's correction. Cease your presumptions. I would never partake in such a heinous act as the annihilation of humanity, Goku retorted. Who are you? Kakarot. Has your memory truly deteriorated to such an extent that you have forgotten even me? Has your cranium suffered a severe blow? Raditz probed. As Goku remained puzzled, Raditz pressed further. Did you, by any chance, sustain a head injury in your youth? Tell me. Indeed, when I was but a child. I plummeted from a cliff and struck my head, Goku conceded. My suspicions were correct, Raditz declared. Yet that proves nothing, Goku countered. Goku, as I recall, your adoptive grandfather discovered you as an infant within a spherical pod. He brought you home, but you were initially unruly and resistant to affection. It was only after you fell from a cliff and he rescued you that you miraculously survived and your disposition softened, Master Roshi elucidated. So, that child was me? Goku questioned. Affirmative, Master Roshi confirmed. Allow me to enlighten you. You were born on planet Vegeta, home to the Scions, the most formidable warrior race in the universe. Raditz proclaimed. Scions? No wonder Goku possesses such strength, Master Roshi mused. And I am your elder brother, Raditz. Do you comprehend now? Raditz continued. I appreciate the explanation. But I identify solely as an Earthling, Goku asserted. What? You would betray the Scions? Raditz demanded. I have never acknowledged myself as a Scion. So there can be no betrayal, Goku countered. Insolent wretch. Prepare to meet your end. Raditz exclaimed, launching an energy blast toward Goku. If you intend to harm my father, you must first contend with me. Goten interjected, deflecting the energy blast with a swift motion. For an instant, his power level surged to 3,500. But now it has reverted to a mere 200, Raditz observed. It must have been a momentary surge triggered by the perceived threat to his father. His true strength is far from significant. Very well, I shall dispose of you first, Raditz declared, launching a swift assault on Goten, who effortlessly evaded each strike. Goten gently struck Raditz in the abdomen, rendering him incapacitated. Curse you, brat. What is your true power level? Raditz groaned from the ground. You wish to witness my power? Very well, I shall provide a glimpse. Goten's energy surged exponentially. 2,000, 6,000, 10,000, 15,000, 18,000. Goten ceased his display at this point, though his true potential far exceeded these figures. What? He possesses the same power level as Vegeta, Raditz exclaimed in disbelief. Very well. Then, in my life, Raditz resigned, accepting his helplessness. Why would we wish to kill you? You have committed no misdeeds. Moreover, though I disavow my Scion heritage, there remains a familial connection. Tell you what, I imagine your superiors will not take kindly to your failure. Come with me. I can protect you, Goku offered. Do you truly possess the strength? Vegeta is formidable. Though your son's power level may match his combat experience will be far superior, Raditz cautioned. Very well, then. If my son can best Vegeta, you shall renounce your Scion allegiance and become an Earthling. If not, I shall submit to your will. What say you? Goku proposed. Very well, I accept, Raditz agreed, recognizing his precarious position as a mere pawn, easily expendable. Should Goku and his son prove capable of defeating Vegeta, he would gladly abandon his Scion identity. On another planet, Vegeta and Nappa were feasting upon the remains of the planet's inhabitants. Oh, it appears you possess strength akin to mine. I find myself rather eager to meet you, little one, Vegeta remarked, gazing at the data transmitted by the scouter. Lord Vegeta, it seems Raditz has betrayed us. Shall we eliminate him when the time comes? Nappa inquired. After we take care of Kakarot and his companions, we can deal with him as well, Vegeta replied. Let us tidy up. We shall prepare to depart for Earth, he commanded. Understood, Lord Vegeta, Nappa responded. Chapter 18. Vegeta. After Raditz was defeated by Goku, he temporarily resided in West City with Goku and his companions. Initially, Bulma opposed this arrangement, but after Goku's persuasion, she relented, recognizing Raditz as Goku's blood relative. Upon arriving in West City, Raditz encountered his nephews and was struck with a cold sweat upon sensing the overwhelming power of his eldest nephew, who could easily vanquish him. On the other hand, he felt fortunate to be among Goku's group, as many of his nephews surpassed Vegeta in strength. Thus, a year of tranquility enveloped Earth. During this time, Bulma, Chi-Chi, Launch, and Pan each bore another child for Goku. Bulma gave birth to a son, Goten, Chi-Chi to a daughter, Goku Jr., Launch to a son, Goku Shin, and Pan to another son, Goku Jun. Suddenly, two Scion spacecraft descended onto Earth, their thunderous arrival drawing the attention of the townspeople. From the vessels emerged two Scions, Vegeta and his subordinate, Nappa. So this is Earth. It seems rather unimpressive, inhabited by mere inferior beings, Vegeta remarked. Nappa, eager to make his presence known, gathered energy and obliterated the surroundings. Oh, it seems Vegeta has arrived on Earth, Goku noted, sensing the unfamiliar energies. Raditz, Goten. You should accompany me, he instructed. Yes, Dad, we're ready to fight, Goten and Gohan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Kakarot. I shall join you to witness the demise of my former comrades, Raditz added with a smirk. Very well, let us proceed, Goku replied. And the four swiftly took to the skies using their flight techniques. Beep, beep, Vegeta's scouter emitted an alarm. 3 powerful energies and 1 weak one are approaching us, Nappa reported. That must be Kakarot, Raditz, and Kakarot's offspring. We shall wait for them here, Vegeta commanded. After half an hour, the 4 landed before Vegeta and Nappa. Raditz, you have betrayed us. Have you considered how you will meet your end? Nappa glared icily at Raditz. No, I was merely a partner to you. I am simply withdrawing now. As for my demise, that depends on my brother and my nephew's approval. However, I doubt you possess the capability, Raditz retorted mockingly. You are exceedingly arrogant, Raditz. Let us eliminate these fools first, and then we shall show you true despair, Nappa snarled. Let these puny creatures entertain you for a moment. He added, planting 6 seeds in the ground and dousing them in a green liquid, causing 6 vegetable beings to emerge. How pathetic, brother. They intend to use these green little monsters against us, Gohan remarked. Indeed, they are quite weak, Goten concurred. Fools. Do not think that vanquishing a few vegetable beings will suffice, Nappa sneered, though internally he was taken aback by their swift defeat. I shall handle you myself, Nappa declared, charging at Goten and Gohan. Let me take this one, you rest, Goten suggested, darting forward to deliver a powerful blow that sent Nappa sprawling. Infuriated, Nappa retaliated by unleashing an energy wave, only for Goten to disperse it effortlessly with a mere finger. Seeing his attack fail, Nappa unleashed a more potent energy wave. But Goten again nullified it with a flick of his finger. Vegeta, observing from a distance, was astonished. Since you enjoy energy waves, allow me to gift you one. Let's see if you can catch it, Goten declared, hurling an energy wave at Nappa, who dismissed it as trivial. Dodge it, you fool, Vegeta shouted, but it was too late. Nappa was struck and severely weakened. Useless fool, Vegeta scoffed, sending Nappa soaring into the air before obliterating him with a devastating attack. Vegeta, you remain as merciless as ever. Nappa has been with you for so long, yet you show him no mercy, Raditz lamented. He was merely a waste of space. Keeping him around serves no purpose, Vegeta replied disdainfully. Do not think that defeating Nappa makes you strong. He and I are leagues apart, Vegeta said, suddenly appearing behind Goten to strike. That sentiment applies to you as well. You are still far from my level, Goten swiftly countered, delivering a kick to Vegeta's abdomen, causing blood to spill from the Scion's mouth. Vegeta clutched his midsection, visibly pained. How can he be so strong? Vegeta pondered, momentarily stunned. Regaining composure, he launched a fierce assault on Goten, only to have every strike deftly evaded, while Goten countered with precision, leaving Vegeta bruised and battered. Gallic Gun, Vegeta shouted, gathering energy for a purple sphere aimed at Goten. Finally, an interesting technique, but still insufficient, Goten remarked, advancing with a powerful punch to shatter the sphere. Is this all you have? Vegeta thought, despair creeping in. It seems I must transform into a great ape, he declared, gazing at the moon. No. He intends to transform into a great ape. We must stop him, Raditz exclaimed urgently. Fear not, simply observe, Goku replied with a grin. Vegeta's eyes turned crimson as he rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal ape. He swung a massive fist at Goten, who was sent flying by the unexpected blow. Finally, a move that can inflict pain, Goten said, wiping blood from his lip. Just as Vegeta believed he had the upper hand, a voice interrupted his triumph. Little brat, do not grow too arrogant, Vegeta bellowed, pounding his chest in fury. The man and the beast clashed fiercely, each evenly matched, neither yielding ground. As the battle raged on, Vegeta felt increasing frustration. Even in his great ape form, he could not best Goten. Great Ape Beam, he roared, unleashing a red energy wave. Kamehameha, Goten countered, merging his energy waves in a spectacular clash. Both combatants focused their energy to amplify their attacks, but ultimately, Goten proved superior. Vegeta's wave was pierced, and he was left severely injured, unable to rise even in his transformed state. Energy Blade. Goten severed Vegeta's tail, causing the scion to shrink back to his normal size. Fear flickered in Vegeta's eyes as he faced Goten, worried for his life and the failure of his mission. You may leave, but should you dare invade Earth again, I shall show you no mercy, Goten warned coldly. Hearing this, Vegeta struggled back to his spacecraft, activating the launch sequence and departing Earth in haste, his heart heavy with unfulfilled ambitions. Chapter 19. The Battle on Namek. After Vegeta departed from Earth, life returned to its tranquil state, and 3 months passed in this manner. One day, a sudden communication from the Supreme Kai reached Goku. Goku, do you recall the promise you made to the Grand Elder of Namek? Yes, I remember, Lord Kai. Is there something wrong with Namek? Goku inquired. Namek is under siege by Frisia's army and faces the threat of annihilation, the Supreme Kai responded. What? Frisia? How could he possibly be there? Goku asked, bewildered, as Frisia had never mentioned the Dragon Balls. To fulfill his wishes through the Dragon Balls, the Supreme Kai replied. All right. I understand. I shall head to Namek at once, Goku declared. First, I must find Piccolo. He could use a boost in power. Goku thought, and then, guided by Piccolo's energy signature, he swiftly located him. Piccolo, I need you to accompany me to Namek, Goku stated plainly. Namek? Where's that? Piccolo queried. Your homeland. You are, after all, a Namekian, Goku explained. I'm a Namekian? Piccolo responded, slightly perplexed. Indeed. You fled to Earth when danger loomed over Namek. Now, your birthplace is in peril, and you must lend your strength, Goku urged. Fine, I agree, Piccolo conceded after a moment's contemplation. Let's first visit West City. I need to summon Gohan and Goten to join us. Goku placed his hand on Piccolo's shoulder, and in an instant, they arrived in West City. Gohan, Goten. Come here, Goku called out. Dad, what do you need? Gohan asked. Hey, Dad, why did you bring Piccolo here? Goten wondered. We are heading to Namek. Piccolo is a Namekian, and he will join us, Goku explained. Going to another planet? Is there going to be a battle? How exciting, Gohan exclaimed, clenching his fist in enthusiasm. Yes, this is to rescue the Namekians. We owe a debt of gratitude to the Grand Elder and must go, Goku affirmed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry, Goten urged. Such impatience. You three, hold on to me, Goku instructed. Once they all grasped him, Goku used instant transmission to arrive on Namek. Is this Namek? My homeland, Piccolo observed, nostalgia filling his voice as he surveyed the surroundings. Indeed. You are here to aid the injured Namekians. Do not engage in battle. Your current strength is inadequate, Goku warned. Understood, Piccolo replied, frowning, as the truth stung despite its necessity. Also, if any of the Namekians are gravely injured, do not hesitate to absorb them. It will grant you immense power, Goku added. Fine, I know, Piccolo said impatiently before departing. Goten, you too must rescue the Namekians. Be cautious if you encounter the Jinyu Force. Jinyu has the unique ability to switch bodies. If you do meet him, do not hold back. Eliminate him immediately, Goku instructed. Got it, Dad, they both nodded in agreement. Then off you go. I will check on the Grand Elder, Goku said, and the three separated to fulfill their respective tasks. Goku teleported to the Grand Elder's residence, finding him in a state of frailty, surrounded by several Namekians. Goku, you've come, the Grand Elder said weakly. Yes, Grand Elder, I have come to fulfill my promise. I will ensure the safety of Namek, rest assured, Goku vowed. Good, good. With you here, I can feel at ease, the Grand Elder smiled. Murray, I can no longer hold on. I pass the mantle of Grand Elder to you, he said before losing his breath. He had lingered on for as long as he could, driven by concern for Namek, and upon Goku's arrival, he finally felt he could let go. With the Grand Elder's passing, the room erupted into cries of sorrow. Meanwhile, Piccolo, having heeded Goku's advice, absorbed several severely injured Namekians, significantly augmenting his strength to nearly that of a Super Saiyan. Feeling immensely powerful, he joined the fray against Frisia's forces, vanquishing many of Frisia's lesser warriors. On Gohan's front, after dispatching numerous minions, he encountered the Jinyu Force. Oh, a Saiyan. Who are you? I've never seen you before, Guldo remarked. You don't need to know who I am, for you will soon be dead, Gohan replied coldly. How dare you, arrogant little brat. Body bind, Guldo exclaimed, raising his hands to ensnare Gohan. Huh. Gohan, feeling the binding force, unleashed his energy, breaking free. What? Guldo gasped in astonishment. Guldo, watch out, Jinyu warned. But it was too late. Goku appeared behind Guldo and unleashed a powerful energy wave, obliterating him into fragments. Guldo, you scoundrel! Attack him together, Jinyu ordered, his fury palpable as he witnessed a comrade's demise. The four members launched a combined assault on Gohan with their respective techniques: Rickwom's eraser gun, energy waves, and finger beam. Gohan deftly dispersed their attacks, yet a cloud of dust enveloped him. Believing they had vanquished Gohan, the Jinyu force prepared to leave when Gohan suddenly appeared behind Rickwom, who had no time to react before Gohan's dragon fist pierced him directly. What? You wretched scion! Jinyu shouted in anger. Jinyu, let us combine our red and blue energy spheres for a joint attack, Berta suggested. All right, they agreed, amplifying their energy output. Jinyu surrounded himself with red energy while Berta enveloped himself in blue. They leaped together, merging their energies into a swirling vortex that relentlessly bombarded Gohan with energy blasts. Gohan merely heightened his own energy, dispersing all incoming blasts. This could lead to defeat. I must switch bodies with him, Jinyu contemplated, moving stealthily behind Gohan. As Jinyu activated his body-switching ability, Gohan, forewarned by Goku, had a crab on hand. Sensing someone approaching from behind, he tossed the crab, which collided perfectly with Jinyu's body-switching beam. In a tragic twist, Jinyu found himself switched into the body of the crab. Damn it! Why did this happen? Berta exclaimed, sweating profusely. Because you are far too weak. I'm in a hurry. You can perish now, Gohan declared, swiftly appearing behind the two and launching energy blasts at them. Their speed was insufficient to react, and they were obliterated into fragments, their faces etched with terror in their final moments. As Goku landed, he observed Jinyu, now a frantic crab trying to flee, and felt no pity, simply crushing him beneath his foot. Thus, the Jinyu force met their demise at the hands of Gohan, who emerged victorious. Chapter 20. The battle on Namek 2. Goten had just finished dispatching a wave of Frisia's minions and continued on his way. While flying, Gohan noticed something amusing. Lord Vegeta was once again taking a beating, battered to near unconsciousness by the frog-faced Zabu. Ah, Vegeta. Why do you always find yourself on the receiving end? First it was my brother, and now this green-skinned frog, Goten mocked. Hearing this, Vegeta nearly lost his temper. Green-skinned frog? Are you referring to me, you little brat? Zabu retorted, veins bulging in anger. Is there anyone else here? Goten said, placing his hand over his eyes and pretending to look around. Vegeta, nearly on the brink of unconsciousness, almost chuckled. You little brat. I will make you regret ever being born into this world. With that, Zabu lunged at Goten, delivering a swift kick. Goten effortlessly dodged it. Your speed is lacking. He continued to taunt. Zabu, infuriated by Goten's remarks, unleashed a more ferocious assault. Goten evaded each attack with ease. How pathetic. This is becoming tiresome, he declared. Curse that little brat, Zabu yelled, continuously firing energy blasts at Goten, all of which were easily dispersed by Goten's fists. Growing bored, Goten declared, You're too weak. I no longer wish to play. You may as well perish. In an instant, he appeared behind Zabu, unleashing an energy wave that struck Zabu squarely in the chest, creating a gaping hole. Curse you. I refuse to accept this. Zabu's eyes filled with resentment as he exploded into fragments. After vanquishing Zabu, Goten descended beside Vegeta, who stiffened, fearing Goten intended to finish him off. Here, eat this, and you'll be well, Goten said, tossing a senzu bean to Vegeta. Vegeta consumed the bean, and his injuries healed instantly, his power multiplying exponentially. Why did you save me? Vegeta inquired. Well, perhaps it was merely a whim. You need not concern yourself with it, Goten replied with a smile. Don't think that just because you saved me, I will be grateful, Vegeta said defiantly. All right. I understand, Goten responded before taking off into the sky. However, observing Vegeta's expression, he realized that deep down, Vegeta would remember this favor, though his pride would never allow him to admit it. Zabu versus Goten. Zabu was defeated, and Goten emerged victorious. Report. Lord Frieza. The life forces of the Jinyu force and Lord Zabu have vanished. A trembling soldier of Frieza's army reported. What? They were not weak. Who could have killed them? Frieza inquired. Report to Lord Frieza. I do not know, but I do know the location where their life forces disappeared, the soldier said nervously. Useless fool. Frieza exclaimed, raising a finger and dispatching the soldier with a beam of light. How infuriating. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. You insects have stirred my wrath, Frieza said coldly. With that, he flew towards the location where the Jinyu force's life forces had vanished. Noting that the energy was still warm, indicating that their assailant could not be far. An energy signature that is somewhat powerful approaches, along with a significant malevolence. This must be Frisia. It's time to stretch my muscles, Gohan thought, clenching his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles audible. What will be the outcome of this clash? Will Namek face destruction? The fate of all hinges upon the final confrontation between Frisia and Gohan. Chapter 21. Frisia, how did he end up here? Upon seeing Frisia, Vegeta was drenched in sweat. Vegeta, you have betrayed us, haven't you? Have you thought about how you will meet your end? Frisia coldly gazed at Vegeta. Frisia, I am stronger now. The outcome is still uncertain, Vegeta retorted defiantly. Is that so? In an instant, Frisia appeared beside Vegeta and kicked him away. Vegeta quickly turned midair and launched an attack at Frisia, but all his efforts were evaded, and he was brutally beaten to the brink of exhaustion. Just as Frisia prepared to finish Vegeta off, Goten swiftly intervened, saving him. Frisia, do you truly underestimate me? Goten confronted Frisia. You are the one who killed Sorbet and the Ginyu Force, aren't you? Frisia noted Goten's remarkable strength as he effortlessly rescued Vegeta. Indeed. Although the Ginyu Force's battle had little to do with me, Gohan's actions were not dissimilar, Goten confessed. So, have you prepared for your demise? Frisia's eyes glinted with malice. You will find it impossible to kill me, Goten scoffed. Suddenly, Goten's power surged, reaching an astounding level of 70 million. Oh, you possess quite a bit of strength. In that case, I shall not hold back, Frisia declared, rapidly transforming into his final form. Lying on the ground, Vegeta gazed at the two in despair, lamenting. Why am I, the Prince of the Saiyans, always inferior to you? Frisia launched the first attack, firing a beam of death from his fingertip towards Goten, who easily deflected it with his hand. How infuriating! Frisia unleashed multiple death beams at Goten, but Goten merely waved his arms, dispersing the deadly energy effortlessly. Is this truly all the power you possess, Frisia? How weak, Goten mocked. Insufferable brat, Frisia suddenly unleashed a fierce assault on Goten, only to be dodged with ease. Goten retaliated with a punch to Frisia's abdomen, causing him to stagger backward, clutching his stomach. You will soon learn the consequences of mocking me, Frisia exclaimed. His power escalating to 100, his physique towering like that of a Russian strongman, albeit bald. Frisia swiftly appeared before Goten, delivering a kick that sent him crashing into several small mountains before he came to a halt. As Goten prepared to rise, Frisia pummeled him mercilessly. See this? You wretched boy? This is the fate of those who cross me, Frisia taunted, observing Goten's weakening breath. It has been a while since I've been beaten like this. I must admit, your strength has garnered my respect. I shall take this more seriously. Goten wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Take it seriously? You don't think I would let you off the hook just for pretending? Frisia derided. You shall see, Goten proclaimed, his aura intensifying. His hair gradually transforming to a golden hue, reaching an elevated dimension of power, yet it was not over. Lightning began to swirl around him. What is this? A Super Saiyan? Impossible. It has been centuries since a Super Saiyan has appeared, and the lightning surrounding you is unlike any recorded form. Surely, you are merely bluffing. Frisia questioned skeptically. Ha ha ha, and you call yourself the Emperor of the Universe? Truly ignorant. This is the second level of Super Saiyan. Goten regarded Frisia as if he were a fool. What is this second level of Super Saiyan? I have never heard of it. You must be bluffing, Frisia dismissed. Vegeta, too, was incredulous, having never witnessed even the first level. Then allow me to demonstrate. Goten swiftly appeared before Frisia and delivered a palm strike that sent him flying. Just as Frisia regained his balance to retaliate, Goten kicked him again, sending Frisia soaring through the air like a mere plaything. How infuriating, Frisia bellowed. Gathering all his energy into a massive ball, Frisia unleashed his ultimate attack, launching the colossal energy sphere at Goten. With a single hand, Goten condensed his own energy and pierced through Frisia's attack. Kaioken. Goten conjured 2 energy blasts and directed them at Frisia. Frisia, still dazed from the previous assault, attempted to evade, but failed, being pierced through with a mix of resentment and fury as he met his demise. Goten descended to the ground where Frisia fell, gathering his strength to kick him out of Namek. He then returned to Vegeta's side, offering him a Senzu bean, allowing Vegeta to rise once more. Is this truly the second level of Super Saiyan? Vegeta asked, still in disbelief. Of course, I can even reach the 3rd level, though it drains my stamina too quickly. Goten affirmed. 3rd level? Just how powerful are you? Vegeta inquired, astonished. I can easily defeat a Kaioken, but I still lag behind my brother Gohan. While we can both transform into Super Saiyan 3, he is stronger, Goten replied. And what of Kakarot's strength? Vegeta pressed further. My father? He can effortlessly overpower my Super Saiyan 3 form, but he has never disclosed his true strength, Goten explained. What? He can dominate a Super Saiyan 3 in his normal state? You cannot be serious. He is merely a low-class warrior, Vegeta remarked, incredulous. Is there any reason for me to deceive you, Prince Vegeta? No, you are no longer a prince. Planet Vegeta has perished, Goten stated earnestly. Vegeta was taken aback by Goten's bluntness, a surge of frustration building within him. I must take my leave now. I still need to gather the Dragon Balls for a wish. Farewell. Before Vegeta could respond, Goten had already departed. The final confrontation between the formidable Frieza and Goten resulted in Frieza's crushing defeat and demise, with Goten emerging victorious. The crisis on Namek was successfully averted. Chapter 22. The arrival of future Trunks' venerable elder, Frieza has been vanquished, and Namek is saved, Goku declared to the new elder. Ah, thank you immensely, Goku. You shall forever be esteemed as a friend to the Namekian people, the elder responded. Father, I have retrieved all the Dragon Balls of Namek. Gohan announced as he entered the elder's abode. Excellent, then let the dragon revive those who perished on Namek and restore our planet's environment. Furthermore, let it relocate Namek to a place where it cannot be easily discovered, Goku proposed. Indeed, your counsel is wise, Goku, the elder affirmed. Subsequently, they convened outside to summon the dragon and articulate their desires. Vegeta attempted to seize the wish, but his ignorance of the Namekian tongue led to his failure. After the dragon fulfilled their wishes, the Dragon Balls scattered. Namek regained its former splendor, and the Namekians annihilated by Frieza's forces were resurrected, save for those fused with Piccolo. Piccolo reaped the greatest benefit from this Namekian odyssey, now possessing the strength to contend with a Super Saiyan 1. Vegeta, will you accompany us back to Earth? I can impart the method of attaining Super Saiyan form, Goku offered. Humph. Very well, I shall deign to accept. Vegeta acquiesced after contemplation, his pride unwavering. Gohan and Goten, irked by his arrogance, harbored the desire to strike him. Well then, Elder, we shall take our leave, Goku bid farewell. Benefactors, we extend our gratitude for your aid and wish you a safe journey, the Elder responded. Goku sought out Piccolo and then teleported the four of them back to Earth. Vegeta, what brings you here? Raditz exclaimed, startled by Vegeta's presence. Raditz, you have relinquished your Saiyan honor. Look at the state you're in, Vegeta reproached, scrutinizing Raditz's attire. That is my concern. I intend to forge a different path for myself. Raditz, reassured by Goku's presence, resumed playing with his nephew. Vegeta, everyone is entitled to their chosen path. You cannot impose your will upon others, Goku stated. Humph. Now, enlighten me on how to become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta demanded, directing a scornful glance at Raditz's retreating figure. Very well, but your current power level is woefully inadequate. You must attain a base power level of at least 50 million. Goku responded. What? 50 million? Damn it. If you say so, you must possess a means to achieve it, correct? Vegeta pressed. Indeed, there is a method. I shall have Bulma construct a gravity chamber to expedite your progress, Goku revealed. Then commence immediately, Vegeta urged. Patience. The gravity chamber requires fabrication by Bulma and will take at least a week, Goku clarified. Vegeta, after a moment's consideration, consented. Upon returning home, Goku shared his intentions with his wives. Bulma initially demurred, deeming Vegeta an enemy. However, after repeated entreaties from Goku, she relented. A year of tranquility ensued. During this time, Vegeta successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan 1. Goku achieved Super Saiyan 5, and Gohan and Goten solidified their Super Saiyan 3 forms. Gotenks. Goten and Marin could briefly access Super Saiyan 3. Several other children could briefly maintain Super Saiyan 2, but the remainder exhibited limited progress. A malevolent presence has infiltrated Earth. It must be Frieza and King Cold, Goku surmised. Vegeta, a formidable energy signature has appeared on Earth. Would you care to test your mettle? Goku inquired, addressing Vegeta outside the gravity chamber. Affirmative, Vegeta responded, emerging from the chamber. Together, they hastened toward the impending arrival of Frieza's spacecraft. Piccolo had already arrived. Goku, you are tardy, Piccolo remarked. Haha, it hasn't arrived yet, Goku chuckled. King Cold's spacecraft descended upon Earth. Suddenly, a time machine materialized, from which emerged a blue-haired youth bearing a sword, Future Trunks. Without hesitation, Trunks assailed the mechanical Frieza. Frieza retaliated, but was ultimately cleaved in two by Trunks' blade. Vegeta, witnessing the youth's assault on Frieza, could no longer restrain himself and attacked King Cold. King Cold, weaker than Frieza, was utterly outmatched by Vegeta's Super Saiyan form and was obliterated by a ki blast. Trunks, gazing upon Vegeta, felt an urge to weep, for he had not seen his father in ages. However, he could not reveal his identity. Who are you? How can you also transform into a Super Saiyan? Only Kakarot's family and I should remain, Vegeta interrogated. Because I am also a Saiyan, Trunks replied. Humph, do not attempt to deceive me, or I shall kill you. Vegeta threatened. Trunks, sensing Vegeta's anger, was at a loss for words. Vegeta, calm yourself. Allow me to converse with this youth, Goku interjected. Vegeta retreated. Who are you? Goku inquired. I am Trunks, from the future. I have come to warn you of a grave danger, Trunks declared. 3 years hence, Earth will be assailed by androids, teetering on the brink of destruction. And what of Vegeta and me? Goku asked. You succumb to a severe heart ailment, and Vegeta falls in battle, Trunks revealed. I die of illness? That is impossible. Am I not near immortality? Perhaps this Trunks hails from an alternate timeline, Goku mused inwardly. Piccolo, upon hearing this news, was shocked that Goku would perish from illness. Trunks, may I inquire whether you are related to Vegeta? You bear a striking resemblance, Goku inquired. Yes. Vegeta is my father, and my mother is Bulma, Trunks confessed, blushing. It's Bulma? Although their relationship seemed amicable, I never anticipated that they would become husband and wife. How unexpected, Goku exclaimed. Goku, please do not reveal this to them. If they were to become embarrassed and fail to unite, I would cease to exist, Trunks pleaded. Fear not, I shall not interfere, Goku reassured, patting Trunks on the shoulder. Then I must return. Many in the future require my protection, Trunks said, returning to his time machine. Very well, be careful. Farewell, Goku bade Trunks adieu. As the time machine engaged, Trunks vanished before Goku's eyes. Chapter 23. The Marriage of Goten and Gohan Kakarot. What did that person just tell you? Vegeta inquired. He mentioned an event that will occur in the future. A formidable artificial being will appear on Earth, Goku replied. Formidable? Anything created by Earthlings could never surpass us Saiyans, Vegeta scoffed. Goku, don't be so arrogant. Your ability to transform into a Super Saiyan is partly due to the contributions of Earthlings. While they may not possess great strength, their creativity is undoubtedly unparalleled in the universe, Goku asserted. Fine, then I shall witness just how powerful these artificial beings truly are, Vegeta declared before soaring away. Son, are these artificial beings truly that powerful? Piccolo asked. Well, they are somewhat strong, but they are no match for me. If I were to engage, they would be obliterated in an instant, Goku responded. Then why not take action when the time comes? Piccolo suggested. No, I shall not intervene unless a crisis arises that my children cannot handle. Otherwise, I will merely observe, Goku stated. You are quite strict with your children, Piccolo remarked, perplexed. This is a necessary part of their growth. I cannot always assist them, Goku explained. All right, I will lend a hand when the time comes, Piccolo said before departing. 3 years remain. I wonder if I can attain Super Saiyan 6, Goku pondered. By the way, I haven't checked the system's sign and rewards in a while. Let me see what's available. Just some useless skills, it seems. Maps of various universes and the ability to traverse them. These rewards are splendid. Perhaps I should explore other universes and assist Gohan and Goten with their lifelong endeavors. Goku mused internally. Upon returning home, Goku called for Gohan and Goten. Gohan, Goten. I wish to introduce each of you to a potential partner. What do you think? Huh? Dad? Really? Where are they? Goten asked excitedly. Dad, isn't this a bit premature? We're still quite young, Gohan protested. How can it be too early? Wouldn't it be delightful to hold my grandchildren soon? Goku countered. Well, of course. That would be wonderful. Dad, please take me to meet them. Goten nudged Gohan with his elbow. All right, I suppose I'll comply. Dad, Gohan conceded reluctantly. Then follow me. Goku instructed, concealing his aura and utilizing his ability to traverse the universe, arriving at Planet Salad in the 6th universe. Dad, where is this? Gohan asked, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. This is Planet Salad in the 6th universe, where other Saiyans reside, Goku explained. The 6th universe. Goten exclaimed, bewildered. Indeed, there are 12 universes. Earth belongs to the 7th, while this planet is part of the 6th, Goku clarified. Wow, Dad, that is impressive. You can instantly traverse universes. Goten admired. Wait here for a moment. I will fetch your future wives, Goku said before vanishing. At that moment, two girls were having lunch together, one with black hair tied in a ponytail, possessing pupils and adorned with hoop earrings. Caulifla. The other had spiky black hair, dressed in a rebellious style but lacking a tail. Kefla. The two shared a close bond, often gathering together. Goku silently appeared behind them, seizing them and using his teleportation ability to return to Goten and Gohan. Hey, who are you? Let us go. Kefla shouted angrily. Caulifla, upon being captured, remained relatively calm but had tears in her eyes as if on the verge of crying. Apologies, did I hurt you? Goku asked, focusing on Caulifla while ignoring Kefla. No, not at all, Caulifla replied nervously, her fear fading upon hearing Goku's gentle words. Hey, don't ignore me. Kefla fumed. Dad, are these two really the wives you've chosen for us? They look quite appealing, Goten commented. Who said I would become your wife? Caulifla retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment. I'm indifferent. I could agree, Caulifla thought to herself, secretly intrigued by the prospect of marriage, especially upon seeing Gohan and Goten's faces. Hey, Caulifla, could you at least have some principles? Although these two are somewhat handsome, Kefla huffed in annoyance. Wow, you're adorable. I'm Goten. What is your name? How can I convince you to marry me? Goten inquired, gazing at the lively Caulifla. Well, my name is Caulifla. If you wish for me to agree to marry you, you must defeat me first. I refuse to accept a weakling, Caulifla challenged, her expression daring. Very well, being a girl, I shall fight you with just one hand. If I lose, you can do as you please, Goten responded, equally challenging. Humph, arrogant fool, don't cry later. Caulifla retorted, angered. Let us see if you possess the capability. You may strike first, Goten replied with a grin. With that, Caulifla charged at Goten. However, regardless of her attacks, Goten effortlessly blocked them with a single finger. Realizing her efforts were futile, Caulifla leaped away and began launching energy blasts at Goten, who continued to deflect them with ease. In a swift motion, Goten appeared behind Caulifla, wrapping his arms around her. Why you? Let me go. Caulifla exclaimed, feeling a mix of shyness and anger. Who has won now? Goten asked, still holding her tightly from behind. You won. I agree to be your wife, all right? Caulifla admitted, her cheeks flushed. Wonderful. Goten tightened his embrace. Why you? Let go of me. I can hardly breathe. Caulifla gasped. Oh, I'm sorry. Goten released her, chuckling apologetically. All right, I forgive you, Caulifla said, taking Goten's hand. Now only Gohan and Caulifla remained. Gohan shyly approached Caulifla, captivated by her appearance and personality. I'm Gohan. What is your name? Will you be my wife? Yes, I can. My name is Caulifla, she replied shyly. Excellent, your marriage is settled. Now, let us return home, Goku announced, using his ability to traverse the universe back to Earth. Where's this? How did we arrive here so quickly? Caulifla asked. This is my home. My father possesses teleportation abilities, as you experienced when you were captured, Goten explained. Indeed, this is a convenient ability. Living here would be quite pleasant, Caulifla adjusted quickly. I like it here as well, Kefla said, shyly leaning against Gohan's arm. Who are these two? Bulma approached, surprised to see the additional girls. They are Goten and Gohan's wives, Goku replied, putting his arm around Bulma. Wow, that is fantastic. You two did well, Bulma complimented Gohan and Goten. You haven't been here before, right? Come, I'll show you around, she said, disregarding the others and leading Caulifla and Kefla away. The two individuals, caught in the enthusiastic embrace, were somewhat bewildered. It was only after Gohan and Goten nodded that they departed alongside Bulma. Chapter 24. Encounter with the androids. 3 years have elapsed, and both Goten and Gohan have welcomed their own children into the world. Gohan and his partner, Carla, have been blessed with a pair of twins, a daughter named Sunwuru and a son named Sunwujing. Meanwhile, Goten and his partner, Caulifla, have 2 daughters named Sun Wuxuan and Sun Wuyan. Under the tutelage of Gohan and Goten, Kale and Caulifla have successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 1. And the prospect of achieving Super Saiyan 2 is within reach. Gohan and Goten, undeterred in their training, have both attained the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Although they cannot maintain this form for extended periods. As for Wukong and Wulin, they have reached the level of Super Saiyan 3 but still have a considerable journey ahead to attain Super Saiyan 4. Goku and his companions arrived at the location mentioned by Future Trunks, where the androids were set to appear. Yamcha, Krillin, and Tien Shin also joined them, motivated by their earlier conversations about the necessity of safeguarding Earth. Since the androids do not emit any energy, they had to search separately. True to the anime, Yamcha was the first to discover an android, only to be fatally wounded by the hand of Android 20, Dr. Gero, who pierced through his abdomen. Fortunately, Krillin was there to administer a Sinza bean, saving Yamcha from death. Upon witnessing the arrival of the others, Dr. Gero prepared to unleash his destructive energy beam upon the city. However, Gohan soared into action and delivered a powerful kick, sending Dr. Gero flying. Android 19 attempted to retaliate against Gohan, but was swiftly evaded, resulting in both he and Dr. Gero being propelled into the same direction until they landed in a desolate area. Goku and his allies quickly surrounded the two androids. Kakarot, these two must be the androids. Right? I can handle them alone, Vegeta declared confidently. Vegeta, we have analyzed your combat data and devised corresponding strategies. You are no match for us, Doctor. Gero scoffed at Vegeta. Oh, are you jesting? You seem to know me so well. I look forward to witnessing your prowess, Vegeta retorted provocatively. Android 19 launched an attack on Vegeta, but the Scion effortlessly dodged, while Android 19 sustained several injuries in the process. Vegeta attempted to obliterate Android 19 with a ki blast, only for the red device in Android 19's hand to absorb the attack, leaving Vegeta momentarily astonished. Oh, you can absorb ki blasts? I shall see just how much you can absorb. Vegeta exclaimed, his energy surging as he transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Seeing Vegeta's newfound strength, Android 19 hastily retaliated with its energy beam, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Vegeta stood unharmed on the ground, continuing to overpower Android 19 in their ensuing battle, showcasing a stark disparity in their strengths. In a desperate attempt, Android 19 grasped Vegeta's arms tightly, seeking to drain his energy. However, Vegeta remained unfazed, leaping into the air and using his feet to crush Android 19's face, ultimately tearing off its hands in the process. This display of power startled Dr. Gero, while Android 19, now disarmed, fled in terror. Vegeta, not willing to let it escape, unleashed a devastating explosion, reducing Android 19 to mere fragments. Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Piccolo, who had been spectating, were astonished by Vegeta's might, while Goku and his family maintained their composure. Though your strength exceeds our calculations, you cannot hope to defeat the androids, Dr. Gero remarked. Still so defiant at this late stage, Vegeta mocked, eyeing Dr. Gero with derision. Ignoring Vegeta, Dr. Gero attempted to flee, prompting Vegeta to pursue him, with Goku and the others following closely behind. In his flight, Dr. Gero sought to siphon energy from one of them, initially targeting Piccolo, but Gohan's warning thwarted his plan, leading to Piccolo breaking one of Dr. Gero's arms in retaliation. Just as the group believed the android threat was vanquished, Future Trunks arrived with shocking news. They had targeted the wrong androids. These were not the ones he had described. Realizing that he was being overlooked, Dr. Gero hastened back to his laboratory. So, we were wrong all along? Vegeta questioned, gripping Future Trunks by the collar. Yes, indeed. Trunks replied, a hint of fear evident in his demeanor before his father. What do they look like? Be specific, Piccolo urged. Very well. There are two of them. One is a dashing boy with long black hair and a red scarf. And the other is a tall girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, both adorned with earrings, Future Trunks described. Upon hearing the mention of a beautiful girl, Krillin felt a flicker of excitement, still single as he was. The upcoming battle is not suitable for you, Piccolo, Tien, and Krillin. Return home, Goku stated earnestly. But Krillin attempted to protest, but Goku's resolve was unyielding. Kakarot is right, the battles ahead will be fierce. You should withdraw, Vegeta concurred. Very well, son, stay safe. Piccolo said before leading Tien and Krillin away. Let us continue to pursue Dr. Gero. He may lead us to the androids Trunks mentioned. As he was the one who initiated their creation, Goku concluded. Indeed, let us set forth, the group agreed, soaring towards Dr. Gero's laboratory. Chapter 25, Androids 17 and 18 At that moment, a figure akin to a bolt of lightning swiftly returned to the laboratory. It was Dr. Gero. Upon entering, he hastened to a vast control panel and pressed a button. Gradually, two transparent glass capsules opened, revealing two androids lying within, Android 17 and Android 18. As they emerged, they greeted Dr. Gero with feigned smiles, concealing a profound animosity beneath their seemingly amicable facade. They were acutely aware that Dr. Gero possessed a remote control capable of governing their actions, allowing him to render them dormant or halt their operations at will. Unbeknownst to Dr. Gero, who was engrossed in his plans, danger loomed. He believed that with the remote in hand, he could effortlessly command the situation and issue orders to androids 17 and 18. However, he was utterly unprepared for the startling speed with which android 17 appeared behind him, snatching the remote control from his grasp. Without hesitation, android 17 crushed the device into fragments. "You are of no use now, Dr. Jero," he declared coldly, delivering a forceful kick to Dr. Jero's neck that sent his head flying. Dr. Jero's eyes widened in terror and disbelief as his life ebbed away, collapsing to the floor. The laboratory fell into an eerie silence. "So this is Android 16? I heard he was a failure," remarked Android 18. "Not necessarily a failure. Otherwise, Dr. Jero wouldn't have preserved him so meticulously," replied Android 17, activating the capsule for Android 16. A figure clad in green armor, a black bodysuit, white socks, and green boots rose to sit upright. "Damn it, have they all awakened?" Future Trunks exclaimed upon witnessing androids 17 and 18. At that moment, Goku and the others arrived at the research facility. "So this is the so-called android you mentioned? They don't seem so formidable," Vegeta scoffed. "Do not underestimate them. They are exceedingly powerful," Future Trunks insisted urgently. "Oh, you are a scion? Merely possessing some strength, yet overly confident. It will lead to your swift demise," Android 17 mocked Vegeta. "I will turn you into scrap metal," Vegeta retorted, feeling deeply insulted. He immediately transformed into his Super Saiyan and provocatively challenged, "Will you three come at me together? Or one at a time? One is sufficient to deal with you," Android 18 replied disdainfully. "How dare you underestimate me?" Vegeta seethed. The two then engaged in a fierce battle. Initially, it seemed Vegeta held the upper hand, overpowering Android 18. However, as time passed, Android 18 adapted to his attack patterns and began to counterattack. Utilizing her speed and strength, she inflicted damage upon Vegeta, who relied on his formidable defense to withstand her blows. The clash continued, with neither side yielding. Yet, Android 18 was not fully committed. She appeared to be toying with Vegeta. Even as Vegeta unleashed energy blasts, Android 18 effortlessly evaded them. In a swift motion, she struck Vegeta with a knee to the stomach, causing him to spit out blood, followed by a powerful double-handed blow that sent him flying. Vegeta quickly regained his footing, but he was now battered and bruised. Future Trunks, feeling sympathetic, urged him to retreat, but Vegeta resolutely refused. The two resumed their battle, with Vegeta initially appearing somewhat evenly matched, but soon he was subjected to relentless punishment, resulting in Android 18 mercilessly breaking one of his arms. As Vegeta faced imminent defeat, Future Trunks could no longer bear to watch. He transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at Android 18 with his sword, only for it to be shattered by her punch. Android 17 then approached Future Trunks from behind, knocking him to the ground. Despite their determination, both Vegeta and Future Trunks were easily subdued and reverted from their Super Saiyan forms. "Not bad, Android 18. You possess strength and beauty. Why not become my wife?" Goku jested, applauding. "Huh? Uncle Goku," Future Trunks exclaimed, astonished by Goku's audacity. "Oh, you wish for me to be your wife? Let's see if you have the capability," Android 18 replied, somewhat annoyed. "Ha ha ha. All right, then attack me. I shall defeat you with just one finger," Goku laughed. "Are all Scions so arrogant?" Android 18 scoffed. "Arrogance? No, this is confidence," Goku corrected her with a smile. "Very well, I shall tear that arrogant mouth of yours apart." With that, Android 18 swiftly launched an assault on Goku. True to his word, he effortlessly blocked all her attacks with a single finger. Vegeta watched in jealousy, bewildered as to how a lower-class warrior could be so strong. "I refuse to believe you are that powerful," Android 18 declared, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts at Goku, who continued to disperse them with ease. In an instant, Goku appeared before Android 18, gently touching her cheek. Startled, she retreated, her expression a mix of embarrassment and anger. "How about you two, 17 and 16? Care to join forces against me?" Goku inquired playfully, addressing the two on the ground. "Let's team up," Android 16 suggested. "All right." Both Android 17 and Android 18 concurred. The three then launched a simultaneous attack on Goku, who remained calm and composed, countering with one hand. "No wonder Dr. Jero always claimed you were the most enigmatic. You truly are formidable. Nevertheless, I shall not concede," Android 16 proclaimed. With a shared glance, Android 17 and 18 nodded in agreement. Devil's Flash Cannon, Super Energy Wave, Ultra Voltage Slash. They unleashed 3 powerful attacks towards Goku, enveloping him in a cloud of dust. Obscuring the scene, Uncle Goku, Future Trunks called out anxiously. "Do not worry, my father is unharmed," Gohan reassured him. "You arrogant brat. How could such a powerful attack leave him unscathed? Surely, you are merely comforting yourself," Android 17 taunted. "I am indeed unharmed. Your attacks merely tickle." Goku's voice emerged from the haze. "What? How is that possible?" Android 18 gasped in astonishment. "So, can you now agree to marry me?" Goku asked, having appeared beside her. "I can, but you must ensure that 17 and 16 remain unharmed," Android 18 stipulated, realizing she had little choice. "Of course, as long as they are willing," Goku replied with a smile. "I can agree, but you must not interfere with our affairs," Android 17 added. Despite being a robot, Android 16 held a deep respect for strength, having been impressed by Goku's prowess. "Very well, as long as you do not engage in exterminating humanity, I will not intervene," Goku assured them with a smile. "Exterminate humanity? What is that? I have no interest in such matters, but I am keenly interested in defeating you in the future," Android 17 stated with a grin. "I look forward to the day when you become even stronger," Goku replied. In the future, Trunks was left astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground as the crisis involving androids 17 and 18 was resolved. "Trunks, your current strength is insufficient to confront the impending dangers of the future. Allow me to guide you to the Room of Spirit and time for training. You will experience significant growth, enabling you to confront the future challenges independently," Goku proclaimed. "The Room of Spirit and time? Why had you not mentioned it before?" Kakarot. "How could you keep such a secret?" Vegeta exclaimed in frustration. "Ah, well, I suppose I will take both of you there afterward," Goku replied with resignation. Chapter 26. The instantaneous moment with Cell. Goku first escorted Android 18 to West City before entering the Room of Spirit and Time with Vegeta and Future Trunks. Within this space, time flowed differently. 2 years inside equated to merely 2 days outside. You can only remain inside for 2 years, or you risk being trapped forever, Goku explained. "All right, I understand. You're so tedious, Kakarot," Vegeta retorted before stepping into the time chamber. Future Trunks followed closely behind, apologizing to Goku for Vegeta's attitude. Once Goku was satisfied that everything was settled, he instantaneously transported himself back to West City, arriving at the room Bulma had prepared for Android 18. Goku embraced Android 18 suddenly, startling her. "How did you appear out of nowhere?" she inquired. "I can teleport, so I arrived swiftly," Goku clarified, his hands already beginning to wander over her form. A flush crept across 18's face. "Don't be in such a hurry. It's just that you are incredibly beautiful, Android 18. "I find it hard to restrain myself," he confessed, his hands still in motion. "Honestly, you're too eager." "I promised I wouldn't change my mind," 18 responded with exasperation. "Then let us commence," Goku declared, lifting 18 and carrying her to the bed. Embarrassed, 18 averted her gaze. Once he set her down, Goku began to kiss her body, gradually shedding their garments. With a soft moan, 18 underwent a transformation, and soon the bed creaked rhythmically, accompanied by soft sounds, until 5 hours later, all was quiet. "Are you satisfied now?" 18 panted beside Goku. "Indeed, I am quite content. I wish to hold you forever," he replied, wrapping his arms around her. "You lecher." She rolled her eyes playfully. "Since you've said that, I shall act upon it once more," Goku declared, pouncing on her again, and the bed resumed its rhythmic creaking. Thus, Goku spent 2 blissful days. Goku later visited the sacred world of the Kais to retrieve Vegeta and Future Trunks from the time chamber. "I am now strong enough to defeat androids 17 and 18. It is time for me to depart." Future Trunks bid farewell to Goku and Vegeta. "Be safe. I am certain you will overcome those 2 androids," Goku encouraged. "Thank you, Uncle Goku. Until we meet again," Future Trunks replied, utilizing the time machine to return to his future. Seeing that there was nothing left to do, Goku returned to West City. "Goku, did Trunks' time machine malfunction?" Bulma asked. "No. He has already returned," Goku responded. "Then whose broken time machine was discovered in the forest?" Bulma questioned, puzzled. "Do not overthink it, even if it belonged to an enemy. It matters not, for I am here," Goku reassured her with a smile. "Indeed, there is no one among humans who can defeat you," Bulma conceded. "It has been a while since we shared a night together. Come, let us return to our room," Goku proposed, lifting Bulma affectionately. "I thought you had forgotten about me." She replied in his embrace. "How could I forget my beloved Bulma?" Goku said, kissing her, to which she responded passionately. Before long, the bed began to creak rhythmically once more. and 3 hours later, they both fell into a deep slumber. The following day, Cell appeared, draining the life force from an entire city. Piccolo was the first to detect him and engaged in battle. Just as Cell ambushed Piccolo to siphon his energy, Goku arrived. "So it's you, you ugly creature," Goku exclaimed, kicking Cell away from Piccolo. "You are Son Goku. Excellent. Your energy seems far greater than his. I shall gladly accept it." Cell grinned. "I detest being called ugly, and your speech is as foul as your appearance," Goku retorted. Angered by Goku's insults, Cell launched a rapid assault. But Goku easily evaded each attack. Attempting to strike Goku from behind with his tail, Goku swiftly severed it with an energy blade. "Damn it, how are you so strong?" Cell seethed. "You have no idea what I am capable of. I wish to see you no more," Goku declared, employing the binding technique followed by a spirit bomb, which struck Cell and obliterated him completely from existence. Goku tossed a Senzu bean to Piccolo before teleporting away. Had it been any other foe, Goku might have refrained from intervening, but Cell's full transformation required absorbing Android 18, a fate Goku would never permit. Chapter 27. Leisure time after the creation of androids. Has the crisis been averted? Bulma inquired. "Of course it has. After all, I took matters into my own hands." Goku replied with a smile. "What about Shewu, Chi-Chi, and Lan-Chi?" Goku asked. "They went shopping. The children have grown up, and with nothing much to do. They often indulge in shopping," Bulma explained. "Well, a little shopping for relaxation is well-deserved. They've worked hard these past few years," Goku remarked. "Yes. You've been somewhat neglectful of them lately. They've often voiced their complaints," Bulma noted. "Then let's all gather together for a good time tonight," Goku suggested. His gaze lingered on Bulma, and unable to resist, he lifted her into his arms and carried her toward the house. "Goku, it's still daytime. What difference does day or night make?" Moments later, sounds of soft moans and heavy breathing emanated from within, continuing for 2 hours. Noticing that Bulma had fallen asleep beside him, Goku quietly dressed and slipped outside. 18. Have you settled in comfortably lately? Goku teleported behind her and embraced her. "As long as you don't bother me, I'm quite accustomed," 18 replied. "Oh, my heart aches. You must compensate me," Goku stated dramatically. "How do you propose to compensate?" 18 asked, clearly perplexed by his meaning. "Of course, like this," Goku said, kissing 18 passionately. She gradually responded, and as his hands roamed over her, their garments slipped away one by one. The bed began to sway rhythmically, accompanied by occasional gasps. 2 hours later, they finally slowed to a halt, embracing each other as they drifted into slumber. That evening, Shewu, Chi-Chi, and Lan-Chi returned from their shopping spree. Goku personally prepared a lavish dinner, and the 6 of them enjoyed a joyful meal together, during which Goku assured them he would spend more time with them, much to their delight. Every night, Goku visited each of his wives' rooms, ensuring none felt favored over the others. During the day, Bulma and the others would play billiards and mahjong together, with Goku wholeheartedly joining in to provide their cherished company. Thus, Goku spent 7 blissful years. 18 bore him 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. Their eldest son, Sun Wuning, was 7 years old and could now transform into Super Saiyan 1. The second son, Sun Wukong, was 5 years old with a power level of 150,000, and their daughter, Sun Wuxue, was 3 years old with a power level of 100,000. Perhaps due to genetics, their strength increased rapidly over these 7 years. Through diligent practice, Goku's power had ascended to Super Saiyan 7, rendering him extraordinarily formidable and capable of confronting any challenge. Gohan had trained hard enough to achieve Super Saiyan 5, while Goten remained at Super Saiyan 4. Wudong and Wulin could briefly transform into Super Saiyan 4, and the other children could at least attain Super Saiyan 2. Kale could now momentarily transform into Super Saiyan 3, and Caulifla could maintain Super Saiyan 3 for extended periods. Their children had also begun to transform into Super Saiyan 1. In this vast family, even in the face of dire threats, Goku could resolve crises effortlessly without lifting a finger. "Wumio, Wuyuin, it's time for you both to start high school. Enough of the frivolity. Playing around at home has gone too far, and you often neglect your homework. If I find out you're still this playful at school, just wait and see how I discipline you," Chi-Chi admonished, wielding a feather duster. "Understood, Mom. We'll study diligently." Wuyuin and Wumiao nodded in agreement. "Chi-Chi, you're being a bit harsh," Goku interjected from the side. "It's your indulgence that has turned them into mischievous children," Chi-Chi chastised Goku. "Indeed, I was in the wrong, Chi-Chi." Goku conceded, wrapping his arms around her. The school life of Wu Yuan and Wu Miao was about to commence. Chapter 28. Wu Yuan and Wu Miao go to school on a bright and sunny morning. Wu Yuan and Wu Miao boarded a capsule company's flying vehicle, heading towards their school. Inside the craft, Wu Miao, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "Wu Yuan, what do you think high school life will be like?" Wu Yuan smiled and replied, "I am not entirely sure, but we shall discover it once we arrive." Suddenly, Wu Yuan's attention was drawn to a robbery occurring on the street below. He swiftly turned to Wu Miao and said, "There are robbers down there. You drive the airship while I intervene." Wu Miao nodded in agreement, reminding him, "Be careful, brother. And don't forget to wear your sunglasses." Without hesitation, Wu Yuan leaped from the vehicle, charging towards the assailants. Upon realizing their actions were being obstructed, the robbers brandished their firearms and aimed at Wu Yuan. However, he effortlessly caught every bullet with his bare hands, instilling terror in the hearts of the criminals. Witnessing Wu Yuan's formidable strength, the robbers hastily fled in their vehicle. Wu Yuan, with no mercy, unleashed a powerful energy wave that sent their car tumbling to the ground. At that moment, police sirens blared as law enforcement arrived on the scene. Wu Yuan, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, swiftly employed his teleportation ability to vanish from sight. Ultimately, the robbers were apprehended by the police. "Wu Yuan, I just realized the city is called Satan City, supposedly because Satan defeated Cell. But wasn't that our father's doing?" Wu Miao expressed her frustration. "It doesn't matter. Father said nothing about it. It's merely a title." Wu Yuan chuckled reassuringly. The siblings soon arrived at school. As they entered the classroom, they overheard several students discussing tales of a mysterious figure known as the Sunglass Warrior, filled with curiosity and reverence. Yet unaware that this enigmatic warrior was none other than their classmate, Wu Yuan. At that moment, a boy with long yellow hair approached and smiled at Wu Miao, saying, "Hey, beautiful, how about we become friends?" His tone was slightly flippant, which made her uncomfortable. Wu Miao glanced at him with indifference and coldly replied, "I'm not interested. Please leave." Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. However, when the yellow-haired boy attempted to speak again, he suddenly felt a powerful aura locking onto him. A chill ran down his spine as fear enveloped him. He turned to find Wu Yuan gazing at him with a chilling intensity, as if he could devour him whole. Pale-faced, the boy hurriedly fled from Wu Miao's side, not daring to linger. Wu Miao observed the unfolding scene and shook her head helplessly. Turning to Wu Yuan, she said, "Brother, I didn't need your help. He couldn't harm me." Wu Yuan smiled gently, ruffling Wu Miao's hair, and replied, "I merely wish to spare you any unnecessary trouble. Besides, that boy seemed quite unsavory, and I took a disliking to him." Wu Miao nodded in understanding. She recognized that Wu Yuan consistently protected her, ensuring she faced no grievances. While he could be overly forceful at times, she understood it stemmed from his deep concern for her well-being. With a shared smile, the siblings took their seats, preparing for a new day of lessons. The other students began speculating about the nature of Wu Yuan and Wu Miao's relationship, some suggesting they might be a couple, while others believed they were merely close friends. Regardless, the duo captured the curiosity and attention of their peers. After class, a girl with twin ponytails approached Wu Yuan. "Hello, I'm Bidalai. Did you happen to witness the robbery on that street? I feel the Sunglass Warrior resembles you quite a bit." "No, I was not there. I'm just an ordinary person," Wu Yuan promptly denied, though he introduced himself. "I am Sun Wu Yuan, pleased to meet you." "Really? You wouldn't be lying, would you?" "It seems rather suspicious." Bidalai scrutinized him. "Aha, how could I?" "You must be overthinking it," Wu Yuan chuckled, feeling an immediate fondness for her. "All right. I shall let you off this time, but I will be keeping an eye on you. I'll uncover your secrets," Bidalai declared before turning away. "Wu Yuan, you aren't developing feelings for that girl, are you?" Wu Miao teased with a smile. "Of course not. She just seems rather adorable," Wu Yuan replied, blushing. "You can deny it all you want. Your face is as red as an apple." Wu Miao laughed. "How dare you mock your brother? Are you seeking a lesson in love?" Wu Yuan threatened, cracking his knuckles. "Please, brother, that won't intimidate me. You're not that much stronger than me," Wu Miao retorted dismissively. "Ah, you little rascal," Wu Yuan sighed, bemused by her lack of fear. Before long, the day passed, and Wu Yuan and Wu Miao boarded the flying vehicle, preparing to return home. "Are you part of the capsule company?" Bidalai inquired. "Yes, indeed. Our mother is Bulma, the chairwoman of the capsule company," Wu Yuan replied. "That explains how you can afford such an extravagant vehicle," Bidalai remarked. "Not really. I hear your father is Mr. Satan, so your family must be quite wealthy as well." Wu Yuan grinned. Not quite on your level. I must head home now. Goodbye. Bidalai waved to Wu Yuan. See you tomorrow. Wu Yuan and Wu Miao piloted their vehicle westward. Chapter 29. Wu Yuan and Bidalai after his initial experience aiding people against wrongdoers. Wu Yuan appeared to have developed a fondness for this sense of purpose. He requested Bulma to craft him a stylish combat suit, which he donned to frequently assist the vulnerable in combating villains throughout the city. His heroic deeds soon spread across the urban landscape. Brother, really? You're not a police officer. Why meddle in so many affairs? Wumia remarked, seated beside Wu Yuan. Wumia, you seem to lack a sense of justice. It is our duty as warriors to combat crime, Wu Yuan retorted, imparting his wisdom. I have no interest in that. If you wish to be a champion of justice, by all means, do it yourself. Wumia dismissed him with a wave of her hand. Wu Yuan shook his head in resignation at Wumia's indifference. On a bright sunny day, Bidalai was quietly studying in her classroom when suddenly, the serenity was shattered by a frantic ringing. She answered the phone, where an anxious police officer urgently implored, Miss Bidalai, please come to our aid. It turned out that a gang of ruthless robbers was threatening the city's safety, and the police required Bidalai's assistance to resolve the crisis. Without hesitation, she agreed and requested leave from her teacher, hastily making her way to the scene. Wu Yuan overheard Bidalai's conversation and felt a stirring in his heart. Using the excuse of going to the restroom, he stealthily followed her. He then retrieved a capsule from his pocket, pressed it gently, and a dazzling combat suit materialized before him. He swiftly donned it, preparing to fight alongside Bidalai. Wumia watched Wu Yuan's departing figure, shaking her head in exasperation, internally lamenting. Boys in love are truly hopeless. Meanwhile, several robbers had successfully secured the ransom but did not release the hostages on the bus. Instead, they continued to fire upon the police, forcing them to retreat. They then fled the scene in the bus. With hostages aboard, the police hesitated to fire, helplessly watching the bus drive away. In stark contrast to the tense police officers, the people inside the bus appeared remarkably calm, even smiling and engaging in casual conversation, as if this were merely a jest rather than a dire threat. As the police felt increasingly powerless, Bidalai arrived in a helicopter just in time, skillfully maneuvering the aircraft. She landed on the roof of the bus. The robbers inside, startled, began firing at her. However, Bidalai was quick and agile, deftly evading the bullets. When the robbers exhausted their ammunition and prepared to reload, Bidalai seized the opportunity to kick in a window and successfully entered the bus, unleashing a flurry of blows upon several assailants, while the passengers cheered her on as spectators. In her fervor, Bidalai inadvertently knocked out the driver among the robbers, causing the bus to careen toward a cliff. Just as everyone braced for the worst, Wu Yuan appeared, catching the bus securely beneath it and gently returning it to solid ground. Upon regaining their footing, the passengers, though shaken, expressed their gratitude to Wu Yuan first and foremost. Who are you? Bidalai inquired, stepping forward to face Wu Yuan. Me? I'm Scion Superman, Wu Yuan replied after a moment's contemplation. Your voice sounds familiar. Have we met before? Bidalai asked, puzzled. How could that be? This must be our first encounter, Wu Yuan said, scratching his head while thinking to himself how astute Bidalai was. Quite suspicious, Bidalai mused, stroking her chin. Well then, I must take my leave, Wu Yuan declared, not allowing Bidalai to ponder further before bidding her farewell and soaring away. He knows my name. That means he could potentially be my classmate or an acquaintance, Bidalai murmured, watching Wu Yuan disappear into the distance. Chapter 30. The revelation of Wu Yuan's identity as the morning sun bathed the city streets in golden light. Wu Yuan, clad in the attire of a Scion superhero, had just vanquished a gang of ruffians. He stretched his limbs, preparing to head to school. At that moment, he noticed an aircraft approaching, piloted by Bidalai, who was brimming with curiosity and eager to uncover the true identity of the Scion superhero. Determined, she closely followed Wu Yuan in her plane. Realizing her intentions, Wu Yuan accelerated, hoping to evade her pursuit. However, Bidalai was undeterred and continued her relentless chase. In a bid to shake her off, Wu Yuan resorted to flying in circles around the city. Finally, he seized an opportunity to conceal himself in the shadow of a tree. Cautiously, he surveyed his surroundings to ensure he was not detected, and he exhaled in relief, believing he had finally escaped Bidalai's clutches. Yet, upon turning around, he was astonished to find Bidalai approaching him from behind, a triumphant smile adorning her face. Excitedly, she gazed at Wu Yuan, eager to unveil the identity of the Scion superhero. She attempted to remove his helmet, but Wu Yuan skillfully dodged her grasp. He deftly evaded her advances. ensuring she did not succeed in her quest. Realizing that this stalemate could lead him to be late for school, Wu Yuan decided to take action. He suddenly exerted force, lifting Bidalai's aircraft high into the air before gently placing it atop a nearby rooftop. He then swiftly flew towards the school. Nevertheless, he arrived late. As he entered the classroom, his classmates cast him peculiar glances. Shortly after, Bidalai, too, arrived late. Upon returning to her seat, Bidalai's suspicions intensified when her desk mate informed her that Wu Yuan had also been tardy. After class, Bidalai approached Wu Yuan, teasingly saying, "Brother, your admirer has come." Wu Yuan's sister, Wumia, giggled beside him. Startled, Wu Yuan quickly covered Wumia's mouth, apologizing, "My dear Bidalai, my sister is merely joking. Please do not take offense." "And no, it's fine," Bidalai stammered, her cheeks flushing crimson at the implication. "Son Wu Yuan, you are not the Scion superhero, are you?" she inquired. "Huh, what is a Scion superhero? How could I possibly be him?" Wu Yuan feigned ignorance. Meanwhile, Wumia observed him, stifling her laughter. It matters not if you deny it. I shall unearth the evidence," Bidalai declared resolutely, turning on her heel to leave. "Brother, you should just admit it. It's nothing to fret over," Wumia chided. "This is to avert unnecessary trouble." "You wouldn't understand," Wu Yuan retorted, playfully tapping Wumia on the head. She held her head, casting him a resentful glare. One day, while attending a circus performance, Wu Yuan spotted a young pterosaur on stage. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the offspring of a pterosaur couple he knew. Seizing an opportune moment, he donned his combat attire and discreetly rescued the little creature. While soaring through the skies, he discovered that the young pterosaur was terrified of heights. Consequently, he descended to the ground, carrying it on his back. However, upon realizing the pterosaur had been abducted, the circus personnel joined forces with the police to pursue Wu Yuan. He hastened his pace, only to find his path obstructed by Bidalai, who assumed him to be a thief and attempted to apprehend him. Regardless of Wu Yuan's explanations, she remained unconvinced, leading to a confrontation. Wu Yuan refrained from retaliating, focusing solely on evading her attacks. It was only when the young pterosaur's cries summoned its parents that Bidalai ceased her assault. Wu Yuan hastily urged Bidalai to pass the young pterosaur to him, and he took flight to explain to the pterosaur couple. However, they failed to recognize him and launched an attack on Bidalai, who was holding their child. Wu Yuan quickly tackled Bidalai to shield her from the onslaught. Once he regained his footing, he revealed his identity to the pterosaur couple, who then halted their aggression. He gently placed the young pterosaur on its mother's back, and the family took flight, departing the city. "You are indeed son Wu Yuan, aren't you?" Bidalai approached him, inquiring. "What are you talking about?" "I am unclear," Wu Yuan chuckled before swiftly departing the scene. The next morning, Bidalai's desk mate informed her that Wu Yuan had entered the classroom just after her. Convinced he was the Scion superhero, she waited for him outside. Once again, Wu Yuan arrived late due to his commitment to justice. "Good morning, son Wu Yuan," Bidalai greeted him. "Eh? Bidalai, why are you still outside when we're already late?" Wu Yuan asked. "I was waiting for you. You should now admit you are the Scion superhero," she asserted. "Eh? Why do you keep saying I am the Scion superhero?" Wu Yuan feigned confusion, scratching his head. Stop pretending. When we fought yesterday, I made a mark on your collar, and it's still there." Bidalai fixed her gaze on him. Bidalai, could you help me keep my identity a secret?" Wu Yuan glanced at his collar and realized the mark was indeed present, acknowledging his oversight. "Well, for that, you must promise me you'll participate in the world's greatest martial arts tournament," Bidalai proposed after some contemplation. "But I'm not particularly interested in that," Wu Yuan quickly replied upon hearing the competition's name. "Then I'll have no choice but to reveal your identity," Bidalai playfully threatened. All right, I agree," Wu Yuan relented, exasperated. Upon hearing his consent, Bidalai joyfully bounced into the classroom, followed closely by Wu Yuan. Chapter 31. Preparing for the martial arts tournament. "Why have you suddenly decided to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, Wu Yuan?" Chi-Chi inquired, her expression laced with curiosity. "Well, I just thought I would join. Mom, would you agree?" Wu Yuan replied, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his head, his voice adopting a playful tone as he addressed Chi-Chi. "Let me tell you the real reason," interjected Wumi, unable to contain her amusement. "It's because Wu Yuan has fallen in love, and it was that girl who encouraged him to participate." "Oh really? Our Wu Yuan is growing up." Chi-Chi chuckled upon hearing Wumi's teasing remark, her gaze turning to Wu Yuan, filled with pride. "Mom, don't listen to Wumi's nonsense. That's not true." Wu Yuan's face flushed crimson at Wumi's comment, and he hurriedly denied it. "Wu Yuan, There's no need to be shy. I haven't said anything. But since you're at it, when will you introduce the girl to me? Chi-Chi observed Wu Yuan's reddened cheeks, finding it quite amusing. And thus she playfully teased him further. Oh, Mom, what are you saying? I'm ignoring you now, Wu Yuan exclaimed, his face deepening in red as he turned to leave in fluster. That child. Chi-Chi chuckled, watching Wu Yuan's retreating figure while unable to resist making a light-hearted comment. Uncle Wu Yuan, long time no see. Wujing approached Wu Yuan and greeted him. Oh, Wujing, it's been a while. Have you returned from your travels in the universe? Wu Yuan asked. Yes, both Dad and Mom are back, Wujing replied. Great. I'll go find Brother Gohan. You're looking for my mom, right? She's inside, Wu Yuan said. Yes. I'll go see Grandma Chi-Chi first, Wujing replied before heading indoors. Wu Yuan arrived at Gohan's home and saw him busy moving things. He quickly approached to lend a hand. Ah, Wu Yuan, what brings you here so suddenly? Gohan teased. Hee, it's been a while, brother. I've missed you dearly. Wu Yuan grinned widely. Cut the chit-chat. If you have something to say, just say it without beating around the bush, Gohan said, seeing through Wu Yuan's intentions. Alright, actually, I want to participate in this year's Grand Martial Arts Tournament, so I hope you can help me and guide my training, Wu Yuan confessed, feeling a bit shy as he scratched his head. Oh, is that all? No problem. But don't rush off, since you're here to help. You must stay for dinner. Cairo is cooking in the kitchen, Gohan warmly invited. Sure, I want to be polite then. It's been ages since I tasted Kairu's cooking, Wu Yuan nodded happily. Haha, Wu Yuan loves my cooking so much. You must eat plenty tonight. Kairu chimed in from the kitchen, laughter in her voice. That evening, Wu Yuan, Gohan, Kairu, Wujing, and Wuro gathered for dinner, and due to their scion nature, they consumed a quantity of food that would typically sustain an average family for 3 to 4 months. Wu Yuan, are you in love? You seem to exude an air of triumph, Kairu inquired. No, Kairu, you're overthinking it. Wu Yuan quickly shook his head. Oh, is that so? Kairu expressed her skepticism. Thank you, brother and sister-in-law, for your hospitality. I'll head back now. Brother Gohan. Don't forget to accompany me for training at Lam-Z Mountain tomorrow, Wu Yuan said before turning to leave. This kid, he comes and goes so quickly, Gohan remarked. He is still a bit childish, but it's nothing to worry about. I'll wash the dishes now, Kairu said. All right, you do that. I'll help the kids with their homework. They've taken quite a long break and need some extra tutoring, Gohan replied. The next morning, Wu Yuan arrived early at Lam-Z Mountain, eagerly awaiting Gohan's arrival. Wu Yuan, have you been waiting long? Gohan asked as he flew beside him. I haven't been here for too long. Let us start training, Wu Yuan declared with enthusiasm. By the way, Wu Yuan, how many levels of Super Saiyan can you transform into now? Gohan inquired with curiosity. I can briefly attain Super Saiyan level 3, Wu Yuan responded. All right. Transform into Super Saiyan level 3, and I'll stay at Super Saiyan level 1. Let us spar. I want to gauge your strength, Gohan suggested. With me at Super Saiyan level 3 against you at level 1, victory is assured. Wu Yuan exclaimed confidently. Don't be too cocky. Let us begin. Gohan replied with a slight smile, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan level 1. Wu Yuan, not to be outdone, unleashed his energy and transformed into Super Saiyan level 3. The two soon engaged in combat. While it appeared at first that Gohan's power was slightly inferior to Wu Yuan's, in reality, they were evenly matched. And Wu Yuan found himself unable to overpower Gohan. Before long, 20 minutes had passed, and Wu Yuan could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan level 3 form. Reverting to his normal state, panting heavily as he fell to the ground. Your foundation is weak, your energy is unstable, and your punches are often hesitant and lack decisiveness. You need to concentrate more during battle and practice diligently. Wu Yuan pointed out Gohan's shortcomings with sincerity. Yes, I understand. Wu Yuan nodded humbly, accepting the critique and advice. Shall we continue? Are you rested? Gohan asked with concern. Yes, let us continue, Brother Gohan, Wu Yuan affirmed resolutely. This time, Wu Yuan transformed into Super Saiyan level 2. While Gohan remained at Super Saiyan level 1, the two resumed their fierce battle, exchanging blows without yielding. As time passed, the sun began to set, casting a warm glow upon them, yet they remained undeterred in their training. Each punch and kick carried immense power, and the surrounding air seemed to tremble under their fierce energy. The training continued until dusk, and as the last rays of the sun disappeared below the horizon, they finally ceased their combat. Wu Yuan, breathless and drenched in sweat, felt a deep sense of fulfillment in his eyes. He was aware that there remained a long journey ahead. But through today's training, he had taken an important step forward. Chapter 32. The commencement of the martial arts tournament. Prior to the martial arts tournament, Bidalai humbly sought guidance from Goiwan on the art of flight and the manipulation of qi. Despite her earnest efforts, her slightly inferior aptitude allowed her to master only the skill of flight. This esteemed tournament will not only feature Goiwan, but also a plethora of formidable competitors, including number 18, Krillin, Piccolo, and Vegeta. Additionally, Gohan's son, Goten, along with Trunks, will participate in the junior division, while Master Roshi and Yamcha will be present to spectate. Initially, Goku had no intention of attending this grand event. However, he was forcibly dragged along by number 18. Upon their arrival at the venue, Goku cheerfully greeted everyone. At that moment, Satan descended from an aircraft with his daughter, Bidalai, receiving a rapturous welcome that filled the atmosphere with exuberance. A curious reporter inquired, "Who do you believe will emerge as the champion of this tournament?" With unwavering confidence, Satan replied, "I am certain I shall claim victory with 200 of my strength." Meanwhile, Bidalai stood beside him, wearing a look of resigned disbelief. Goiwan and his companions paid little heed to Satan, opting instead to register for the competition. Goiwan opted to register under the name of Saiyan Superman, a choice that left Goku wanting to voice his disapproval, yet he ultimately decided to let it be. After completing their registrations, the group indulged in a sumptuous meal, following which the tournament officials introduced a power measuring device, stating that only competitors who met the required standards would qualify for the martial arts tournament. Satan was the first to demonstrate the operation of the power measuring device. He poised himself, then unleashed a powerful punch against the machine, which promptly registered a reading of 137. Puffed with pride, Satan admired the number, striking various poses he deemed impressive. However, Goiwan and his friends exchanged bemused glances, finding Satan's display woefully inadequate, reflecting that any one of them could easily overpower him. Subsequently, other contestants took their turns, yielding equally disappointing results with readings of 97, 77, and 112. Finally, it was number 18's turn. Goku cautioned her to be mindful of her strength to avoid inadvertently destroying the machine. Consequently, number 18 approached the device cautiously, gently tapping it. To everyone's astonishment, the reading skyrocketed to 865. The staff, startled, suspected a malfunction and hurried to inspect and recalibrate the machine. After some adjustments, the device was restarted. This time, number 18 tempered her force slightly, yet still produced an impressive reading of 278. Upon witnessing a reading surpassing that of her father's, Bidalai rushed over, intrigued. For her father had been the champion of the previous tournament. "What? Someone's power exceeds my father's?" she exclaimed in disbelief. However, the ensuing events left her even more astounded. Krillin's reading was 192, while Goiwan, with careful control, achieved a remarkable 225. "Wow, Goiwan is incredible," Bidalai marveled. Yet, the most astonishing revelation was yet to come. Piccolo's power reading soared to 240, eclipsing even Goiwan's. "No way. Even this green-skinned fellow is so formidable?" Bidalai's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, the staff speculated a malfunction of the machine, unable to fathom that anyone could surpass the champion, Satan. Just as they prepared to replace the device, Vegeta approached, silent and resolute. Without uttering a word, he stepped up to the machine and unleashed a devastating punch. With a resounding crash, the power measuring device was obliterated, its metallic fragments scattering in all directions. "How is this even possible?" Bidalai gasped, her mind reeling with shock and awe. Vegeta remains as temperamental as ever," Goku remarked, shielding his head. Thus, Goiwan and his companions successfully passed the power test, and the junior division of the tournament was poised to commence. Chapter 33. Wukong vs. Trunks. In order to witness the matches of the youth division, Goku and his companions arrived at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku pondered that since he had already vanquished Cell, there would be no film screening glorifying Satan's heroic deeds before the event commenced, as depicted in the anime. After all, in reality, Goku had effortlessly defeated Cell in an instant. However, events did not unfold as he had envisioned. Satan made a comical entrance, followed by the screening of a film dedicated to him. The film portrayed the panic instigated by Cell's absorption of human life, with Goku and Piccolo attempting to intervene but being easily thwarted. Subsequently, Satan made a dashing appearance, uttering a few lines that prompted Cell to kneel and surrender. Yet, without mercy, Satan delivered a decisive kick that obliterated Cell, declaring his intent to avenge the fallen. Upon viewing this film, Goku was left astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. He and his companions wore expressions of disgust, finding it utterly preposterous. They could not fathom why such an exaggerated and unrealistic film was produced to promote Satan's so-called illustrious deeds. Following this, Satan expressed his anticipation to battle the victors among the youth participants, prompting cheers from the audience. With Satan's introduction, the matches of the youth division finally commenced. However, what was billed as a competition resembled more of a childish farce, filled with various immature antics and humorous scenes. Some children even cried on stage, which left Wukong and Trunks feeling quite helpless. Given their current strength, they could easily compete in the adult division. But the tournament officials denied them entry due to their age. Thus, they reluctantly accepted the reality and continued to watch the performances of the younger participants. Nevertheless, Wukong could not help but suggest to Trunks, "Shall we forfeit? This is rather tedious." Trunks shook his head, insisting on respecting the rules. After all, they had come to showcase their prowess, not merely to win. As long as they reached the finals, they would have the opportunity to confront true adversaries. As time progressed, the matches grew increasingly intense. While most competitors were inept, a few displayed a semblance of normalcy in their fighting, albeit still lacking skill, which entertained the audience. Yet, for Wukong and Trunks, these skirmishes were trivial. They looked forward to their own showdown. After the monotonous preliminary matches, the exhilarating finals arrived, featuring the bout between Wukong and Trunks. Now, the most thrilling final of the youth division is about to begin. Will Trunks emerge victorious, or will Wukong take the crown? Let us await the outcome. The announcer proclaimed. "Wukong, as your elder, should I let you win?" Trunks remarked. "Elder? I have never acknowledged that, and besides, you are 2 years younger than me. Do not feign maturity, lest you end up in tears after I defeat you," Wukong provocatively retorted with a smile. "You insufferable brat. I will make you cry first." Trunks shot back. Boom. Wukong and Trunks assumed their fighting stances, and combat erupted instantaneously. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows, each strike resonating with a dull thud. "Ha!" Wukong shouted, channeling his energy into a powerful punch that sent Trunks reeling backwards. Trunks steadied himself, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Come again." Both launched themselves at each other, re-engaging in a flurry of combat. Their speed escalated, carrying the fight from the arena into the sky, streaking across the heavens like meteors. Soon, the spectators could no longer discern their forms. How swift! Is this the prowess of the youth division? It is astonishing. The audience gasped in disbelief. These two youngsters possess formidable strength. Goku observed the aerial battle with a proud smile. Indeed, their potential is boundless, Wukong concurred. At that moment, only Goku, Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Android 18 could perceive their movements clearly. Others merely witnessed blurred shadows. Krillin and Master Roshi strained their eyes yet still failed to grasp the action. Videl watched in astonishment, her heart racing. She acknowledged her father's strength, but had never anticipated such extraordinary prowess. Meanwhile, Satan, hidden behind the arena's screen, was left petrified and trembling. He had believed himself capable of easily defeating the youth champion, only to realize how naive that assumption was. Wukong or Trunks alone could effortlessly overpower him. Fearful, he contemplated fleeing, yet his legs trembled uncontrollably. "Wow! Go! Go!" The audience erupted in fervor, their cheers echoing through the venue. After an intense exchange, Wukong and Trunks revealed themselves once more. Trunks bore bruises, while Wukong appeared only slightly disheveled, clearly indicating Wukong's superiority. "Damn it! I underestimated you," Trunks muttered, wiping the blood from his lip. "Underestimate? Your strength is simply inferior to mine," Wukong scoffed. "You are insufferable. I must teach you a lesson," Trunks declared, his energy surging as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. "You're not the only one who can become a Super Saiyan," Wukong responded, his energy escalating as he too transformed into a Super Saiyan. "Humph. Even if you can transform, I shall still defeat you. Watch this." Trunks unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Wukong. Wukong, however, stood his ground, allowing the energy blasts to strike him, enveloping him in a cloud of dust. Trunks, believing he had triumphed, prepared to celebrate, only to hear a voice emerge from the smoke. "Not at all, Trunks. Your energy blasts are merely a massage for me. They're utterly ineffective." "What? Impossible!" Before Trunks could finish exclaiming, Wukong swiftly appeared before him and delivered a punch to his abdomen, sending him tumbling off the stage. Witnessing his son being bested by Goku's grandson, Vegeta glared at Goku with a look of resentment, as if he wished to devour him. "That was spectacular. I trust everyone enjoyed the show. Let us congratulate Wukong on winning the Youth Division Championship," the announcer proclaimed. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Subsequently, Wukong challenged Satan, who, in a manner reminiscent of the anime, presented his face for Wukong to strike, hoping to preserve some semblance of dignity. Although Wukong intended to deliver a heavy blow, Goku's mental voice cautioned him against it, for a single strike from Wukong could indeed eliminate Satan, which would not do. Hearing Goku's words, Wukong settled for a light flick on Satan's face. However, this was still beyond Satan's capacity to withstand, sending him flying off the stage and crashing against the wall. Feigning composure, Satan stood and walked towards the backstage area. The audience mistakenly believed Satan had allowed Wukong to triumph, admiring his conduct, and erupted into fervent applause. Chapter 34. Before the adult group competition. After observing the youth competition, Gohan, along with the other four, made their way to the contestant area. The adult competition was about to commence, and Gohan felt a mix of nervousness and anticipation. How long until it starts? Krillin inquired. About an hour, Vegeta responded. Then let's head to the martial arts hall cafeteria for a meal, Krillin suggested. Thus, the five of them proceeded to the cafeteria, where many were already dining. They found a vacant table and ordered some food. After a while, Videl arrived at the cafeteria and immediately spotted Gohan and the others devouring their meals. How can you eat so much? Videl exclaimed in astonishment. Gohan, with his mouth full, mumbled, we need to maintain our strength. Videl observed Gohan and noted that his eating mannerisms had become more rugged compared to his school days. Once they finished their lunch, Gohan and his companions headed towards the contestant area. On their way, they encountered a short young man with a white punk hairstyle, purple skin, wearing distinctive attire, and adorned with patera earrings, accompanied by a tall middle-aged man with long white hair and similar attire. They were the Supreme Kai Shin and his subordinate, Kibito. Hey, look at that person floating in the air, Videl pointed out, her face filled with astonishment. Gohan followed her gaze and saw an oddly dressed individual levitating gracefully, a subtle smile gracing his face. Hello, are you Goku? The Supreme Kai inquired as he descended before Gohan. Oh, no, that's my father. I am Gohan, he replied, somewhat puzzled. Oh, I see. Will Goku be participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament? The Supreme Kai continued. No, my father isn't interested in this competition, Gohan shrugged, expressing his resignation. Well, I had hoped to see Goku, but it's no matter. I look forward to our battle later, the Supreme Kai nodded, his gaze resting on Gohan with a hint of eagerness. All right, see you in the ring, Gohan said with a slight smile. After their conversation, the Supreme Kai and Kibito departed. Gohan, do you know him? Piccolo asked, furrowing his brow as he watched their retreating figures. Gohan shook his head. I don't. But he seems quite confident in his abilities, and his aura suggests he possesses some strength. This martial arts tournament might be quite intriguing. Krillin scratched his head in confusion. Strong? Are you sure about that? I just find him a bit odd. Gohan smiled gently. No, I am not mistaken. Perhaps his strength is comparable to mine. Krillin's interest piqued at Gohan's words. Really? If that's the case, this tournament will be spectacular. Videl, excited, clenched her fists. Yes, I truly wish to battle him. She had assumed everyone's strength was on par with hers. Upon hearing Videl's remark, the others exchanged incredulous glances, pondering whether she had any sense of her own abilities, as she seemed to fantasize about battling someone who could likely defeat her with a mere finger. Vegeta, with a serious expression, scrutinized the departing duo of the Supreme Kai, recognizing that their strength was formidable, possibly surpassing even Gohan's. Ah, this is becoming increasingly interesting, Vegeta remarked with a grin. Chapter 35. The adult group competition commences. After a protracted period of anticipation, the adult group competition finally commenced. The first match pitted Clint against Puda, a behemoth of a man whose considerable bulk was surprisingly complemented by a modicum of agility. From the outset, Puda exhibited a contemptuous demeanor towards Clint, who appeared diminutive in comparison, almost childlike. Eager to showcase his prowess, Puda executed several impressive somersaults on the stage, flaunting his strength and agility. He then audaciously challenged Clint to strike first, seemingly convinced that his size would easily overwhelm his opponent. In response to Puda's arrogance, Clint surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Puda's ample midsection. Following that, he swiftly unleashed a flurry of slaps across Puda's face, culminating in a decisive kick that sent Puda tumbling off the stage. Taken aback by Clint's relentless assault, Puda crashed heavily to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Clint's effortless victory left the audience in a state of astonishment, prompting a thunderous ovation. The second match featured Shenlong versus Kaishin. Upon stepping onto the platform, Shenlong was momentarily daunted by Kaishin's imposing presence. After hearing Kaishin introduce himself, Shenlong, feeling overwhelmed, opted to concede defeat. Oh, how disappointing. Shenlong remains as timid as ever. Kaishin's abilities are hardly remarkable, Goku commented from the sidelines. Now, let us proceed to the third match. Although the outcome of the second match was somewhat unexpected, we must respect the individual choices of the competitors, the host announced. The third match was highly anticipated, featuring Mr. Satan's daughter, Biddy, against Spabich. As Biddy approached the stage, she warmly greeted the audience, while Spabich regarded her with disdain. The competitors have taken their positions. Let the battle commence, the host proclaimed. With unwavering determination, Biddy faced her adversary, swiftly launching an attack. Spabich was caught off guard by her ferocity, astonished that this seemingly delicate girl possessed such formidable strength, as she quickly brought him to the ground. Undeterred, Spabich rose to his feet, engaging in an intense exchange with Biddy. Her strikes were executed with remarkable precision and force, driving Spabich backward, yet he valiantly resisted. After several rounds of combat, Biddy demonstrated her astonishing prowess once more, delivering a kick that sent Spabich flying. Despite being knocked down repeatedly, he consistently bounced back to his feet, leading Biddy to marvel at his extraordinary recuperative abilities. However, fatigue began to set in for Biddy, a testament to her endurance as a young girl. Just then, Spabich charged forward again, reigniting the fierce confrontation. Once more, Biddy succeeded in flooring him. Breathing heavily, she recognized her dwindling strength, realizing she could not continue the battle much longer. Yet, like an indefatigable insect, Spabich rose yet again, a cold smirk crossing his face as he launched a sudden assault, sending Biddy hurtling through the air. As she somersaulted, nearly falling off the stage, Biddy instinctively employed her agility to regain her balance and return to the platform. With every ounce of her remaining strength, she delivered a powerful kick aimed at Spabich's neck, a blow so forceful that it appeared to twist his head completely around. The audience gasped, fearing that Biddy had dealt a fatal blow. However, in a shocking turn of events, Spabich grasped his head and forcefully rotated it back to its rightful position. Now restored, he unleashed a barrage of attacks on Biddy, who found herself battered and bruised, unable to mount an effective defense. As the situation escalated, Goku watched with growing concern for Biddy, contemplating her potential peril. She cannot be harmed. She is destined to be my future daughter-in-law, he thought anxiously. Resolutely, he decided to intervene, discreetly unleashing a small energy blast that struck Biddy on the back of the head, causing her to faint. The host, witnessing Biddy collapse, hurriedly began the countdown. However, upon reaching 10, and with Biddy still unresponsive, the host reluctantly declared Spabich the victor of the match. Chapter 36. The power of Wu Yuan is seized. Father, did you knock Biddy unconscious? Wu Yuan quietly inquired as he approached Wukong. Wukong nodded. Indeed, she clearly stood no chance. Continuing the fight would only exacerbate her injuries. Wu Yuan furrowed his brow. Yes, that is true, but I shall avenge her. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly. Wukong patted Wu Yuan on the shoulder, offering encouragement. Yes, do your best. Suddenly remembering something, Wu Yuan asked, by the way, father, do you still have any senza beans? Wukong rummaged through his pocket and produced a bag of senza beans, tossing them to Wu Yuan. Yes, here. Wu Yuan caught the beans, his face lighting up with joy. Thank you, father. Wukong smiled. You're welcome. Now hurry along. Wu Yuan dashed towards the infirmary, where Satan was also present in Bidali's hospital room. Upon seeing Wu Yuan enter, the doctor and Satan rushed to stop him, but disregarding their objections, Wu Yuan swiftly administered a senza bean into Bidali's mouth. A miracle occurred. Her wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and she soon returned to her original state. Everyone watched in astonishment, particularly Satan, whose eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle. Wu Yuan gazed at Bidali with elation, his heart brimming with joy. After witnessing Bidali's recovery, Wu Yuan hurried back to the arena, just as the announcer declared the third match would feature Wu Yuan against Jebit. You should transform into a Super Saiyan. It would make our battle far more interesting, Jebit suggested to Wu Yuan. Oh? You want to see me turn into a Super Saiyan? Very well, I shall show you. Wu Yuan replied, as his energy surged, transforming him into the form of Super Saiyan 1. Ha! Not bad at all. You've managed to become a Super Saiyan. However, that is still insufficient, Jebit chuckled. Just as Wu Yuan anticipated an attack from Jebit following his transformation, the Kaishin behind the arena suddenly unleashed his energy, rendering Wu Yuan immobile. What? Wu Yuan exclaimed in shock, taken aback by the Kaishin's unexpected intervention in their battle. Spopovich and Yamo, noticing Wu Yuan's inability to move, hurried onto the stage to use their device to siphon off his energy. Wu Yuan felt his strength dissipating gradually, and he struggled desperately against the Kaishin's restraint. But to no avail. Damn it, you scoundrels! Wu Yuan seethed with fury. Yet, he could not comprehend why Wukong did not come to his aid. In truth, Wukong was observing the fight from the shadows, knowing that allowing Wu Yuan to be drained of energy was essential to track Spopovich and Yamu to Babiti's lair. Thus, he chose to remain passive. Krillin and the arriving Bidalai attempted to assist Wu Yuan, but were halted by Piccolo. Do not act rashly. Calm yourselves, Piccolo advised them. But Wu Yuan is in grave danger, Krillin exclaimed anxiously. Rest assured, Wu Yuan will be fine, Piccolo reassured him. After half an hour, Spopovich and Yamu, having filled their device, excitedly used the instant transmission technique to swiftly fly to their master, Babiti, while Wu Yuan collapsed from the excessive loss of power. Observing their departure, the Kaishin hastily followed, and Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin similarly utilized the instant transmission to pursue them. My apologies, Wu Yuan. Allowing them to absorb your energy is the only way we can locate Babiti and prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu, Jebbit remarked, looking down at the fallen Wu Yuan. He then placed his hands on Wu Yuan's chest and employed his abilities to restore Wu Yuan's energy. Huh, I'm back to normal, Wu Yuan said, moving his body. Yes, I have healed you, Jebbit affirmed. Wonderful, Wu Yuan, you're all right. Bidalai exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she embraced him. I'm fine, do not worry. Wu Yuan gently stroked her head. Come, Wu Yuan, the Kaishin has already headed to Babiti's location. We must follow, Jebbit urged. All right, Wu Yuan nodded in agreement. I want to go with you, Wu Yuan, Bidalai declared. But it's very dangerous, Wu Yuan expressed concern. It's all right. I will protect myself, Bidalai asserted resolutely. Very well then, come along, Wu Yuan relented. Jebbit and Wu Yuan swiftly flew towards the Kaishin's direction using the instant transmission technique. However, soon Bidalai could not keep up due to their speed, and she had to tell Wu Yuan that she could no longer continue. Understanding her predicament, Wu Yuan allowed her to return while he and Jebbit pressed on. Chapter 37, Satan's Fortunate Victory Once More Wujing. Let us find a way to participate in the adult division of the competition, Trunks proposed. With Dad, Uncle Son Wukong, and Brother Wu Yuan all gone. Perhaps we could even claim the championship. But that means we would have to face Grandma 18. I'm afraid Dad will punish me when we return, Wujing replied, rejecting Trunks' suggestion. After all, 18 was an elder, and if Gohan found out, he would likely administer a severe beating. Don't worry. I'll talk to Gohan and assure him that he won't harm you, Trunks assured, patting his chest confidently. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Dad doesn't he hold back when he punishes, Wujing said skeptically, eyeing Trunks. Rest assured, I keep my word, Trunks promised. All right then, but how do we enter the competition? Wujing inquired. I have a plan. There is a masked participant wearing a cloak. We can knock him out and disguise ourselves as him, Trunks suggested. Wujing pondered for a moment and deemed the plan feasible. After all, watching the competition without participating was quite unbearable. Trunks lured the masked individual under the pretext of meeting a beautiful woman, swiftly incapacitating him. They quickly donned his attire, with Trunks in the upper half and Wujing in the lower, effectively creating the illusion of an adult's physique. Even after the departures of Vegeta and Yamcha, one-on-one matches could have continued, but for reasons unknown, the competitor facing Vegeta withdrew, leaving only 5 contestants and rendering one-on-one matches impossible. The spectators, growing increasingly impatient due to the stalling of the event, expressed their discontent, feeling their presence was in vain. It was then that Satan stepped forward to quell the crowd's ire, proposing a free-for-all to determine the ultimate champion. This suggestion was met with approval from both the audience and the host. As the host announced the commencement of the match, the fighter named Jida launched an attack against the masked duo of Wujing and Trunks, only to be sent sprawling off the stage with a single kick. Similarly, the competitor Gil attempted to assault 18 but met the same fate. Observing the two who had been eliminated, Satan turned his gaze toward the ongoing battle between 18 and the masked fighter, convinced he could easily triumph over them. His imagination conjured images of his victory over them. However, the masked fighter and 18 were engrossed in a fierce confrontation, leaving Satan utterly stunned by their strength. Unfortunately, due to a lack of coordination between Wujing and Trunks, they soon found themselves on the defensive, forced to ascend into the air, with 18 hot on their heels, leading to an intense aerial skirmish. Yet, as 18 was Wujing's grandmother, he hesitated to strike, and when 18 accelerated her attacks, she overwhelmed them, sending them crashing onto the stage and leaving a significant dent. Wukong, if you continue like this, we will surely lose. Use your strength, Trunks urged. But she's my grandma 18. I can't do it, Wukong replied timidly. Wukong, since you've already engaged with 18, Gohan will find out regardless. If you keep this up, I want to help you plead with Gohan, Trunks threatened. Fine. I'll take the upper half, and you can be the lower half, Wukong conceded. All right, but you mustn't hesitate any longer, Trunks instructed. They swiftly exchanged positions within the masked attire and ascended to attack 18, their newfound confidence resulting in more effective strikes, which 18 struggled to fend off. However, as the battle progressed, 18 began to discern that the masked combatant was none other than Wukong and Trunks in disguise. Wukong, doesn't it feel good to make your grandmother look so helpless? 18 taunted, addressing the masked figure. And no, I didn't. Wukong quickly denied, sensing defeat looming. As Trunks understood that their chances were dwindling. Will you concede or continue fighting? 18 inquired. I concede, Wukong admitted. Wukong, you. Trunks attempted to argue, but Wukong had lost his will to continue. He landed on the stage and declared his forfeiture to the host. Thus, only 18 and Satan remained on the stage. 18 assumed a combat stance, causing Satan to nearly flee in terror. However, instead of attacking directly, 18 swiftly approached him, wrapping her arm around his head and threatening him. If he offered her 30 million, she would feign losing the match. Upon hearing such an enticing proposition, Satan eagerly agreed. 18 instructed Satan to attack her, yet his blows felt as ineffective as a sponge to her. She nearly lost her patience. Nevertheless, for the sake of the money, she pretended to be knocked off the stage. In this manner, Satan effortlessly claimed victory once again, emerging as the champion of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. Chapter 38. The first encounter with Babidi minions Goku, Vegeta, King Kai, Jebbit, Krillin, Gohan, and Piccolo stealthily trailed Yamu and Spopovich, ultimately arriving at Babidi's lair. After a brief wait, Babidi and the Demon Realm's king, Dabura, emerged slowly from a spacecraft, confronting Yamu and Spopovich. Upon witnessing this, Yamu and Spopovich hurriedly approached Babidi. Bowing respectfully, King Kai immediately recognized Dabura, his heart sinking with astonishment. It turned out that Dabura was the mightiest being of the Dark World. However, Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta remained unfazed by the Demon King's presence, for with their current prowess, defeating Dabura would pose little challenge. Spopovich handed the measuring device to Babidi, who held it in his hands, sensing the energy within. Satisfied, he nodded in approval, commending Spopovich and Yamu. To express his gratitude, Babidi chose to employ his magic, causing the two to explode. With a deafening blast, Yamu and Spopovich were obliterated, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. It seems they have discovered our presence. Vegeta, Goku remarked, his demeanor grave as he gazed ahead. What? They found us. What should we do? Krillin inquired, his voice trembling with anxiety. He was acutely aware of the foe's formidable nature, a flicker of fear igniting within him. Humph, merely a couple of foolish jesters. What is there to worry about? Vegeta replied, arms crossed, a disdainful expression on his face. He was confident in his abilities, deeming these adversaries insignificant. Beware, for Dabura, the Demon King, is among them. Do not underestimate him, or you may find yourself in peril, King Kai cautioned, his brow furrowed with concern. He understood Dabura's strength and wished to prevent Vegeta from falling into complacency. True warriors need not overthink. Dabura is but a mere insect with a modicum of power. Vegeta smirked, a hint of arrogance gracing his features, convinced that his might could conquer any opponent. Babidi commanded Dabura to escort Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta aboard the spacecraft, dismissing the need to eliminate the others. Following this, he and Pui returned to the ship. Upon hearing Babidi's orders, Dabura wore a cruel smile, nodding in understanding. He then turned and instantaneously appeared before Jebbit. Jebbit, startled by Dabura's sudden presence, had no time to react as Dabura unleashed a formidable energy blast aimed at his head. The blast erupted, engulfing Jebbit's form entirely. With a resounding boom, Jebbit was reduced to a cloud of blood mist. Next, Dabura opened his mouth, spitting forth two projectiles resembling saliva. They shot towards Krillin and Piccolo with the speed of bullets, leaving no room for evasion. Upon impact, their bodies stiffened, transforming into stone. Their expressions frozen in shock and terror, as if time had halted. This is dreadful. What shall we do? King Kai expressed, his face etched with worry. What is there to fret about? I shall eliminate him, Vegeta retorted, exasperated by King Kai's demeanor. Without delay, he unleashed his power, transforming into Super Saiyan and charging towards Dabura. Dabura, initially intending to lure Goku and his companions into the spacecraft, found himself obstructed by Vegeta's rapid advance. Reluctantly, he engaged in combat with Vegeta. However, Dabura's strength proved insufficient against the transformed Saiyan, and he soon found himself at a disadvantage. Realizing the futility of the situation, Dabura seized a moment during their exchange to kick Vegeta back and attempted to retreat to the ship. Yet, Vegeta was relentless. He fired an energy blast that struck Dabura, obliterating him into a mist of blood. King Kai, observing the battle from a distance, was utterly astonished. Vegeta was not exaggerating. He could indeed dispatch Dabura with ease, bolstering his confidence in defeating Majin Buu. With Dabura's demise, Piccolo and Krillin were freed from their petrified state. Goku instructed them to return, recognizing their lack of strength and the necessity to protect them. After a moment of contemplation, Piccolo and Krillin reluctantly departed. Chapter 39. The effortless defeat of Pui. How infuriating. Dabura, that useless fool, was vanquished so effortlessly. Babidi, aboard the spacecraft, seethed with rage as he witnessed Dabura fall so easily at the hands of Vegeta. His heart brimmed with anger and dissatisfaction. Was this truly the Demon Realm's king? Such weakness. How could I have chosen you as my subordinate? Babidi furrowed his brow. A look of dismay etched upon his face, profoundly disappointed by Dabura's performance. Babidi recognized that the current predicament had exceeded his expectations, necessitating decisive action. After careful contemplation, he resolved to prematurely unseal Majin Buu. Although this might not restore Buu to his peak condition, it appeared to be the only viable option. Thus, Babidi sprang into action. Approaching the sphere that imprisoned Majin Buu, ready to release this formidable entity, he infused the sphere with the pure energy acquired from Goku through a measuring device, hoping to awaken Majin Buu. The energy of one individual is astonishingly abundant, reaching 95. A mere 5 more, and Majin Buu could be perfectly unsealed, regaining his full strength. Babidi gazed in astonishment at the readings on the device, astonished by Goku's immense energy, which filled him with elation. However, Babidi did not rest on his laurels. He understood that Majin Buu's power was crucial for executing his plans. Thus, he began to ponder how to acquire additional energy to ensure Buu's complete restoration. Perhaps I could draw from Vegeta. He harbors plenty of malevolent thoughts, making him easily susceptible to manipulation. With that, I might just gather the required energy, Babidi mused with a smile. Meanwhile, Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and King Kai entered the spacecraft, only to find the exit suddenly sealed behind them. This ship traps anyone who enters, and the only way out is to defeat the sorcerer Babidi, King Kai explained, observing the puzzled expressions on their faces. Well then, let us defeat him swiftly. But where is he? Gohan inquired, frowning as he scanned the surroundings, noticing only a peculiar door ahead, devoid of any trace of Babidi's presence. If we cannot locate him, I shall dismantle this spacecraft myself, Vegeta declared coldly, seemingly indifferent to Babidi's appearance. No, that would provoke Majin Buu into awakening rapidly. Though you have defeated Dabura, you may not triumph over Majin Buu. His strength surpasses Dabura's by hundreds, if not thousands, of times. King Kai exclaimed, his face etched with concern. At that moment, the door before Goku and the others swung open, revealing Babidi's subordinate, Pui. A scornful smile graced Pui's face, exuding an air of disdain towards Goku and his companions. Well done. You managed to reach the first level of the spacecraft. Lord Babidi awaits you on the lowest level, but you must defeat each warrior on the way. As for your opponent on this first level, it is I, Pui. Pui explained, his voice laced with provocation and confidence. Understood. We merely need to eliminate you, correct? Vegeta interrupted impatiently, his eyes gleaming with a desire for combat. Eliminate me? I am nothing like that fool Dabura. I shall be the one to defeat you first. Pui retorted with a derisive laugh, radiating extreme self-assurance. Enough with the chatter, let us commence. Vegeta clenched his fists, a powerful aura emanating from him, bracing for the impending battle. Babidi immediately cast a spell, transforming the battle environment into one of tenfold gravity, most advantageous for Pui. Witnessing this, Pui's confidence surged, convinced he could easily conquer Vegeta. However, this was merely a figment of his imagination. In reality, Vegeta had long since acclimated to training in a 100-fold gravity chamber. A mere 10-fold was no challenge for him. Pui charged at Vegeta, launching an attack, yet each strike was effortlessly dodged by Vegeta. Suddenly, Vegeta struck, landing a powerful punch to Pui's abdomen, followed by a swift kick that sent him flying. In disbelief, Pui struggled to comprehend his inability to overcome Vegeta. He lunged at Vegeta once more, but Vegeta crouched low, placing his hands on Pui's abdomen, unleashing a formidable energy wave. The impact was devastating, obliterating Pui into nothingness. Damn it, Pui has also been dispatched. Babidi seethed with rage upon witnessing the scene through his crystal ball. Chapter 40, Wuyuan vs. Yego. After vanquishing the formidable Pui on the first level, the passage to the second level unfurled before Wukong and his companions, who swiftly made their entrance. Upon entering the second level, they were met with their adversary this time. Yego, a colossal beast adorned with rippling muscles and crowned with a pair of twisted horns. Its razor-sharp fangs bespoke a fearsome presence. Wuyuan, this challenge is yours, Wukong declared. Rest assured, I shall handle it with ease, Wuyuan confidently replied, stretching his limbs in preparation. Yego is a creature of great renown and dread across the cosmos. Exercise caution, the Supreme Kai cautioned. Fear not, Supreme Kai, I am entirely untroubled. Wuyuan responded with a smile. Upon hearing Wuyuan's apparent dismissal, Yego was consumed by fury, launching himself at Wuyuan in a flash. In an instant, Yego was upon him, swinging his massive fist with tremendous force. To Wuyuan, however, the beast's movements appeared as if in slow motion. With a mere sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the onslaught. Frustrated by his repeated failures, Yego roared in rage and sprouted elongated blades from his arms, slashing violently at Wuyuan. Yet, each strike posed no threat to Wuyuan, who danced around the attacks with an ease that seemed playful. Observing Yego's predicament, Babidi resorted to magic to alter the battlefield. As a mysterious light flickered, darkness enveloped the arena, rendering it pitch black, an eerie environment reminiscent of the Dark Star, where Yego had once thrived. Yet, Yego possessed an extraordinary night vision, allowing him to perceive everything in this inky abyss. Haha, this is my beloved Dark Star, Yego boasted, his voice brimming with confidence and exhilaration as he charged towards Wuyuan. Though Wuyuan could not see his surroundings, his acute perception allowed him to sense the flow of energy, just as Yego's attack was about to land. Wuyuan nimbly sidestepped and retaliated with a powerful kick. Yego swiftly burrowed underground to evade the blow, only to erupt from the ground in a high leap, poised to strike again. However, Wuyuan was faster, appearing behind Yego in an instant. With hands clasped together, Wuyuan summoned all his strength and slammed Yego into the ground. Struggling to rise, Yego launched another assault, yet no matter how fiercely he attacked, he could not breach Wuyuan's defenses. Each blow was effortlessly countered. Can you truly see me? Yego asked, astonished. I cannot see you, but I can sense your energy. There are other means to discern your location, Wuyuan replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. As soon as he finished speaking, Wuyuan amplified his energy, emanating a brilliant golden light as his hair stood on end, transforming into Super Saiyan form. A tempestuous aura enveloped him, illuminating the surroundings. Yego, witnessing this transformation, broke into a sweat, overwhelmed by an inexplicable pressure that made his body tremble. Despite his fear, he clung to the belief that his unique abilities would allow him to prevail. Suddenly, Yego opened his mouth wide, unleashing a powerful suction that drew Wuyuan's energy into himself. As Yego consumed this energy, the darkness deepened once more. Oh, so you possess this ability. Let us see how much you can absorb, Wuyuan quipped, a mocking smile upon his face. He intensified his energy, the Saiyan power surging forth, flames of gold igniting as though to incinerate the very space around them. Yego, undeterred, continued to gulp down Wuyuan's energy, his appetite insatiable. Wuyuan, relentless, unleashed even more energy for Yego to feast upon. As time passed, Yego's abdomen swelled alarmingly, resembling a balloon on the verge of bursting. At last, Yego's body could endure no more. With a thunderous explosion, he was torn apart by the overwhelming energy, scattering into countless fragments that danced through the air. Chapter 41, Vegeta under Babidi's control. How infuriating. Even Yego has been defeated. Is there truly no way out? No. There must be another method. I cannot concede defeat so easily. At that moment, a thought flashed through Babidi's mind. Yes, I could attempt to use magic to control Vegeta. This individual harbors an evil heart. With this notion, a sly smile crept across Babidi's lips as he decided to fixate on Vegeta, intending to manipulate him to achieve his own ends. Babidi immediately began chanting a spell directed at the crystal ball, Babababla, Babababla. As his incantation echoed, the crystal orb emitted a blinding light. Meanwhile, on the third level of the spaceship, Vegeta suddenly felt an excruciating headache, as if countless needles were piercing his skull, rendering him in utter agony. He instinctively clutched his head and cried out in distress. "What's wrong, Uncle Vegeta?" Goku, witnessing Vegeta's peculiar reaction, hurriedly inquired with concern. However, Vegeta remained unresponsive to Goku, as he was overwhelmed by discomfort, feeling as though the entire world was spinning. He could only scream to alleviate the pain. "This is bad. It appears he has fallen victim to Babidi magic," the Supreme Kai observed. His brow furrowed as he quickly grasped the situation. Just then, Vegeta involuntarily unleashed his energy, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 1. Yet, the pain in his head did not subside. Rather, it intensified. Beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, and his face contorted in anguish until he could bear it no longer and collapsed to the ground. "Vegeta, pull yourself together. You must be cautious. Babidi seeks to exploit the darkness within your heart to control you," the Supreme Kai urged desperately. "Babidi intends to control Uncle Vegeta?" Goku exclaimed in shock. "Indeed. Babidi can manipulate those who harbor malevolent thoughts," the Supreme Kai gravely explained. "Vegeta, you must cast aside your desires. Do not think of anything at all. Listen to me. Vegeta, quickly relinquish your wicked cravings. Act swiftly, or it will be too late." The Supreme Kai rushed to Vegeta's side, gripping his arm tightly and speaking urgently. "You fool. What use is merely saying this?" Vegeta retorted to the Supreme Kai, then clutched his head and began to wail in despair. "Excellent. His malevolence is indeed abundant. If I can draw forth the latent power within him, I will be able to control him," Babidi remarked, observing Vegeta's state in the crystal ball before intensifying his spell. At that moment, Vegeta rose to his feet, red lightning energy crackling around him, accompanied by increasingly louder cries of agony. "Ah!" Vegeta shouted in torment. Feeling as if his body were on the verge of explosion, the unbearable pain threatened to shatter his sanity. "Ha ha!" Babidi laughed triumphantly. "Now, you are my puppet. Obediently follow my commands." As Babidi's words fell, Vegeta's gaze turned vacant, as if his soul had departed. "It is too late. He is about to be completely under Babidi's control," the Supreme Kai stated gravely. Goku watched Vegeta with mounting anxiety and helplessness. He understood that if Vegeta fell under Babidi's influence, it would lead to catastrophic consequences. Simultaneously, Vegeta's body began to levitate, his energy surging, causing the very ground beneath them to tremble violently. After half an hour, Vegeta's energy gradually diminished, and he descended to the ground. Goku attempted to advance once more, but the Supreme Kai restrained him, warning that Babidi had successfully taken control of Vegeta, rendering the situation extremely perilous. Goku could only watch helplessly as Vegeta succumbed to Babidi's domination, his heart heavy with worry. Upon rising, Vegeta bore an insignia upon his forehead, gazing malevolently at Goku, Goten, and the Supreme Kai. It was evident that he had indeed been utterly subjugated by Babidi. Chapter 42. Wukong instantly defeats Vegeta. Ha ha ha. Splendid. This Vegeta is now entirely under my control. Babidi gazed at the image of Vegeta displayed within the crystal ball, a triumphant smile adorning his face. His plan had finally come to fruition. Vegeta had become his most formidable weapon. "I shall select an appropriate venue for your battle. The arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament will suffice, as it is where humans often compete." Babidi began to chant incantations, invoking his magic. As his words echoed, a mysterious force enveloped the space occupied by Wukong, Wuyuan, King Kai, and Vegeta. Suddenly, their surroundings transformed, oscillating between brightness and darkness, as if time and space had warped. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves standing on the stage of the World Martial Arts Tournament, where a grand award ceremony was underway. Satan, as the champion, was basking in the cheers and congratulations of the audience. "What? How did we suddenly arrive here? This doesn't seem like an illusion," Wuyuan pondered, slapping his face to ascertain his consciousness. The abrupt appearance of Wukong and his companions left the entire assembly in shock. Spectators gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend why these legendary figures had materialized before them. How could it be them? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. How did they just appear here? Another echoed in confusion. The audience buzzed with speculation, their voices rising in a chorus of bewilderment. "Where have you two been? The competition has already concluded. What a pity." The host slowly approached Vegeta. "Danger." Wuyuan swiftly shielded the host. At that moment, Vegeta unleashed the energy within him, sending Satan hurtling off the stage. Had it not been for Wuyuan's protection, the host would have suffered the same fate. "Vegeta, seize all the energy from Wuyuan and Wukong. The others are inconsequential." "You may slaughter at will," Babidi commanded. "Humph. Do not order me around. I have but one objective, to defeat Kakarot. Other matters are of no concern to me." I must thank you for enhancing my potential. I feel exceedingly powerful now, Vegeta replied with a cold smirk. What? This fellow hasn't been entirely controlled. This is unprecedented. Nevertheless, it matters not, as long as the final goal is achieved, Babidi thought, astonished yet quickly regaining his composure. Vegeta abruptly turned, maintaining his Super Saiyan form, radiating an immense aura. His hands clenched as he concentrated a vast amount of energy. He then raised his palm and unleashed a formidable energy blast towards Wukong. To Vegeta's astonishment, his powerful strike was effortlessly blocked by Wukong with a mere finger. Wukong stood calmly, a smile on his face, his eyes exuding confidence and ease. With a gentle extension of a finger, he thwarted Vegeta's energy attack as if it were an inconsequential matter. Not only Vegeta, but even King Kai, observing the spectacle, was left astounded, his eyes wide in disbelief. What manner of creature is this Son Wukong, who can deflect a Super Saiyan's energy blast with a single finger? Such an attack could easily obliterate Depura. Could he surpass Majin Buu? King Kai muttered in astonishment. Vegeta, you are still no match for me. Allow Wu Yuan to entertain you. Wukong remarked nonchalantly, gesturing for Vegeta to step back. Vegeta, filled with indignation, turned away but was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. He launched a rapid barrage of punches at Wukong, each strike imbued with astonishing power, distorting the very fabric of space with his blows. Yet, Wukong continued to block them effortlessly with just a finger, rendering Vegeta's efforts futile. Enough of this play, Wukong declared impatiently, then sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick that sent Vegeta flying. The force was immense, and Vegeta tumbled through the air before barely stabilizing himself. Cough. Vegeta spat blood. Still incredulous as he glared at Wukong, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. He could not comprehend why, despite his overwhelming strength, he remained inferior to Wukong. Why are you so strong? Why can't I defeat you? Ah! Vegeta roared, his energy surging once more as if striving to transcend his limits. However, his power was ultimately finite. Despite showing signs of approaching Super Saiyan level 3, he still fell short of the true form. Vegeta, in my normal state, I can effortlessly overpower a Super Saiyan level 4. You have yet to reach level 3. How could you possibly defeat me? If you wish to compete, let Wen accompany you, Wukong stated calmly, a hint of disdain in his gaze. What? You? Hearing Wukong's words, Vegeta nearly lost his composure. He had always been a proud and arrogant warrior, yet now faced with Wukong's contempt, the flames of fury ignited within him. He recognized the truth in Wukong's words. He was indeed far inferior. Yet, he would not accept this reality. Damn it! Am I truly destined to never surpass you? Vegeta grit his teeth. Anguish etched across his face. He had challenged Wukong countless times, only to meet with failure each time. This time, he believed he had finally found the opportunity to surpass Wukong, only to find himself in the same predicament once more. Very well, I shall first defeat your son. And then I will defeat you, Vegeta resolved, no longer mired in hesitation. All right then, Uncle Vegeta, let us engage in battle. Wu Yuan transformed into a Super Saiyan in an instant. An intense confrontation was about to commence. Chapter 43, Gohan vs. Vegeta. Gohan. Do you remember when I first arrived on Earth? I was defeated by you, a mere 5-year-old child at the time. That was when my pride was most severely wounded. This time, I shall avenge that humiliation and teach you a lesson in respecting your elders, Vegeta declared with a serious expression. Ha ha ha, Uncle Vegeta, you actually remember that incident? I've long forgotten about it. However, you may find it quite challenging to defeat me, Gohan replied with a hearty laugh. As arrogant and insufferable as ever, that little brat. I shall take it upon myself to discipline you in Kakarot's stead, Vegeta thought, veins bulging in anger. With that, Vegeta surged his energy once more and, like a bolt of lightning, launched himself at Gohan. Unfazed, Gohan quickly countered Vegeta's assault. Thus began a fierce exchange of blows, each strike infused with tremendous power and speed. Captivating the onlookers, both warriors, now in their Super Saiyan forms, unleashed shockwaves that shattered the arena, transforming the once sturdy platform into a mere heap of rubble. The spectators below were thrown into a panic, screaming and fleeing in fear of being caught in the chaos. Yet, Gohan and Vegeta remained oblivious to their surroundings, consumed solely by their desire to triumph over one another. After a grueling exchange, both fighters bore varying degrees of injuries, blood oozing from their wounds. Nevertheless, they did not falter or retreat. Instead, their spirits ignited with even greater resolve. Vegeta fixed his unwavering gaze on Gohan, a fierce determination flickering in his eyes. He raised his left hand, unleashing a powerful energy wave that surged forth like a blazing inferno towards Gohan. Without hesitation, Gohan extended his right hand, striking the energy wave with astonishing speed and force, sending it spiraling away. However, Vegeta's true intention was far from straightforward. As Gohan focused on deflecting the energy wave, Vegeta teleported behind him and struck with a furious punch. Yet, he found himself hitting only a fleeting afterimage left by Gohan, who had anticipated Vegeta's move and skillfully evaded the surprise attack. Refusing to be outdone, Gohan utilized his teleportation ability to appear behind Vegeta, launching a powerful kick. To his surprise, he too met only with a mirage, as Vegeta had preemptively teleported away. Thus, the two continued their fierce battle in the air, their forms now indistinguishable amidst the chaos. With a resounding crash, Gohan struck Vegeta down to the ground. However, he did not linger, quickly rising and extending his arms to gather a formidable energy wave. This attack was none other than Vegeta's signature move, the Final Flash, renowned for its staggering potency. Not one to be daunted, Gohan unleashed his own ultimate technique, the Kamehameha. The two beams collided, erupting in a dazzling spectacle of light and immense energy. Both combatants poured every ounce of their strength into the struggle, neither yielding an inch. Their powers intertwined, culminating in a breathtaking confrontation. Yet, ultimately, Gohan proved to be the superior fighter. His Kamehameha gradually overpowered Vegeta's Final Flash, scattering it and relentlessly advancing towards Vegeta. Faced with such an overwhelming assault, Vegeta had no time to regroup his defenses and could only leap aside in a desperate attempt to evade. He twisted in the air, striving to avoid Gohan's energy wave. But the Kamehameha pursued him relentlessly, forcing him into a defensive position. Vegeta suddenly ceased his evasions and opted to amplify his energy, unleashing an even more potent dark impact. A colossal energy sphere surged towards Gohan's Kamehameha, leading to a fierce stalemate that ultimately resulted in a radiant explosion in the sky. "Not bad, Uncle Vegeta. I'm starting to feel a bit strained," Gohan remarked, his tone light and confident, seemingly unfazed by the intensity of their clash. "You insufferable brat. I will silence that damned mouth of yours," Vegeta retorted angrily, a flash of fury in his eyes. He felt his honor was at stake and needed to show this presumptuous child a lesson. With that, he gathered a tremendous amount of energy in his left hand and shot a rapid beam towards Gohan. Seeing the incoming beam, Gohan swiftly dodged. Yet, due to its incredible speed, he could not completely avoid it, resulting in a deep gash on his arm, blood flowing profusely. Although his arm remained intact, the pain was excruciating. Gohan could not suppress a cry of anguish, clutching his wounded arm, his expression tinged with pain. But he quickly regained his composure. Gritting his teeth, "What a formidable attack, Uncle Vegeta. It seems I must unleash my true power to secure a victory." Suddenly, Gohan's energy surged once more, golden flames erupting around him like a roaring fire, the overwhelming aura causing the very space around him to tremble. In the blink of an eye, Gohan underwent a remarkable transformation. His hair lengthened and became more voluminous, his muscles grew stronger, and he exuded an unparalleled pressure. He had ascended to Super Saiyan Level 3. As soon as his transformation was complete, Gohan vanished from sight, only to reappear before Vegeta, delivering a devastating punch to his abdomen. The force was immense, leaving Vegeta utterly defenseless as he was sent flying. Before Vegeta could react, Gohan's relentless assault continued. His speed was so extraordinary that it rendered Vegeta unable to counter, being tossed around like a mere plaything in the air. Finally, Gohan pressed his palms together, channeling all his energy, and thrust it forward, unleashing a powerful energy wave that struck Vegeta with the force of a cannon, sending him crashing to the ground. Vegeta fell heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. At this point, he was battered and bruised, nearly devoid of the strength to rise. Thus, Vegeta's quest for revenge ended in yet another failure. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he found himself unable to overcome the might of Gohan. Yet, Gohan too bore the marks of battle, having sustained significant injuries in this fierce duel. Chapter 44, The Resurrection of Majin Buu's Son Goku never anticipated such formidable strength from Son Gohan. It truly caught him off guard. However, Babidi remarked with a smile that Majin Buu's energy had been sufficiently replenished, and it was merely a matter of time before he would break free from his seal. In a short while, the spherical seal containing Buu emitted a sound reminiscent of a heartbeat, and then it split apart, releasing a substantial amount of pink gas. Once the gas dissipated, only a small, pink dough-like creature remained, wriggling incessantly. Babidi was taken aback. Could it be that Majin Buu had perished long ago? He was incredulous and quickly employed magic to transport Goku, Gohan, King Kai, and a still reclining Vegeta back to the scene. Ah, we are back, Gohan observed, surveying his surroundings. Indeed, but it seems Babidi has failed. There is no sign of Majin Buu within the spherical seal. King Kai chuckled, noting the minuscule wriggling creature inside, which he was certain could not be Majin Buu. Failed. How unfortunate, Gohan expressed with a hint of regret. Only Goku recognized the truth. That was indeed Majin Buu. Yet they would need to wait a little longer. He approached Vegeta, offering him a Senzu bean to restore his energy. Vegeta, with a forlorn expression, lamented, I have failed again. I have never bested you all in battle. It is truly a disgrace to the Saiyan Prince. Goku consoled him, do not speak so. Perhaps you are merely accumulating strength for a grand release. But now, there is still a battle to fight against Majin Buu. Are you willing to engage once more? Vegeta furrowed his brow and questioned, Majin Buu? Did he not fail to resurrect? Even though I could not move earlier, I heard King Kai's words. Goku explained. His power is limited. It is understandable he could not perceive it. Do you see that wriggling mass? That is Majin Buu, still in the process of recovery. Yet he will soon take a more human form. Vegeta gazed at the squirming mass in disbelief. That doe-like creature? Surely, you jest. Goku replied with exasperation. If you do not believe me, then we shall wait and see. As time passed, approximately 5 minutes later, the dormant mass suddenly stirred. It began to ascend slowly, gradually transforming into a vast pink cloud in the air, which morphed shape as if it possessed its own life. The cloud then began to condense and coalesce, ultimately materializing into a large, rotund figure with a pink body. When Babidi, Gohan, and Vegeta beheld this figure, their eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible! He is truly resurrected! King Kai exclaimed, terror etched on his face, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Babidi, observing King Kai's expression, felt a surge of satisfaction. He knew this figure was the legendary Majin Buu, and he had finally succeeded in resurrecting him. Majin Buu ignored the onlookers, instead moving his body as if concerned that being sealed for too long would render him stiff. Hey, Majin Buu, greet me. I am your master now, Babidi called out, inspecting Buu with satisfaction as he attempted to communicate. However, Majin Buu showed no interest and turned away, making a face at Babidi, who was so startled that he collapsed onto the ground. Seeing Babidi's reaction, Majin Buu erupted into laughter. A fool like him wished to be his master? It was almost beneath him to kill such a simpleton. Babidi, gasping for breath on the ground, eventually regained his composure. Majin Buu, remember, I am your new master now. You cannot act unruly like before. Understood? In response, Majin Buu once again made a face at Babidi, a look of mockery on his features. I possess the incantation to seal you again. Do you desire to be sealed once more? Babidi threatened. Upon hearing Babidi's words, Majin Buu feigned compliance, adopting a submissive demeanor. He had no intention of killing Babidi just yet. Sealing him would be troublesome, so he resolved to bide his time. Very well, Majin Buu. My first command is to eliminate those two, Babidi declared, pointing at Gohan and King Kai. King Kai, hearing Babidi's order, felt a rush of cold sweat, fearing for his life, while Gohan exuded an aura of excitement, relishing the prospect of battle. Gohan and Majin Buu locked eyes, and a colossal confrontation was on the brink of commencing. Chapter 45, Goku vs. Majin Buu. Majin Buu swiftly appeared beside Goku, launching an immediate assault. Caught off guard, Goku was sent hurtling away. However, he quickly regained his composure midair and soared back towards Majin Buu, engaging in a fierce exchange of punches. It soon became evident that in his base form, Goku was no match for Majin Buu, and he was soon knocked to the ground, embedded into the side of a mountain. It appeared that only by transforming into a Super Saiyan could he contend with Majin Buu. Determined, Goku concentrated his energy, ascending into Super Saiyan 2nd grade, for he sensed that the 1st grade might still fall short against Majin Buu. As Goku transformed, his aura surged dramatically. His hair turned golden, and a powerful intensity emanated from his gaze. Now in Super Saiyan 2nd grade, Goku experienced a tremendous boost in strength. Majin Buu, sensing this change, displayed a flicker of surprise but quickly regained his composure, convinced that even this version of Goku was still inferior. With renewed vigor, Goku unleashed a Kamehameha wave at Majin Buu. Caught off guard by the speed of the attack, Majin Buu was struck, his upper body obliterated. Yet, he did not perish. Instead, he began to regenerate, revealing his remarkable healing abilities. As long as even a single cell remained, he could restore himself to full form. Infuriated by Goku's sudden onslaught, Majin Buu's 6 small holes atop his head and the 6 on his arms began to emit white steam, resembling a boiling kettle. In a startling maneuver, he tore a piece of flesh from his own abdomen and hurled it towards Goku. The flesh morphed into a lengthy tendril, racing towards him at an astonishing speed. Undaunted, Goku retaliated with a powerful energy wave, obliterating the tendril upon impact. Realizing his attack had failed, Majin Buu began to rapidly fire energy blasts from his hands, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Goku. Demonstrating agile prowess, Goku deftly evaded the onslaught. Unexpectedly, Majin Buu managed to separate another body from his own, prompting a foreboding feeling to surge within Goku. The detached body quickly ascended above Goku, clasping its hands together before crashing down towards him. Preoccupied with dodging the energy blasts, Goku was unable to react in time and was struck down. Simultaneously, the energy blast rained down upon him, resulting in a series of violent explosions. In an instant, a cloud of dust enveloped the area, obscuring Goku's condition. Son Goku, hurry and assist him. Are you indifferent to your son's fate? King Kai implored. This is their duel. We shall not intervene unless Goku falls. To assist him directly would only undermine Goku's pride as a scion. Vegeta interjected before Goku could respond. I concur with Vegeta. There is no need to aid Goku. I believe you will be fine, Goku replied. Are all scions so callous? Clearly, my child is at a disadvantage, King Kai pondered. Observing the 2 warriors, as the dust settled, Goku emerged slowly, his attire tattered and bloodied, indicating the severe toll the earlier attack had taken. He discarded his shredded shirt, revealing his muscular torso, and stretched his body. Fortunately, the injuries are not severe, he remarked. Majin Buu, I acknowledge your strength. Now, I shall fight with all my might, Goku declared, intensifying his aura as he ascended into Super Saiyan 3rd grade. The second round between Goku and Majin Buu was about to commence, and the question lingered, who would emerge victorious? King Kai remained focused on the duel, fully aware of the stakes for both Earth and the universe. Chapter 46, Gohan vs. Majin Buu 2 transformed into a Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Gohan surged toward Majin Buu with astonishing speed, initiating a fierce confrontation. In this encounter, Gohan displayed an even greater reservoir of strength and finesse, leaving Majin Buu utterly overwhelmed and devoid of any means to retaliate. Each of Gohan's strikes radiated immense energy, forcing Majin Buu to retreat step by step. Ultimately, Gohan delivered a powerful kick that sent Majin Buu crashing to the ground, followed by a relentless barrage of energy blasts that rained down upon him. Under the onslaught of these energy attacks, Majin Buu's form began to distort, ultimately reducing him to a grotesque mass of flesh. However, endowed with remarkable regenerative abilities, Majin Buu swiftly returned to his original state. At this juncture, his gaze bore a murderous intent as he looked at Gohan. Gohan, refusing to grant Majin Buu a moment's respite, swiftly raised his fist and charged forward once more. In response, Majin Buu expanded his abdomen to an enormous size, attempting to counter Gohan with the sheer pressure from his belly. Undeterred, Gohan unleashed his Dragon Fist technique, propelling himself through Majin Buu's body like a colossal dragon. A large hole materialized in Majin Buu's belly, yet he appeared unfazed, rapidly mending the wound. Once restored, Majin Buu pivoted and raised his hands, unleashing a formidable energy wave that surged toward Gohan like a cannonball. Gohan exhibited remarkable agility, deftly maneuvering to evade the attack. Immediately thereafter, he launched himself at Majin Buu with blinding speed, unleashing a flurry of fierce strikes. However, Majin Buu's prowess was equally formidable. He employed rapid movement techniques that rendered him a fleeting illusion in the air, skillfully dodging Gohan's onslaught. Recognizing the difficulty in landing a hit on Majin Buu, Gohan resolved to elevate his energy further to augment both speed and power. As his aura intensified, his velocity indeed increased. Though this came at a significant cost, his stamina began to deplete at an alarming rate, rendering it unsustainable for extended periods. Nevertheless, Gohan pressed on, intent on swiftly vanquishing Majin Buu. Following the enhancement of his energy, he finally managed to strike Majin Buu, gradually gaining the upper hand and beginning to suppress him. Yet, Majin Buu's astonishing regenerative capabilities proved to be a considerable challenge for Gohan. Regardless of the severity of the injuries inflicted, Majin Buu consistently restored himself to full health, leaving Gohan momentarily at a loss for effective countermeasures. Though the current situation saw Gohan dominating Majin Buu, he understood that without addressing this dilemma, ultimate victory remained uncertain. As Gohan had anticipated, with the passage of time, his energy began to wane, ultimately preventing him from sustaining the Super Saiyan third grade transformation. In an instant, the tables turned. Majin Buu, sensing Gohan's diminishing strength, swiftly maneuvered behind him, clasping his hands together before forcefully slamming Gohan to the ground. Without delay, he positioned himself before the fallen Gohan and unleashed a beam of energy from the horn atop his head. Gohan let out a cry of agony as the beam struck him, contorting his form until he transformed into a piece of chocolate suspended in the air. Just as Majin Buu prepared to consume the chocolate, Goku materialized using his instant transmission, delivering a punch that sent Majin Buu flying and quickly seizing the chocolate. "Oh, you're not ready for this, are you? You fell for that so easily," Goku remarked, observing Gohan's chocolate form with amusement. Majin Buu, adjusting his posture mid-air, glared at Goku with fury, determined to devour Gohan before him, all thanks to Goku's unexpected intervention. Kakarot, since Gohan has fallen, it is my turn. I wish to witness Majin Buu's might as well, Vegeta stated as he approached Goku. All right, Goku nodded in agreement. Son Goku, Vegeta, you two should join forces against Majin Buu instead of facing him alone. Victory cannot be achieved through isolation, the Supreme Kai admonished them both. Silence. We Saiyans do not require your interference, Vegeta retorted angrily at the Supreme Kai. Taken aback by the response, the Supreme Kai found himself at a loss for words, silently hoping for a miracle to unfold. Hey, Majin Buu, your next opponent is me. Don't disappoint me, Vegeta declared, rapidly elevating his energy to assume the Super Saiyan second grade form. Majin Buu, incensed by Vegeta's proclamation, began to emit steam from his body, his desire to annihilate everyone before him intensifying. The confrontation between Vegeta and Majin Buu was about to commence. Would he surpass Gohan and triumph over Majin Buu? Chapter 47. The death of Majin Buu. Vegeta initiated the onslaught with remarkable swiftness, raising his leg and delivering a powerful kick to Majin Buu's face. Following this, he unleashed a flurry of intense attacks, momentarily overpowering Majin Buu, who found it difficult to counter. After a relentless barrage, Buu's muscles appeared to cave under Vegeta's strikes. Yet, astonishingly, Majin Buu remained unscathed. He merely swayed slightly, and his muscles returned to their original state. Realizing his efforts were futile, Vegeta extended his palm, gathering energy to form a beam that he shot at Majin Buu, piercing his abdomen. Just when everyone believed this blow had succeeded, Majin Buu calmly stood up, squeezing his hands together, causing his belly to revert to its former appearance. Although Majin Buu was unharmed, the earlier assault had ignited a fierce rage within him. He clasped his arms tightly, seemingly accumulating power. Vegeta, sensing the impending danger, promptly leaped out of Majin Buu's attack range. Suddenly, Majin Buu unleashed a deafening roar, releasing the amassed energy in a single burst. When the spectators looked back, a colossal circular crater had formed, measuring 100 meters in diameter and 10 meters deep. Despite Vegeta's timely evasion of the direct impact, the shockwave from Buu's energy left his left arm injured, blood seeping from the wound and staining his attire. Majin Buu then tore off a large chunk of flesh from his abdomen, stretching it into a long strip akin to noodles, and began to fire energy blasts from his mouth, forcing Vegeta to dodge frantically. Seizing the opportunity while Vegeta was preoccupied, Majin Buu swiftly hurled the elongated strip of flesh at him. Caught off guard, Vegeta found himself ensnared tightly. Witnessing Vegeta's predicament, Majin Buu gleefully danced in triumph, reveling in his excitement. Subsequently, he delivered a fierce kick, sending Vegeta hurtling away. Following this, Majin Buu soared into the air, swiftly landing atop Vegeta, who cried out in agony from the sudden blow. No, this cannot be. One must not be confined in battle. It should be a direct confrontation, Goku exclaimed. Rushing to Vegeta's side, he kicked Majin Buu off, then forcefully removed the binding flesh from Vegeta. Vegeta, take this Senzu bean immediately to restore your strength and wounds, Goku urged, tossing a Senzu bean to him. Vegeta consumed the bean, which dissolved instantly, a warm current coursing through his body. Afterward, he felt invigorated, with his previously expended energy rapidly replenished to peak condition, even surpassing his former limits. He erupted with energy once more, this time achieving the formidable Super Saiyan third grade transformation. Ha ha ha. Is this the Super Saiyan third grade? I feel an overwhelming surge of power. Vegeta laughed, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. He sensed the torrential strength within him, as if the very world trembled beneath his feet. Majin Buu, having been kicked away by Goku, swiftly returned, startled to see Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3rd grade. He had not anticipated that Vegeta could ascend to this level, indicating that the battle would become increasingly arduous. Vegeta, hold on before you engage. Allow me to teach you a technique to counter Majin Buu's immortality. Goku whispered into Vegeta's ear, meticulously explaining the method to utilize the Spirit Bomb. Vegeta's expression reflected astonishment upon hearing of this extraordinary technique. He moved his body, feeling the immense power granted by the Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Taking a deep breath, he charged toward Majin Buu with astonishing speed. Majin Buu attempted to evade by moving rapidly, but Vegeta's speed surpassed his, quickly closing the gap and unleashing a ferocious assault. Buu was once again pummeled by Vegeta, utterly defenseless. After a relentless sequence of attacks, Majin Buu was left battered, his form nearly unrecognizable. Just as he prepared to restore himself, Vegeta had already gathered a massive spirit bomb and hurled it toward Majin Buu. Sensing the immense threat of this attack, Majin Buu raised his hands in a desperate attempt to defend, yet Vegeta continued to intensify his energy output. After a fierce struggle of power, the spirit bomb ultimately struck Majin Buu. He let out a chilling scream before vanishing completely from sight, signifying his utter obliteration. With Majin Buu's demise, Babidi fell into despair, never expecting the resurrected Buu to be defeated so swiftly. Well, I suppose I must devise another plan to rise again, Babidi thought, attempting to escape unnoticed. However, the Supreme Kai would not allow his escape. Babidi, where do you think you're going? He inquired with a smile, his spirits high now that the cosmic crisis had been resolved. I'm just going home for tea, Babidi stammered, rubbing his head. Why not enjoy the tea of the underworld instead? The Supreme Kai retorted, launching a ki blast at Babidi, who barely had time to react before being obliterated into fragments. With the Majin Buu incident resolved, the Supreme Kai returned to the Kaioshin planet, while Goku took the battered and bruised up home. Vegeta, having vanquished Majin Buu, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, lingering in place for a long while before finally departing for home. Chapter 48. After the Majin Buu incident following the demise of Majin Buu, everyone embarked on their leisurely pursuits. However, for Android 18, life was somewhat busier. The funds from her intentional loss to Satan in the World Martial Arts Tournament had yet to be received, prompting her to frequently seek out Satan. Yet, it seemed that Satan had no intention of fulfilling his obligation. Given the close relationship between his daughter and Goten, the prospect of marriage loomed on the horizon. With Goku being married to Android 18, their families had now intertwined, leading Satan to believe that the previous debt could be overlooked. Indeed, just a month after defaulting on the payment, Goten and Bulla were wed in a grand ceremony attended by numerous distinguished guests, including the king himself. The atmosphere was filled with joy and happiness as everyone offered their blessings to the newlyweds. Bulla, as the bride, radiated beauty, captivating all who beheld her. Time swiftly passed, and 9 years flew by in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, the world underwent numerous changes, yet for Goku's family, the most cherished moments were those spent together. Goten and Bulla finally welcomed the fruits of their love, a delightful son and a lovely daughter. The boy, named Guhua, was already 8 years old, intelligent and full of energy, while the girl, Xiaofang, was 7, innocent and sweet. Goten and Bulla showered their children with affection, creating a harmonious family atmosphere. In contrast, Goku's other offspring chose a different path. Aside from Gohan, Goten, and Guhua, the rest opted against marriage, preferring the freedom of an unencumbered life. Despite Goku's repeated attempts to persuade them to reconsider, they remained steadfast in their convictions. Regarding their abilities, apart from Guhua and Xiaofang, who had only attained the first level of Super Saiyan, Goku's other children and grandchildren displayed remarkable prowess. Most of them effortlessly reached the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, showcasing extraordinary talent and potential. Vegeta, it's time for the World Martial Arts Tournament again. Are you considering participating once more? Goku inquired as he approached Vegeta. Kakarot. Why bring up the tournament suddenly? None of you are competing. What purpose would my participation serve? Vegeta responded, puzzled. Over the years, with Goku's help, he had successfully attained the 4th level of Super Saiyan, yet he felt no inclination to engage in the tournament. Who says no one from our side is competing? I will have Goten participate. His strength is formidable, Goku declared, his eyes brimming with expectation and trust in Goten. Goten, your second son? How powerful is he now? Vegeta asked, slightly taken aback, aware of the incredible potential possessed by Goku's children. He can now temporarily achieve the 6th level of Super Saiyan, Goku replied with pride. a broad smile illuminating his face. What? The 6th level of Super Saiyan? Your son truly is a monster, Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he marveled at Goten's rapid growth. Fortunately, he still has quite a distance to go to match my strength, Goku chuckled. Vegeta, exasperated by Goku's modesty, could only shake his head. By the way, an intriguing character will also be present at this tournament, the reincarnation of the Majin Buu you vanquished. What? He has been reincarnated? If I could defeat him once, I could do so again, Vegeta responded, astonished. No need. He is merely human now, albeit with great potential. There is no necessity to eliminate him, Goku clarified. Oh? I am curious to see how his potential manifests as a human, Vegeta declared, his competitive spirit ignited. Just don't go all out. He is still a child and has yet to mature, Goku cautioned. Rest assured, Kakarot, I know how to temper my strength, Vegeta replied. Hearing Vegeta's words, Goku covered his face, exasperated. It's precisely because you lack control that I felt the need to remind you. After conferring with everyone, Goku ultimately decided that Goten, Guhua, Xiao Feng, and Guhua would participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, while Vegeta would enter alongside his son Trunks. Chapter 49. Participating in the martial arts tournament again, have you all packed your things? We are about to set off. Son Goku bellowed, his voice echoing through the house. Little Fong sprang out, bouncing with energy, muttering, I've been ready for ages, Grandpa. Just waiting for those slowpokes. Especially little Crane, he's quite the procrastinator. She punctuated her statement with a roll of her eyes directed at the house. At that moment, Wu He emerged leisurely, adjusting his attire as he countered. Oh, come on. Little Fong, don't say that. If you hadn't been nagging me incessantly, I wouldn't have taken so long. Upon hearing this, little Fong's expression soured. Hands on her hips, she retorted indignantly, Humph. You lazy brother, it's clearly your fault for waking up late, and you dare blame me for urging you? Wu He glared at her, refusing to back down. Hey, you little rascal, you do remember I'm your elder, right? Look at your attitude when you talk to me. Is this how a sister should behave? As the tension escalated, it seemed the siblings were on the brink of a physical confrontation. Just then, Son Goku swiftly positioned himself between them, chuckling as he intervened. All right, you two little rascals, cease this quarrel. Is it worth causing such a fuss over something so trivial? We still have a journey ahead, so let us not sulk. Dad, I beg you. I truly don't wish to participate in this so-called World Martial Arts Tournament. It's utterly boring and devoid of any excitement, Wu Tian grumbled. His brows furrowed as if the greatest agony in the world was to partake in this competition. Son Goku crossed his arms, his expression turning serious. No way. We had an agreement. A man's word is his bond. There is no room for backtracking. His gaze was resolute, leaving no room for argument. At this juncture, Wu Miao interjected impatiently, Oh, come on, brother. Stop complaining. You've been whining since morning. It's giving my ears calluses. She pouted and rolled her eyes. Wu Tian, infuriated, stomped his foot and clenched his fists, threatening, You little brat, how dare you speak to your brother like that? Are you itching for a lesson? He raised his hand as if to strike. Terrified, Wu Miao's face blanched. She screamed and darted behind Son Goku, seeking refuge, while pointing an accusatory finger. Dad. Look at second brother. He's always picking on me. Seeing this, Son Goku's expression darkened, and he barked, Enough. No more bickering. This idle chatter ends here. Get on the plane. We are about to depart for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Realizing Goku's genuine anger, Wu Tian, Wu Miao, Little Fong, and Wu He fell silent, afraid to speak further. They obediently boarded the plane, found their seats, and although discontent lingered in their hearts, they resigned themselves to the arrangement. Before long, Goku piloted the aircraft to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, where they were reunited with Master Roshi, Yamcha, Krillin, Vegeta, and Trunks. Hey, isn't Wu Jing here? Trunks inquired. No, brother Wu Jing failed a course and is buried in intensive study, Little Fong replied with a smile. Haha, that rascal. I can't believe he actually failed. At least I passed everything. Trunks chuckled. Uffed. I thought you achieved first place in all subjects. Turns out you merely passed. What is there to boast about? Wu He remarked, rolling his eyes. Hey, little Crane, I am your uncle. How can you speak to your elder like that? Trunks chided. You're only a few years older than me, so what else with the airs? Wu He shot back. You really are an unlikable little brat, Trunks said, playfully ruffling Wu He's hair. Wu Tian, I heard from Goku that you can transform into a Super Saiyan level 5. I'm quite eager to witness your prowess. Vegeta stated. Sure, let us have a proper match on the arena, and we'll see, Wu Tian replied. After a brief exchange, they proceeded to draw lots. The final matchups were established as follows: Little Fong versus Fierce Blood Tiger, Kira No versus Wu He, OOB versus Captain Rooster, Wu Tian versus Trunks, Wu Miao versus Atexki, and Nock versus Vegeta. Chapter 49. The determination of the Six Strong. The highly anticipated World Martial Arts Tournament was soon to commence. As the first match approached, the audience buzzed with chatter, most believing the outcome to be a foregone conclusion. On one side stood the formidable and renowned Blood Tiger, while on the other was the diminutive 7-year-old Xiao Feng. The general consensus was that Xiao Feng, being so young and frail, stood no chance against such an experienced adversary. However, when the match officially began, the spectators were left utterly astonished. Xiao Feng darted towards Blood Tiger with remarkable agility, her small fist striking like lightning. In just 2 or 3 blows, Blood Tiger found himself retreating and ultimately was sent flying off the stage. This unexpected turn of events left the entire audience in stunned silence, transforming the once raucous arena into a hushed gathering. The second match also drew considerable attention. Wukong and Kirin stood on the stage, facing each other. With his strikingly handsome appearance, Kirin had garnered a legion of fans who eagerly hoped for his triumph. Yet, as the match commenced, Wukong displayed astounding prowess. With lightning speed, he landed a precise punch to Kirin's head. Poor Kirin barely had time to react before he collapsed, unconscious. Witnessing this, Kirin's fans were heartbroken, unable to accept the defeat of their beloved idol. In the subsequent third match, Oob faced off against Captain Rooster. On the surface, Oob appeared to have the upper hand, and victory seemed assured. Indeed, shortly after the match began, Oob unleashed a furious onslaught. However, as this was Oob's first time competing in such a significant event, nerves took their toll, causing his movements to be somewhat rigid and preventing him from fully realizing his potential. Nevertheless, after a fierce battle, Oob succeeded in knocking Captain Rooster out cold. Had Oob been able to conquer his anxiety and perform to his usual standard, he undoubtedly possessed the capability to defeat Captain Rooster in an instant. The fourth match, a clash between Goten and Trunks, was undoubtedly the highlight of the event. Both were Saions, capable of transforming into Super Saions. However, Goten's strength was clearly superior. He had already attained the 5th level of Super Saiyan, while Trunks could only transform into the 2nd level. Brother Goten, let us fight without transforming into Super Saions. A regular battle is far more interesting, Trunks suggested. No, Trunks, you must transform into a Super Saiyan, while I will face you in my base form. Otherwise, you won't withstand my strike, Goten replied. Humph, Brother Goten, you are quite arrogant. I hope you won't regret it, Trunks said, as he powered up and instantly transitioned into Super Saiyan Level 2. Your power is lacking. It pales in comparison to when your father transforms into Super Saiyan Level 2. Goten remarked, while I may not match my father, I am confident that Super Saiyan Level 2 is more than enough to defeat your base form, Trunks asserted confidently. Everyone can boast. Why don't you try attacking me and see if you can best me? Goten chuckled. Goten's words filled Trunks with indignation, and he swiftly launched a fierce assault, yet Goten merely stood his ground, effortlessly blocking all of Trunks' attacks. Damn it, I refuse to believe this, Trunks exclaimed, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts toward Goten. Without flinching, Goten extended his fist and dissipated the energy waves entirely. Perhaps you should practice a bit more, Trunks, Goten said. And before Trunks could comprehend the situation, Goten appeared before him in an instant, delivering a kick that sent Trunks tumbling off the stage. As Trunks attempted to use his flight technique to return, Goten swiftly followed up with a punch to his abdomen, ensuring Trunks fell off the stage completely. The referee promptly declared Goten the victor, and the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. The 5th and 6th matches concluded with swift victories for Wu Miao and Vegeta, the latter nearly delivering a lethal blow to his opponent after they made a distasteful gesture on stage. Ultimately, the 6 Strong were determined: Xiao Feng, Wukong, Oob, Goten, Wu Miao, and Vegeta. Chapter 50. Xiao Feng vs. Wuka. After a night's rest, the competition among the 6 finalists commenced, beginning with the match between Xiao Feng and Wuka. Both stepped onto the arena. Brother, I will not lose to you, Xiao Feng declared, tightly clenching her delicate fists, her large, watery eyes sparkling with defiance and determination. Wuka gazed at his adorable sister, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Feng, it seems you have never defeated me before. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng puffed out her cheeks in indignation, stamping her foot as she retorted loudly, Umph, that was in the past. This time, I will definitely win, just wait and see. Her eyes glimmered with unwavering resolve, as if she could already envision victory beckoning her. Very well, come at me. I am eager to see how much you have improved. Wukong replied with a chuckle, crossing his arms and adopting a relaxed demeanor. As soon as the words left his lips, both swiftly assumed their battle stances. Xiao Fang launched her offensive first, darting forward like a nimble leopard. In the blink of an eye, she was before Wukong, raising her fist to strike with lightning speed. However, Wukong, seemingly anticipating her move, subtly sidestepped and effortlessly evaded the blow. Undeterred, Xiao Fang followed up with a flying kick aimed at Wukong's abdomen. Wukong remained calm, leaning back with the grace of a willow swaying in the wind, once again skillfully avoiding her attack. What followed was a flurry of relentless assaults from Xiao Fang. Her techniques were dynamic and varied, with sharp punches and cunning kicks that dazzled the onlookers. Yet, despite her fervent efforts, Wukong consistently countered her attacks with remarkable agility and reflexes, narrowly escaping each strike. As time passed, their movements grew increasingly rapid, resembling two bolts of lightning colliding in the air. The arena was filled with the sounds of rushing winds and the clash of fists and feet, rendering them nearly invisible to the spectators. Approximately 20 minutes later, their figures re-emerged on the stage. "Brother, why aren't you fighting back?" Xiao Fang inquired, her eyes wide with confusion, hands on her hips and breathing heavily from exertion. Wukong regarded her with an expression of calm amusement, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Xiao Fang, you have yet to reach the level where you can compel me to retaliate." His tone was as tranquil as a still lake, yet his confidence was unmistakable. "How infuriating. You underestimate me too much," Xiao Fang exclaimed, her anger ignited by his words. Clenching her teeth and furrowing her brow, she felt an intense surge of power coursing through her. With her hair standing on end and her eyes shimmering with a golden light, she swiftly entered the first stage of Super Saiyan transformation. In an instant, Xiao Fang dashed towards Wukong like a bolt of lightning, her speed astonishing and a gust of wind trailing behind her. In the blink of an eye, she was upon Wukong, launching a powerful punch. At this moment, both her speed and strength had multiplied, each blow striking with the force of a hammer. Initially, Wukong adeptly evaded her fierce onslaught, sidestepping her punches with ease. However, as Xiao Fang's attacks intensified, Wukong began to feel the strain, though he remained as steadfast as a mountain, revealing no signs of weakness. After an intense exchange, Xiao Fang realized that no matter how she attacked, she could not overcome Wukong. Frustrated, she abruptly halted, took a deep breath, and placed her palms together at her waist, shouting Kamehameha. A wave of blue energy erupted from her hands, soaring towards Wukong. Wukong, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Ha!" Instantly unleashing his own powerful aura, he too transformed into a Super Saiyan. With a decisive step forward, he clenched his right fist and struck out with all his might. The collision of Wukong's fist and Xiao Fang's Kamehameha resulted in a thunderous explosion. As the dust settled, Wukong stood firm, while Xiao Fang's energy wave had been obliterated by his single punch. The audience, initially believing Wukong had secured victory due to his superior strength, erupted into confusion as he deactivated his Super Saiyan form and raised his hand to signal his concession to the host. "Brother, how can you concede so easily? You had a chance of winning," Xiao Fang exclaimed, reverting from her Super Saiyan state, her face a mask of bewilderment. Wukong smiled gently at her, saying, "Xiao Fang, in a match, victory and defeat are not of utmost importance. When you unleashed your Kamehameha, I could have easily countered without transforming. Yet today, I had to transform to withstand your formidable attack. This, in itself, is a testament to your remarkable progress. As your brother, my heart swells with joy at your rapid growth, and thus, this victory rightfully belongs to you." Xiao Fang was momentarily taken aback by Wukong's words, a warm sensation flooding her heart as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. However, she soon noticed the meaningful smile on Wukong's face and, realizing his intent, pouted playfully. Brother, you are too kind. Or rather, too cunning. You must be afraid of competing against Uncle Goten, worried you might get beaten up. So you chose to concede on purpose. Ah? Ha ha. How could it be that way?" Wukong chuckled awkwardly, quickening his pace to evade Xiao Fang's gaze. "Don't think you can escape, brother." Xiao Fang immediately pursued him. The second match was set to feature Goten against the reincarnation of Majin Buu, which piqued Vegeta's interest, for he had been the one to defeat Majin Buu and was eager to witness Ub's prowess. Chapter 51, Goten vs. Ub. The second match of the top 6 is about to commence, featuring Goten and Ub. This contest holds immense significance for Goten. Initially reluctant to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, He was compelled to join due to his father Goku's insistence. Last night, Goku specifically urged him to unlock UB's potential and to train him after the match. This directive stirred a sense of resentment within Goten. Yet he recognized the necessity of obeying his father's wishes. As the match draws near, Goten observes UB, who appears diminutive, perspiring profusely, and trembling with anxiety. Doubt clouds Goten's mind. Does this boy truly possess the immense potential his father spoke of? Perhaps Goku has misjudged. You needn't be so tense. Such anxiety will hinder your performance. Goten reassured, patting UB's head in an attempt to comfort him. Nevertheless, UB remained frozen in his apprehension. Goten's curiosity deepened. Could this boy genuinely have remarkable potential? Or was his father mistaken? Relax, or how can we proceed with the fight? Goten continued, yet UB remained motionless in his nervousness. Observing UB's continued rigidity, Goten shouted, "Hey, listen to me. Come over here, you little rascal. I despise cocky kids like you, and I'm going to obliterate you, ensuring your hideous mother never sees you again." "My mother is not ugly," UB retorted defiantly. "Then she must be covered in snot. Come on, if you're not afraid, come and fight me," Goten taunted, striking a provocative pose. "My mother is nothing like you described," UB exclaimed, his anger boiling over as he swiftly aimed a kick at Goten. Goten effortlessly blocked the attack. But UB persisted, launching further assaults, all of which Goten easily deflected. "Not enough, kid. Your efforts are insufficient to defeat me," Goten stated with a smirk. "Unforgivable. I can become stronger," UB declared, intensifying his energy as he charged at Goten. The sheer force of his aura caused the ground to tremble violently, and the arena began to crack under the strain of UB's relentless attacks. Yet, Goten stood unaffected, unyielding before UB's onslaught. "Is this truly your limit? Is this all the strength you possess?" Goten queried, eyeing UB with skepticism. "I can be stronger. I must win and claim the prize money," UB insisted, his energy surging once more as he attacked with increased speed and force. Still, Goten remained calm, not yielding an inch. "It seems this is where your limits lie. You will need training to elevate your abilities," Goten contemplated. Seizing UB's attacking hand, he delivered a knee strike, causing UB to roll painfully across the arena. "UB, my earlier remarks were merely to incite you, to awaken your potential. I apologize for my words," Goten said sincerely. "And no problem," UB replied as he hastily regained his footing. "Do you wish to grow stronger? I can guide you effectively," Goten proposed. "But I came to win the prize," UB replied, conflicted. "That's inconsequential. I'll arrange for Mr. Satan to provide some funds for your family. He is quite wealthy," Goten assured him. "That seems inappropriate," UB hesitated. "There is nothing wrong with it. Only by growing stronger can you protect your family and win more rewards," Goten encouraged. All right," UB eventually conceded. "Host, we both wish to withdraw from the competition," Goten announced to the referee. "Why would two strong fighters like you withdraw?" the host inquired. "That's a secret," Goten replied with a smile, then took UB and soared away from the World Martial Arts Tournament, heading toward the temple where he intended to train UB. Meanwhile, watching the live broadcast, Kale erupted in anger, transforming into a Super Saiyan. "That wretched Goten. He didn't even consult me before whisking away a stranger for training. When he returns, I shall give him a piece of my mind." "Mom, please stay calm," Goten's sister, Gohan, urged. "Yes, mother, don't be upset. Dad might have his reasons," Goten's other sister, Gotenks, added. "What reasons?" "He simply wants to escape for some fun. This training talk is nonsense," Kale retorted in fury. "That can't be true. I believe Dad genuinely intends to train UB," Goten's sister insisted. He must be tired of me, not even bothering to inform me," Kale said, tears glistening in her eyes. "That's not true, Mom. Dad loves you very much," Goten's sister reassured her. "Achoo! Who's speaking ill of me?" Goten exclaimed mid-flight. "Oh no, I forgot to explain the situation to Kale," he realized. "But surely, Dad will help me clarify things to her." Soon, Goten arrived at the temple with UB, where he would dedicate the next 7 years to training him. Yet, Goku, unlike what Goten had anticipated, failed to explain the situation to Kale upon returning home, leaving one to imagine the severe repercussions Goten would face from Kale 7 years hence. Chapter 52, Wumiao vs. Vegeta. Following the conclusion of the match between Goten and UB, the final bout of the tournament was set to unfold, Wumiao against Vegeta. Initially, Wumiao had only entered the World Martial Arts Tournament due to Goten's participation. However, facing Vegeta as her opponent was an unexpected twist, offering her the opportunity to avenge the defeat she suffered upon her arrival on Earth. A hint of coldness laced Vegeta's words, his unwavering gaze revealing a deep-seated eagerness for this confrontation. Wumiao chuckled lightly, responding, "Uncle Vegeta, you still remember that? It has been quite some time. But if you seek to defeat me, you are sorely mistaken." Her tone exuded confidence, seemingly unfazed by Vegeta's challenge. Vegeta scoffed, a flicker of anger dancing in his eyes. "As arrogant as ever, your audacity truly irks me." Without further ado, he surged his energy, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan 4th level, an overwhelming aura surrounding him, rendering the very air around them almost palpable. Unwilling to be outdone, Wu Miao quickly raised her own energy, achieving the same transformation. The clash of their formidable energies reverberated through the air, sending tremors through the ground beneath them. "Uncle Vegeta, let us take this battle to the skies. Fighting on the arena would surely lead to its collapse," Wu Miao proposed, her eyes shimmering with the thrill of combat. "Agreed," Vegeta replied tersely, and they swiftly ascended into the heavens, ready to engage in a fierce battle amidst the vast expanse of the sky. Vegeta launched the first strike, his movements swift and ferocious, fueled by a resolute determination. Wu Miao maintained her composure, her actions both agile and precise, as if she anticipated Vegeta's every move. The two clashed in a spectacular aerial skirmish, each attack brimming with power and velocity, leaving spectators in awe. After a prolonged exchange, both warriors bore various injuries. Yet neither retreated. Instead, their spirits ignited with renewed fervor. "Well done, Uncle Vegeta. I acknowledge your strength," Wu Miao said, wiping the blood from her lips with a smile. Vegeta grunted, a steadfast light glimmering in his eyes. "I need no validation from you. All I desire is to defeat you." With that, he concentrated his energy into his hands, preparing to unleash his signature move, the Gallic Gun. In response, Wu Miao countered with the Kamehameha, the two energy waves colliding with such force that neither could gain the upper hand. They were compelled to amplify their energies, striving to overpower one another. Ultimately, Wu Miao prevailed, her Kamehameha overpowering the Gallic Gun. Vegeta, seeing the Kamehameha barreling towards him, swiftly evaded the attack. "Damn it! I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you." Vegeta's voice was laced with frustration, yet it also conveyed an indomitable spirit. Gathering immense energy in his right hand, he unleashed a blinding green energy wave, the supernova. This formidable technique surged towards Wu Miao at astonishing speed, as if to rend the very air itself. However, Wu Miao opted not to confront this assault head-on, demonstrating extraordinary speed. She teleported behind Vegeta and delivered a powerful elbow strike. The force of the blow nearly sent him plummeting to the arena below. Enraged by the impact, Vegeta swiftly reappeared in front of Wu Miao, launching a kick. Yet, she effortlessly sidestepped, seizing his leg and flinging him away. As Vegeta regained his composure midair, he conjured a series of energy blasts to barrage Wu Miao. Undeterred, she struck each blast with her fists, dispersing them with ease. At that moment, while Wu Miao was fending off Vegeta's energy blasts, he unleashed another supernova attack. This time, Wu Miao evaded just in time, sustaining only minor scratches, though her attire was utterly ruined. "How dare you? I am furious. I detest when others ruin my clothes." Wu Miao's voice brimmed with rage. Her aura surged once more, propelling her into the long-elusive Super Saiyan 5th level. In that instant, her power soared, and her gaze radiated even greater determination. With her transformation into Super Saiyan 5th level complete, the outcome of the battle became inevitable. Her speed accelerated once more, delivering a powerful kick that sent Vegeta flying. Before he could react, Wu Miao followed up with a knee strike, and soon, she was unleashing a flurry of blows upon him, sending the airborne Vegeta tumbling like a mere plaything. Exhausted, Wu Miao finally directed a wave of energy towards Vegeta, delivering a crushing blow that sent him crashing onto the arena floor, shattering it into fragments. Lying defeated, Vegeta could muster no further strength, reverting from his Super Saiyan form. The match concluded with yet another victory for Wu Miao. Goku hurriedly provided a Senzu bean to Vegeta, who, after consuming it, rose swiftly and departed the tournament grounds without uttering a word, the sting of his defeat weighing heavily upon him. Originally, the victor of the impending match between Xiaofang and Wu Miao was to face Satan to determine the new world champion. However, both Xiaofang and Wu Miao chose to withdraw from the competition, leaving Satan as the reigning champion once more. Chapter 53, the beginning of the GT saga. After the conclusion of the world's foremost martial arts tournament, the crowd gradually dispersed, returning to their respective homes. Within the abode of Son Goku, the atmosphere was filled with laughter and joy, while on the other hand, a cloud of gloom hung over Vegeta's residence. In his relentless pursuit to someday surpass Son Goku and his family, Vegeta compelled Trunks to engage in arduous training. Though Trunks found the training exceedingly strenuous, He had no choice but to comply with his father's demands. As time passed swiftly, 7 years elapsed in the blink of an eye. Goten had reached the age of 15, while Chi-Chi was 14, and both had excelled academically, gaining early admission to high school. One day, Goten was vigorously training with Ub in the time chamber of the sacred temple, their intense battles nearly threatening to obliterate the very structure. Dandy and Bobo could only scurry about to avoid the chaos unleashed by their fierce encounters. Meanwhile, Pilaf and Asu, aboard their flying machine, ascended to the sacred temple, only to be caught in the shockwave of Goten and Ub's skirmish, landing perilously close to the temple. After a tumultuous upheaval, calmness finally returned to the sacred temple. Upon witnessing Goten and Ub emerging from the time chamber, Dandy and Bobo breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that if the fighting had continued, the temple would have surely met its demise. Dandy immediately attended to Ub's injuries, and once healed, Ub bid farewell to Goten, Dandy, and Bobo. For he had not seen his parents or siblings in 7 long years and yearned to reunite with them. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, Pilaf and Asa stealthily infiltrated the interior of the sacred temple, discovering the coveted Dragon Balls they had long desired. However, this time, they stumbled upon the Black Star Dragon Balls, rumored to have been created by the previous Supreme Kai while in full form. Just before parting ways with the evil King Piccolo, the use of these Dragon Balls carries significant risks, potentially plunging Earth into a cataclysmic crisis, which is why they were sealed away. Yet, Pilaf was undeterred by such warnings. He was fervently determined to use the Dragon Balls to realize his dream of world domination. Despite his advanced age, he placed the Dragon Balls in the courtyard and summoned the Crimson Shinran. Meanwhile, Gohan, who was enjoying a meal prepared by Dandy, noticed commotion in the temple's backyard and promptly went to investigate. Upon seeing Goten, Pilaf and Asu mistook him for Gohan and trembled in fear. Goten demanded, "Who are you? And what are you doing here?" However, Pilaf and Asa remained silent, instead leaping onto their machine and launching missiles at Goten. Goten effortlessly intercepted the missiles aimed at him and prepared to counterattack. At that moment, Pilaf remarked, "If Gohan were still a child, I could easily defeat him." Mistaking this as his wish, the Red Shinran responded, "Understood." With a flicker in his eyes, Shinran proclaimed, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." The red dragon transformed back into the Dragon Balls and scattered into the ether. Perplexed, Pilaf lamented, "Alas, my wish has vanished. Wasn't I supposed to turn Gohan back into a child? Why is he still an adult?" Goten clarified, "Gohan is my brother. Did you just wish for him to become a child? Oh no, I must hurry back." Without a moment's hesitation to eliminate Pilaf and Asu, Goten soared toward home. Meanwhile, Gohan, who had been engrossed in his studies, suddenly felt an inexplicable discomfort, rolling on the ground in distress. When he opened his eyes again, he had regressed to the appearance of a 10-year-old boy. Upon seeing Gohan in this state, Chi-Chi was utterly horrified, unable to accept the sight of her husband as a child. Gohan, however, felt no significant issue with this transformation, leading to their first quarrel since marriage, escalating to a physical confrontation. Chapter 54. Preparing to venture into the cosmos. Upon returning home, Goten intended to visit his brother Gohan immediately, but he was forcibly dragged inside by Caulifla. Angered by Goten's abrupt departure, she sought to teach him a lesson. Goten endured a thorough beating, leaving him battered and bruised. When he finally arrived at Gohan's place, Gohan was taken aback by Goten's disheveled appearance, which made him look as though he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Kale, who initially planned to spar with Gohan, could not help but burst into laughter upon seeing Goten's state. "What on earth happened to you? Did Dad give you a thrashing?" Gohan asked, covering his mouth in an effort to stifle his amusement. "No, it was Caulifla who hit me. She was far too harsh. It's not like I just disappeared for a while," Goten retorted. "And Dad didn't even bother to inform Caulifla where I was. Come on. Stop snickering, Gohan. Isn't it enough that you turned into a child?" Goten felt a twinge of discomfort at Gohan's suppressed laughter while recounting his misadventures. "I don't see the issue," but Kale was quite sensitive about it. She insisted that I must find a way to grow up, which almost led to a confrontation between us. "Thankfully, your arrival diverted Kale's attention," Gohan explained. At that moment, King Kai interjected telepathically into their conversation. "Gohan, it's not as dire as you think. Being small isn't necessarily a problem. My investigations have uncovered a terrifying truth." "A terrifying truth? What is it, King Kai?" Gohan inquired. "The wish for you to become a child was granted by Pilaf using the Black Star Dragon Balls. If those Dragon Balls are not recovered within a year of the wish being made, the planet that granted the wish will face destruction," King Kai stated gravely. "How could this happen?" That is truly dreadful. This means Earth could potentially be destroyed, Gohan exclaimed. See? It seems that becoming an adult is indeed the wisest choice. Kale remarked. It looks like we'll need to trouble Mom to construct a spaceship, Goten suggested. Oh, are you planning to join us, Goten? Gohan asked with a smile. No way, just spare me. If I venture out again, Caulifla will surely have my head. Goten waved off the idea. Then who should we invite? Gohan pondered. Let us ask Dad and see what he decides, Goten replied. All right, let us go find him. Gohan nodded in agreement. The two hurried to Goku's room, where Bulma happened to be present. Oh, Goten and Gohan. What brings you here? Goku asked. Well, Dad, Gohan began to explain the situation. I see. In that case, Gohan, you can go with Goten, and also take Goten's friends along, Goku said. Grandpa, I want to go too. Little Pan, who had been eavesdropping outside, entered the room. Well, you'll need to ask Goten. If he agrees, then it's fine, Goku replied. Okay, I'll go ask him, Pan said excitedly as she dashed out. Mom, we need your help with the spaceship, Gohan said to Bulma. Not a problem. Just give me a week, and I'll have it ready, Bulma said with a smile. I appreciate your help, Bulma, Goku said, wrapping his arms around her waist. It's nothing, just a small favor from my son, Bulma replied cheerfully. When Pan approached Goten to ask if she could join the cosmic expedition, Goten initially refused, concerned about her studies. However, after much coaxing from Pan, he ultimately relented. Once Bulma agreed to help Gohan with the spaceship, she began her preparations. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, a week had passed. Bulma successfully constructed a spaceship, marking the beginning of Gohan, Goten, Goten's friends, and Pan's adventure into the cosmos. Chapter 55, Amigia Star. With a resounding boom, the spacecraft successfully ascended, marking the commencement of the four-adventurer celestial journey. Beyond the porthole, the universe sprawled in profound vastness, adorned with twinkling stars that resembled countless diamonds embedded in the endless night. Sitting by the window, Xiao Fang's eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement. Uncle Wufan, can we truly explore the cosmos? She inquired, her voice brimming with anticipation. Wu Yuan, stationed at the control panel, was meticulously checking the spacecraft's parameters. Upon hearing Xiao Fang's question, he looked up, his expression serious. Xiao Fang, we have important matters to attend to. This is not a leisure trip. Disappointment flickered across Xiao Fang's face as she pouted, voicing her discontent. Dad, Uncle Wufan hasn't said anything. Could you please refrain from interrupting? With that, she made a playful face at Wu Yuan. Furrowing his brow, Wu Yuan was about to chastise Xiao Fang when Wufan interjected. Xiao Fang, do you wish to be reprimanded? He admonished. Humph, Dad, how could you be so stern with me? I shall inform Mother upon our return. Xiao Fang retorted, her tone tinged with a hint of playful defiance. All right. You two truly are something else. Can't a father and daughter coexist in harmony? Look at Wumia, so well-behaved, not uttering a word. Wufan remarked with a hint of amusement in his voice. Sitting quietly nearby, Wumia smiled at Wufan's words and chimed in, Brother Wufan, please don't involve me. I cherish silence and prefer not to speak. Besides, watching the playful banter between you two is quite entertaining. Wumia, you little rascal. Have you been plotting to witness my quarrels with my daughter? Wu Yuan teased, his tone playful. Indeed. How can you, and Wumia, wish for my father and I to argue? Xiao Fang added, exchanging a knowing smile with Wumia, as if they had reached an unspoken agreement. Ah, these two have found common ground. It's truly amusing, Wufan said, rubbing his head in exasperation. Xiao Fang, I concur with your suggestion, but remember, while we may indulge in play, we must not forget our mission. Yay, Uncle Wufan is simply wonderful, Xiao Fang exclaimed, leaping with joy, her laughter resonating throughout the spacecraft. Xiao Fang, do be careful. You might damage the spacecraft, Wu Yuan cautioned, concern lacing his voice. Oh, I understand, Dad. You truly are overly tedious, Xiao Fang replied, a mischievous grin adorning her face. Before long, the spacecraft had traversed a full orbit through the cosmos. They needed to procure various items and replace some minor components of the ship. Hence, they decided to land on a relatively nearby planet, Amigia. Amigia was once a harmonious world where its inhabitants lived in peace and prosperity. However, everything changed with the ascension of a ruler named Dongjia. Consumed by greed, Dongjia appropriated all essential goods for himself, forcing the residents to pay exorbitant rents for basic necessities. Under the tyrannical and unreasonable rule of this dictator, the populace found themselves in dire straits, contemplating rebellion against Dongjia's regime. Yet, he had employed a formidable enforcer named Li Jike. who ruthlessly subdued the inhabitants, confiscating all civilian spacecraft and extinguishing any hope of escape from Amigia. In this desperate situation, the once kind residents of Amigia resorted to unscrupulous dealings, inflating prices to repay their overwhelming debts for rented goods, resulting in a ludicrous environment where everything, save for breathing, came at a cost. Not only did this plight affect the locals, but Dong Jia also extended his grasp to visiting extraterrestrial travelers. Whenever an alien spacecraft landed, he would devise schemes to seize it, leaving the visitors stranded and compelled to serve as his financial instruments. The adventurer's spacecraft successfully landed on Amigia. Is this truly Amigia? Let us go shopping, Xiao Feng exclaimed joyfully. You all go ahead. I will stay behind to guard the spacecraft, Wumia stated. Huh, Aunt, won't that be terribly dull for you? Xiao Feng remarked. Perhaps Xiao Feng could stay with me. That would alleviate my boredom, Wumia suggested with a smile. On second thought, I'll pass. Come on, Uncle Wufan, Dad. Let us thoroughly explore this planet, Xiao Feng declared. Very well, let us proceed. Wumia, I leave the spacecraft in your capable hands, Wu Yuan instructed. Not a problem. Wumia nodded in agreement. Off we go, embarking on an adventure on the universe's inaugural planet. The illustrious Lady Xiao Feng graces us. Xiao Feng struck a pose, beaming with delight. Such a child, so juvenile, Wu Fan commented with a chuckle. The three hastened towards Amigia's town, only to be met not with warmth, but with palpable hostility. Chapter 56. The deceitful merchants of Amigia. After an hour of walking, Gohan, Goten, and Xiao Feng finally arrived at a bustling town. The streets were alive with a throng of people, and as they stepped into the town, they were immediately surrounded by a large crowd of individuals carrying various goods. These merchants eagerly rushed toward them, indiscriminately piling their wares onto the trio, regardless of whether they had any need for them. This attire looks splendid on you, exclaimed an Amigian adorned with a red headscarf, eyeing Goten, who was now dressed in a riot of colors. Gohan cast a disapproving glance at his own attire, his expression shifting to one of indignation, for he had been dressed up in such a haphazard manner that he resembled a circus clown more than anything else. Absolutely perfect. With this ensemble, you will be the center of attention wherever you go. Another merchant, this one wearing a purple headscarf, chimed in. A third, similarly clad, nodded in agreement, praising the skills of their shop's artisans. Gohan, witnessing the escalating fury of Goten, swiftly grasped his hand, urging him to suppress his anger. Although he too was irked by their outlandish appearance, he recognized that these were merely ordinary people, and retaliating would be unwise. Ultimately, the trio fell victim to the merchant's schemes, parting with a considerable sum of money. Though affluent, they found it disheartening to squander their wealth in such a manner. Upon exiting the street, they arrived at the entrance of an inn, hopeful that they would not be swindled again. However, their optimism was misguided. Upon entering their lavishly appointed room, Xiao Feng sighed. Ah, at last, a chance to rest. This town is rife with unscrupulous merchants who resort to coercion. Xiao Feng, I rarely find myself in agreement with you. But had Gohan not intervened, I would have dealt with those scoundrels myself. Goten retorted, his frustration evident. Alas, why must you resort to violence, father? Those individuals are just common folk. Could they withstand your wrath? What if you were to harm them? Would we not become the villains ourselves? Xiao Feng countered sagely. Xiao Feng speaks the truth, Goten. You must temper your impulsive nature, especially now that you are a father of two, Gohan advised. Understood, Gohan, Goten acknowledged, nodding in compliance. I haven't bathed in days. I shall take a shower now, Xiao Feng declared as she stretched and headed toward the bathroom. However, it was not long before she emerged in a bathrobe, her expression fraught with urgency. What is going on? I cannot seem to turn this off. Goten hurriedly rose to assist her, only to find himself ensnared by chains. With a determined effort, Gohan effortlessly snapped the chains apart. Meanwhile, Gohan was besieged by an avalanche of food pouring out of the refrigerator. What on earth? Is the machine malfunctioning? Surely, a refrigerator cannot hold this much food. He mused in bewilderment. There's a billing machine next to the faucet, Xiao Feng pointed out, noting the rapidly escalating figures on the device. Wait. It seems there's something on the bed too, Goten remarked, hearing the mechanical ticking of another billing device. He lifted the bedding to reveal yet another meter, its numbers climbing swiftly. Gohan noticed a similar contraption beside the refrigerator, also racking up charges at an alarming rate. Upon surveying their surroundings, they discovered billing devices almost everywhere, all reflecting a swift increase in charges. It appears we have stumbled upon a fraudulent establishment. We must vacate this place immediately, Gohan urged. Goten, may I demolish this inn? Goten asked, his anger palpable. With a swift motion, Gohan delivered a reprimanding punch to Goten's head. Did I not advise against your impulsiveness? You cannot simply destroy everything in your path. Understood, Goten replied, rubbing his head in defeat. Xiao Fang stifled a laugh at Goten's discomposure. Yet she remained concerned about potential repercussions later. The trio hastily gathered their belongings and made their way out of the inn, only to find that rain was falling outside. Without their capsule house, they were left uncertain about their next move. Chapter 57. The Annihilation of the Eastern Jia Army in a remote corner of the Omega Star, Wuyuan. Xiao Fang and Gohan were hurriedly searching for shelter from the rain. Their garments were drenched, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. Upon spotting a quaint little cottage that exuded warmth, they knocked on the door without hesitation. The door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man with a welcoming smile. He regarded the three strangers with no hint of surprise, instead inviting them in with genuine hospitality. The trio was taken aback. They had anticipated being swindled as they had during the day. Yet this man and his family were exceedingly kind. Once inside, they were invited to sit on a plush sofa, and a steaming cup of tea was handed to them. Wuyuan and his companions felt a surge of warmth in their hearts as they began recounting their day's tribulations to the family. Ah, so you are from another planet. It is understandable that you would be taken aback, the father of the family remarked, a glimmer of sympathy in his eyes. It's not merely a surprise. The people of this planet are utterly deranged, fixated solely on making money, Xiao Fang stated earnestly, her tone laced with indignation. Xiao Fang, you are being rather blunt. Gohan reproached her gently, as he preferred to maintain politeness and humility. It matters not. What she speaks is indeed the truth, is it not, my dear? The father turned to his busy wife, who nodded in agreement, her face flushed with embarrassment. What brings about this situation? Life is not solely about money, Wuyuan inquired. His gaze filled with confusion. It is due to Dong Jia, the father began to explain, but before he could finish, a throng of Dong Jia soldiers appeared outside. Their faces devoid of expression as they coldly announced, your lease has expired. We are reclaiming the property. In an instant, the soldiers dismantled the house, leaving Wuyuan, Xiao Fang, and the family exposed to the elements. Why did you not stop them? They have taken your home. Where will you go from here? Xiao Fang asked, her face a mask of bewilderment. Alas, we are powerless, dear Xiao Fang. We can no longer afford the exorbitant rental fees, the father sighed heavily, his expression one of utter resignation. The mother chimed in, her face etched with sorrow. Indeed, what you do not know, dear Xiao Fang, is that before Dong Jia ascended to power, our Omega Star was not as it is now. All resources were shared among us. However, since Dong Jia took control, he forcibly claimed everything as his own, compelling us to rent it back from him. If we tally it up, it seems only our bodies and our children still truly belong to us. At this point, her voice quivered with emotion. The father added, moreover, the rent imposed by Dong Jia is extortionate. For ordinary families like ours, such expenses are unbearable. Consequently, we are left with no choice but to devise ways to earn more money, leading to an ever-increasing greed among the populace. Travelers like yourselves, who are new to this place and unaware of the circumstances, become easy targets for the avaricious. Is that so? That king is truly despicable. We must eliminate him and liberate this planet, Wuyuan declared, determination gleaming in his eyes as he resolved to put an end to Dong Jia's tyranny. I must concur with your sentiments this time, Gohan nodded, usually a peaceful soul, but the oppression of Dong Jia had crossed his threshold. Let us hasten to the castle of Dong Jia, Xiao Fang urged, her voice brimming with eagerness to bring peace to this world. The trio swiftly employed their flight technique. Soaring towards Dong Jia's castle, their figures streaked across the sky like meteors, infused with hope and resolve. However, upon their arrival at the castle, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Soldiers lay sprawled in disarray, the place in utter chaos. Has someone preemptively overthrown Dong Jia's rule? Wuyuan pondered, furrowing his brow as he tried to comprehend the situation. Who could it be? Gohan echoed, scanning the surroundings for possible clues. As they deliberated, a familiar voice interrupted their thoughts. It was Wumia, standing amidst the ruins of the castle, battle-worn yet radiating an air of ease and satisfaction. Aunt Wumia, what brings you here? Were you not supposed to be guarding the spaceship? Xiao Fang exclaimed, astonished at her sudden appearance. For Wumia was typically tasked with the protection and upkeep of their vessel. I wished to safeguard the spaceship, but they would not allow it. They attempted to steal our ship. So I dealt with them accordingly, Wumia replied with a wry smile, her tone tinged with mischief, clearly pleased with her recent skirmish. This does not seem like mere maintenance. You have obliterated Dong Jia and his soldiers, Gohan remarked, rubbing his head in disbelief. Earlier that day, while Wumia had been resting aboard the ship, it had suddenly jolted violently, as if gripped by an unseen force, shaking it furiously. She had awoken with a start. Murmuring to herself as she made her way to the control room, her steps resolute despite the turmoil within her. Upon reaching the control room, she was met with a shocking sight. Through the surveillance screens, she observed a cadre of Dongjia soldiers in uniform, utilizing immense beams to drag the spaceship toward an unknown destination. Their movements were swift and practiced, clearly the result of meticulous planning. Such audacity. They dare to steal our ship right before my eyes. It seems I must teach them a proper lesson, Wumia declared coldly, her eyes ablaze with fury. Taking a deep breath, she focused her energy and vanished from sight. In the next instant, she materialized before the soldiers as if emerging from thin air. Her sudden appearance left them momentarily stunned, and she wasted no time in launching her assault. Her strikes were a blur, each punch and kick executed with power and precision. Within mere moments, all the soldiers lay incapacitated on the ground. Meanwhile, in Dongjia's palace, an official rushed into the king's council chamber. His face a portrait of anxiety and unease, his steps quick and heavy. "Your Majesty Dongjia, we have a crisis," he gasped, struggling to catch his breath. "A newly arrived spaceship has not been successfully transported back, and all our soldiers dispatched to retrieve it have been defeated." Dongjia, seated upon his throne, exhibited a visage of shock and fury. His eyes bulged as though they might pop from their sockets, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. "What? These outsiders are utterly vile. They dare to act so brazenly. I shall make them pay dearly for this." Dongjia seethed, his voice laden with rage and determination. He turned to the official and commanded, "Fetch Reggie. This matter requires his assistance." After all, the ability to defeat so many of our soldiers indicates these newcomers possess some strength. "Understood, Your Majesty," the official acknowledged, hastily departing. Before long, Rijik arrived at the castle where Dongjia resided. "Rijik, go eliminate the newcomers who have recently arrived on Yamaigia Star," Dongjia commanded. "Must I reiterate? I am not your subordinate." "Do not command me, lest I have no qualms about ending your life," Rijik replied coldly to Dongjia. "Ah, my apologies, my apologies. I did not mean to speak so harshly. Please forgive me. Consider this a favor, and I shall reward you handsomely later." Dongjia hastily apologized, genuinely fearing for his life, as he still wished to reign as king and had no desire to meet his demise. "Very well, prepare the funds, and I shall assist you in ridding yourself of the intruders." Rijik nodded and subsequently utilized his aerial technique to depart from the castle. As Rijik vanished from sight, Dongjia wiped the sweat from his brow, yet with a cold gaze directed towards the path Rijik had taken, he muttered, "Rijik, I merely require your assistance at present. Should you cease to be of use, I possess ample means to dispose of you. You are merely a brute devoid of intellect." Chapter 58. Liberation of Yamaigia Star. Rijik soared like lightning before the spaceship where Wu Miao was aboard, employing his technique of aerial movement. He came to a steady halt and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Outsider, be wise, either surrender gracefully or prepare to be severely injured and dragged back." At that moment, the spaceship's hatch slowly opened, and Wu Miao emerged leisurely. Her face was contorted with fury as she glared at Rijik and retorted, "Who dares to disturb my peace with such reckless arrogance? A multitude of raucous individuals has already disrupted my rest, and I am brimming with rage that seeks an outlet. Do not provoke me further." Upon hearing Wu Miao's brusque words, Rijik's fury ignited. He bellowed, "How dare you belittle me?" No sooner had he spoken than he instantaneously appeared before Wu Miao, launching a powerful kick toward her. However, to his utter astonishment, Wu Miao merely extended a slender finger and effortlessly blocked his formidable strike. Rijik's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, What? You could fend off my full force attack with just a finger? You cannot possibly be an ordinary opponent." In response to Rijik's incredulous inquiry, Wu Miao remained indifferent, her expression devoid of any intent to answer. She raised an eyebrow and coldly retorted, "Is that all you are capable of? Pathetic. Do you think merely blocking one of my attacks makes you strong? I shall defeat you and force you to kneel before me, begging for mercy." Rijik's eyes burned with resentment and fury, unable to accept that he could not easily vanquish his adversary. Nevertheless, Wu Miao appeared remarkably composed, coolly replying, "You prattle on excessively. If you do not strike soon, that opportunity will vanish." Incensed, Rijik ceased to hesitate and unleashed a barrage of energy waves aimed at overwhelming Wu Miao. Yet, these feeble attacks were too insignificant to faze her. She stood her ground, allowing the onslaught to rain down upon her. "Could it be that my energy waves have turned to dust?" Rikik mused silently, observing the dust cloud obscuring Wu Miao's figure. Just as he believed victory was within his grasp, Wu Miao's voice emerged from the haze. To defeat me, you still have quite a distance to traverse. As her words echoed, she gradually revealed herself, untouched by the chaos. As if the earlier assault had been inconsequential, Rikik stared at Wu Miao in shock, unable to fathom how she remained unscathed amidst such relentless attacks. What? You suffered no injuries from my concentrated barrage? He gasped. Wu Miao smirked disdainfully and replied, if such feeble efforts could harm me, I would be quite embarrassed. Her voice dripped with confidence and scorn, dismissing Rikik's might entirely. Fury consumed Rikik as he refused to accept defeat. He resolved to muster all his strength for a final assault, conjuring a colossal energy wave aimed at Wu Miao, his ultimate trump card and last hope. Yet, Wu Miao merely stated, I am bored. It's time for you to meet your end. With that, she unleashed a Kamehameha wave to counter Rikik's energy. Instantly, Rikik's energy wave was obliterated. As he beheld the approaching Kamehameha, fear and despair flooded his heart. He realized he could not withstand the impending blow. He faced his demise with resignation. Finally understanding his own insignificance and hubris. Am I to perish? Truly, there are greater forces than I imagined. I have been too arrogant. He muttered before being entirely consumed by the Kamehameha, leaving not even a trace behind. This king of the nation infuriates me, repeatedly provoking me as if I were mere clay. Wu Miao exclaimed angrily, swiftly employing her aerial technique to fly towards the castle of Dongjia. Before long, Wu Miao arrived at the castle's entrance. Who is this woman? Is she the outsider? But where is Rikik? Was he not sent to capture her? Has he failed? Dongjia pondered, observing Wu Miao on the castle's display screen. However, he dismissed his concerns, knowing this was his stronghold, filled with soldiers who could easily handle a single intruder. He commanded his troops to fire upon Wu Miao. Yet, bullets and cannon fire were mere toys to her, causing her no harm. She effortlessly deflected the projectiles before swiftly dispatching soldier after soldier. They were weaker than ants in her presence. Before long, Wu Miao breached the room where Dongjia resided. Dongjia attempted to resist further, employing technological weapons to ensnare Wu Miao, but she broke free with ease. She then commenced to pummel the king, though she refrained from using lethal force. While striking Dongjia, Wu Miao suddenly sensed three familiar presences approaching. Recognizing they were Gohan and the others, she dragged Dongjia over to greet them. Returning to the present, Wu Miao asked, Brother Gohan, should we eliminate this king? Pointing at Dongjia, who lay on the ground. Not necessary. Let us compel him to abolish the leasing system and return the citizens' resources, Gohan replied. Hey, don't play dead. Did you hear my brother's words? Comply, and you may live. Defy us, and you shall perish, Wu Miao warned, giving Dongjia a firm tap. I will comply. I will comply. Please, spare me, Dongjia pleaded, hastily kneeling. Subsequently, Dongjia announced through the news that the leasing system would be abolished and all resources returned to the residents of Amigia Star, who erupted in joyous celebration. Their suffering had finally come to an end. Meanwhile, after procuring supplies and spaceship parts, Gohan and his companions departed the planet, heading toward the location indicated by the Dragon Radar. Chapter 59. Acquiring the first Dragon Ball after departing from the planet Amiga. Gohan and his companions traversed the vast expanse of the universe, flying continuously for an entire week. They witnessed countless stars twinkling and dimming, until they finally arrived at the planet indicated by the Dragon Ball radar, where the first black star Dragon Ball was located. Their spacecraft gently descended in an area resembling a stone forest. However, before the ship had fully come to a halt, the ground beneath them suddenly shook violently, as if the very world was on the brink of upheaval. What on earth is happening? We've only just set foot on this planet, and we're already experiencing an earthquake. Goku complained, his voice filled with exasperation. The group turned their gazes towards the window, and in an instant, they were rendered speechless by the sight before them. Mountains that appeared to be formed of stone began to move autonomously, as if imbued with life and consciousness. Good heavens! How can these mountains move on their own? What on earth is going on? Xiao Fang exclaimed in disbelief, her large, beautiful eyes wide with a mix of fear and curiosity. Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, a colossal mouth suddenly lunged towards them like a bolt of lightning. In a moment of peril, Goku swiftly maneuvered the spacecraft to ascend, narrowly evading the deadly attack. Once airborne, they finally grasped the full picture. What they had initially perceived as a stone forest was, in fact, merely the back of the enormous creature that had just assaulted them. Even more astonishing was the realization that numerous such monsters inhabited this vast region. seemingly interconnected in some manner. What kind of planet is this? A giant crocodile planet? Xiaofeng inquired, perplexed. I'm uncertain. Let us land and investigate this planet thoroughly, Goku suggested. He then guided the spacecraft to a lush meadow. Here, they encountered insects the size of humans and grass that towered over them. Everything here seems to be much larger, Goku remarked. Much larger? That's an understatement. Have you ever seen insects the same size as you? Goku retorted, his gaze captivated by a leisurely strolling beetle, its shell glinting in the sunlight like a massive gemstone. Xiaofeng, filled with curiosity about this enigmatic world, suddenly discovered that she had sprouted bee-like wings on her back and antennae on her head. Excited, she took flight, eager to explore this wondrous realm. Everyone, do you think I look good in this outfit? I feel like I've transformed into an insect, she proclaimed, her voice brimming with enthusiasm and anticipation. Yes, it looks quite charming, Goku replied, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Charming? I don't see it. It's just an extra pair of wings and antennae. Goku bluntly commented. Humph, Dad, you really don't know how to appreciate beauty, Xiaofeng retorted, a touch of irritation in her tone. She then soared into the air, eager to explore further, only to be enchanted by a multitude of butterflies the size of humans fluttering above them. So beautiful. Wait for me, she exclaimed, chasing after the butterflies. Where is Xiaofeng? Gohan asked as he stepped off the spacecraft, scanning the surroundings for her. She flew off with a swarm of butterflies, Goku replied. Well, she loves to play. Let her have her fun. There's nothing here that poses a threat to her life, Gohan nodded. Gohan, don't forget the purpose of our visit to this planet. We must search for the Dragon Balls. Goku reminded him. Goku, do you want to guard the spacecraft again? Why not join us in exploring this intriguing planet? Goku suggested with a smile, his curiosity as boundless as the scenery around them. I'd rather sleep, Goku waved dismissively. Exhaustion etched on his face after days of travel. Fine, sleep then, you lazybones. We'll go search for the Dragon Balls together, Gohan, Goku declared, excitement lacing his voice. All right, let us set off, Gohan agreed, and the two of them used their flight technique to ascend, embarking on their quest for the Dragon Balls. Their figures traced elegant arcs in the sky as they vanished beyond the distant mountains. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng joyfully fluttered among the butterflies, her heart soaring until she spotted a magnificent flower garden. How beautiful! A flower garden! She marveled, landing on a petal much larger than herself. As she lay on the petal, relishing the moment, a swarm of bees suddenly appeared and began to lift her away. Wait, what are you doing? Why are you grabbing me? Xiaofeng shouted, struggling to escape as they carried her towards their hive. On Gohan and Goku's side, they located the Dragon Ball's position using the radar. Goku eagerly rushed forward to retrieve it. However, just as his fingers grazed the Dragon Ball, a gigantic apple fell from the sky, smashing down upon it and embedding the Dragon Ball within its flesh. They stood frozen, momentarily at a loss. What just happened? Goku exclaimed, astonishment evident in his voice, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. It seems we've encountered a bit of trouble, Gohan sighed. But let us retrieve the Dragon Ball from the apple first. Yet, as they prepared to act, a massive bird swooped down from the sky, snatching the apple with the Dragon Ball and soaring away. They watched in disbelief as the bird disappeared into the distance, a sense of helplessness and defeat washing over them. Let us hurry and chase that bird, Gohan, Goku urged anxiously. Okay, Gohan nodded, and without hesitation, they activated their flight technique, pursuing the direction the bird had flown. Just as they were about to take off, the ground trembled violently. They steadied themselves and looked up to see a giant slowly approaching. The bird had dropped the apple onto the giant, which it now perched upon. It appears that giant is the bird's pet, Goku observed. Let us follow the giant and seize the opportunity to retrieve the Dragon Ball, Gohan suggested. Agreed, Goku affirmed. They decided to track the giant, awaiting the perfect moment to reclaim the Dragon Ball. Just as they were about to proceed, they suddenly heard Xiaofeng's cries. They halted, exchanging worried glances. What trouble has Xiaofeng gotten into now? Goku lamented, holding his head in frustration. Let us put the Dragon Ball aside for now and check on Xiaofeng, Gohan proposed. All right, once we return to Earth, I'll have a serious talk with her, Goku resolved. Oh, come on. If she complains to Videl, would you dare to discipline her? Gohan laughed. Well, Goku chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. All right, being afraid of my wife isn't such a bad thing, Gohan grinned. The two shared a knowing smile before turning to fly towards Xiaofeng, ready to resolve her predicament. Chapter 60. Obtaining the first Dragon Ball 2. What on earth have you brought me to this wretched place for? With such a demeanor, Do you perhaps look down upon me? Xiao Fang exclaimed with indignation, her voice echoing within the hive. Let me tell you, if I so wished, I could reduce this place to ashes with just a gentle kick. As her words faded, Xiao Fang's attention was drawn to the numerous eggs slowly writhing within the hive. These eggs seemed to possess life of their own, gradually developing cracks, and soon, delicate little bees emerged from their shells. They fluttered their transparent wings and blinked their round, listening eyes, presenting an utterly adorable sight. Oh, how charming! Xiao Fang could not help but crouch down, gingerly cradling one of the tiny bees in her hands, her face alight with joy. Meanwhile, Wu Yuan and Wu Fan were soaring through the air. Suddenly, they spotted a colossal spider nearby, fixated on a bee tightly ensnared in its silk, resembling a pupa. Only a pair of slender antennae were visible. At first glance, Wu Yuan thought Xiao Fang was in danger, and in a state of urgency, he dashed towards the gigantic spider, delivering a swift kick that sent the creature sprawling, lifeless. Afterward, Wu Yuan hurriedly untangled the spider silk from the bee, anxiously calling out, Xiao Fang. Xiao Fang, where are you? Please don't frighten me. The concern for Xiao Fang's safety was palpable in his frantic tone and hurried motions. Once the silk was completely removed, the bee's true form was revealed. Wu Yuan let out a sigh of relief, a look of liberation crossing his face as he remarked, It's not Xiao Fang, thank goodness. But this seems to be the queen bee. His voice carried a hint of surprise and curiosity. It appears quite feeble. We should return it to the hive. Wu Fan suggested, his gaze reflecting concern and a sense of duty. All right, let's proceed. Perhaps we might encounter Xiao Fang along the way. Wu Yuan nodded, hope glimmering in his eyes. Thus, Wu Yuan carefully placed the queen bee upon his back and resumed the search for Xiao Fang. They traversed winding mountain paths, navigated through dense woods, and crossed clear streams, pressing forward. As Wu Yuan had anticipated, they soon encountered Xiao Fang. Although she appeared somewhat weary, her eyes radiated determination and courage. It turned out that the bees had continually offered her honey, mistakenly considering her to be their queen, prompting her to hastily escape. It was precisely because she had fled that the trio reunited. Wu Fan, uncle, it is so wonderful to see you again. Xiao Fang exclaimed joyfully, embracing Wu Fan, her voice brimming with warmth and happiness. Turning to see the queen bee on Wu Yuan's back, she gasped in surprise. What happened to that bee? It seems to be the queen, but it is quite weak now. I believe we should take it to a safe place, Wu Yuan replied, his expression revealing both worry and resolve. At that moment, they were suddenly surrounded by a swarm of bees, buzzing as if in inquiry. Goodness, your queen is right here, Xiao Fang said, a hint of irritation in her voice as she removed the wings and antennae from her head. She revealed her true identity, no longer the girl mistaken for the queen. Just then, the queen bee awoke, slowly rising and emitting a faint sound, as if communicating something to the swarm. Subsequently, she led the bees away, returning to their hive. What a bewildered bunch of bees, mistaking Xiao Fang for their queen. Wu Yuan chuckled, a tone of amusement in his voice. Indeed, it is quite infuriating. Xiao Fang nodded in agreement, a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. Now we can focus on retrieving the Dragon Ball, Wu Fan declared. What? Neither of you found it yet? Xiao Fang asked, a hint of reproach in her tone. Wu Yuan playfully punched Xiao Fang on the head, somewhat irritated. We already knew where the Dragon Ball was. If it weren't for your cries of distress, we would have collected it long ago. Ouch. Dad, why do you keep hitting my head? Can't you just speak to me nicely? Xiao Fang protested, rubbing her head. Ah. You two were just worried sick moments ago, and now you're bickering, Wu Fan remarked, shaking his head in exasperation. Did my dad really worry about me? Wu Fan, uncle, please tell me what happened, Xiao Fang asked, her curiosity piqued. Wu Fan then recounted the events that had transpired. Dad, so you really do care for me? I love you so much, Xiao Fang exclaimed after hearing the story, wrapping her arms around Wu Yuan's and planting a kiss on his cheek. At your age, still kissing my cheek, Wu Yuan teased. You are my dad. A kiss on the cheek shows our strong bond, Xiao Fang replied with a smile. The trio laughed and chatted as they flew toward the giant's location, where the giant was now munching on an apple. Suddenly, he clasped his mouth. The Dragon Ball had lodged itself between his teeth. It seems the Dragon Ball is stuck in his teeth. I'll retrieve it, Wu Fan declared, taking advantage of the giant's open mouth to swiftly dive inside and extract the Dragon Ball from his dental crevice. It was the 4-star ball. Grateful for the relief Wu Fan provided, the giant expressed his thanks and offered the trio some of his roasted fish as a gesture of gratitude. Having grown hungry, they readily accepted and shared the enormous roasted fish. After finishing their meal, Wu Fan, Wu Yuan, and Xiao Fang bid farewell to the giant and returned to their spaceship, as Wu Miao piloted them toward the next planet that held a Dragon Ball. Chapter 61. The quest for the second Dragon Ball. After traversing the vast expanse of space for a month, Gohan and his companions finally arrived at the location of the second Dragon Ball. Their spaceship descended smoothly onto a sprawling meadow, where the air was crisp and refreshing. Rays of sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, illuminating the undulating mountains in the distance. Xiao Fang was the first to step out of the spacecraft, standing on the soft grass as she inhaled deeply, stretching her arms as if to release the fatigue accrued over the month-long journey. At last, we have reached a habitable planet, she exclaimed, her voice infused with relief and joy. Goiwan followed her out, surveying the surroundings. The familiar landscape evoked memories of his distant home, Earth. Indeed, the environment here bears a resemblance to Earth, he remarked, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Gu Miao emerged from the ship, yawning, evidently unimpressed by their landing. You all hurry and find the Dragon Ball. I'm going back to sleep, he said, rubbing his bleary eyes in a languid manner. What a sloth, Goiwan couldn't help but retort, feeling exasperated by his younger brother's perpetual laziness. However, Gohan's voice rang out with undeniable authority. No, Gu Miao, you are to go in search of the Dragon Ball this time. I will stay here to guard the ship. Why? Gohan, you all can just go look for it, Gu Miao protested, clearly displeased with the arrangement. Stop thinking about slacking off. You must participate in this search. You will also be involved in the quest for the Dragon Ball on the next planet, Gohan asserted, his tone carrying an air of command. Fine, I suppose. Gu Miao acquiesced reluctantly, aware that resistance was futile. Goiwan watched this exchange and couldn't stifle a laugh. He placed a hand on Gu Miao's shoulder and teased, Haha, Gohan. You truly have the ability to keep him in line. Yet, his jest seemed to irritate Gu Miao, who retaliated with a sharp elbow to Goiwan's chest. Gu Miao, must you be so rough? I am your elder, after all, Goiwan groaned, clutching his chest in mock pain. Xiao Fang observed the playful banter and gently interjected, Father, perhaps you should refrain from commenting so much. Can't you see that Gu Miao is in a foul mood? Gu Miao is not angry, he simply disapproves of your father. Xiao Fang clarified. Now, let us commence our search for the Dragon Ball. Yes, let the adventure on this new planet begin, Xiao Fang exclaimed joyfully. The trio embarked on their quest for the Dragon Ball, and after an hour of searching, they arrived at a village. Xiao Fang surveyed her surroundings, frowning with confusion. Why is this village so eerily quiet? Not even a bird chirps. Goiwan looked around and nodded in agreement. Indeed, there isn't a soul in sight. It seems as if this village has been forgotten by time. His voice echoed through the empty streets, ringing with clarity. Gu Miao pondered for a moment before speaking. Something must have transpired here. However, let us prioritize finding the Dragon Ball. The affairs of this place do not concern us. His words were resolute, tinged with curiosity about the unknown. Following the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar, the three continued their search within the village. Soon, they found themselves in a gathering filled with people. The radar's needle spun wildly, indicating that the Dragon Ball they sought was nearby. No wonder the village was deserted. Everyone seems to be here, Goiwan remarked. Xiao Fang curiously scanned the area. What could have happened here? Gu Miao smiled and suggested, let us find out. As they approached the crowd, Gu Miao politely inquired of the villagers, excuse me, may we know what has transpired here? A young villager turned, worry etched on his face. It's all because of Xenamara. He has been causing trouble in our village for several days now. At that moment, the trio noticed a girl seated inside a house. Her braids were adorned with the Dragon Ball they desperately needed, the 6-star ball. It sparkled in the sunlight, seemingly beckoning them. Exchanging glances, they hurried through the crowd to stand before her. A young man inside the house immediately rose, anger evident on his face. What are you doing here? You cannot just barge into someone else's home. Goiwan quickly apologized. I sincerely apologize. We are here in search of the Dragon Ball. Pointing to the Dragon Ball in the girl's braid, he continued, to be honest. We came all the way from a distant planet called Earth just to find this glass sphere. Upon seeing it, we were overwhelmed with joy. The young man remained indifferent, shaking his head. I do not care about your important matters. We are not in the mood to entertain your excitement. We have no idea when Xenamara will return. His words were laden with deep concern and helplessness. Doma, lashing out at them will not help, the girl interjected, revealing her name to be Renu. Her voice was gentle yet firm, her bright eyes radiating wisdom, as if she could perceive the hearts of others. Her presence seemed to offer a semblance of calm to the anxious Doma. I've been hearing you mention Xenamara repeatedly. What exactly is that creature? Gu Miao inquired. Yes. I too am curious about this Xenamara, Xiaofeng chimed in, her face alight with intrigue. If it is not too much trouble, could you elaborate on the situation? Goiwan added. Xenamara is a fearsome creature, capable of causing earthquakes with his vibrating whiskers. He often comes to our village, making outrageous demands. Recently, his visits have become more frequent, and with each one, his requests grow increasingly unreasonable. This time, he has finally voiced a demand that has us deeply concerned, an elderly man inside the house recounted. His voice was heavy with worry, etched with the lines of age, bearing witness to countless storms weathered. Concerning demand, Goiwan, Gumiao, and Xiaofeng queried in unison, their faces reflecting confusion and curiosity as they yearned to learn what Xenamara had proposed. Before the elder could respond, a commotion erupted outside. He is coming. The announcement shattered the tranquility within the house like a thunderous bombshell. Goiwan, Gumiao, and Xiaofeng rushed outside to witness what Xenamara was, and as he approached, they finally discerned his form, an enormous catfish-like monster, not particularly powerful. His appearance was indeed intimidating, yet his strength did not match his fearsome visage. Well, Matzi, has my bride been chosen? Xenamara asked with a lecherous grin. What? He is demanding a bride? Xiaofeng gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief, utterly astonished by the outrageous request. Could it be that the troubling matter they had heard of was? Goiwan's brow furrowed in contemplation as he whispered to himself. In unison, the three turned to gaze at the elderly man standing in the corner, his countenance shrouded in sorrow. The elder hung his head low, as if crushed by an invisible weight, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. Indeed, the bride chosen by lot is my daughter, Renu. As the elder spoke, his voice trembled slightly, clearly filled with pain and helplessness. Elder, if that is the case, allow us to assist you in resolving this predicament. In exchange, could you relinquish the Dragon Ball to us? Wu Miao stepped forward, his expression earnest as he addressed the elder. You? Xenama is an incredibly formidable entity. I fear you are no match for him. If you fail, not only will you be unable to save my daughter, but you may also lose your own lives. The elder looked up at Wu Miao and the others, his eyes brimming with worry and concern. Rest assured, you need not worry. If you agree to our terms, I possess the means to handle Xenama and will ensure his defeat. Wu Miao confidently assured, thumping his chest. Very well. If you can indeed accomplish this, I shall grant you the glass bead, the elder replied slowly, his gaze fixed on Wu Miao, filled with doubt and trepidation. Despite his reservations regarding Wu Miao's capability to vanquish the powerful Xenama, he resolved to observe what this young man could truly achieve. Upon receiving the elder's consent, a determined glint flashed in Wu Miao's eyes. In an instant, he vanished, appearing before Xenama's head with the speed of lightning. Xenama had no time to react, his face marked with shock. At that moment, Wu Miao unleashed a punch, striking Xenama's head with a force akin to thunder. A resounding thud echoed as Xenama's enormous body toppled backward. The ground trembled as he fell, dust swirling into the air, and the surrounding trees rustled in response. Yet, Wu Miao did not relent. After landing gracefully, he swiftly delivered a kick that landed squarely on Xenama's body. The kick, infused with immense power, sent Xenama soaring through the air like a cannonball. Meanwhile, Wu Miao stood firmly on the ground, his hands swiftly gathering energy. In an instant, a brilliant blue light radiated from his palms, manifesting the immensely powerful Kamehameha. Without hesitation, Wu Miao directed the Kamehameha towards Xenama, the blue beam slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, striking Xenama's form. With an earth-shattering explosion, Xenama's figure vanished from sight, forcefully expelled from the planet. The villagers, wide-eyed, witnessed the extraordinary battle unfold before them, their hearts filled with shock and disbelief. The once seemingly invincible Xenama had been effortlessly defeated by what appeared to be an ordinary girl. Waves of astonishment surged within them, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before their eyes. Who are you? Doma asked, gazing at Wu Yuan, Wu Miao, and Xiao Fang with astonishment. How could you so easily overpower such a formidable foe like Xenama? His voice quivered, reflecting both the aftermath of the battle and his sense of mystery regarding the trio before him. In response to Doma's inquiry, Wu Miao simply replied with a hint of nonchalance. We are merely ordinary earthlings, albeit with slightly greater strength. She deliberately omitted any reference to their scion heritage, for the reputation of scions in the universe was far from favorable, and their planet had long since perished. Upon hearing this, Doma couldn't help but chuckle. What do you mean, slightly greater? You are far too modest. His laughter carried a note of ease, seemingly reassured by the calm demeanor of the three. The elder stepped forward. Gratitude etched on his face as he addressed the trio. Are you in a hurry to depart? If you have no pressing matters, we would be delighted to host you and express our appreciation for your aid in vanquishing Xenoma. His words were imbued with sincerity and gratitude. Wu Yuan patted his stomach with a playful smile. In that case, we would be honored to accept. I happen to be quite hungry. His response elicited a facepalm from Xiao Fang, who appeared exasperated, yet she did not vehemently oppose Wu Yuan's decision. Upon hearing Wu Yuan's reply, the elder promptly instructed the villagers to prepare a feast. Although the villagers were still reeling from the battle's shock, they sprang into action at the elder's command. Eager to provide the finest sustenance for their three saviors, Rei Nu removed the 6-star Dragon Ball from her hair and presented it to Xiao Fang. This is the glass bead you sought. Her voice was calm and resolute. Xiao Fang accepted the 6-star ball, her eyes sparkling with joy. Yes, we finally have another Dragon Ball. Under the villagers' warm hospitality, the three feasted to their heart's content, their bellies round and full, a testament to their hearty meal. After bidding farewell to the villagers, they employed their flight technique to return to their spaceship. Well, it seems you all had quite the feast, Wu Fan remarked, observing the trio. Yes, we indeed ate well. I'm afraid we forgot to bring you something to eat, Brother Wu Fan. My apologies, Wu Yuan said, lowering his head in contrition. No worries, I harbor no grievances. Have you found the Dragon Ball? Wu Fan patted Wu Yuan's shoulder before inquiring. Of course we found it. Uncle Wu Fan, look, this is the 6-star ball, Xiao Fang said as she produced the 6-star Dragon Ball. Since we've located the Dragon Ball, let us prepare to journey to the next planet, Wu Fan declared. Understood, Brother Wu Fan. Wu Miao nodded in agreement. The four of them piloted the spaceship away from the planet, continuing their quest through the cosmos in search of the next Dragon Ball. Chapter 62. Before departing for the Black Star planet shortly after Gohan and his companions departed from the planet, 3 individuals clad in peculiar red attire arrived. Upon learning that Gohan and his friends had taken the Dragon Balls, they hastily piloted their spaceship in pursuit. These 3 were Pangbala, Sunbala, and Dambala, dispatched under the command of a certain Muki Muki to recover the Dragon Balls. Their spacecraft was far more advanced than that of Gohan's group, enabling them to swiftly catch up. Pangbala seized the intercom on the ship and coldly addressed Gohan and his companions. So, it was you who took the Dragon Balls, right? Hand them over, or we shall not be courteous. With a dismissive expression, Goku retorted, Who is the fool spouting nonsense? Gohan, maintaining his composure, replied, Let us not bother with them. We should continue onward. Wu Miu nodded in agreement. All right, Brother Gohan, and she deftly piloted the ship forward. Sunbala anxiously queried Pangbala. What if they ignore us? Dambala chimed in. Indeed, if we fail to retrieve the Dragon Balls, we will surely face Muki Muki's wrath. A glint of determination flickered in Pangbala's eyes as he coldly declared, Then we shall launch a missile at them. Sunbala hesitantly asked, But we only have 4 missiles. What if we miss? Pangbala asserted confidently, Do not even entertain the thought of missing. We must have faith. I believe we can hit their ship. Indeed, Pangbala is right. Let us launch the missiles at once. Dambala echoed, swiftly maneuvering the ship to unleash a powerful missile towards Gohan's vessel. These fools are truly courting disaster, Wu Miao exclaimed. Skillfully evading the incoming missile at breakneck speed, her voice laced with fury. Wu Miao, do not act rashly. We cannot survive and fight in this vast universe. I believe their ship has only 1 or 2 missiles left. If we endure a little longer and cleverly dodge their attacks, we will be fine. Gohan calmly assessed the situation, soothing his agitated sister. All right, Brother Gohan, I will heed your words. Though Wu Miao still simmered with anger, she nodded, willing to follow Gohan's lead. At that moment, Sunbala suddenly shouted, Dambala, your skills are atrocious. Let me launch a missile. Before he finished speaking, he eagerly pressed the launch button, sending another missile hurtling towards Gohan's ship. Yet again, Wu Miao, utilizing her exceptional piloting skills, deftly maneuvered to evade the missile. Nonetheless, her anger intensified with each futile attempt from their adversaries. Humph, how utterly foolish you two are. You cannot even hit a ship at such close range. It appears I must take charge. Pangbala scoffed, targeting Gohan's ship with the missile once more. Wu Miao, evading yet another missile, exclaimed, Brother Gohan, I can no longer hold back. We must retaliate. Her voice trembled with a blend of anger and restraint. Gohan took a deep breath, responding, Let us endure one more time. If they launch another missile, I will not stop you. Wu Miao clenched her teeth and nodded, aware that this battle was not merely about individual fury, but the safety of their entire team. Meanwhile, Aboard the other spaceship, Pangbala, Dambala, and Sumbala were anxiously strategizing. Is our pilot too skilled? None of us have managed to strike their ship, Pangbala lamented. Dambala frowned. Yes. But I truly do not wish to face Mookie Mookie's punishment. How about we make one last attempt, as we only have one missile left? Sumbala agreed. Yes. Let us coordinate our efforts this time. We should be able to concentrate our fire against them. In unison, the three tightened their grips on the controls, preparing for a final assault. 1, 2, 3, launch. With Pangbala's command, a missile soared toward Gohan's ship. Wumio reacted swiftly, maneuvering the ship to evade the missile, which narrowly missed them. I cannot endure this any longer, Uncle Gohan. We must fight back. Wumiao's voice brimmed with fury and resolve. Goku joined in. Indeed, Wumiao is right. They have fired 3 missiles at us, and we have endured. They dare to launch a 4th. It is time to retaliate. Wumiao, turn the ship towards the enemy vessel. A determined light shone in Wumiao's eyes as she replied, I was waiting for you to say that. She expertly maneuvered the ship toward their adversaries. Realizing the gravity of their situation, Pangbala exclaimed, We have exhausted our missiles. What shall we do now? Sumbala and Dambala exchanged glances. And then a cunning idea struck Pangbala. Since we cannot obtain the Dragon Balls now, why not lure them to our planet and devise a plan to seize them there? Sumbala and Dambala shared a knowing smile, immediately grasping Pangbala's scheme. Excellent idea. Since they wish to attack us, we shall flee to our planet. The trio swiftly set their plan into motion, piloting their ship to make a rapid escape. Observing this, Wumio promptly accelerated in pursuit. Thus, a thrilling chase unfolded amidst the cosmos as the two ships wove through the stars. Chapter 63, Planet Behi 1 Pangbala. I bear unfortunate news. Due to the missile launch, our spacecraft lacks sufficient energy to reach our planet. Dambala's voice carried a weight of concern. What? What shall we do? We won't turn to cosmic dust, will we? Sumbala's tone was laced with anxiety. Pangbala shot a glare at Sumbala, then delivered a swift punch to his head, sternly admonishing, Do not utter such despairing words. If your negativity leads us into peril, I shall be the first to end your life. Rubbing the spot where he had been struck, Sumbala wore a look of indignation. Dambala fell into deep contemplation, understanding that this was not a time for fear. They needed to devise a solution. What should we do then? Dambala inquired. After a moment's thought, Pangbala replied, I am uncertain, but our spacecraft's computer is quite intelligent. We can consult it. With that, Pangbala turned towards the control panel, activated the intercom, and asked the computer, do you have any viable solutions? A blue light flickered across the computer screen, and a mechanical voice responded, Indeed. There exists a location at NE 367, known as Planet Behi, where materials capable of energizing the spacecraft can be found. However, exercise caution, for there resides a fearsome carnivorous creature known as the Demon Horse. Upon hearing this, Pangbala's eyes sparkled with excitement. He turned to Dambala and Sumbala, exclaiming, a splendid scheme has presented itself. We can lure them to Planet Behi, allowing the Demon Horse to deal with them. If they are vanquished, splendid. If not, we can seize the Dragon Balls amidst the chaos. Dambala nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, this is an excellent plan. You truly are the brains of our team. Sumbala beamed, adding, So, we have turned misfortune into fortune due to our energy predicament. How fortunate we are. Pangbala commanded the computer. Then let us proceed at full speed towards Planet Behi. Understood. The computer replied, and their spacecraft accelerated towards Planet Behi once more. Meanwhile, on another spacecraft, Xiaofang observed Pangbala's vessel, perplexed. It seems they have altered their course. Beside her, Wumia sneered. Indeed, but they shall not escape my pursuit. She too accelerated her spacecraft in pursuit of Pangbala. After a period of cosmic chase, Pangbala's vessel and Wufan's ship entered a planet resembling a beehive, known as Planet Behi. Pangbala's ship was the first to glide into a spacious cavern, closely followed by Wufan's. Inside the cavern, darkness enveloped them, akin to an endless void, consuming all light. This place is so dark, I can see nothing, Wu Yuan's voice trembled with unease. Hastily, Wumia pressed a button, illuminating the surroundings. They were astonished to discover they had seemingly entered the interior of a colossal organism, with walls lined with structures resembling blood vessels, subtly pulsating. After a brief moment of shock, they swiftly regained their composure and advanced, determined to catch up with Pangbala's ship. Unbeknownst to them, Pangbala had concealed their vessel within a hidden alcove. As Wufan's ship passed the cavern entrance, they failed to detect Pangbala's presence. Pangbala observed the moving points of light on the screen, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. He inquired of the computer, What is the probability that those individuals can escape this planet alive? After calculations, the computer replied, the structure of this planet is exceedingly complex, the deeper one ventures. The more labyrinthine the tunnels become, resembling a vast maze. Based on these conditions, the likelihood of escape from the demon horse is a mere 0.0000000000112%. Dambala, incredulous, repeated, 0.00000000112%. Sumbala chuckled coldly. In that case, we have no cause for concern. Pangbala nodded in satisfaction, declaring, excellent. We shall replenish our energy here, then proceed to collect their remains, and, by extension, the Dragon Balls. Their laughter echoed within the cavern, a celebration of the victory that awaited them. Chapter 64. The Planet of Bihai. How infuriating. The labyrinthine pathways here are utterly outrageous. They are so intricately intertwined that how could we possibly locate them in this blind search? Wu Miao lamented, her face etched with frustration. At that moment, the vessel they were aboard had been navigating the enigmatic caverns of Bihai for an extended duration. Yet, the roads crisscrossed in a chaotic web, preventing them from catching even the faintest trace of the ship carrying Pangbala and the others. Indeed, this presents a formidable conundrum. This place is akin to a colossal maze, utterly disorienting. If there truly is no alternative, perhaps I might resort to my ultimate technique, the turtle school energy wave, to forcibly carve out a passage. Wu Yuan pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow, before resolutely voicing his suggestion, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination. No, absolutely not. If we resort to such measures, the innocent beings on this planet would suffer dire consequences. We cannot stoop to such tactics, causing catastrophic destruction and loss of life to achieve our ends. Wu Fan swiftly shook his head in disapproval, earnestly advising against it. His eyes reflected a profound respect and compassion for life. Very well. Since Brother Wu Fan insists, let us muster patience and search diligently once more. Wu Miao reluctantly nodded, acquiescing to Wu Fan's perspective. She then grasped the control stick anew, guiding the ship gently onward. As their vessel surged forward with astonishing speed, the ground ahead suddenly trembled violently without warning, as if a mysterious and powerful force was about to erupt from beneath. In an instant, a monstrous creature, resembling a colossal insect, erupted from the earth. This fearsome beast was none other than the savage carnivore of Bihai, the demon horse. The demon horse opened its gaping maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs and exhaling a putrid stench that was utterly nauseating. Its massive form shimmered with an eerie glow, encased in a shell as hard as iron, exuding a chilling aura of dominance. As the demon horse lunged ferociously towards their ship, Wu Miao acted swiftly, deftly maneuvering the vessel to evade the attack. However, the creature's assault was alarmingly swift. Despite Wu Miao's agile response, the ship was still grazed by its fierce onslaught, sending sparks flying. Undeterred by its initial failure, the demon horse vanished into the ground, disappearing without a trace. What was that creature? How could it be so terrifying? Xiao Fong gazed in disbelief at the spot where the demon horse had vanished, her voice trembling with fear. Clearly, the sudden encounter had left her quite shaken. Something feels amiss. I can't sense its presence at all. Wu Fan frowned, his expression grave. He shut his eyes, channeling all his mental energy in an attempt to locate the demon horse, but to no avail. Just as apprehension and uncertainty enveloped them, a dull thud reverberated from the nearby stone wall. Suddenly, another demon horse emerged like a specter from the rock, claws bared and lunging at the ship. In an instant, Wu Miao reacted with remarkable speed, deftly maneuvering the craft in a perilous turn, narrowly avoiding the demon horse's lethal strike. The creature, overexerting itself, crashed into a nearby boulder, causing debris to scatter. Yet, refusing to be deterred, the demon horse quickly regained its composure and once more burrowed underground, vanishing in the blink of an eye. This creature's speed is astonishing. Wu Yuan marveled in disbelief. Just then, another demon horse emerged from above, attacking like a phantom in the night. With unwavering resolve, Wu Miao gripped the control stick, showcasing her extraordinary piloting skills. Under her command, the ship deftly evaded the demon horse's assaults, each encounter fraught with peril yet ultimately escaping unscathed. Frustrated by their continued evasion, the demon horse intensified its assault. Wu Miao, though successfully dodging each attack, felt her irritation mounting. This oversized insect dares to challenge me, she exclaimed, finally bringing the ship to a steady halt. Her eyes blazed with indignation, clearly fed up with the relentless harassment from the demon horses. Brother Wu Fan, I cannot endure this any longer. I must slay this wretched beast, Wu Miao declared, leaping from the vessel with determination. "Take that, foul creature," she shouted, gathering her energy into a concentrated wave directed at the demon horse. Her movements were swift and precise. The energy wave, tracing a graceful arc through the air, aimed straight at the beast. The demon horse, overestimating its own capabilities, attempted to defend itself, but was taken by surprise. As the energy blast struck its head, it was obliterated, leaving only its massive body behind. The other 4 demon horses were left in shock, never anticipating that this girl would dare to slay their leader. Enraged, they all emerged, surrounding her. Yet, Wu Miao stood unfazed, a cold smile gracing her lips. "A few oversized insects think they can intimidate me?" In an instant, she conjured a sword of energy and, with astonishing speed, dispatched the remaining demon horses with ease. After the battle, Wu Miao stood amidst the fallen beasts, exuding an aura of invincibility. Far away, aboard their ship, Pengbala, Danbala, and Sunbala gazed in astonishment through the viewport. Expressions of disbelief etched upon their faces. "Pengbala, is this truly the combat prowess exhibited by that girl, Wu Miao? It is utterly terrifying. Do we genuinely stand a chance of seizing the Dragon Balls from them?" Danbala's eyes widened in shock as he trembled at the thought. "Indeed. Just this girl possesses such formidable strength." Sunbala nodded vigorously in agreement. "Perhaps we should abandon our return to Roodstar and flee to another planet. It may allow us to evade this impending retribution." However, in the face of their growing panic, Pengbala smiled gently, responding with calm assurance, "Do not lose heart so swiftly. We still have a secret weapon yet to be deployed. If utilized correctly, we may yet have a fighting chance." Upon hearing this, Danbala paused momentarily, then, as if struck by revelation, exclaimed, "Oh, you mean that item? If it can indeed be of use, perhaps we may have a glimmer of hope." A flicker of optimism ignited in his previously despondent eyes. "Indeed, it is that secret weapon. However, the pressing matter lies in devising a strategy to ensure we are not annihilated before we can employ it." Pengbala analyzed the situation with a serious demeanor. At that moment, Sunbala interjected anxiously, "But Pengbala, what precisely should we do? We cannot just charge in recklessly. One misstep could cost us our lives." After a brief contemplation, Pengbala replied, "We must not rush this. It requires us 3 to calm ourselves and carefully devise a comprehensive plan." With that, he gestured for the others to gather around, preparing to strategize their response. Chapter 65, The Ridiculous Dance. After resolving the matter with the demon horse, Wu Miao intended to return to the spaceship but was captivated by a sudden melody. What brings music to this place?" Wu Miao furrowed her brow in confusion, a hint of unease lacing her voice. Wu Yuan pondered for a moment before conjecturing, could it be that others, like us, have stumbled upon this planet? Perhaps they are entertaining themselves in this manner. Xiao Fang's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she exclaimed, "Let us go take a look. They might be quite interesting people." However, Wu Fan sensed an underlying danger in the situation and suggested cautiously, "You 3 should investigate. I will follow shortly." "All right, we shall go ahead," Xiao Fang replied excitedly, her heart brimming with the thrill of adventure. Following the sound, the trio traversed through a dense forest and arrived at the entrance of a spacious cave. The interior was dim and enigmatic, and the music emanated from within. As they cautiously stepped inside, the sight that greeted them left them utterly astonished. Before them stood Pengbala, Danbala, and Sunbala, dancing an odd and enchanting dance in front of 3 speakers. Their movements were exaggerated and bizarre, chanting repeatedly, "Pengbala ba la ba la Pengba ba," right, left, turn around with a smile. Wu Yuan could not suppress a laugh. Are these 3 trying to be funny? Xiao Fang frowned and remarked, perhaps they have been trapped on this planet for too long, and their minds have become muddled. Wu Miao speculated, I think so too. Otherwise, it must be a special dance from their planet. Xiao Fang could not help but comment, but this dance is truly unsightly. Peng Ba La halted the dance, turned towards them, and wore a peculiar smile. What are you saying? But it doesn't matter. Soon enough, you won't be able to voice such thoughts. He then turned to Dan Ba La and Sun Ba La, instructing, you too, increase the volume. Dan Ba La and Sun Ba La continued their dance, simply replying, understood. Dan Ba La kept directing, lift your feet higher. Got it, no problem, Peng Ba La answered. And they resumed their dance. Peng Ba La Ba La Ba La Peng Ba Ba. The rhythmic sound echoed once more. And Xiao Fang found herself involuntarily moving to the beat, soon followed by Wu Miao and Wu Yuan. What is happening? Why are my hands and feet moving on their own? Wu Yuan asked, bewildered. Xiao Fang exclaimed anxiously, goodness, I refuse to dance to such an ugly performance. Wu Miao seemed to realize something and nervously said, "It seems to be connected to those speakers. We might be under some kind of sonic control." Haha. It's starting to affect them. Success. Sun Bala joyfully announced. Right, left, turn around with a smile. Ping Bala continued to keep the rhythm for the dance. Wu Yuan, Wu Miao, and Xiao Fang found themselves dancing uncontrollably, their appearance indeed quite comical. Sighing heavily, Wu Fan watched as the trio easily fell into the trap, covering his face with his hands in exasperation, muttering, "How could these three be so easily deceived?" With that, he slowly raised his hands, gathering 3 luminous blue energy orbs in his palms. Then, harnessing his formidable control over energy, he launched the orbs like shooting stars towards the 3 speakers producing the music. A series of thunderous explosions erupted, and the speakers were instantly reduced to scrap metal, scattering debris all around. Simultaneously, the trio closest to the speakers, Dan Bala, Peng Bala, and Sun Bala, had no time to react before they were violently propelled back by the blast, crashing against the hard stone wall like kites with severed strings. Ouch! They groaned in pain, sliding down the wall in a disheveled heap, covered in dust. What on earth just happened? Why did the speakers explode? Peng Bala asked, rubbing his injured shoulder in confusion. Well, I'm not quite sure. Could it be that we haven't maintained the speakers for too long, causing some internal components to fail? Dan Bala speculated after a moment of thought, appearing reasonable. That can't be. I distinctly remember repairing those speakers not long ago. Sun Bala countered immediately, shaking his head. Just as the 3 were engaged in conversation, Wu Yuan, Wu Miao, and Xiao Fang, who had been dancing absurdly under the sonic influence, finally broke free from the enchantment. Their faces were now filled with anger as they approached Peng Bala, Dan Bala, and Sun Bala with fierce determination. Xiao Fang was the first to speak, her delicate features hardened with frost as she glared at the trio responsible. Look at what you've done. You made me dance like a clown to that utterly hideous performance. Tell me, how shall we punish you? Standing beside her, Wu Yuan's eyes glinted mischievously, and he feigned a fierce demeanor, threatening, I suggest we flay them alive, letting them experience the pain they inflicted upon us. Upon hearing this, Ping Bala, Dan Bala, and Sun Bala turned pale and trembled, pleading in unison, No, please, spare us. However, Wu Miao had no intention of letting them off easily. With arms crossed and a furrowed brow, she contemplated before declaring, flaying them might be too lenient. How about we give them a good thrashing first? I have a lot of pent-up frustration to release. Agreed. Wu Yuan and Xiao Fang nodded in unison. Soon, the cave echoed with the cries of Ping Bala, Dan Bala, and Sun Bala, their pleas punctuated by shouts of don't hit my face. Don't hit below the waist. I'm not married yet. Please be gentle. Chapter 66. Before departing for Lewd Planet, all right, you 3, cease your assault. They are on the verge of demise, Gohan remarked as he approached Goku and his companions. Understood, brother Gohan. The trio nodded in agreement. Pambala, Dambala, and Sumbala, suddenly relieved from their torment, exhaled in unison. Their appearances were unrecognizable, each resembling a battered visage. You 3 are the ones who attacked our spacecraft in the cosmos, aren't you? Gohan inquired. What? The realization struck. They are the individuals we have been pursuing. The astonishment was palpable in Wu Miao's voice, her eyes ignited with fury. Clenching her fists unconsciously, the cracking of her knuckles echoed her indignation. She yearned to obliterate them at once. Why yes, but we were merely following orders, Pambala stammered, his voice quivering under the weight of the situation. His stutter revealed the trepidation and unease festering within him as he recognized the peril they faced. Who issued these orders? Wu Yuan's tone resonated with undeniable authority as he seized Pambala by the collar, compelling him to meet his gaze. His actions indicated a demand for a forthright response. Any hesitation could lead to dire consequences. We were commanded by Lord Mukamosai from Lewd Planet to gather the Dragon Balls, but since you have taken them, we had no choice but to attack you. Pambala finally divulged the truth. A hint of resignation laced his words, suggesting that their actions stemmed from deeper motivations. Oh, so our lives are forfeit due to this? Shall I interpret that as permission to end yours? Wu Miao's voice dripped with sarcasm, her gaze piercing as she fixated on the trio. Energy coalesced in her hands, poised for immediate action. And no, please don't kill us, Dambala pleaded, his voice rife with palpable panic, desperately seeking to appease Wu Miao's wrath. We did not intend harm. You are unscathed, are you not? Sumbala attempted to defend, his voice trembling, clearly fearful that his fate was sealed. Oh, so it seems we owe you our lives? Wu Miao retorted coldly. And no, That's not what I meant. I meant it's fortunate you're unharmed. Otherwise, we would feel guilty, Sunbala hurriedly clarified, his voice quivering as he endeavored to defuse Wu Miao's ire. His gaze conveyed sincere remorse, hoping to alleviate the tension. Wu Miao, Wu Yuan, let us not succumb to anger. We should compel them to guide us to Lewd Planet and eliminate that Mukamosai character, Gohan suggested, his tone calm and rational, aiming to steer the situation toward a more sensible resolution. He understood that brute force would not resolve their dilemma. Rather, they needed to confront the root of the problem. Indeed, Cousin Gohan is correct. We must eradicate the source of evil, Xiao Feng concurred, her youthful voice unwavering yet resolute. Turning to Pongbala, Dambala, and Sunbala, she stipulated, as long as you dutifully lead us to Lewd Planet, we shall spare your lives. What say you? And no, I refuse to return. I will perish. Sunbala's voice was laced with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. He understood that returning empty-handed would invoke the wrath of Lord Mukamosai, a fate too dreadful to contemplate. Indeed, we cannot return. If we fail to acquire the Dragon Balls, Lord Mukamosai will execute us, Dambala echoed, desperation evident in his eyes. Esteemed sirs, we are willing to comply with your other demands, but we cannot fulfill this one. Pongbala's voice was tinged with supplication. Then do you intend to meet your demise on this planet? Wu Yuan's tone was laden with menace, his eyes icy, clearly having lost patience. And no, that is not an option either. The trio shook their heads, unwilling to embrace death. How about this? We shall ensure your safety, Gohan proposed, adopting a gentler approach. You have witnessed our formidable strength. Can you truly guarantee our safety? Pongbala's tone was uncertain, yet a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes. He recognized that this was their only recourse, their singular chance at survival. Certainly, we will return and help you vanquish Mukamosai. You will be rid of one more burden. Gohan assured with a smile. Very well, I accept. You must protect us at all costs. Pongbala ultimately resolved, his voice faint yet resolute. He understood that this was their sole path to liberation from Mukamosai's grasp. I give you my word, Gohan solemnly promised, his gaze unwavering, imparting a sense of comfort to Pongbala. Pongbala, Dambala, and Sunbala called out, attempting to dissuade him from this decision. Yet, upon witnessing Pongbala's determined expression, they recognized that the matter was beyond their control. Do you possess a better means of survival? Pongbala countered, his eyes reflecting a blend of resignation and an intense desire to live. Dambala and Sunbala fell silent, aware that Pongbala spoke the truth. They had no superior option. Seeing his companion's silence, Pongbala led them toward their spacecraft, turning to Gohan and the others, your ship will follow ours. We shall escort you to Lewd Planet. His voice bore a resolute tone, yet it was imbued with a glimmer of hope for the future. Agreed, Gohan responded succinctly, and the four retreated into their vessel. As Pongbala and his crew's ship ignited and departed from Beehigh Planet, Gohan and the others trailed closely behind, their sights set on Lewd Planet. Chapter 67. The battle on planet Lewd. After a day of navigating through the cosmos, Gohan and his companions finally arrived at planet Lewd, following Pongbala and his group. Taking a deep breath, Pongbala addressed Gohan and his friends, saying, Esteemed ones, this is planet Lewd. We shall not accompany you to meet Lord Muki Muki, who resides within a white castle. His voice trembled slightly, as if fleeing from a haunting nightmare. Gohan, with unwavering determination in his gaze, replied to Pongbala and his companions. Very well, you may depart. His tone was calm yet powerful, exuding an undeniable resolve. Pongbala and his companions, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, hastily returned to their spaceship and departed from planet Lewd. They sought a new planet to begin anew, leaving behind the unpleasant memories of the past. Gohan, Wu Yuan, Xiao Feng. Let us proceed, Wu Yuan said as he soared into the sky, his voice brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming adventure. Indeed, the trio nodded in agreement, and together they flew towards the White Castle. Their silhouettes traced arcs across the sky of planet Lewd. Before long, they spotted the castle, the most striking feature of the planet. It towered into the clouds, its white walls shimmering under the sunlight, resembling a colossal gem embedded in the planet's surface. Shall we enter through the front door? Xiao Feng inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Certainly not. We shall leap down from above to catch them by surprise, Wu Yuan declared. Ascending to the highest point of the castle, with a single stomp, he shattered the rooftop, prompting the other three to follow suit. Muki Muki was taken aback when the roof suddenly caved in and quickly looked up to ascertain the cause. Gohan, Wu Yuan, Wu Xian, and Xiao Feng descended from the roof, landing before Muki Muki. Who are you? Muki asked, astonishment evident in his eyes, tinged with suspicion. Weren't you the one who sent your subordinates to seize our Dragon Balls? How could you not recognize us? Wu Xian retorted coldly, his voice laced with disdain. Oh, it is you. How fortunate, I shall not have to search for you. Hand over the Dragon Balls you possess, Muki demanded, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Dream on. There is no way we would surrender the Dragon Balls to you, Xiaofeng asserted, her voice resolute and determined. At that moment, the robot Lud suddenly shot beams from its eyes, aimed at Xiaofeng, capable of transforming her into a doll. Fortunately, Wu Yuan reacted swiftly, teleporting beside Xiaofeng and rescuing her. Seeing his attack fail, the robot Lud began firing beams at Gohan and his companions, yet they effortlessly evaded each strike. Meanwhile, the Lud followers below suffered the consequences. Each struck by the beams and transformed into lifeless dolls, lying motionless on the ground. Realizing Lud was powerless against the four, Muki cracked his whip, summoning a massive mechanical lion, which he named Blue Lion. Is this your trump card? How utterly dull, Wu Xian remarked, effortlessly approaching Blue Lion and delivering a powerful punch. The lion exploded on impact, and Muki, caught in the blast, met his demise. It seems you possess some skill, having vanquished Muki. But do not celebrate too soon. That fellow was merely a puppet under my command. With these words, the astonished onlookers witnessed the whip, which had fallen from Muki. Suddenly speak. Wah, how can this whip talk? And it claims to control humans. Xiaofeng exclaimed, her face a mixture of shock and disbelief. Ha. Since that's the case, I shall no longer hide. Prepare to witness my true form. The whip laughed maniacally, and with a flash of light, it transformed into a striking figure, radiant golden skin, a mouth as dark as ink, and arms morphing into two long whips that danced in the air. Who are you? What is your purpose here? Wen demanded, his gaze fixed on the peculiar yellow-skinned alien before him. Listen well, little ones. I am the illustrious Muki, the priest under the dominion of King Lud. Are you frightened? Muki replied, a mocking smirk adorning his face, brimming with pride. However, in response to Muki's boastfulness, Wu Xian scoffed. Merely a lowly insect, yet you inflate your own significance. What did you say, you vile woman? Muki glared at Wu Xian in anger, then wielded his whip, striking the ground. The bricks beneath them seemed to obey his command, flying towards Wu Xian, demonstrating the whip's power to control inanimate objects. Such petty tricks. How tiresome, Wu Xian said. Fuming. In an instant, she transformed into Super Saiyan 3, unleashing an energy blast that shattered the incoming bricks before swiftly positioning herself before Muki. A concentrated energy blast struck him squarely, obliterating him into dust. Chapter 68. The Battle on Luthor Planet 2. Everything that transpired here was closely observed by the distant figure of Darutki, the leader of the Luthor Church. The strength of these individuals was astonishing. With my current abilities, I would find it difficult to contend against them. It seems that the only chance for victory lies in activating Luthor, although my energy is insufficient. The clever evasions of these individuals have inadvertently led to Luthor's attacks, harming many followers, transforming them into dolls. While my energy is not yet fully charged, it should suffice to successfully activate Luthor. Darutki spoke with a grave expression. Upon finishing his words, he produced a remote control from within his garment and decisively pressed the activation button. In that instant, a ghostly green light enveloped the statue of Luthor, its brilliance intensifying, while the ground began to tremble violently as if a momentous change was imminent. Is it possible that Luthor has been resurrected? Xiaofeng exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. It is not a resurrection. This Luthor is essentially a robot, and someone must have activated it secretly, Wufan calmly deduced. A robot? But Luthor appears to be merely an ordinary statue, Wu Yuan replied, filled with confusion. Patience. You will understand as we continue to observe, Wufan reassured Wu Yuan. At that moment, the outer stone shell of the Luthor statue began to crack, initially forming only fine fissures, but as time passed, the cracks rapidly spread. Before long, the surface of the statue completely shattered, revealing its true form, a massive robot, entirely green with horns atop its head. Aha, look at that. Its face is simply hilarious. Xiaofeng laughed uncontrollably, pointing at Luthor's visage and exclaiming. Her melodious laughter echoed through the air, lightening the tense atmosphere with a touch of joy. Indeed, though this fellow did put on quite a show earlier, his imposing demeanor momentarily fooled me into thinking he was formidable. Who knew he was merely a weakling robot? Wu Yuan scoffed, crossing his arms and disdainfully curling his lip. At that moment, Luthor overheard their conversation, and his previously expressionless face darkened with fury. his electronic eyes flickering with rage. He began to stride heavily toward Wufan, Weiyuan, Wumia, and Xiao Fang, each step causing the ground to tremble and raise clouds of dust, indicating his considerable weight. Before the onlookers, Luther swung his powerful fist, launching it toward the four like a cannonball. In a split second, the four reacted swiftly, leaping aside to evade Luther's assault. Xiao Fang, it's up to you to deal with Luther. Are you capable? Wumia's voice carried a hint of concern, but more so. It was filled with faith in Xiao Fang. Turning her head, Xiao Fang offered a confident smile to Wumia. Don't worry, Aunt Wumia. As her words fell, she inhaled deeply, energy surging within her, and a golden aura ignited around her. In an instant, she transformed into a super scion, her physique more powerful, muscles pronounced, golden hair standing on end, and her eyes gleaming with determination. She darted to Luther's front and delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing to the ground. As Luther fell, he immediately retaliated with a beam of light from his eyes aimed at Xiao Fang, who effortlessly dodged with a swift movement, seizing the opportunity. Luther rose and began to attack Xiao Fang with rotating arms. Xiao Fang countered with a single-handed energy wave that pushed Luther back, then gathered energy to unleash a Kamehameha attack. Although Luther blocked the Kamehameha with both arms, they were ultimately destroyed by the force. Oh, quite resilient, are we? Allow me to finish you off, Xiao Fang remarked, a hint of surprise in her voice. She gathered her strength for a dragon fist, which pierced through Luther's chest. As Luther was a robot, the internal circuitry was completely destroyed, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The explosion was powerful, engulfing Daruki, who was observing from a distance, leading to his demise as well. Standing amidst the aftermath, Xiao Fang's golden aura gradually dissipated, her expression devoid of triumph, marked instead by weariness. Xiao Fang, it seems you are lacking in training, as you tire so easily, Weiyuan teased with a smile. Dad, please refrain from standing there and commenting. I just engaged in battle. All right? What do you mean by exercise? I'm quite exhausted. Xiao Fang pouted in retort. Wumia, it seems someone was caught in the explosion, Wumia said, turning to Wufan. Indeed, that individual was likely the one controlling Luther. But if he is dead, then so be it. It matters little. Let us continue our journey, Wufan replied. Understood. The other three nodded in agreement, and they utilized their flight technique to ascend toward their spaceship. Before long, they arrived at the location of their vessel, boarded, and resumed their quest for the Dragon Balls through the cosmos. Chapter 69. Obtaining the third Dragon Ball. What on earth is happening? Why can't I reach Daruki at all? Could something have happened to him? Dr. Meow furrowed his brow, his face a portrait of anxiety as he muttered to himself. Standing in the cold and dim laboratory on the dark planet, he clutched the communicator tightly, persistently attempting to contact Daruki, who was far away on Lootstar. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, there was no response from the other end, only the maddening crackle of static. This unsettling silence left Dr. Meow in a state of agitation. Pacing back and forth as troubling thoughts raced through his mind, Daruki had always been a dependable subordinate, never one to lose contact without reason. What could this sudden disconnection signify? Had he encountered an accident while on his mission? Or had something momentous occurred on Lootstar? Countless possibilities flashed through Dr. Meow's mind, each more worrisome than the last. Meanwhile, in the distant reaches of the cosmos, Gohan and his companions were aboard their spacecraft, traversing the vast expanse of interstellar space in search of the Dragon Balls. Time flowed swiftly, and soon a week had passed, just as their patience was wearing thin. The Dragon Ball radar suddenly emitted a rapid series of beeps. It's reacting, Gamiya exclaimed excitedly. With a swift pull of the control stick, he directed the spacecraft towards the location indicated by the radar. After a full day of relentless travel, they finally arrived at an unfamiliar planet. As the spacecraft descended onto the land, a collective gasp escaped their lips. Before them lay an endless expanse of golden desert, the scorching sun mercilessly beating down upon the earth. Waves of heat rising before them. What a desolate place. It's nothing but sand and so hot. Gohan complained, fanning himself with his hand. Gohan surveyed the barren landscape and shook his head, sighing. This is truly a wasteland. But since the Dragon Ball is responding here, we cannot give up. Let us search the area. With that, he led the way, stepping into the searing sea of sand. At that moment, the spacecraft began to tremble violently without warning, as if gripped by an unseen force, slowly sinking into the bottomless sands. Xiaofang, filled with terror, shouted, "What is happening?" Gamiya frowned, his gaze fixed on the swirling dust outside. After a moment of hesitation, he speculated, "I'm not entirely sure. but it seems we might be encountering quicksand. Before he could finish, an unexpected event unfolded. From beneath the sand emerged a gigantic, fiery red creature. It opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of sand, creating a violent sandstorm that swept towards them. Gohan, Gamilla, and Goiwan reacted swiftly, dodging the sudden assault with ease. However, Xiao Feng was not so fortunate, caught off guard. She was engulfed by the swirling sands, becoming a comical sight, covered from head to toe in sand. How dare you ambush us? You shall pay for this. Goiwan fumed, raising his hand to unleash a fierce energy blast that shot toward the giant creature like a meteor. Yet, the creature, cunning and agile, shrank back and burrowed into the sand, easily evading Goiwan's attack. Almost immediately, it reappeared, serpentine-like, ensnaring the spacecraft in its massive body. With a horrifying screech of twisting metal, the water tank of the spacecraft was crushed, water gushing forth in torrents. Curse that vile creature. Today is your end, Gamilla roared, propelled by fury as she dashed behind the giant bug. She delivered a powerful kick, sending it soaring into the air with a thunderous crash. Seizing the moment, Gamilla pressed her hands together, gathering a formidable wave of energy, and then unleashed a brilliant energy blast that detonated against the airborne creature, shattering it into countless fragments that rained down. Honestly, how did the Dragon Ball end up in such a wretched place? Goiwan grumbled, his round eyes wide with dissatisfaction. Enough whining. Come help me repair the spacecraft. You don't expect to spend a lifetime on this desolate desert planet, do you? Gamilla shouted as she busied herself with tools. Absolutely not, Goiwan exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously, rushing to assist Gamilla with the repairs. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng and Gohan stood by, bewildered by the intricate machinery and circuits, feeling utterly lost. Despite their confusion, Goiwan and Gamilla pressed on, working in perfect harmony, one passing tools, the other tightening screws. One inspecting circuits, the other mending damaged components. As time ticked away, sweat soaked their clothes, yet they remained steadfast in their task. Finally, after a relentless half-hour of effort, the spacecraft emitted a deep rumble. It was successfully repaired. Wonderful. Let us find the Dragon Ball and leave this dreadful place, Goiwan exclaimed, jumping with joy. However, a new challenge soon arose. Gamilla wiped the sweat from her forehead and called out to Gohan. Gohan. It's bad news. The water tank is nearly empty. If we don't find a water source soon, we won't get far. This seems quite troublesome. It's all desert here, Xiao Feng remarked. How can we know if we don't search? Gohan responded. Gamilla, can the spacecraft still fly for a while? Yes, Gohan. Gamilla replied. Then let us pilot the spacecraft and search for a water source on this planet. Since that creature survived, there must be water here, Gohan suggested. All right, Gohan. Gamilla agreed. The group hurriedly boarded the spacecraft once more, embarking on their quest to locate a water source. Their diligence paid off, for after an hour of searching, they discovered a water source and filled the spacecraft's tank, fortuitously finding the Dragon Ball not far from the water. After a long day, let us take a break and swim here, Xiao Feng proposed. Sounds good, let us relax for a bit, Gohan replied. Yay, vacation. Xiao Feng cheered, leaping for joy. Chapter 70. The Conspiracy of Dr. Mu and General Leard after a brief sojourn on the desert planet. Gohan and his companions resumed their journey aboard their spaceship towards the next celestial body. Meanwhile, Dr. Mu had already arrived at the planet Luthor. And upon witnessing the once majestic white castle dedicated to Luthor reduced to mere ruins, he felt an overwhelming desire to exact vengeance upon those responsible for this devastation. He mused aloud, his voice reverberating through the desolate remnants. The computer within the Daruki residence should still be intact. It could provide crucial surveillance footage to identify the culprits behind this atrocity. With unwavering determination, Dr. Mu was filled with a thirst for knowledge and discovery. He recognized that the computer potentially harbored vital clues to unveil the mastermind behind this destruction. He commanded his robotic soldiers to expedite the clearance of the debris. Their movements swift and methodical, the metallic joints emitting a rhythmic clatter amidst the rubble. After 2 hours of relentless effort, the robotic soldiers finally unearthed the Daruki computer. Despite its dented exterior, the screen remained unscathed. Dr. Mu quickly powered on the device, and the monitor displayed the surveillance footage. The figures of Gohan and his companions appeared vividly, their movements swift and powerful, each strike infused with vigor. A flicker of astonishment crossed Dr. Mu's gaze, soon replaced by fervor. So, it is the Science, he exclaimed with excitement. Your power is truly something to behold. He fixated on the screen, as if drawing strength from the indistinct images. Ambition surged within Dr. Mu. He sought not merely power, but dominion. He yearned to capture these scions for meticulous study of their abilities. If he could transform them into obedient androids, then universal supremacy would be well within his grasp. Laughing heartily, the sound echoed through the ruins, radiating confidence and madness. He understood that this would mark the inception of his conquest of the cosmos. All commencing with these scions. Dr. Mew activated the communicator to contact General Leard on planet M2, his partner in this grand scheme. Leard, I need you to compel the 4 aboard this spaceship to M2. I have significant plans for them. His tone conveyed an undeniable authority as he presented the images of Gohan and his companions. Very well. I shall keep a close watch on their movements, General Leard replied. A hint of disdain in his voice as his gaze swept over the photographs, as if he had already ensnared the fate of the 4 in his grasp. Forcing them to M2 will be an effortless task. Their vessel evidently lacks offensive weaponry, leaving them vulnerable to our pursuit. A sly smile played upon his lips, hinting at his anticipated triumph. Excellent. I shall await your good news, Dr. Mew said, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his features, infused with confidence in his stratagem. He then severed the connection, the communicator's screen dimming, yet his heart brimmed with anticipation. Dr. Mew felt little attachment to the planet Luthor any longer. The Luthor robots he once cherished were now a thing of the past. He issued commands for his robotic soldiers to pilot the spaceship away from this place. The craft descended slowly, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Just as they departed, the spacecraft of Pimbala and his companions returned to the planet Luthor. Observing Dr. Mew's ship vanish into the horizon, they were engulfed by a complex array of emotions. They have finally left. We can now live peacefully on our own planet, Damballa remarked. Relief evident in his voice as he surveyed the land that had once been occupied, now finally liberated. Though it feels rather lonely with just the 3 of us. He added with a hint of resignation, but was quickly interrupted by Sumbala. Others will surely arrive in due time. After all, our planet is quite splendid. Sumbala replied with a smile, his eyes gleaming with hope, as if envisioning a prosperous future. Indeed, our planet is truly beautiful, Damballa concurred, his gaze reflecting aspirations for what lay ahead. Let us construct a new castle. We shall become the rightful rulers of this planet. And we cannot dwell in such poor conditions. Pimbala's voice rang with determination, inspiring his companions. Agreed, Damballa and Sumbala responded, their eyes shimmering with resolute determination. The trio then set to work, transporting stones and planning the layout of their castle, each drop of sweat nurturing the seeds of hope. They toiled for a brighter tomorrow. Although only 3 of them remained, they believed that with perseverance, their planet would one day blossom into the home of their dreams. Chapter 71. The destruction of planet M2. Brother Gohan, has the dragon radar detected anything? Wumio inquired, her large, curious eyes sparkling with anticipation. Gohan shook his head slightly, a grave expression etched on his face. Not yet. It appears that the next Dragon Ball is still quite a distance away from us. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fang pouted in discontent. Ah, does that mean we have to drift through this vast universe for a long time? How utterly tedious. With a resigned gesture, she spread her hands, her face reflecting her discontent. Wu Yuan, however, replied with a serious demeanor, this is unavoidable, Xiao Fang. We did not come to the universe for leisure. We bear a heavy responsibility to gather all 7 Dragon Balls, or else Earth will face utter annihilation. Xiao Fang, clearly unconvinced, stamped her foot and whimsically protested, but I just don't want to roam in the universe endlessly. It's so boring. Seeing Xiao Fang's stubbornness, Wu Yuan felt a surge of frustration and raised his voice. Xiao Fang, how can you be so petulant? I should never have agreed to let you come along. At her father's reprimand, Xiao Fang's eyes welled with tears, and she sobbed, Humph. Daddy is such a meanie for scolding me. I won't talk to you anymore. With that, she turned and stormed back to her room, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Watching her retreat, Gohan gently patted Wu Yuan's shoulder, offering solace. Wu Yuan, do not be too hard on Xiao Fang. She is still a child, and it is natural for her to crave fun. There is no need to be overly stern. Perhaps, Sai, I admit my temper is a bit short. Wu Yuan replied with resignation. As they conversed, they had already arrived near planet M2. General Leard, the target spaceship has entered our monitoring range, reported a sleek, crimson robotic entity in a flat, emotionless tone. Leard's deep-set, piercing eyes remained fixed on the image of the target ship displayed on the large screen. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively issued orders. Excellent. Deploy our ships to engage them, but exercise caution. Do not destroy their vessel. We must force them to land on our planet. Understood, I will relay your command immediately, the red robot replied respectfully before swiftly turning to communicate with the awaiting ships, accurately conveying General Leard's orders. Almost instantaneously, an array of diverse, well-equipped ships ascended like arrows released from a bow, trailing long tails of flame as they surged towards Gohan's vessel. Inside the cockpit, Wu Miao, engrossed in her tense maneuvers, suddenly noticed a flurry of blips on the radar screen. Alarmed, she quickly turned to Gohan, exclaiming, "Brother Gohan, this is bad. Numerous unidentified ships have suddenly appeared around us. Based on their trajectories, they likely seek the Dragon Balls we possess." Gohan's expression turned grave as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. After a moment of reflection, he sighed. This has become quite troublesome. Our ship is not equipped with any weaponry. It seems we must rely on your skills to evade their attacks. He placed a reassuring hand on Wu Miao's shoulder, casting her an encouraging glance. All right, I will do my utmost to ensure no attack hits our ship, she affirmed, her tone imbued with unwavering confidence. The ships dispatched by General Leard, like wolves on the hunt, swiftly entered attacking range and launched a fierce assault on Gohan's vessel. Each strike bore a deadly threat, yet Wu Miao navigated the ship with the finesse of a seasoned warrior, deftly dodging the barrages of fire. Inside the ship, Gohan, Wu Yuan, and Xiao Fang experienced unprecedented turbulence, their bodies tossed about as if in zero gravity. Xiao Fang staggered out of her room, her face a canvas of confusion and unease. What is happening? Why is the ship shaking so violently? She queried, her voice quavering. Wu Yuan, striving to maintain composure, replied, "We are under attack from numerous unidentified ships. If it weren't for your Aunt Wu Miao's exceptional piloting skills, we would have been reduced to cosmic dust." Xiao Fang's eyes hardened. Her fists clenched as anger and determination ignited within her. What? How could this happen? If we were on the planet, I would smash those ships to smithereens. Her voice brimmed with the thirst for battle. As they spoke, their ship unwittingly drew nearer to planet M2, which awaited their arrival like a silent trap. Gohan furrowed his brow, swiftly analyzing the situation. It seems these unidentified ships do not intend to destroy us. They wish to lure us into the planet. This suggests that a trap has been meticulously laid for our arrival. Wu Miao's eyes flashed with resolve. Then, Brother Gohan, let us enter the planet. Are we not powerful enough to face them? No need to take such risks. I have other plans, Gohan replied, utilizing the mental communication technique taught by Goku. Dad, we are in trouble in the universe. Can you come and assist us? Certainly. I'll be there shortly, Goku responded, then instantly appeared before Gohan's ship. Hey, Dad. Wu Miao and Wu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Grandpa, how did he end up here? Xiao Fang marveled. Are you the vile ships that dare to harm my family? Prepare to meet your demise. Goku declared furiously, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts from his hands towards the attacking vessels. The ships struck by the blasts erupted in a cacophony of destruction, reduced to cosmic debris. Report. Our fleet has lost contact with all ships. A robot informed General Leard. What on earth is happening? Leard demanded. General, a figure suddenly appeared before our target ship, launching energy blasts at our fleet. They were unable to evade and were completely destroyed, the red robot reported. What? How is it possible for someone to survive in space? General Leard exclaimed in shock. While Leard remained stunned, Goku had already gathered a massive energy sphere, hurling it toward planet M2. Report. A powerful energy sphere is approaching our planet. Another robot announced. What? Quickly, target that energy sphere with all planetary defenses and fire. We must disperse it. Leard commanded, simultaneously launching himself into the air, unleashing energy waves against the incoming sphere. Yet it was evident that he was engaging in futile endeavors. The energy sphere struck his body, relentlessly propelling towards planet M2. What monstrous being have I offended? General Leard lamented, and thus it became his final utterance. As his words faded, planet M2 erupted violently, transforming into a spectacle of fireworks that dissipated into the cosmos, with Wukong assuming a role reminiscent of Frisia. Chapter 72, Bebby awakens those detestable psiots. How dare you be so audacious? So wantonly destructive as to obliterate planet M2 without a shred of remorse. I burn with the desire to transmute each and every one of you into specimens. To assuage the fury in my heart, Dr. Mew exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief and rage as he watched the heartbreaking final images transmitted from planet M2. His voice, hoarse with fury, trembled uncontrollably. The word scion reverberated in Bebby's mind within the cultivation tank like a malevolent incantation. Stirred from his slumber, Bebby's eyes snapped open, burning with animosity. A surge of immense, Terrifying energy erupted from the cultivation fluid, threatening to consume everything. The glass exterior shattered with a resounding crash, sending shards flying in every direction. A diminutive figure, radiating power, emerged, the formidable Bebby. Ah, my perfect, immaculate mutant machine. Bebby, you have finally awakened. This is sublime. Dr. Mew rejoiced, his eyes gleaming with elation. Bebby cast a frigid glance at Dr. Mew, his expression devoid of emotion. Spare me your insincere sentiments. Understand your place. You are not my master. You are but an insignificant automaton I fabricated. Dr. Mew was struck dumb, as if by a thunderbolt. What drivel are you spouting? I poured my heart and soul into creating you. I am your creator, the one who breathed life into you. He roared, incredulous. Humph. I was merely dormant. I perceived your every action, and you have sorely disappointed me. You have failed to procure even a single Dragon Ball, and the Scions have thrown your plans into disarray. Bebby bellowed, advancing on Dr. Mew. Terror gripped Dr. Mew as Bebby approached. He trembled, stammering, What do you intend to do? A sinister smile crept across Bebby's face. I intend to eradicate you, you worthless failure. He hissed. With a sudden leap, Bebby landed directly above Dr. Mew. No, please, don't. Dr. Mew shrieked, desperate to resist. His pleas were futile. Bebby delivered a devastating blow to Dr. Mew's head, which exploded like a melon, splattering blood and brain matter. A Dragon Ball, the one-star ball, rolled from the wreckage of the shattered mechanical cranium, radiating a mystical light. Bebby's eyes flashed with delight as he retrieved the one-star ball, turning it over in his hand. It appears my plans must be revised. I shall use this Dragon Ball to lure those fools into my trap. A cunning smile returned to Bebby's face as he envisioned his enemy's impending doom. Chapter 73, Finding the Fourth Dragon Ball and Defeating Baby after departing from the vicinity of Planet M2. Gohan and his companions continued their voyage through the cosmos in search of the Dragon Balls, while Goku utilized instant transmission to return to Earth. Did Grandpa go a bit too far? How could he obliterate an entire planet? That is utterly outrageous and so cruel, exclaimed Xiao Fang, her eyes wide with disbelief. With a thud, Wu Yuan unhesitatingly struck Xiao Fang on the head, his expression grave as he retorted, Humph. If it weren't for Dad's timely intervention, we would likely still be ensnared in a dire predicament, unable to escape. That wretched planet was intent on capturing us. Is there truly anything wrong with Dad's decisive action to eliminate it? Ouch. That hurts, Dad. Why do you keep hitting my head? I understand those beings on that planet were villains, but I find it hard to accept that Grandpa simply destroyed the entire planet, Xiao Fang mumbled, cradling her head. Indeed, Xiao Fang. Your feelings of disbelief are quite normal. After all, annihilating a planet is an act that seems reserved for the truly malevolent. To be honest, even I feel that Dad's actions were somewhat excessive. However, upon reflection, it becomes clear that he acted solely to safeguard our family's well-being, which makes it a bit easier to comprehend, Wumia pondered thoughtfully. As they conversed, the sudden activation of the Dragon radar shattered the silence. Wu Yuan excitedly pointed at the radar screen, exclaiming, Gohan, the Dragon radar is reacting. We can locate another Dragon Ball. Gohan nodded, his gaze resolute as he commanded Wumia. Full speed ahead, set our course for the Dragon Ball's location. His voice was calm and decisive, demonstrating his leadership and experience. Understood, Gohan. Wumia acknowledged, swiftly manipulating the spacecraft's control system as they accelerated towards their target. Before long, they found themselves before a dilapidated spaceship, appearing as though it had endured countless trials. Wu Yuan remarked, It seems the Dragon Ball is within that ship. Xiao Fang, observing the shabby vessel, inquired, Why is it in such poor condition? Did it encounter an asteroid field? Wumia scrutinized the ship and replied, No, it appears to have been damaged from the inside. Gohan stated gravely, This ship is perilously close to the star. It will soon be consumed by its gravitational pull. We must hurry and search for the Dragon Ball inside. The three nodded in agreement, quickly donning their spacesuits before exiting their own ship and making their way towards the dilapidated vessel. Upon entering the spaceship, they discovered the extent of the damage was far worse than they had anticipated. Wu Yuan observed their surroundings and lamented, The destruction here is indeed severe. Xiao Fang looked around and noted, It seems there is no one here. Wu Yuan nodded, Yes, we must search for the Dragon Ball quickly. Time is of the essence. If we delay, we too will be drawn in by the star's gravity, and that would mean our demise. Wumia agreed, and their pace quickened until they arrived at a large green door. The Dragon radar indicated that the Dragon Ball lay just beyond. They pressed the button beside the door, successfully opening it and stepping inside. Soon, they arrived at another door, which lacked a mechanism. Wumia, using sheer strength, forced it open and discovered a one-star Dragon Ball nestled within a column. Yay! We found the Dragon Ball! Xiao Fang exclaimed joyfully, quickly retrieving it. Wu Yuan remarked. It's unusual to acquire a Dragon Ball so easily this time. Xiao Fang laughed. Such occurrences do happen occasionally. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she sensed another presence within the ship. What is wrong, Xiao Fang? Wumia asked. It feels like something is moving, she replied. I sense nothing amiss. Wu Yuan countered, glancing at Wumia. Wumia nodded in agreement. Gohan focused his senses, attuning himself to the entire spaceship before stating, Xiao Fang, the presence you sense belongs to the individual who deliberately placed the Dragon Ball here. However, I can feel a profound malevolence emanating from them. We should not concern ourselves with this entity. Let us hastily depart from this ship. Xiao Fang's eyes sparkled with curiosity and doubt as she turned to Gohan, asking, How do you know they are evil, Gohan? With a gentle smile and unwavering gaze, Gohan replied, I can transform into a Super Saiyan at the 6th level, which grants me the ability to discern between good and evil, regardless of how well hidden the essence may be. Wu Yuan gazed at him with admiration, exclaiming, Wow! You truly are remarkable, Gohan. Wumia, appearing somewhat anxious, urged, Since we've established that person is a villain, let us exit this ship swiftly. Xiao Fang nodded gently, her eyes reflecting determination and resolve, yet her heart was filled with conflict and struggle. She understood that her father would undoubtedly disapprove of her desire to rescue someone, and thus she felt compelled to relinquish the thought. Her gaze shimmered with helplessness and disappointment, as though an important opportunity had slipped away. The group hastily exited the spaceship, while Baby, possessing the body of an alien child within the vessel, awakened. Confusion and disbelief flickered in his eyes as he muttered, Why did they leave without rescuing me? This is illogical. Upon reaching the exterior of the spaceship, Gohan addressed his companions, Step back. His tone was stern and authoritative, signaling that something significant was about to transpire. Hearing Gohan's command, Wu Yuan and the others retreated a few steps. Gohan then suddenly assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that propelled the ship towards the star. Baby's eyes widened with shock and terror as he rushed to the spaceship's window, spotting Gohan executing the Kamehameha from afar. His gaze was filled with rage and despair as he shouted, You wretched scion. However, before he could finish his sentence, the spaceship was completely engulfed by the star, transforming into a fiery inferno. Baby's aspirations of conquering the universe and avenging his kin were reduced to ashes alongside the vessel. Following the propulsion of the spaceship towards the star, Gohan and his companions swiftly returned to their own ship, setting their course for the next Dragon Ball's location. Chapter 74. Collecting the Dragon Balls and returning to Earth after enduring numerous hardships. Gohan and his companions finally arrived at the pivotal moment of acquiring the last 3 Dragon Balls. Their journey had been fraught with challenges, yet the outcome was ultimately gratifying. They first ventured to a mysterious and peculiar planet, where the creatures exhibited bizarre appearances beyond imagination. While they scoured the surroundings, Gohan keenly sensed a peculiar aura. Following this sensation, they stumbled upon a colossal creature resembling a tiger, lounging before a cave. To their astonishment, the crucial 7-star ball was carelessly treated as an ordinary glass sphere beside it. Understanding the gravity of their mission, Gohan knew they must proceed with utmost caution. He stealthily approached the gargantuan tiger, each step as light as a feather, fearful of arousing its suspicion. When he was close enough, Gohan swiftly seized the 7-star ball and retreated expeditiously. However, despite his carefulness, the tiger was roused. It suddenly opened its eyes wide and let out a furious roar, lunging toward Gohan. Yet, thanks to his agile reflexes and swift movements, Gohan successfully evaded the tiger's attack, carrying the 7-star ball to safety. Without pause, they hastened to another extraordinary planet, inhabited by dinosaurs capable of changing their size at will, a truly astonishing sight. After a strenuous search, they finally discovered the 3-star ball nestled within the belly of a red dinosaur. Gohan and his team devised a clever plan, creating sounds from their surroundings to divert the dinosaur's attention. Once the creature was distracted, Gohan seized the opportunity to slip inside its belly, where, after considerable effort, he located and retrieved the 3-star ball. Ultimately, they found the last 2-star ball on a frigid planet blanketed in ice and snow. The biting cold and pristine white landscape posed significant challenges to their search. Nevertheless, Gohan and his companions remained resolute, trudging through the snow, determined not to overlook any potential hiding place for the Dragon Balls. At last, beneath a towering ice cliff, they discovered the two-star ball, emitting a faint glow. With that, they had successfully gathered all 3 remaining Dragon Balls. Haha, we've finally collected all the Dragon Balls, Xiao Fang exclaimed with exuberance, her face radiating pure joy. Goiwan nodded slightly, his tone steady as he remarked, indeed, now that we have gathered the Dragon Balls, it is time to return to our Earth. After all, our planet is facing a grave crisis that urgently requires these Dragon Balls to resolve. Upon hearing the imminent return to Earth, Xiao Fang furrowed her brow, a look of regret crossing her face as she pouted. Oh dear, I really don't want to go back so soon. I was hoping to explore more of this vast universe and see more sights. At that moment, the clever Gumiho winked and cheerfully suggested to Xiao Fang, Sister Xiao Fang, if you truly can't bear to leave the universe, there may be opportunities in the future. Just think, doesn't Brother Goten love to travel throughout the cosmos? You could ask him to take you along for some adventures. However, Xiao Fang sighed helplessly and shook her head, saying, Oh, Uncle Goten, I don't think that's very realistic. He and Aunt Caulifla always prefer to go on dates just the 2 of them, even rarely bringing their own children along, let alone me, an outsider. As she spoke, her gaze dimmed with disappointment. Just as Xiao Fang felt disheartened, Gohan gently patted her shoulder, reassuringly saying, Don't lose heart, Xiao Fang. If it doesn't work out this year, how about I take you on another tour of the universe next year? I plan to visit Universe 6 with Kale. Xiao Fang's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this, clapping her hands joyfully. That sounds wonderful. Kale is so kind and friendly, and her cooking is absolutely delicious. I adore her meals. With this thought, Xiao Fang seemed eager to embark on her next cosmic journey. Gumiho, prepare for our return to Earth. Gohan observed Xiao Fang's spirits lifting and addressed Gumiho. Understood, Brother Gohan. Gumiho nodded, then piloted the spaceship toward Earth. Finally, after 7 months away from Earth, Gohan and his companions returned once more, delivering the Dragon Balls back to the shrine. Bobo carefully sealed them away, ensuring that no one could ever find them again. With the return of the Black Star Dragon Balls to Earth, the looming threat of destruction was averted. Chapter 75. Collaboration between Dr. Gallo and Dr. Mu. 5 months had elapsed since Goku and his companions returned to Earth, during which a grand martial arts tournament took place. However, despite Goku's fervent encouragement, none wished to participate, leaving Satan as the reigning champion. In the dark, foreboding depths of hell, where the air was thick with the sin of death, Dr. Mu wandered aimlessly like a specter. The eerie sounds of anguish screams and chilling winds echoed around him, sending shivers down his spine. Suddenly, a mysterious and deep voice pierced the silence. I have been waiting for you for a long time, Dr. Mu. The abruptness of this call struck him like a thunderclap, causing him to tremble. Who is calling my name? Dr. Mu shouted in terror, spinning around with wide eyes, desperately scanning his surroundings. Yet, despite his earnest search, no figure emerged. Could it be that he was hallucinating? Just as doubts began to cloud his mind, he pivoted once more. This time, the sight before him nearly brought him to his knees. A figure had silently materialized before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Dr. Gallo. I am Dr. Gallo, the foremost genius scientist on Earth. He introduced himself with an expressionless face, his gaze as cold as ice, seemingly capable of penetrating the very soul of a person. Gradually regaining his composure from the shock, Dr. Mu feigned calmness and interrogated Dr. Gallo. What brings you to seek me? His heart still simmered with anger from the earlier fright. With a grave expression, Dr. Gallo responded earnestly, in order for my research to achieve a groundbreaking advancement, I must harness the formidable scientific power possessed by the Zephyr people that resides within your mind. His words were succinct, revealing an unwavering determination to reach his goal. Taken aback by this revelation, Dr. Mu initially stared in disbelief before bursting into laughter. Haha, I never imagined that even in hell, you would still be obsessed with your research. His laughter echoed eerily in the vast emptiness of hell. This is all for the successful revenge against Son Goku, Dr. Gallo declared, his eyes glinting with resolve and hatred. At this declaration, Dr. Mu's eyes widened in astonishment and curiosity, prompting him to eagerly inquire, revenge against Son Goku? Who exactly is this Son Goku? Could he also be a Saiyan? Furthermore, what is his connection to Son Gohan? Faced with a barrage of questions, Dr. Gallo furrowed his brow, contemplating before replying, Science? I'm afraid I do not know much about that race. However, I do know that Son Gohan is indeed the biological son of Son Goku. Upon hearing this, Dr. Mu's understanding dawned, and he murmured, so that's how it is. In that case, I shall agree to collaborate with you." With that, he unhesitatingly extended his right hand, signaling his sincerity. Delighted by Dr. Mew's prompt agreement, Dr. Gallo's face broke into a radiant smile. He swiftly extended his left hand and grasped Dr. Mew's hand firmly. The moment their hands clasped together seemed to herald the commencement of a grand conspiracy against Son Goku. However, both were gravely mistaken. Goku's power was beyond their reckoning. Chapter 76. The gateway between hell and humanity opens one day, during a tranquil lunch shared by Wukong, Bulma, Android 18, Xiaowu, Lam-Z, and Chi-Chi. The serenity was abruptly shattered by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Curiously, Lam-Z approached the entrance, pondering who could possibly be visiting at such an hour. As the door creaked open, the figure of Trunks came into view, appearing exceedingly disheveled and marred by numerous wounds, eliciting immediate concern. Lam-Z's brow furrowed, her voice tinged with worry. "Trunks, what has happened to you? How did you sustain such grievous injuries?" Trunks, mustering the strength to lift his head, his eyes glinting with desperation, managed to utter in a faint and trembling tone, "Aunt Lam-Z." 17. Before he could finish, his body succumbed to weakness, collapsing onto the floor, unconscious. Upon hearing Trunks mention the number 17, Android 18 rushed to his side, gripping his collar fervently, her voice quaking. 17? Do you know what has happened to my brother?" Lam-Z gently patted 18's shoulder, attempting to soothe her anxiety. 18, please, let go. Trunks has already fainted. Her words were imbued with a measure of calmness, striving to help 18 regain her composure. At that moment, Xiaowu's voice pierced the tense atmosphere as she pointed towards the sky in astonishment. "What is that? Why is there such a large hole in the sky?" Her tone was filled with disbelief, the sudden anomaly leaving everyone in shock. Bulma too sensed the gravity of the situation. She turned to Wukong, her eyes reflecting inquiry. "Wukong, what is happening?" Wukong gazed intently at the black void above, his expression solemn. It appears that a passage connecting hell and the human realm has opened. His words conveyed an undeniable seriousness, instilling an unprecedented sense of crisis among all present. The events unfolding were orchestrated by Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, who had created the 17 in hell, establishing a connection with the 17 of the human world, thus facilitating the opening of the gateway. Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew had also employed machines to hurl hell's guardians into the human realm, both reveling in their success. The first phase of our plan has succeeded. Under the resonance power generated by 17, hell and the human world are now successfully intertwined, Dr. Mew proclaimed with a manic glee, his eyes sparkling with a lust for power as if envisioning a future where he controlled all. "Come, my colleague," Dr. Gero toasted to Dr. Mew, his voice filled with the pride of a victor. Dr. Mew raised his glass in unison, and the two drank deeply from their goblets, the liquid glimmering ominously under the light, a symbol of their nefarious plot. "I owe you my gratitude, Dr. Mew. Thanks to your pivotal machine fusion theory. This endeavor would not have reached fruition without you. After years of effort, my dream of creating the ultimate android has finally come to pass," Dr. Gero declared, his eyes alight with fervor. "The ultimate android?" Dr. Mew inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion at Dr. Gero's words. "Indeed, the 17 possesses power that far surpasses that of Cell. However, my inability to entirely eradicate their human emotions has rendered them more resentful of me, their creator. He is merely an incomplete failure," Dr. Gero elucidated, a hint of regret coloring his voice. "This has kept 17's latent powers dormant, hasn't it?" Dr. Mew observed, a note of understanding in his tone. However, this latest iteration of 17 has rectified all past flaws. When the two 17s from hell and the human realm merge, all of his hidden powers will awaken completely. At that point, he will become the most formidable weapon in history. Then, I shall eliminate all those earthlings who deem me superfluous. Ah. Dr. Gero laughed, his mirth tinged with madness and cruelty. "Before that, we must first deal with a certain monkey," Dr. Mew remarked coolly. "Son Goku? No need for concern. The second phase of my plan is already in motion. Merely killing him would be too mundane. I intend to make him experience the torment of being trapped in hell for eternity," Dr. Gero asserted confidently, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the impending conflict. Chapter 77. Crisis averted. After resting on Goku's bed for an hour, Trunks finally regained consciousness. "What on earth happened to cause you such grievous injuries?" Lam-Z inquired, her brows furrowed, her gaze filled with confusion and concern, as if she feared to touch upon Trunks' pain. "Also, before you fainted, you mentioned my brother, number 17. Has something happened to him?" Number 18's face was etched with anxiety, her voice trembling slightly, clearly worried for her brother's safety. Trunks took a deep breath, attempting to steady his emotions before slowly beginning to recount the events. Well, let me explain what transpired. It all began while I was driving here. The sky had already darkened, and I was focused on navigating the winding mountain roads. Suddenly, number 17 appeared before my car, like a ghost, blocking my path. I slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. His strength was astonishing. With a mere wave of his hand, he rendered my vehicle a wreck. Trunks paused, as if reliving that harrowing moment, his eyes hardening with resolve. Just as I crawled out from the wreckage, still unsteady on my feet, he unleashed a key blast at me. The force was incredible. Had I not reacted swiftly, I might not have survived to be here. After that, he did not relent but charged at me, delivering a brutal assault. Each punch and kick he threw was filled with fury and power, leaving me nearly defenseless. During the fight, he coldly remarked that all the androids and aliens we had previously defeated, even the formidable foes, would continuously resurrect through the gaping hole in the sky. Trunks' voice dropped, a hint of unease creeping in. He also taunted that if Goku wished to stop them, he should venture into hell to confront them. It was both a provocation and a threat. To Trunks' surprise, Goku remained remarkably calm. He shook his head slightly, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, is that so? Just a bunch of clowns. They think they can instill fear in us through such tactics? They underestimate us greatly. As they conversed, the enemies previously dispatched to the underworld by Goku and his companions were resurrected, emerging into the mortal realm. Goku immediately used telepathy to summon his children, instructing them to annihilate those entering the human world. Upon hearing their father's command, the children sprang into action, and the ensuing battle was overwhelming. Those resurrected by Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew fell like mere insects before Goku's sons. What? How is this possible? How can those we resurrect be so easily defeated? Are these truly Goku's children? Dr. Gero exclaimed, watching the unfolding events from hell, his face a mask of shock and terror. Dr. Gero, can your super android truly defeat these foes? Dr. Mew asked, his tone tinged with despair. Of course, that's no problem at all. Rest assured, Dr. Gero reassured, feigning calmness. Meanwhile, upon learning through telepathy that his children had successfully sent the resurrected foes back to hell, Goku instantly teleported to the underworld. So, you are the cause of this crisis? I have arrived. What do you have to say for yourselves? Goku's gaze was as frigid as ice, his eyes locked onto Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, his tone devoid of emotion, as if he held their fates in his hands. Dr. Gero burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, Goku. I never thought you would dare to come to hell. Your bravery is commendable, but I fear this is where you will meet your end. Doctor. Mew maintained a composed demeanor, sneering, Goku, since you have come to hell, we shall take our leave. No sooner had he spoken than he turned to depart with Dr. Gero, intent on continuing their malevolent schemes in the mortal realm. Now that I am here, do you think you can simply walk away without consequence? That would be rather embarrassing for me, Goku said with a hint of mockery, his movement swift as he summoned Binding Light, ensnaring Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew and drawing them before him. What do you intend to do? Fear flickered in Dr. Gero's eyes, his voice quavering as he realized Goku had easily subdued them. Goku coldly retorted, what do you think? His gaze radiated an undeniable resolve, instilling a profound sense of dread in Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew. Though Dr. Mew felt a surge of anxiety, he maintained a facade of calm. Goku, this is hell. Even if you kill us, we will soon resurrect. Is that so? Then I shall witness how you manage to resurrect. Goku scoffed, his eyes gleaming with challenge. Before he could finish his sentence, he unleashed a surge of energy, erupting from within him like a volcano, transforming into his Super Saiyan Level 7 form. His hair blazed like purple flames, cascading down to his waist, while his upper body, save for his chest, face, and hands, morphed into a deep black, exuding an overwhelming aura. A long tail swayed behind him, reflecting the heightened intensity of his power. I have yet to utilize the abilities of this form. Today, I shall employ them against you, albeit it may be somewhat excessive, Goku declared, his gaze fixed coldly upon the two. Do not presume that merely becoming stronger will allow you to truly kill us. This is hell. Death is merely a temporary state before we resurrect, Dr. Mew retorted defiantly. You are truly mistaken, Goku declared. He then unleashed a dark energy from his hands, striking Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew on their foreheads, instantly obliterating them into particles. This time, they had genuinely vanished, their presence forever erased from both the mortal realm and the underworld. Having dealt with them, Goku swiftly teleported back to the human world, where the two number 17s had congregated in a location to fuse into Super number 17. Goku rapidly appeared before the hellish number 17, using destructive energy to annihilate him completely. How? How did I end up here? Number 17 questioned, bewildered by his surroundings. Do you not recall what transpired earlier? Goku countered. I do not remember. What happened to me, Goku? Number 17 asked again. Forget it. Let us return home. Number 18 is quite worried about you, Goku replied. Very well. Since you choose not to speak, I shall respect your reasons, number 17 acknowledged. The two then made their way toward Capsule Corporation. Upon arriving home, number 18 fussed over number 17, ensuring he was unharmed, before finally relaxing in relief. Chapter 78. Before returning to reality, what are you thinking about so seriously, Goku? Number 18 inquired softly, her voice interrupting Goku's contemplation, turning to her with a smile. Goku replied, Oh, nothing much, just pondering our future. Number 18 approached him, nestling into his embrace, sensing his worries and determination. Our future is already quite beautiful, isn't it? She murmured. Goku nodded, yet a hint of mischief danced in his eyes. Indeed, but I wish to make it even more splendid. I've been thinking. Perhaps you could bear me another child, he said with a playful grin. Number 18 playfully struck his chest, feigning annoyance. Goku, you are insufferable. Our grandchild is already quite grown. Why on earth would you want another baby? Goku wrapped his arms around her waist, gently responding, It just crossed my mind. Our home is always filled with laughter and vitality, and I wish for that joy to endure. Shaking her head firmly, number 18 replied, No way. I've already had my fair share of children. I certainly do not wish to have more. Goku pretended to be disappointed, making a show of turning away. Very well then. I shall seek Bulma, he joked. Seeing him actually attempt to leave, number 18 grasped his collar and pressed a tender kiss to his lips, asking, Are you truly leaving? Not anymore, Goku laughed, his eyes brimming with affection. He scooped her up and headed toward the bedroom. Soon, the bed within began to sway, enveloped in warmth and happiness. After spending a week with number 18, Goku visited Bulma's home. Well, Goku, look at your beaming face. Have you just emerged from that tender haven? Bulma remarked. Arms crossed and raising an eyebrow, her tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. Goku chuckled, pulling Bulma into a hug. Come now, Bulma. Number 18 is your sister. After all, I merely spent a few extra days with her. Humph. Even so, you should not favor one over the other. I too require companionship. Bulma playfully pouted, lightly tapping Goku's sturdy chest. Goku nodded earnestly. All right, my mistake. From now on, I shall devote more time to you. Is that acceptable? As he spoke, he planted a heartfelt kiss on her smooth forehead. A blush crept across Bulma's face, but she quickly regained her composure, casting a sidelong glance at Goku. Well, I suppose you have a semblance of a conscience. However, Goku, your long journey to find me surely was not merely to please me, was it? Is there something else? As she spoke, she poked his chest with her finger, her gaze seemingly piercing through to his thoughts. Caught in Bulma's discerning gaze, Goku scratched his head, sheepishly nodding as he confessed, Hee, you truly know me well, Bulma. The truth is, I came to borrow the Dragon Ball radar. The Dragon Ball radar? Goku. Why the sudden interest in collecting Dragon Balls again? Are you planning to use them to resurrect those who perished during the recent connection between Hell and the mortal realm? Bulma asked, her expression one of confusion. No, absolutely not. The Dragon Balls can no longer be utilized, as the negative energy within them has reached a saturation point. Any further attempts to employ them would only result in endless calamities for the world. Goku explained, his brow furrowed, shaking his head vigorously. Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Calamity? If it is so dangerous, then why did you go to such lengths to gather them in the first place? Taking a deep breath, Goku replied slowly, I gathered them to prevent others with ill intentions from exploiting the Dragon Balls recklessly. Moreover, this time, I intend to destroy the Dragon Balls once and for all, eliminating any future threats. Bulma nodded thoughtfully. Ah, I see now. That makes sense. After all, we likely will not need the Dragon Balls any longer. With that, she turned and entered her home, soon emerging with the Dragon Ball radar, which she gently handed to Goku. Goku accepted the radar, a gentle smile gracing his face. Well then, I shall set off to collect the Dragon Balls. Upon my return, I promise to be by your side. Bulma smiled in response, all right, but do hurry back. However, as Goku turned to leave, an inexplicable sense of emptiness and loss surged within Bulma, as if this departure were a final farewell, causing her heart to flutter with unease. Chapter 79. Returning to the real world, Goku tightly grasped the dragon radar in his hand, embarking on a quest to collect the Dragon Balls. Just as he had anticipated, each Dragon Ball was marred with a myriad of intricate, crisscrossing cracks. Time flew by, and after an arduous week of searching, Goku finally succeeded in gathering all 7 Dragon Balls. However, instead of returning home directly, he unexpectedly made his way to a remote, secluded mountain deep in the wilderness. Standing amidst the tranquil forest, Goku inhaled deeply, gazing up at the vast, boundless sky. With a solemn expression, he directed his gaze at the Dragon Balls he held tightly in his grasp and shouted in a resonant, resolute voice, "Come forth, Shenron." His call reverberated through the valleys like a thunderclap, echoing for an extended period. Shortly after his invocation, a shocking scene unfolded. The once clear azure sky was suddenly engulfed by a sinister blood-red hue. Jagged, terrifying crimson lightning slashed across the heavens, roaring like a ferocious dragon. The earth began to tremble violently, as if a long-dormant beast had awakened, emanating deep, rumbling growls. Concurrently, the 7 Dragon Balls, which had been quietly resting on the ground, erupted with a potent, malevolent aura, radiating like a blazing inferno that swiftly spread throughout the surroundings. Then, the Dragon Balls began to rise slowly into the air, intertwining and merging into a colossal mass of blue gas. As the blue gas swirled and churned, its form rapidly transformed. In the blink of an eye, a massive, fearsome evil dragon materialized before Goku. This creature sported enormous bat-like wings on its back, creating fierce gusts of wind with each flap. Atop its head sprouted several dragon horns of varying lengths and shapes, glimmering with a chilling light. Its scarlet eyes burned like flames, exuding boundless ferocity. The wide mouth, capable of devouring an entire mountain, resembled that of a crocodile, with sharp teeth gleaming coldly. Its powerful arms bore 5 razor-sharp spines each. With well-defined muscles that contained terrifying destructive power, its solid chest and abdominal muscles were as unyielding as forged steel. Most terrifying of all, an incessant stream of profoundly evil and chilling energy emanated from the malevolent dragon, as if it sought to consume all existence. "Ahaha. You possess quite a bit of audacity to summon me," the evil dragon sneered, its derisive laughter echoing across the vast expanse. Unfazed by the oppressive aura, Goku stared directly into the dragon's eyes and calmly replied, "What is there to fear? I summoned you to eradicate you completely." The dragon's laughter grew even more arrogant, its tone dripping with disdain. "Ahaha, little brat, who do you think you are to dare claim you can destroy me?" Goku's response was simple yet resolute. "If I claim I will eliminate you, it is because I possess the strength to do so." No sooner had he spoken than his body began to transform, muscle swelling, energy surging, as he rapidly ascended to Super Saiyan level 7. The evil dragon sensed an unprecedented threat, a glimmer of fear flashing in its eyes. In a desperate bid for survival, it attempted to tempt Goku. "Little brat, violence will not resolve this. If you refrain from attacking, I can grant you several planets." Goku remained unmoved, his voice as cold as ice. "I have no interest in that. My sole focus is on your annihilation." In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing before the monstrous head of the evil dragon. Concentrating black energy in his hands, Goku's gaze was devoid of hesitation, filled only with determination. "Destruction," he bellowed, unleashing the destructive energy towards the dragon's head. The force resembled the primal power of annihilation from the cosmos, penetrating the dragon's defenses and utterly obliterating its form. "Are you the god of destruction?" The evil dragon's voice faltered, its life extinguished by Goku's onslaught. With the demise of the malevolent dragon, the Dragon Balls on the ground lost their power, shattering rapidly into a cloud of dust, drifting away as if they had never existed. After successfully vanquishing the vile dragon, Goku believed everything had come to an end, and he could return to a tranquil life. However, at that moment, an overwhelmingly potent and strange force suddenly emerged, akin to an invisible giant hand, clutching Goku tightly and swiftly dragging him towards a colossal black hole. Confronted with this unforeseen predicament, Goku was taken aback. He struggled desperately against the mysterious force. A radiant light enveloped him, and the energy within him surged like tumultuous waves, unleashing unprecedented strength. Yet, dishearteningly, no matter how hard he fought, the grip of that power remained unyielding, utterly unaffected. As he neared the black hole, anxiety consumed him. He understood that being drawn into it would yield unimaginable consequences. In desperation, he utilized the fleeting moments left to establish a mental link with Bulma, who was far away on Earth. "Bulma." Goku's voice resonated with boundless regret and sorrow in her mind. I'm sorry, but I fear I may not return. I am being pulled by an enigmatic and formidable force towards an unknown world, and I cannot break free. Pausing briefly, he continued, Bulma, please take good care of yourself. Remember, I love you, and that love will never change. Goku wished to say more to comfort Bulma, but at that moment, his body was entirely engulfed by the black hole, severing their mental connection. On Earth, when Bulma received Goku's message, she stood frozen in shock, tears streaming down her face like a torrential flood. Goku, you cannot leave, she cried out, her heart wrenching in despair. When you decided to seek the Dragon Balls, I should have done everything to stop you. Why did it come to this? I truly do not want to lose you. Despite Bulma's fervent calls, Goku's figure ultimately vanished into the unfathomable depths of the black hole, leaving her with an endless ache of sorrow and profound longing. Emerging from the black hole, Goku found himself back in his real home. It seems I have completed the entire narrative of the Dragon Balls, and thus the system has ejected me, he remarked with a sigh. Indeed, host, our collaboration has been delightful. Until we meet again, I hope we have the opportunity to work together once more, the system replied. All right, system, I am grateful for this experience, Goku responded appreciatively. Subsequently, a prompt indicating the system's disconnection sounded, and the system departed from Goku, allowing him to return to the life of an ordinary worker. Chapter 1. Sun Wukong's rebirth as King Zhou. Since Sun Wukong returned to the realm of reality, he found himself compelled to reintegrate into the mundane existence of an ordinary individual, living the monotonous life of a corporate worker. The daily grind, with its 9-to-5 routine, crowded buses and subways, alongside the burdensome tasks and relentless pressures of the workplace, had astonishingly persisted for an entire year. One ordinary evening, after a long day of toil, Sun Wukong returned home, weary to the bone. Just as he prepared to wash up and rest, an excruciating pain suddenly struck him, as if countless steel needles were piercing through his skull, causing an unbearable headache. In desperation, he rummaged through his belongings for some pain relief medication, hastily swallowed a few pills, and collapsed onto his bed, swiftly succumbing to a deep slumber. Time passed in an indeterminate blur, and when Sun Wukong gradually opened his eyes, he was astonished to discover that his surroundings had undergone a dramatic transformation. He found himself in a resplendent chamber, lavish and regal, reminiscent of a palace, with everything around him appearing both unfamiliar and enigmatic. After a brief moment of astonishment and contemplation, Sun Wukong came to the startling realization that he had inexplicably traversed into an entirely new world. Even more astonishing was the fact that he had assumed the identity of the renowned historical figure, King Zhou of Shang. Today marked the significant occasion of his grand wedding ceremony with Empress Jiang. Upon grasping the situation, a tumult of emotion surged within Sun Wukong. However, he swiftly adjusted his mindset, resolving to embrace this unexpected turn of events. Taking a deep breath, he strode confidently towards the bedside, gently lifting the poised and serene Empress Jiang, who awaited him. At that moment, the radiant moon outside seemed to sense the sweetness enveloping the room, shyly retreating behind the clouds. As King Zhou and the exquisite Empress Jiang completed their solemn yet tender nuptial rites, an ethereal voice resonated within his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the wedding ceremony, and the multitude of offspring and blessings system has been activated. With the system notification fading, an exhilarating reward followed, an Eastern Emperor bell that could transform into a human form. Yet, in the face of such a precious and formidable treasure, King Zhou remained remarkably composed. He understood that his current status was merely that of a prince, with several decades remaining before the monumental battle of the gods. Thus, he resolved to withhold the summoning of the Eastern Emperor bell, keeping it as a concealed trump card for future exigencies. Now, King Zhou reveled in the blissful life of newlywed happiness with Empress Jiang. They nestled together, savoring the beauty of spring blossoms and autumn moons. Strolling hand in hand through the palace gardens, inhaling the fragrant blossoms, engaging in leisurely games of chess and tea, filled with laughter and joy. Each moment overflowed with passionate affection, evoking envy in those who beheld them. Though the road ahead might be fraught with challenges and tribulations, at this moment, King Zhou wished only to cherish the warmth and beauty before him, relishing the sweet time that belonged solely to the two of them. After all, in this intricate and chaotic world, to possess such a sincere and pure love was indeed a great fortune in life. In addition to accompanying Empress Jiang, he diligently followed his father, Emperor Yi, to learn the intricacies of governance and military affairs, preparing himself to better rule the nation in the future. Chapter 2. The birth of the children. Since the moment of marriage, time has flown by like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, 10 months have passed. During this period, Empress Jiang has lived up to expectations, giving birth to 4 heirs, a revelation that has stirred quite a commotion within the royal palace. In show, the prince who has traversed time appears to have brought with him extraordinary fortune, allowing Empress Jiang to bear 4 dragon offspring in one go. The 3 princes have been named Yin Jiao, Yin Hong, and Yin Xian, each embodying Yin Shou as hopes and aspirations. The sole princess has been bestowed the name Yin Wanner, her arrival adding a gentle hue to Yin Shou's family. After the children's birth, Yin Shou eagerly anticipated the system's rewards. With excitement, he inquired, "System, my children have been born, surely the rewards must be forthcoming?" The system's response arrived as expected, the melodious chime resonating in Yin Shou's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have received 4 treasures, the Yin-Yang mirror, the twin blades, the heaven-turning seal, and the purple robe of immortality. As these treasures have their original owners, what you receive are replicas, all elevated to the level of chaos treasures." Upon hearing this, Yin Shou's heart soared with joy. He understood the immense power of these treasures and how they would greatly benefit his children. He then asked, "Can the system transform these 4 treasures into innate spiritual treasures for my 4 children?" Without hesitation, the system replied, "Of course." As the system executed its operation, each newborn bore the mark of a treasure. On Yin Zhao's left wrist, the pattern of the Yin-Yang mirror shimmered, symbolizing balance and harmony. On Yin Hong's wrists, the images of the twin blades reflected power and courage. On Yin Xian's chest, the pattern of the heaven-turning seal appeared solemn and mysterious, foreshadowing extraordinary achievements in his future. While on Yin Wanner's back, a peony blossom elegantly unfurled, embodying her beauty and nobility. Empress Jiang looked on with a hint of confusion. Gently caressing the delicate hands of her children, she turned to Yin Shou, voicing her concerns. "Your Highness, why do our children bear such strange patterns?" Yin Shou smiled gently, his eyes filled with pride for his children and confidence in their future. He softly explained, "Do not worry, my dear. These are the marks of their innate spiritual treasures, which will safeguard their well-being and assist them on their path of cultivation." A look of surprise illuminated Empress Jiang's face as she envisioned the possible achievements of their children, eagerly asking, "Oh, does this mean our children could become immortals one day?" After a moment of contemplation, Yin Shou replied thoughtfully, "In theory, that should be possible. These innate treasures will be formidable aids in their cultivation. However, there is one matter to consider. It depends on who inherits the throne after me. The worldly rule is that the sovereign cannot cultivate." Upon hearing this, Empress Jiang furrowed her brow slightly, but soon relaxed, as if she had grasped the implications. She said, "I see, there is no need to rush. After all, your Highness has yet to ascend the throne, and even when you do, it is likely you will reign for decades. Our children can take this time to cultivate and build their strength." "Yes, that is indeed a reasonable plan." Yin Shou nodded in agreement. A trace of fatigue flickered in Empress Jiang's eyes, yet her affection for the children and her thoughts for the future prevailed. She softly addressed Yin Shou, "Your Highness, our children have just been born. I know this will be my busiest time, and I must devote myself to their care. I may not be able to accompany you as before, so I hope you might consider taking 1 or 2 concubines to attend to you in my absence." Yin Shou listened and nodded slightly, understanding Empress Jiang's concerns and intentions. He calmly responded, "Your suggestion is wise, my dear. I will give it careful thought and select suitable candidates." A pang of sorrow stirred within Empress Jiang at his straightforward agreement. She pondered, "Does the prince truly not wish to delay this, simply wanting to find more consorts?" Her emotions were complex. A mix of anxiety over her husband's possible change of heart and the sense of duty as a mother, compelling her to consider the greater picture. Despite her unease, Empress Jiang concealed her feelings. She recognized that as the crown princess, she must embody the grace of a motherly figure, and she believed in the sincerity of Yin Shou's affections. Thus, she turned back to caring for the children, immersing herself in their needs to distract from her inner turmoil. Chapter 3. Yin Shou decides to take concubines. After leaving the quarters of the crown princess Jiang, Yin Shou summoned a seasoned eunuch, well-versed in the intricacies of Chaoga. With a deep and commanding voice, he meticulously described the appearances of the Jia and Yang ladies, each word imbued with authority. He was determined to locate these 2 women and elevate them to the status of secondary consorts. Upon receiving Yin Shou's orders, the eunuch wasted no time, immediately dispatching his subordinates to scour the streets of Chaoga in search of Jia and Yang. They navigated through alleys and thoroughfares, inquiring of every potential informant, leaving no stone unturned. Once the eunuch departed, Yin Shou called for Wang Feihu to enter his chambers. "Your Highness, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summons?" Huang Feihu asked respectfully, a hint of curiosity in his tone. It has come to my attention that you possess a sister of exquisite beauty. Is that correct? In Shou inquired, his voice laced with anticipation. Indeed, Your Highness. I have one sister who has just reached adulthood. Her appearance is quite commendable, Huang Feihu replied. Pride evident in his tone. Very well, I wish to take your sister as a consort. What say you? In Shou stated plainly, his gaze reflecting undeniable resolve. That would be most desirable. It is indeed a blessing for my sister to catch the eye of Your Highness, Huang Feihu replied, his voice tinged with joy and honor. Excellent. You shall escort your sister to my chambers, where she will henceforth be my concubine, In Shou commanded, his tone authoritative. I shall return immediately to discuss this matter with her, Huang Feihu said, urgency in his voice. Thank you for your assistance, In Shou expressed, gratitude resonating in his tone. It is my honor to serve, Your Highness, Huang Feihu replied, then turned and exited the chambers with firm and swift steps, his heart brimming with hope for the future and aspirations for his family's glory. If I take these 3 women as concubines, I will possess 4 consorts in total. This bountiful arrangement should fulfill numerous system tasks and grant me further protective treasures, In Shou mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He resolved to summon the Dongwang Bell, a formidable artifact that would offer him additional protection. Yet, he was acutely aware that the existence of this treasure must remain concealed from formidable adversaries such as the primordial supreme being and Lam-Z. System, summon the Dongwang Bell, but ensure its presence is cloaked. We cannot afford to have the likes of the primordial supreme being and Lam-Z discover it, he commanded the system, his tone firm and resolute. Understood, host, the system replied in a calm, mechanical voice, proceeding to summon the Dongwang Bell while shrouding its aura. Upon its arrival, the Dongwang Bell transformed into a youthful figure of 18, kneeling before In Shou and declaring, Master, with a tone of reverence, rise. Do you have a name? In Shou inquired, scrutinizing this newly summoned entity. I am called Dongwang Bell, the youth responded, pride evident in his voice. That name is unsuitable. Given that your previous master was named Dongwang Tai, you shall be known as Tai, In Shou declared with conviction. Thank you, master, for bestowing me a name, Tai said, bowing respectfully, his demeanor reflecting loyalty to his new master. Can you assume the appearance of an 8-year-old child? Your current form is not suitable for the palace, In Shou remarked, considering the practicality of the situation. This is quite simple, Tai replied, effortlessly transforming into the likeness of an 8-year-old boy, his change swift and natural. Excellent. You shall remain by my side and protect me, In Shou instructed, satisfaction evident in his voice. Yes, master, Tai affirmed, his tone resolute, pledging to faithfully execute In Shou's commands and become his most loyal guardian. Chapter 4. The Huang family enters the palace after spending 2 hours in his chamber. Prince In Shou was visited by Huang Feihu, who brought along his sister, Huang Shi. Their efficiency was indeed remarkable. Dressed in a brocade robe with a sword at his waist, Huang Feihu entered the prince's chamber with a steady gait. Behind him followed a graceful woman, his sister, Huang Shi. Huang Feihu stopped before In Shou, bowed his head respectfully, and spoke with a firm and clear voice. I, Huang Feihu, have followed your command and brought my sister Huang Shi for your review, Your Highness. Huang Shi stepped forward gently, her skirt trailing elegantly behind her. She knelt, hands folded before her, her head slightly bowed, and spoke softly yet respectfully. I, Huang Shi, pay my respects to Your Highness. In Shou scrutinized the kneeling Huang Shi with piercing eyes. Nodding slightly, he replied with a calm demeanor, rise. Upon hearing this, Huang Shi slowly stood, her posture dignified. Both Huang Feihu and Huang Shi expressed their gratitude. Thank you for your grace, Your Highness. In Shou turned his gaze to Huang Shi, his tone laced with anticipation. Huang Shi, the king of martial valor, must have informed you of my intention to take you as my consort. Do you wish to become my beloved and share in the splendor? A blush crept onto Huang Shi's face as she lowered her head and answered, her voice soft yet resolute, I am willing. In Shou nodded in satisfaction and addressed Huang Feihu. Very well, from this day forth, we shall be family. I hope you will remain ever loyal to the great Shang and assist my father in his endeavors. On the day I ascend the throne, I shall reward you generously, ensuring your family enjoys prosperity and leaves a lasting legacy. Overcome with emotion, Huang Feihu knelt, his voice resonant with conviction. Thank you for your benevolence, Your Highness. I, Feihu, vow to serve the great Shang, the king, and you with unwavering loyalty, even to the point of sacrificing my life. In Shou smiled gently, nodding in acknowledgement. Having loyal subjects like you is a fortune for the great Shang. There is no further business here. You may return to your residence and rest. Huang Feihu bowed once more, his tone respectful. As you command, Your Highness. I take my leave. With that, he turned and exited the prince's chamber, leaving Yin Shou alone with Huang Shi, soon to be his consort. Huang Shi, you shall henceforth be my concubine. Let us proceed to the bridal chamber. Yin Shou said with a mischievous grin. Hearing his words, Huang Shi shyly lowered her gaze. Yin Shou, with a swift motion, picked her up and carried her toward his bed. After placing her gently down, he eagerly removed their garments and soon found himself atop Huang Shi. As her brow furrowed, the bed began to creak rhythmically, accompanied by muffled sounds, continuing for 2 hours before finally quieting. Yin Shou embraced his concubine, his voice low and filled with tenderness. My beloved, from this moment forth, you shall be my closest companion. I vow to cherish you, making you the happiest woman in this palace. His hand glided gently along Huang Shi's back, tender yet teasing. Feeling his playful touch, her cheeks flushed like the evening glow. Radiantly beautiful, she shyly nudged him, her voice soft. Your Highness, your deep affection is etched in my heart. However, I have been feeling unwell lately. I hope you can understand. I shall serve you wholeheartedly tomorrow. Yin Shou discerned the sincerity in her words and smiled gently, retracting his hand, his tone laced with indulgence. If you are unwell, my beloved, I shall not press you. Rest well today, and we shall resume our joys tomorrow. Huang Shi felt warmth spread through her heart at his words. Leaning against his broad chest, she felt his heartbeat, a wave of security enveloping her. Very well, Your Highness. I shall obey. Yin Shou tenderly stroked her hair as they nestled together, savoring the tranquility and intimacy of the moment. The soft glow of the palace lanterns bathed them in a dreamy light, enhancing the warmth of their shared moment. Time slipped away as they exchanged whispered words, and soon the palace returned to silence, save for their synchronized breaths. Yin Shou and Huang Shi fell asleep in each other's embrace, entering a sweet dream, awaiting the dawn of a new day. The next day, Yin Shou accompanied Huang Shi to the chamber of Princess Jiang. As the palace doors opened, they stepped inside, with Huang Shi lifting her skirt slightly, bowing her head respectfully. Sister Huang Shi pays her respects to you. Princess Jiang sat gracefully in her high seat, adorned in splendid attire and jeweled headpiece, exuding an air of elegance. Upon seeing Huang Shi bow, she smiled warmly and rose to assist her. Please rise, sister. Your beauty is truly remarkable. No wonder you have captured the prince's favor. Huang Shi's cheeks flushed slightly as she humbly replied, You flatter me, sister. In comparison to you, I am but a mere shadow. Princess Jiang shook her head gently, her smile radiating warmth. There is no need for such humility, sister. Your presence adds a vibrant touch to this palace. From now on, we are sisters and shall support one another in this realm. Huang Shi nodded in agreement. Indeed, sister. I shall remember your words. Yin Shou stood nearby, watching the two consorts engage in lively conversation, his heart filled with contentment. He nodded slightly and quietly departed from Princess Jiang's chamber, granting the two women the space to deepen their bond. As Yin Shou left, the conversation between Princess Jiang and Huang Shi grew more intimate. They spoke of palace affairs and shared their innermost thoughts, gradually igniting the spark of trust and friendship in each other's eyes. Chapter 5. The entrance of the Jia and Yang families into the palace since Huang. Having entered the palace as the beloved concubine of Yin Shou, time has flown by unnoticed, and 2 months have quietly passed. During this period, Huang has been nurturing a new life within her womb, having already completed 2 months of pregnancy. The atmosphere within the palace has grown increasingly warm and anticipatory with the impending arrival of this new life. Meanwhile, the eunuch, dispatched by Yin Shou to locate the Jia and Yang families, has finally fulfilled his mission after a prolonged search, bringing the two beauties safely back to Yin Shou's chambers. Jia and Yang, both in the bloom of youth at just 18 years of age, have become renowned for their beauty and talent throughout the inner palace. Their figures are as graceful as willow branches, and their beauty is breathtaking, making them stand out like two resplendent pearls amidst a sea of exquisite maidens. Yin Shou's gaze wandered between Jia and Yang, revealing an expression of satisfaction as he inwardly marveled at Jia's extraordinary beauty. It was no wonder that the tyrant Zhou had been captivated by her, for she had borne him 4 sons. Now that she stands beside me, I wonder how many exceptional talents she might bear for me. Yang's beauty is equally impressive, showcasing Zhou's discerning taste. The two beauties knelt before him in unison, saying, We, Jia, Yang, pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Their voices were soft and melodious, akin to the sweet song of a nightingale, enchanting all who heard them. Insho approached them, extending his hands to gently assist them to their feet. "Rise," he commanded kindly. "From this day forth, you shall be my concubines, sharing in my wealth and honor." As Jia and Yang stood with his assistants, the warmth of his palms ignited a blush upon their cheeks, reminiscent of the glowing hues of sunset reflected upon a tranquil lake. Unperturbed by their shyness, Insho led them toward his bedroom, and they offered no resistance, willingly following him inside. For hours later, Jia and Yang rested against Insho's chest, savoring this intimate moment. "My dear concubines, your beauty is truly captivating," he remarked softly, caressing their cheeks with admiration. Jia responded gently, her voice tinged with lingering shyness. "Your Highness, we are deeply honored by your affection." The faint blush on her cheeks, a remnant of their earlier closeness, resembled the delicate blossoms of spring. Yang, however, spoke with a hint of concern. "Your Highness, will Sister Jiang and Sister Huang accept us?" Her cheeks also bore a rosy hue, her eyes betraying a hint of unease. Insho reassured them, "Do not worry. Both Jiang and Huang are kind-hearted women who will welcome you. Tomorrow, you may visit them and seek Jiang's guidance on matters of pregnancy and child-rearing." Jia furrowed her brow slightly, hesitating. "Your Highness, we have only just transitioned into womanhood. It may be premature to inquire about such matters." Yang echoed her sentiment. "Indeed, Your Highness, discussing these topics now feels rather hasty." Insho smiled confidently. "You must trust in my capabilities. I am certain that I can help you conceive at the earliest opportunity. As long as you focus on your well-being, everything will come to fruition naturally." "We shall heed Your Highness," they both replied, nodding in agreement. Then, Insho embraced the two women, and they gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, concubine Jia and concubine Yang paid their respects to Princess Jiang and concubine Huang. Although Princess Jiang felt discomfort at Insho taking in new women, she still accepted them, for she could not expel them from the crown prince's residence, which would only incite his displeasure. Conversely, concubine Huang harbored no resentment towards this development, acknowledging that as the crown prince, it was not excessive to have multiple consorts. After a period of adjustment, the four women eventually became inseparable friends, prompting a satisfied nod from Insho as he observed their camaraderie. Chapter 6. The arrival of the children. Time flows like a river, swiftly passing by without waiting for anyone. In the blink of an eye, 10 months have quietly slipped away. During this period, the court has been filled with joyous events, as concubine Huang, concubine Jia, and concubine Yang have each given birth to offspring for Insho. Meanwhile, the crown princess Jiang has also conceived again during this time, her belly noticeably rounded, marking 4 months into her pregnancy. Among these births, concubine Huang's delivery is particularly remarkable. In her 9th month of pregnancy, she gave birth to 3 princes in one go. Insho named them Injie, Inhao, and Inlei, signifying that they would grow to be outstanding, brilliant, and steadfast men in the future. To commemorate this momentous occasion, the system rewarded him with replicas of 3 legendary treasures: the primordial golden dipper, the golden mantis scissors, and the falling treasure coins, which were further upgraded to powerful chaos treasures. These treasures are not physical entities, but rather patterns engraved upon the bodies of the 3 princes, symbolizing their future possession of extraordinary strength. Concubine Jia and concubine Yang also welcomed their respective deliveries after 10 months. Concubine Jia bore a total of 5 children, comprising 3 sons and 2 daughters. The daughters were named Yin Jingyi and Yin Shihan, embodying grace and erudition, while the sons were named Yin Xiang, Yin Rui, and Yin Tao, with hopes that they would achieve greatness akin to soaring eagles, auspicious beasts, and wise strategists. The system generously rewarded them with replicas of 5 treasures: the banana leaf fan, the jade purifying vase, the purple lightning hammer, the 9 dragon flame shield, and the immortal slaying gourd, which were also elevated to the status of chaos treasures, imprinted in pattern form on the 5 children as their protective talismans. Concubine Yang welcomed the birth of 3 princesses named Yin Yuding, Yin Mingqi, and Yin Yajing, with names imbued with notions of tenderness, dreams, and tranquility. The system bestowed blessings upon the arrival of these 3 young princesses with replicas of 3 treasures: the golden radiance crown, the 5-fire 7-feather fan, and the immortal slaying sword. Although not the original artifacts, these replicas were upgraded to possess the might of chaos treasures, with their patterns adorning the princesses as their accompanying magical artifacts, foretelling their extraordinary destinies. Insho gazed upon these newborn children, his eyes filled with steadfastness and affection. He nodded gently, contentedly murmuring to himself, "Indeed, these magical treasures will undoubtedly provide substantial protection for the children." In this world of the Fengshen Bang, filled with uncertainties and dangers, Every bit of power is essential for their survival. He prepared these treasures with the hope that they would endure fewer hardships in their future paths, thus reducing the risk of peril. He paused, an undeniable resolve flickering in his gaze. I shall never allow my children to become sacrifices on that function bang. Insho's tone revealed a profound paternal instinct for protection, demonstrating his willingness to employ all means necessary to ensure the safety of his offspring. Far away on Kunlun Mountain, the primordial supreme being was immersed in deep meditation, surrounded by a dense aura of spiritual energy, seemingly synchronized with the breath of the universe. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual fluctuation of fortune emanating from the Inshang dynasty. The once feeble aura had inexplicably solidified and strengthened within a short span of time. The primordial supreme being opened his eyes, a hint of surprise glimmering within. The fortune of Inshang has evidently weakened, and according to fate, its national fortune should not exceed 30 years. How is it that it has now extended to 45 years? There must be a mystery at play. Confounded, he began to utilize his supreme powers to deduce the reasons behind the fluctuation of fortune. However, regardless of his efforts, he was met with a dense fog of uncertainty, as if an invisible force obstructed his inquiry, preventing him from uncovering the truth. In desperation, the primordial supreme being decided to seek assistance from his senior brother, Lam-Z. He concentrated his energy, sending a transmission that traversed layers of space, reaching Lam-Z's place of cultivation. Senior brother, have you also sensed the change in the fortune of Inshang? What could be the cause? My deductions yield nothing but confusion. Lam-Z slowly opened his eyes, his voice calm and profound, as if he had already grasped the entirety of the situation. Indeed, junior brother, I too have perceived this change. However, I am unable to ascertain the specific reasons. Nevertheless, we need not be overly anxious. The two saints from the West are more eager for the progression of the function calamity. This calamity greatly benefits the development of their Western teachings. If it is delayed, their plans will be affected. The primordial supreme being furrowed his brow slightly, his concern for his disciples' safety ever present. However, the function calamity is also a peril for my disciples. If it is postponed, I fear they may encounter even more uncertainties and dangers. Lam-Z nodded gently. Understanding the primordial supreme being's apprehensions, you speak wisely. In that case, why not send a capable disciple to the capital of Inshang to investigate the cause of this change? The primordial supreme being pondered for a moment, a suitable candidate already forming in his mind. I have someone in mind. With that said, I shall not disturb your cultivation further. With that, he severed the transmission with Lam-Z and called forth his disciple, the White Crane Boy. The White Crane Boy responded promptly, and the primordial supreme being instructed him, go summon Yunzhangzi, I have important matters to discuss. Shortly thereafter, Yunzhangzi arrived at the primordial supreme being's cave. Bowing respectfully, disciple pays respects to master. May I inquire why master has summoned me? The primordial supreme being directly issued his command, Yunzhangzi, I wish for you to investigate the reasons behind the changes in the fortune of Inshang. This matter is of great significance, and you must proceed with caution. Yunzhangzi's expression was resolute, showing no hesitation. I shall obey the master's orders. With a firm response, he turned and departed from the primordial supreme being's cave, walking steadily down the mountain. Chapter 7. The disheartened Yunzhangzi. After departing from Kunlun Mountain, Yunzhangzi finally arrived at Chaoga. The vibrant street scenes reflected in his eyes, and the cacophony of voices filled his ears. Everything here appeared so lively and prosperous. He could not help but marvel at the rare splendor of this place. As he strolled through the bustling market, Yunzhangzi was drawn to a tavern, its entrance adorned with a red lantern that radiated a festive cheer under the sunlight. Stepping inside, he was welcomed by the lively atmosphere and the rich aroma of wine. He found a corner to sit and waved at the busy proprietor, who promptly came over. I am a wandering practitioner who has journeyed here and am curious about the recent happenings in Chaoga. May I inquire a few questions, good sir? Yunzhangzi asked humbly. Upon encountering Yunzhangzi, the tavern owner sensed his extraordinary demeanor and immediately set aside his tasks, bowing respectfully. Ah, it is indeed a celestial being gracing us. Please allow me to pay my respects. Yunzhangzi quickly assisted the owner to his feet, smiling gently. Please, there is no need for such formalities. I merely wish to learn about the situation in Chaoga. Standing upright while maintaining a respectful demeanor, the owner replied. What questions does the celestial being have? I shall answer to the best of my knowledge. Yunzhangzi nodded and slowly inquired. Might there have been any significant events in Chaoga over the past couple of years? After a moment of contemplation, the owner began to speak. Indeed, there have been notable occurrences. 3 years ago, Chaoga faced a rare and severe drought, leading to a total crop failure, followed by a plague of locusts that left the people in dire straits. Strangely, however, since the following year, the weather has been exceptionally favorable, yielding harvests beyond any previous years, and this year we have enjoyed yet another bountiful yield. Upon hearing this, Lam-Z furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating the unusual climatic changes. He continued, "And within the royal palace, have there been any significant happenings?" A smile spread across the owner's face as he replied, "While there have been no major events within the palace, there is indeed a joyful occasion. The crown prince has taken 4 consorts, all of whom have borne him several prodigious sons. The king is overjoyed and, to celebrate this, has reduced the tax rate for Chaoga to merely 10%, whereas we were previously required to pay 40%. Lam-Z began to suspect that the changes in Chaoga might be closely linked to the crown prince. He resolved to pay a visit to this enigmatic prince to unravel the mysteries that lingered in his mind. With that determination, he transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and quietly vanished from the tavern, leaving the proprietor dumbfounded, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, it is a celestial being. With such a divine presence, my tavern shall surely prosper and flourish." Lam-Z arrived at the crown prince Inshou's palace but was met with resistance from the guards. Brandishing sharp blades, they pointed at him warily. "Who are you to dare intrude upon the palace?" Maintaining his composure, Lam-Z responded, "I am Lam-Z, a disciple of the primordial supreme being from the Yushu Palace of Kunlun Mountain, here to pay my respects to the crown prince." Upon hearing Lam-Z's name, the guards hastily lowered their weapons, apologizing respectfully. "My apologies, celestial being, for our earlier rudeness. Please forgive us. I shall inform the crown prince at once." Lam-Z gestured for the guard to remain calm, indicating that there was no need for concern. The guard hurried to report to Inshou. After hearing the news, Inshou pondered, stroking his chin. "Lam-Z? What could his purpose be? Has the old immortal from the primordial supreme being discovered something?" Inshou then instructed the guard, "Inform Lam-Z that this prince is not receiving guests." As the guard prepared to leave, Inshou stopped him. "Wait. Your authority may not suffice to persuade the celestial being to depart. Taichi, accompany the guard and ensure Lam-Z's exit." Taichi nodded in agreement and went alongside the guard to convey the crown prince's message. Lam-Z felt increasingly certain that the crown prince harbored hidden truths. Rather than departing immediately, he insisted, "What if I must meet the crown prince?" Taichi's eyes widened in anger as he bellowed, "Impudent! You dare!" He unleashed an aura of quasi-saintly pressure that surged towards Lam-Z. Feeling the immense weight bearing down upon him, akin to carrying a 1,000-pound burden, Lam-Z remained calm. "May I inquire who you are? Do you wish to become an adversary of the Yushu Palace?" With a cold smile, Taichi retorted, "Who I am is beyond your worth to know. Depart immediately, or I shall strike you down here." Understanding that it was unwise to linger, Lam-Z replied, "Very well. I shall take my leave." With that, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly soaring into the sky, racing towards Kunlun Mountain. Yet his heart remained heavy with deep-seated questions about Chaoga and the crown prince Inshou. Chapter 8. The discussion of the 3 great sages regarding the Eastern Emperor's bell, as the celestial figure Lam-Z had yet to return to Kunlun Mountain. 2 brilliant beams of light suddenly flashed across the distant western horizon and swiftly descended upon the summit of Kunlun. It was none other than the 2 esteemed leaders of the Western sect, the Taoist Juan-Ti and the Taoist Jiayin. Upon witnessing their arrival, the primordial supreme being displayed a faint smile and greeted them with a respectful gesture, saying, "Taoist Juan-Ti, Taoist Jiayin. It is a great honor to have you both visit Kunlun Mountain today. May I inquire about the purpose of your esteemed presence?" With a grave demeanor, Taoist Jiayin spoke, "Primordial Taoist, I trust you have sensed it as well. Recently, the fortune of the Inshang dynasty has unexpectedly surged, which could bode ill for the impending calamity of the investiture of the gods." The primordial supreme being smiled gently and replied in a leisurely manner, "Everything is predestined, dictated by the heavens. Perhaps you are being a tad too anxious." Upon hearing this, Taoist Juan-Ti frowned slightly and countered, "Primordial Taoist, your words may be somewhat misplaced. The root cause of this investiture of the gods' calamity lies in the unfortunate entanglement of your disciples in the tribulations of the mortal realm. Had they not borne such a burden of violence, how could this monumental disaster have been provoked?" The primordial supreme being scoffed lightly and retorted, "Even if this matter arose from my disciples, why the urgency? Am I unaware of your intentions? You seek only to leverage this investiture of the gods to revive your waning Western sect. What relevance do these trivialities hold in our discussion?" Primordial Taoist. We all have our desires. Thus, it is imperative that we unite our hearts and efforts to ensure the successful unfolding of this investiture of the gods. Otherwise, if your disciples cannot safely navigate through this peril, they will continuously face the grave danger of death and oblivion. Taoist Zhuan-Ti said with a smile. Yet his words concealed a hidden significance. At that moment, as the three sages conversed, a youthful figure clad in a white robe, with a fair complexion, hurriedly entered the hall. This was the White Crane Boy, a disciple of the primordial supreme being. He respectfully reported, "Respected master, senior brother Yunzhangzi has returned, but he appears to have sustained significant injuries." Hearing this, the primordial supreme being furrowed his brow slightly and said in a deep voice, "Oh, is that so? Quickly, let him in to see me." "At once, master," the White Crane Boy replied, before turning to lead Yunzhangzi into the chamber. Yunzhangzi staggered as he entered the chamber. Upon seeing the primordial supreme being, he quickly knelt and bowed. Disciple pays respects to master, as well as to the esteemed Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin. After this, he deeply prostrated himself. Observing this, the primordial supreme being gently raised his hand, indicating for Yunzhangzi to rise and speak. "Stand up. I inquire, how did you sustain your injuries? Did I not merely send you to Chaoga to gather information?" As the primordial supreme being's words faded, Jiayin and Zhuan-Ti exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously scoffed. They thought to themselves, just moments ago, he feigned indifference, speaking of unity to promote the investiture of the gods, yet he had secretly dispatched disciples to act on his behalf. Truly cunning. "Master, when I visited the Prince of Yinshang, I approached with sincerity, yet was unexpectedly turned away at the door. Unwilling to accept this, I attempted to force my way in, but at that moment, an apparently ordinary youth suddenly appeared, with but a mere flick of his sleeve. I was as if crushed by a mountain, instantly pinned to the ground, unable to move." Yunzhangzi recounted the circumstances he faced with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Taoist Zhuan-Ti interjected, "What? Can you truly ascertain this matter? How could the son of a mere mortal emperor provoke a quasi-saint to personally intervene?" Yunzhangzi resolutely nodded. "I am utterly certain. Not a word is exaggerated." At this, the primordial supreme being furrowed his brow and said, "Yunzhangzi, I must examine your memories to ascertain which quasi-saint dared to act thus in Chaoga." Yunzhangzi responded respectfully, "Master, please proceed." As soon as he finished speaking, the primordial supreme being raised his right hand and unleashed a surge of potent spiritual energy. Instantly, a vivid image appeared above Yunzhangzi's head, depicting all the events he experienced that day in Chaoga. All present fixed their gaze upon the image, scrutinizing every detail. Suddenly, Jiayin exclaimed as if he had uncovered a significant secret. "Indeed, it is the power of a quasi-saint. But did any of you not find that this youth seems somewhat familiar?" With Jiayin's remark, everyone redirected their attention to the youth in the image, examining him closely. Moments later, Zhuan-Ti exclaimed, This is actually the Eastern Emperor's bell. I did not expect its true form to be the Eastern Emperor's bell, and that it has successfully taken on a corporeal form. Ordinarily, such a phenomenon should not occur. Could it be that this spiritual treasure, after the great calamity between the witch and the demon, has slipped into the endless void like a fleeting glimpse, enduring countless trials and tribulations to elevate its own rank? The primordial supreme being mused, a frown upon his brow, as he spoke softly to himself. Hearing this, Zhuan-Ti nodded gravely in agreement. If this is indeed the case, then we are in grave trouble. Though the Eastern Emperor's bell may currently possess only quasi-saint level power, its defensive capabilities are astonishing. None of us could hope to breach its impenetrable barriers alone. At that moment, Jiayin suddenly proposed, "In my view, dear brother, we should consider a way to bring this spiritual treasure into our Western domain, making it the supreme treasure to stabilize our fortune. This would not only enhance the foundation and strength of our Western sect, but also bring greater blessings to the world." However, the primordial supreme being immediately refuted. "Taoist Jiayin, your words are misguided. The Eastern Emperor's bell has belonged to the East since time immemorial, carrying with it countless years of legacy and glory. How could it be so easily relinquished into your Western hands?" Seeing this, Zhuan-Ti quickly sought to mediate, since both sides hold firm to their positions. It is difficult to reach a conclusion. Why not let the three of us travel together to Chaoga? We shall see whether the Eastern Emperor's bell wishes to align with your teachings or prefer to embrace our Western sect. Let the will of heaven decide." The primordial supreme being pondered for a moment, finding merit in the suggestion, and nodded in agreement. "Very well. Then let us set forth immediately to Chowga and uncover the truth." With that, the three great sages vanished in an instant, hurrying towards the direction of Chowga.